February of 2008 was colder than in previous years. No matter how many layers of clothing Bai Ye wore, he could not ward off the bone-piercing chill gnawing at him. A chill that did not come from the weather, but from the sport he loved, football. Just yesterday, during training with Huagua's U23 national team, he had beaten up a teammate. Today, a single official notice from the Football Association arrived: a nationwide ban from the sport for 10 years. A 10-year ban meant that within Huagua, he would be unable to engage in any football-related activity for an entire decade. By the time the ban ended, he would already be 28. This ban shattered Bai Ye's hopes completely. Even in this life, the national team of Huagua was just as abysmal as in his past one. In his previous life, he had died of rage after Huagua's national team was humiliated by Japan in a 7-goal bloodbath. His anger choked him, and when his eyes closed, he awoke in this parallel world. Here he became an 18-year-old youth sharing his name, who had grown up in Spain training in Atlético Madrid's youth academy. Yet limited talent meant his abilities in Atlético's academy were far from outstanding. Thanks purely to relentless hard work, he had barely been promoted from the U17 squad to Atlético Madrid B by the head coach, but he still almost never earned a place in the starting 11. At this stage of his career, he should have been pouring himself into training, fighting for a chance to start in league matches. However, after receiving a call-up from Huagua's U23 national team, he ignored the assistant coach's earnest persuasions and insisted on returning home. He wanted to play in the 2008 Olympic Games. As the host nation, Huagua's U23 team could enter the main tournament directly without having to qualify. Otherwise, with Huagua's current footballing strength, they would surely miss out on the Olympics. Bai Ye wanted to offer a sliver of hope to Huagua's declining football scene to contribute his own strength. Yet perhaps there were simply too many people eager to contribute their strength. From the moment Bai Ye returned to Huagua for the training camp, he found himself marginalized at every turn. While his talent was not extraordinary in Atlético's youth system, among Huagua's young players, he ranked among the very best. Some players who had been placed into the squad through connections did not dare target established stars like Dongfang Gao Lin or Hao Junmin. Instead, they plotted to strip Bai Ye of his spot. It was Huagua's very first home Olympics. Countless eyes were fixed on those tickets to glory. With no backing at all, Bai Ye became a thorn in their flesh. However, Bai Ye's call-up had come because U23 head coach Duakovic had taken a particular liking to him. Naturally, Duakovic valued him and tried to shield him. Unable to move against him off the pitch, those players resorted to dirty tricks during matches. Yesterday, in an internal training game, someone directly lunged at him with a scissors tackle. That moment instantly triggered Bai Ye's trauma response. In his previous life, his professional path had been completely ruined by such a scissors tackle. To face the same scene again right after his transmigration was unbearable. Instinctively, he leapt and rolled to the ground to protect himself, then sprang up and unleashed a furious barrage of punches on that so-called teammate. In an instant, chaos erupted. No one cared about Bai Ye's explanation. The incident was quickly framed as his lacking basic football professionalism, maliciously injuring others, sabotaging team unity, and even beating a teammate into serious injury. A malignant on-field incident, they declared. Today, the punishment arrived: a 10-year ban. Bai Ye could even imagine that the newspapers would begin to run stories about it by this very afternoon. Thinking of all this, Bai Ye could only laugh. A helpless, bitter laugh. The once dazzling dream of football lay utterly shattered at his feet. Then his gaze hardened. Since his own country no longer wanted him, he would have to make a name for himself in Spain. Just as that thought took shape in his mind, a sudden voice echoed in his mind: "Body scan complete. System is now being installed. System installation complete. Automatically activated." A system? Having already experienced transmigration, Bai Ye found it easy to accept such a thing. With a single thought, he hurriedly probed what kind of system it was. When he finished reading, a faint smile tugged at his lips. The system's function was simple: it turned every aspect of his footballing ability into quantified attributes. He glanced over his status screen. Name: Bai Ye. Age 18. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 74 kilograms. Passing 77, 85, vision 72, 85, strength 66, 71, off the ball movement 70, 78, shooting 59, 70, dribbling 66, 70, first touch 68, 75, speed 60, 70, stamina 70, 80, defending 36, 50. Each number represented his current level in that skill, while the number in parentheses indicated the ceiling he could presently reach. As a midfielder, his technical abilities ranked at the very top among Huagua's young players. This was the chief reason Duakovic had taken a fancy to him and summoned him into the U23 squad. As long as an attribute remained within its designated ceiling, he could reach that limit through diligent training. But he could not break past it. The system, however, offered another way to surpass those constraints. By completing system missions, he could earn various rewards, including free attribute points. These free attribute points could be assigned either to raise current attribute values or to increase their ceilings. Each option demanded a different amount of points. Bai Ye checked the missions available at the moment. Main quest activated. Quest 1, raise any single attribute to 75. Quest 2, make your first starting appearance for Atlético Madrid B. Each completed quest would yield corresponding rewards, and once both were fulfilled the mission list would refresh. Before he could examine them in detail, the system threw another notification at him. Quest 1, complete skill selection, pack 1 awarded. Skill pack opened automatically. Please choose. The rapid cascade of messages left Bai Ye momentarily overwhelmed. When he refocused, he found only 3 options awaiting his choice, each a skill beyond mere attributes. Deadly through ball. When passing exceeds 75, the success rate of through balls increases by 300%. King of speed. When speed exceeds 75, during a full sprint run, you may consume tremendous stamina to forcibly accelerate a second time. Fox of the penalty area. When shooting exceeds 75, your scoring rate inside the box rises by 50%. Note, skills will consume large amounts of stamina based on your attribute levels. The lower the related attribute, the greater the consumption. Please plan their use wisely. After carefully reading the descriptions and weighing them, Bai Ye chose deadly through ball. The other 2 skills were strong as well, but for now they were useless to him. His speed and shooting attributes were too low to trigger them, and more importantly, their ceilings had yet to reach 75. Deadly through ball, by contrast, was perfect, immediately usable and tailor-made for a midfielder like him. With this skill in hand, Bai Ye's confidence swelled. He turned and walked toward the airport gates without a trace of nostalgia. Since you insist on stuffing the squad with useless players and crushing those who don't fit your mold, then enjoy playing among yourselves. I'm going to open my eyes to the wider world. 2 days later, after crossing oceans, Bai Ye arrived at Atletico's Cerro del Espino training base, where both the first team and the B team usually trained. When he reported to the team's assistant coach Garcia, the man's expression was grim. Garcia handed Bai Ye. You went back to Huagua to play. What happened there? Why has someone sent our club a report claiming you seriously injured a teammate in Huagua and were banned by their football association for 10 years? This fax even recommends that we impose a similar ban on you. Hearing Garcia's words, a cold shiver ran through Bai Ye's heart. They truly meant to drive him into a corner. Meeting Garcia's gaze, Bai Ye calmly recounted everything that had happened. Garcia nodded and said, train with peace of mind. I understand better than they do what kind of person you are. He tore the facts into pieces and tossed them into the trash, then patted Bai Ye on the shoulder. But you'll have to work even harder. Manuel is already drawing up the list of departures for the end of this season. Bai Ye's brows knitted slightly. Manuel was the B team's head coach. The fact that Garcia was mentioning a departure list to him. Sure enough, Garcia let out a soft sigh. Your name is on that list. Garcia's gaze fell upon Bai Ye, carrying a trace of barely perceptible regret. From the depths of his heart, he was fond of this young man from Huagua. Always the most diligent in training, extra sessions were an everyday habit, and unlike other young players, he never lingered in nightclubs or drowned himself in pleasures. Who would not admire such a self-disciplined and focused youth? Yet unfortunately, football is ultimately a sport where talent speaks loudest. Without that innate spark of brilliance, no amount of sweat can water a flower that truly stuns the world. Effort determines a player's floor, but talent is what truly defines his ceiling. This was the most brutal reality of professional football. Garcia fell silent for a moment, and in the end compassion stirred in his heart. He stepped forward half a pace, lowered his voice, and uttered something he should not have revealed 4 days from now at home against Alcorcon. That will be our final Segunda División B match of the month. Listen, you will be on the squad list, and you will get your chance. He pressed Bai Ye's shoulder firmly. Having spoken this much, it was all Garcia could do. The rest would depend entirely on whether Bai Ye could seize this final straw and turn that faint hope into a real road beneath his feet. Bai Ye could hardly fail to hear the meaning behind the words. He nodded firmly. I will give everything I have. Garcia smiled with relief, patted Bai Ye's back, once more his tone steady and reassuring. Go. Pour all your mind into training. Don't let that ban from your country distract you. Remember, as long as you can firmly establish yourself at Atletico, nothing back there will be able to bind you. Yes. Because of the international break for national team matches, many players had been called up and were away, leaving Atletico B's training ground somewhat deserted. Yet as the match days ended, players began returning to report, in one after another. After leaving Garcia's office, Bai Ye first warmed up alone with a run, preparing himself for the training to come. Gradually more figures appeared on the pitch, and the noise grew. Among the crowd, the most eye-catching was the arrival of goalkeeper De Gea, with many teammates greeting him of their own accord. Closely behind him came another much-discussed player, Melodio. His name alone hinted at his prowess, but he was better known by another name, Coke. These two were unquestionably the stars and core of Atletico B. Especially Coke, the super prodigy of Atletico's youth system, who had already begun to shine at only 16 years of age. Rumor had it that next season he was highly likely to skip a level and enter Atletico's first team. By then he would be only 17, 17, and already playing in La Liga? During this international break, 16-year-old Koke and 17-year-old De Gea had both been selected for Spain's youth squads. De Gea was already the first-choice goalkeeper of Spain's underage national side. Last year as a starter, he had helped Spain's U17 team claim both the U17 European Championship and the Youth World Cup. Thanks to such outstanding performances, he had been exceptionally promoted to Atlético B this season. With the level of strength and consistency he was showing, a step up to the first team like Koke was only a matter of time. When stars of that caliber walked onto the training ground, they inevitably drew every gaze. As for a fringe player like Bai Ye, hardly anyone spared him a second look. Sharing a similar predicament was Mario, a 19-year-old player from Argentina. Perhaps because they were both on the margins, the two had grown relatively close. Gazing at the way Koke and De Gea were held up like stars, Mario's tone brimmed with envy. I really don't know if I'll still be here after the season ends. The chances for the two of us look pretty slim. Why don't you come back to Argentina with me? With our level, we could definitely fight for chances at my hometown club. At least we'd have a job. Bai Ye neither agreed nor refused. Mario was a typical Argentine player, put kindly, naturally free-spirited, more bluntly indulgent to the point of self-abandonment. His talent far surpassed Bai Ye's, yet he spent his days drifting through nightclubs and chasing pleasure, often exhausted after barely half a match. Seeing Bai Ye unmoved by his suggestion, his gaze fixed on De Gea and Koke, Mario couldn't help curling his lip, a trace of bitterness seeping into his tone. Hey, stop staring. That path isn't yours no matter how long you look. You don't really think you can stay here, do you? They're geniuses, they're not like us. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze, his face unreadable. Not like them. In truth, he was indeed different. He no longer needed to look up to anyone else's path. From this day forth, he would chase only the limits that belonged. He did not argue with Mario, nor did he offer explanations. He merely brushed at the non-existent dust on his training shorts and turned toward the pitch. Training. His voice was soft, yet carried a firmness that allowed no doubt. Mario was left standing there in a daze, staring at the back, moving toward the pitch, his mouth opening, without any sound coming out. For no clear reason, Mario felt that this young man from Huabua had somehow changed. The subtle shift irked him, like a fellow straggler at the tail, suddenly sprinting ahead, without looking back. Once everyone had completed their warm-up, Manuel signaled for them to split into groups for a practice match, a chance to rehearse tactics in advance. In 2008, Atlético B still followed Spain's mainstream 442 formation. Their tactics emphasized width and utilization of the flanks, with a midfield focused on ball control and vertical passing, seeking swift progression through the middle in attack, directly finding the forwards, or using the wide midfielders' surging runs. Bai Ye was familiar with this system. After all, it was what they practiced day in and day out. Atletico's tactics were relatively simple at the moment. They simply did not yet possess the ability to execute more complex systems. The club had suffered greatly in those years, even dropping down to the Segunda División for a time, the darkest decade in the team's history. Against their city rivals Real Madrid, they had already gone 10 full years without a victory. The groups were Team A consisted of the main and core players, with Koke marshalling the midfield. Team B was largely made up of substitutes and fringe players, and Bai Ye sat on the bench, a substitute among substitutes. Once the game started, Koke immediately displayed abilities far beyond those of his teammates. Receiving the ball in central midfield, he executed a light, feint, and quick touch, gliding past two team defenders in succession. Cutting into the channel near the edge of the box, he unleashed a left-footed curler at the far corner. The ball traced a perfect arc and nestled into the net. Moments later, Koke produced another moment of brilliance. On the flank, he exploded into a sudden burst of pace after a subtle rhythm change, drawing multiple defenders before calmly squaring the ball across to the area near the penalty spot. The teammate arriving there was completely unmarked and simply stroked the ball home, stretching the lead. Team A, relying on Koke's individual brilliance, quickly seized the advantage, and the match flowed entirely to his rhythm. It was all within expectations. No one felt there was anything wrong with the score. How were substitutes supposed to compete with the main squad? After 20 minutes, Manuel made changes, sending Bai Ye on in place of a team midfielder. After coming on, Bai Ye did not rush to show off. He knew that as a midfielder he could not afford impatience. He kept studying Team A's defensive positions. Soon the opening appeared. During a rapid transition after a team interception in their own half, the ball was played to Bai Ye's feet. Before receiving, he had already glanced up, noticing that Team A's defense had been left slightly exposed by their heavy press, while his striker Lopez was quietly drifting beside the last defender on the line. Without any extra adjustment, just as their holding midfielder stepped up to press him, Bai Ye used the outside of his right foot to drive a skimming through ball along the ground. The pace was blistering the line, precise passing just beyond the center back's reach and slicing open the entire back line. Lopez understood at once, bursting through to form an onion. Facing the onrushing De Gea, he pushed a shot toward goal. Yet Spain's youth team guardian reacted with stunning speed, dropping to the turf and turning the ball out for a corner. Lopez could only give Bai Ye a thumbs up, then shake his head. Missing such a clear unknown was a huge mark against his fight for a starting spot. De Gea let out a roar toward his teammates and quickly hurled the ball out with a throw, pressing Team B back again. Though the attack had not yielded a goal, Manuel, standing on the sideline with his arms folded, felt his gaze brighten slightly. The vision, timing, and precision of Bai Ye's through pass bore no resemblance to the evaluation report on him that Manuel had in his hands. It was no mere fluke, that was talent. Without changing his expression, he rubbed his chin, his gaze once again settling on the Huagua teenager jogging back into position. That pass, there was something real there. The final match held no suspense. The game was entirely under Team A's control while Team B was thoroughly suppressed, rarely able to organize effective attacks, and mostly forced to defend. However, during the limited possession time, Bai Ye became the only discordant note in Team B. He received passes 3 times in the midfield facing Team A's high press without any panic. On all 3 occasions, he used the simplest handling to deliver equally lethal through balls. The first attempt saw Lopez's unknown opportunity thwarted. The second pass pierced directly through the gap between 2 center-backs, leading to a near unknown situation for his teammate, but due to a miscontrol, it was disrupted by a recovering defender. The third pass was made in a tight encirclement with a near-surgical precision, sending the ball to the penalty spot, where an unmarked Mario shot it into the stands. 3 golden opportunities were squandered entirely. The score ultimately settled at a definitive 50, a complete rout. Yet on the sidelines, head coach Manuel's gaze did not linger on the scoreboard. His brow furrowed slightly as his fingertips unconsciously tapped on the tactical board, his eyes firmly locked on the young Huagua player wearing the number 29 jersey for Team B. What he saw was not just repeated errors, but the distinctly different elements showcased behind those 3 passes. The ability to spot a gap and deliver the ball precisely to a teammate's feet in the blink of an eye was pure talent, impossible to explain through mere effort. Manuel had originally placed Bai Ye on the list for release, considering him to be of mediocre talent. But at this moment his internal judgment began to waver for the first time. Perhaps Garcia was right. This silent Oriental player indeed harbored certain overlooked distinct qualities. On the other side, after training, Mario wiped his sweat with a towel, while approaching Bai Ye, who was packing his gear, wearing his usual exaggerated smile. "Hey, Bai," he exclaimed loudly as if that could dispel the awkwardness. "That last ball was such a pity. I have no idea why there was suddenly a little dip there. I completely slipped when I shot. Otherwise I could have scored with my eyes closed. Don't you agree?" He rambled on, yet his gaze flickered, not daring to meet Bai Ye directly. After a pause, as if he suddenly recalled something, he nudged Bai Ye with his elbow, his tone carrying genuine confusion and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. "But seriously, how did you make that pass just now? With so many people around, you just slid it right through. That's not your usual style, is it? Have you secretly practiced?" Bai Ye zipped up his backpack without pausing. He lifted his head and calmly glanced at Mario, an expression that made the latter feel inexplicably guilty. "Maybe if you hit the club a little less often." Bai Ye's voice was devoid of inflection, yet it incisively pierced through Mario's excuses. "That ball would have gone in." After saying this, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and added coolly, "I'm leaving now." Without waiting for Mario's response, Bai Ye turned and headed toward the locker room, his steps devoid of any lingering attachment. Mario's smile froze, his outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in midair. He watched Bai Ye's retreating figure, opened his mouth, and finally just scratched his head in annoyance, muttering softly, "TCH, what's with the seriousness? He still has to leave with me anyway." But deep down he clearly felt that something had indeed changed, something was different from before. "Bai Ye." Suddenly Mario heard Garcia's voice, and he looked toward Bai Ye. Not far away, Garcia waved at Bai Ye. "Manuel wants you in his office." Mario's playful grin completely stiffened, as if something had lodged painfully in his throat. He watched Bai Ye walk toward Garcia, who patted Bai Ye's shoulder affectionately as they headed to the office, feeling as if he were nailed to the spot. A strong sense of discomfort suddenly gripped him. It was neither anger nor confusion, but a sharper emotion, because Bai Ye's transformation was something he couldn't accept. Just before this match, they still belonged to that forgotten corner, very likely to be discarded together as unfortunate brothers. Bai Ye's flashes of brilliance in those passes, he could still numb himself with luck. But now Garcia's words and actions had instantly shattered this fragile balance. This meant that he and Bai Ye were no longer the same. Bai Ye's passes were not luck, they had truly caught the attention of those above. He might be on his way out. This realization stirred a strong sense of unwillingness and bitterness within Mario, even a hint of betrayal's anger. Why did you get there first? We should have sunk together." His throat felt dry, his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. He could only watch helplessly as the figure that once sat at the end of the bench with him now walked toward a path. Garcia and Bai Ye walked toward Manuel's office. He turned his head, unable to suppress his admiration, and said to Bai Ye beside him, "Kid, we all saw your performance. Remember that feeling, maintain that state. As long as you can bring at least half of this performance from the training match to the official games, I guarantee you'll have a place in the team." The office was closed, and as they reached the door, Garcia patted Bai Ye's shoulder again. "All right, now lift your head and walk in. Manuel doesn't like players who are downcast. He called you because he saw something different. This is your opportunity, seize it." Bai Ye took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. Manuel's office was simple, yet slightly worn, the air filled with a faint mix of leather and grass smells. He sat behind a large desk, focused on jotting something down in a thick notebook. Upon hearing the door open, he did not immediately look up, simply tapping the surface of the desk with the tip of his pen. "Sit." His voice was steady, revealing no emotion. Bai Ye complied, and sat down in the chair before the desk, his back instinctively straightening. Then Manuel closed the notebook, clasped his hands on the table, and scrutinized Bai Ye with hawk-like eyes. The brief silence felt almost oppressive. In today's training match, he finally spoke, his tone devoid of any inflection. "Your 3 passes." He paused, seemingly choosing the right words. "Accurate and timely, this is what you lacked in previous matches." His words were straightforward, with no unnecessary compliments. But this was just a training session and doesn't indicate any problems. I've seen too many players who are world-class in practice, but soft as a sponge in official matches. Manuel leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp. 4 days from now in the match against Alcorcon, I will have you start. He showed no intention of seeking consent. This was merely a cold notification. What I need to see is whether you can still make that kind of pass when an opponent is really kicking at your ankles during the game. Don't let me think it was just luck, Bai Ye. Bai Ye wanted to speak, but was directly interrupted by Manuel. "You can leave now. Remember, I only watch what happens on the field, though everything else is just nonsense." "Good." Stepping out of Manuel's office, Bai Ye did not leave immediately. He stood in the quiet corridor, took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the surging emotions within. Starting in the first team, task 2 is about to be accomplished. Not only would he receive rewards, but he could also refresh the task. Bai Ye clenched his fists. He knew that his opportunity had finally come. The Atlético training base has separate dormitories. However, for the youth team players, the conditions are rather modest still, in shared rooms, unlike the hotel-style accommodations of the first team. After dinner, returning to the somewhat shabby 4-person dormitory, the others have not yet returned. Bai Ye closed the door, and the world instantly fell silent. He did not rest immediately. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze calmly fixed on the darkening sky outside. In his mind, his current attribute panel vividly materialized. Each piece of data represented the gap between him and world-class players, as well as his future potential. Time is running out. The match is in 4 days. Bai Ye calmly analyzed in his heart. "I must make a choice, who I cannot do everything. Although I have the system and hard work can certainly improve me, the limited training time must be focused on the essentials." His thoughts raced rapidly. Coke is the absolute core of ball possession, organization, and forward attacking are his strengths. What I need to do is not to compete for his ball rights for now, but to learn how to better cooperate with him to maximize the team's overall combat effectiveness. Where are my advantages? His gaze swept across the attribute panel. Passing and vision. These are my strongest abilities at present, and they have the highest potential. The deadly through ball skill is built upon this foundation. It must be my cornerstone, requiring consistent training, but it cannot be everything. So what do I urgently need to supplement? It's off-the-ball movement. He immediately grasped the key. Only with smarter and more frequent runs can I create space for myself to receive the ball, relieve Coke from defensive pressure, and find the best line and angle to deliver a deadly through ball. Next is ball control. He continued to analyze. In the midfield, struggles, opportunities are fleeting. Then stamina and strength. As for shooting, dribbling, and even the abysmal defense, Bai Ye decisively categorized them as areas for delayed. At this stage, my role is to be an efficient support point, a rhythm converter, and an assist provider for deadly passes. First, I must excel in these areas, establish a firm footing in the team, and then pursue other goals. With a clearer mindset, a distinct training path formed in his mind. Priority 1, off-the-ball movement and ball control. Priority 2, stamina and strength. Priority 3, maintain and steadily improve passing and vision. One can have flaws, but must possess unique characteristics. He must leverage his strengths to secure an opportunity to remain in Atlético's B team. Having formulated a plan, Bai Ye took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolutely determined. After being comprehensively blocked by the national team for 10 years, this faint opportunity before him was the only lifeline of his professional career. He absolutely could not let go. For him, now time was the most precious commodity. With this thought, he could hardly sit still. A sense of urgency pushed him to act. Why not start extra training and running right now? He acted on the thought immediately. He quickly changed into training gear, laced up his running shoes, and was about to push the door open when suddenly the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Mario and another roommate Ferdos walked in one after the other. Mario immediately caught sight of Bai Ye's attire, recalling his stunning through balls in today's practice match, as well as the unprecedented summons from the coach. Afterward, a surge of complex emotions flooded his heart. Unintentionally, his words dripped with sharp sarcasm. "Oh, planning to train more? Who are you trying to impress?" Bai Ye couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids at him. He had long seen through this type of person. They would feign brotherhood while complaining about fate, but the moment you try to climb higher, they would unhesitatingly stick out their foot to trip you, dragging you down with them. Bai Ye merely nodded slightly at the honest and straightforward Ferdos as a greeting. Ferdos had average talent, but at least he was pragmatic. Feeling thoroughly ignored, Mario suddenly felt his face burn with embarrassment. In a fit of anger, his words turned sharper. "What? Do you really think being called by Manuel once makes you special? Have you forgotten who you are just because you played a few good balls? Let me tell you, no matter how hard a waste of talent practices, they cannot become a genius. Don't waste your effort." Bai Ye finally stopped his actions, casting a cold glance at him, a gaze as if it could penetrate all hypocrisy and jealousy. At least his voice was calm, yet each word was like a knife. "I will not roll in the mud while mocking those who try to rise." After saying this, he no longer gave Mario any time to react, directly pushing the door open and leaving the flushed face filled with anger and embarrassment completely behind the door. Mario was choked by Bai Ye's words, his face turning red. A surge of anger blocked his chest, but he couldn't find the words to retort. He stared as the door closed behind Bai Ye, feeling an overwhelming frustration with no outlet. He suddenly turned around, grabbing Ferdos, who was preparing to tidy up his things. "Let's go. Don't bother with this nonsense. Let's go out for a drink. I know a good place. Oh, I heard a new batch of waitstaff from Valencia has arrived, and the service is great." Ferdos hesitated and shook his head, his voice gentle yet firm. "No, Mario, there's training early tomorrow. We need to maintain our condition." The repeated rejections stoked the flames of anger in Mario's heart, like gasoline igniting a grate. He glared at the closed door as if Bai Ye still stood there, his tone becoming increasingly acerbic and bitter, almost shouting at the air. "What does he think he is? He's just a lucky Huagua person who managed to score a couple of good goals. Does he really think he can turn his life around? Don't you know what level Huagua players are at? Huagua players playing well. What a joke. Don't I know your level? Just wait and see. A waste is a waste. You will never have a chance. It's absolutely impossible." He sounded as if he was trying to convince Ferdos, but it seemed more like he was desperately trying to convince himself. After bellowing these few sentences, he panted heavily, snatched up his jacket, and stormed out, without looking back, planning to drown his unplaceable anger and jealousy in alcohol. Ferdos listened to Mario slam the door in frustration and shook his head helplessly. His gaze fell on Bai Ye's empty bed, feeling somewhat surprised. This Huagua teammate seemed genuinely different from before. Previously, Bai Ye trained hard, but always with a sense of confusion. Yet tonight he had only a cold determination in his eyes. Ferdos couldn't help but recall those precise through balls during training and thought of Bai Ye's resolute figure as he stepped out to train more. A vague thought surfaced in his heart: perhaps hard work really does pay off. But he quickly shook his head, unwilling to think deeply, softly murmuring, I hope he can succeed." As night descended, most of the lights at the Espino training base had been turned off. Manuel returned to the office due to a forgotten document, but paused on the path to the dormitory. He noticed a figure on the training field running at a steady pace, the sound of footsteps resonating clearly in the silent night. It was that Huagua kid, Bai Ye. Manuel crossed his arms and quietly observed from the shadows for a while. He had seen too many players, those with exceptional talent, those who worked hard, and those who ultimately faded into mediocrity. The harsh realities of the football world were all too clear to him. He had always believed that effort unsupported by talent was of limited significance. Yet in this moment, watching the figure sweating alone under the cold moonlight, a faint ripple of emotion stirred within his typically calm heart. He did not change his view on the harsh realities of football, but a sliver of hope was born within him. Let's hope so. He withdrew his gaze, turned towards the office, and silently murmured, I hope that under the bright lights of the match, you can show me something worthy of this effort. This might be the greatest level of recognition and expectation that a pragmatic old-school coach like him could offer. Bai Ye remained completely unaware of Manuel's passing presence. He was entirely immersed in his own rhythm, feeling the purity and release that came with sweating. The next day, training proceeded as usual. Bai Ye focused intently on each technical move, and he could distinctly feel two gazes fixed upon him. One was sharp and filled with hostility, while the other was subtle and contemplative. He turned to look, meeting Mario's unabashed glare and Ferdos' seemingly insightful observation. Bai Ye paid them no mind. Mario, infuriated, clenched his teeth in secret, while Ferdos sank deeper into thought. Night fell. Mario still had not returned to the dormitory. The team was already accustomed to such behavior, Their four-person dormitory was basically regarded by coaches as a target for clearing at the end of the season, and no coach was willing to waste breath on them. Before long, it was February 22nd. The day before the match against Alcorcon in Group B, one of the Segunda Division Manuel gathered the players after training. He scanned the crowd with his usual calm and pragmatic tone. The season has entered a critical phase. Every minute of your performance now directly affects your fate in the next season. I believe I need not explain this clearly. You all must strive to earn your place as professional players, so train hard and play well. He then pulled out the starting lineup. The inclusion of names like De Gea and Koch was no surprise. However, when the name Bai Ye was clearly pronounced by the head coach, the entire team fell into an eerie silence. The faces of nearly all the players were filled with shock and disbelief. This name stood out starkly from the others in the starting lineup. How could this person who was usually forgotten in the corner possibly be chosen? Especially Mario in the crowd, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt, froze in place. His mind went blank with only one thought reverberating and thundering: Bai Ye. He actually started. The next moment, a surge of intense unwillingness and indignation crashed through his reason. He even lost control of his volume and shouted, "No, why him? Why is it him?" The surrounding players glanced at him with amused smiles. To those who had long regarded Mario and Bai Ye as mere fleeting presences in the season, this scene was nothing more than a ridiculous internal conflict among losers. The coaching staff made no response, not even pausing their gaze. No one would waste time explaining the outburst of a fringe player. On this green pitch, the rules have always been so cruel and clear. Those who persistently work hard may be momentarily silent, but they will never be forgotten for long. And those who indulge themselves, no matter how much unwillingness they harbor, will ultimately be drowned by the tide and forgotten. Garcia's gaze lingered on Mario a moment longer, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Once upon a time, he had high hopes for this Argentine youth. Mario's agile talent had been a brilliant sight on the training ground. However, this innate gift had ultimately been worn away by the neon lights of nightclubs and a life of indulgence. Garcia sighed softly and then turned his gaze to the quietly observing Bai Ye. This Wagwa youth brought a distinctly different kind of surprise. There was no dazzling talent halo. All that existed was the sweat poured out day after day and an almost stubborn persistence. He saw the purest form of effort in Bai Ye, and now he was looking forward to this effort shining with even more, not just for this match, but for a longer-term future. Mario saw that everyone was completely ignoring him, his face flushing with a mix of red and white. This feeling of being overlooked was unbearable. At this moment, he felt even more jealousy towards Bai Ye. The next day was match day. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the players on the Atlético B team, who were on the match list, had gathered, making final preparations for the match set to kick off at 5:30. Bai Ye focused intently on his warm-up, and he could clearly feel his accelerating heartbeat along with a hint of uncontainable nerves. Alcorcon. The deepest impression this team left on Bai Ye stemmed from his past life, when in the first round of the Copa del Rey in the 2009-10 season, they shockingly eliminated Real Madrid, with a total score of 4-1 over 2 legs, becoming a stunning upset in Spanish football. That was also a regret that lingered in the hearts of countless Real Madrid fans. No one had expected that this small club, which had never stepped into the top league, could defeat the Galácticos in 2 legs and win by 3 clear goals. In fact, Alcorcon was not a traditional strong team. Since its establishment in the 1970s, they had long been mingling in amateur and semi-professional leagues, with many players holding jobs as local shopkeepers or workers, training and competing only in their spare time, not as full-time athletes. The club did not have a mature youth training system either. Because of this, the Atlético B team, playing at home, was determined to win this match. During warm-ups, Koch proactively approached Bai Ye and succinctly advised, "Make sure to pass me the ball more later." His tone was natural, carrying the certainty typical of a core player. Bai Ye nodded, saying nothing more. The match was about to begin. The home ground of Atlético B team was at the Espino training base, specifically the Espino Stadium, which was compact. It could only accommodate a little over 2,000 spectators. However, the audience for youth team matches was sparse, and a capacity of 2,000 was sufficient, with only a few hundred fans scattered in the stands. Bai Ye took a deep breath and stepped onto the pitch. At that moment, a clear prompt echoed in his mind. Task 2. Complete your first starting appearance for Atlético B team status. Completed. Reward new talent Bellerin short pass. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback, still immersed in the surprise of gaining a new talent. Behind him, Cork noticed his pause and gently patted his back, whispering, "Let's go." Only then did Bai Ye come back to his senses and hurriedly catch up with the team for the pre-match ceremony. Cork assumed he was nervous about his first start, feeling a hint of concern would such a teammate let them down on the field. However, Bai Ye had no time to consider Cork's thoughts, as his heart was already filled with ecstasy. Bellerin. It was the very one Bellerin. Though he merely inherited his short passing ability, this midfield maestro from the peak period of La Coruña was renowned for his effortless passing, graceful ball control, and genius-like vision, making him a symbolic figure of Spain's technical midfielders. He was also a severely underestimated artist on the pitch. As many seasoned fans have commented, Bellelin may be a player whose fame will never reach its peak even as the years go by, much like his style on the field, simple, unpretentious, and free from worldly concerns. Taking advantage of the break during the pre-match ceremony, Bai Ye suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the details of his talent. Bellelin short pass, inheriting the peak short passing organization ability of the midfield maestro Bellelin from the Super La Coruña era. Talent effect passing attributes enhanced significantly, improving short passing accuracy and stability, greatly increasing midfield rhythm. Control can form tactical synergy with deadly through balls, substantially strengthening both organizational deployment and threatening passes. Bai Ye couldn't help but smile. His passing attribute had jumped from 77 to 82. Meanwhile, the system tasks had also refreshed. Task 1, achieve the first assist or goal in the Segunda B League. Task 2, play in 3 consecutive league matches each for no less than 45 minutes. Each task completion will yield corresponding rewards, and the tasks will refresh once all are completed. Looking at his newly polished attributes and talent skills, Bai Ye felt a surge of confidence. Against an opponent like Alcorcon, scoring might require timing, but he was determined to secure an assist. The flow of the Segunda B matches was much simpler. As the current third-tier league in Spain, the Segunda B League has limited budgets for participating teams, and given Spain's relatively large land area compared to Europe, to maximize cost-cutting, the league is divided into 4 groups based on geographical regions. The top 4 teams from each group will enter a playoff for promotion, ultimately determining which teams will move up to the Segunda. Of course, a few years later, the Spanish professional league was restructured, and the Segunda B no longer exists, replaced by the Primera and Segunda divisions. Currently, Atlético Madrid B is placed in Group 1, located in the Madrid region, with a record of 7 wins, 5 losses, and 13 draws, totaling 34 points. They are ranked 13th in the league. In the same group, they also face their city rivals Real Madrid Castilla. The youth derby between the two teams is always a hot topic for local Madrid fans each season. However, similar to their records against the first teams, Castilla also holds a clear advantage at the youth level. It is widely believed that with the current strength of Atlético Madrid B, it would be difficult to shake the talented lineup of Castilla. The first match ended in a 11 draw, relying solely on De Gea's outstanding performance and Castilla's significant personnel changes and adjustment issues at the start of the season. At this moment, the players of Atlético Madrid B had no time to consider the upcoming city derby. Everyone's attention was fully focused on the match against Alcorcon. In the first match, Atlético Madrid B defeated Alcorcon 21 away, giving them a psychological edge. Soon the players took their positions as the center circle awaited the kickoff. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the official start of the match. After Alcorcon's kickoff from the center circle, they played very cautiously, not rushing forward, but first solidifying their defensive formation, patiently seeking opportunities through backfield passes. Atlético Madrid B quickly launched a high press, attempting to regain possession. In the opening stages, both teams engaged in fierce battles in midfield with rapid changes in ball possession. There weren't many opportunities, but it was lively. At that moment, among the hundreds of diehard Atlético Madrid fans in the stands, murmurs of confusion began to rise. Many eyes were focused on Bai Ye, who wore the number 29 jersey. This was their first encounter with an Eastern face starting in a formal league match. A middle-aged fan nudged his companion, his tone filled with confusion. Who is number 29? A Japanese? Or a Korean? I've never heard of this name, Bai Ye. What a strange name. Where did the club find this youth player? Can East Asian players adapt to our style of play? Another person shook his head and responded, his words reflecting a deep-seated skepticism. At that moment, Bai Ye was knocked down hard by a robust midfielder from Alcorcon during a lateral run to receive a pass, and the referee did not blow the whistle. Immediately, disappointed sighs and more direct criticisms erupted from the stands. Look at his physique, a single collision, and he's down. This is such poor physicality. Who did the youth team select? Manuel on the sidelines paid special attention to Bai Ye's performance, his expression remaining unchanged. However, Garcia on the coaching bench wore a worried look. Bai Ye being knocked down hard by the opponent's midfielder was. Bai Ye felt a clear pain in his shoulder. Nevertheless, he quickly got up from the ground, brushed off his jersey, and although his face showed little emotion, his eyes changed subtly. In the initial minutes, he indeed felt discomfort. The physical intensity in Segunda B far exceeded that of training within the team. Teams at this third-tier level facing the youth teams of La Liga were all too aware that if they couldn't rely on technique, they had to resort to physicality. The lumberjack strategy is the absolute counter to technical teams. This made Bai Ye realize that relying solely on his current physical strength to withstand challenges was not a wise approach. He needed to be smarter. Scanning the field, he was aware of his strengths, so he had to leverage them and avoid weaknesses. The midfield enforcer Diego from Alcorcon, after knocking Bai Ye down with that fierce charge, couldn't help but smirk. This frail East Asian kid was indeed easy to take down, and the weakness of Atlético Madrid BS starting lineup was glaringly obvious. Almost simultaneously, Cork nearby furrowed his brow. He looked at Bai Ye, who was lying on the ground, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. Was this teammate, who was a last-minute starter, truly going to become the most vulnerable link in the defense? However, just a minute later the situation began to change. As Diego rushed towards Bai Ye aggressively again, Bai Ye suddenly sprang into action to meet the pass. At the moment Diego was about to close in, Bai Ye had already passed the ball, sending it along a precise line that landed perfectly in the space ahead of Cork. Coincidence? Diego frowned. Cork, somewhat surprised, calmly received the perfectly placed pass, instinctively looking up at Bai Ye. He then immediately advanced with the ball, but Cork was soon surrounded by 3 defenders. There was no one in the front to receive the ball. Just as Cork was getting frustrated, Bai Ye conveniently appeared nearby. Cork's eyes lit up as he quickly passed the ball. Diego, following Bai Ye, lunged at him even more fiercely. But Bai Ye completely denied him the opportunity to close in, quickly shifting the ball before Diego could arrive, and then immediately ran towards a new opening. By the time Diego, panting heavily, caught up, the ball had already been passed away again. What frustrated Diego even more was that Bai Ye's positioning was becoming increasingly elusive. He no longer stuck to the center. Instead, he darted left and right, constantly utilizing teammates to create wall passes. Alcorcon's midfield defense was thrown into disarray by his relentless movement. At this moment, Cork also began to notice the change. He found that the coordination between him and Bai Ye was becoming increasingly tacit. Whenever he needed a passing option, Bai Ye always appeared in the right position. Moreover, Bai Ye's passes consistently reached him in the most comfortable receiving position. This smooth cooperation made Cork look at this Eastern teammate with newfound respect. Damn it! Diego couldn't help but curse after missing a tackle. He clearly saw Bai Ye reaching for the ball, but when he rushed in, the ball had already been passed in the completely opposite direction, right into the area he had abandoned. This Eastern kid seemed to be able to predict his every move, always resolving the pressure in the simplest way. What's even more terrifying is that every one of Bai Ye's passes was frighteningly accurate, whether it was a ground ball or an aerial ball, always finding the most comfortable receiving position for Atlético players. Diego began to feel frustrated. His proud physicality was useless against this agile opponent, and he found himself being toyed with. He had to admit that this number 29 was gradually taking control of the rhythm in the midfield in a manner he did. The fans in the stands gradually quieted down, surprised to discover that this East Asian player they had doubted was influencing the match in an unexpected way. Moreover, Bai Ye's playing style was very familiar to Spanish fans. This was so Spanish. Even Coach Manuel on the sidelines nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Garcia clenched his fists tightly. It settled. Bai Ye should be able to stay. This style is exactly what Suddenly a gasp emerged from the stands. It was Bai Ye again. After Cork received the ball in the center, he was surrounded by 2 defenders, and without hesitation, he passed the ball to the incoming Bai Ye before swiftly making a forward run. Understanding Cork's intentions, Bai Ye did not stop the ball, but directly made a pass with precision, sending the ball back to Cork's feet once again. It was a classic 1-2 wall pass that instantly broke through Alcorcon's midfield defense. Cork advanced with the ball, drawing the opposing defenders forward to block him. Meanwhile, Bai Ye did not remain stationary. After passing the ball, he immediately made a forward run, penetrating behind Alcorcon's defense. Cork keenly noticed Bai Ye's movement, and at the moment he was about to challenge the opposing defender, he deftly flicked the ball to Bai Ye, who had moved to the weak side. Bai Ye received the ball, quickly scanning ahead without making excessive adjustments, and sent a precise through ball with his right foot, resembling a surgical incision. The ball pierced through Alcorcon's entire defensive line, landing perfectly in front of the offside beating forward. Thiago instinctively took a touch on this kind of ball, forming a clear chance. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly shot towards the far corner. The ball pierced through the goalkeeper's fingers. It's a goal. Thiago, filled with excitement after scoring, dashed towards the sidelines and immediately pointed at Bai Ye, the one who assisted him. His teammates rushed in, surrounding the two in celebration. Coke smiled as he ruffled Bai Ye's hair, his tone laced with approval. That was a beautiful pass. On the sidelines, head coach Manuel nodded subtly. In that moment, he had made up his mind this kid from Huagua was worth keeping an eye on. Beside him, Garcia excitedly pumped his fist. The fans in the stands, who had initially been skeptical, erupted with cheers, not only celebrating the goal, but also viewing Bai Ye's performance with newfound respect. His positioning, passing, and that penetrating through ball had far exceeded their expectations. In a corner of the noisy stands, 2 men in casual suits were conversing softly. The older one was veteran scout Bernal alongside his assistant Javier. "Did you notice that number 29? Bernal tilted his chin slightly. His decision-making in the last few minutes has been quite sharp. Javier quickly jotted down notes in his notebook, smart movement, reasonable passing choices, especially the vision and precision of that last pass. They were scouts from the local team Getafe, and teams like theirs often had to sift through the youth training camps of La Liga's top teams to find some overlooked talent. Players deemed unworthy by others could sometimes prove to be incredibly useful for them. Just then a sinister voice interrupted from the side. He just got lucky. The two turned their heads to see a young man filled with resentment staring intently at the field. This was Mario, who had failed to make the matchday squad. He had come specifically to watch, hoping to see Bai Ye embarrass himself. When Bai Ye was knocked down repeatedly at the start, he had laughed and mocked along with the crowd. But now he was consumed with anger. Bernal and Javier exchanged a knowing smile, ignoring this emotion. Having seen countless players, they had their own standards of judgment. Mario, feeling ignored, grew even more agitated. I trained with him. He has no talent, it's all luck. Bernal merely shot him a glance before returning his focus to the field. Javier replied calmly, whether it's luck or not we'll know after watching a few more touches. Mario wanted to argue, but was interrupted by the sudden cheers erupting around them. The match had restarted, and Bai Ye skillfully evaded defenders again, delivering a forward pass. The two scouts instinctively leaned forward. Mario watched the familiar yet foreign figure on the field, ultimately slamming his fist into his knee, swallowing all his resentment. At that moment he felt that the whole world doubted him. Why couldn't they believe that Bai Ye was just lucky? After all this time training together, didn't he know Bai Ye's worth? I want to see how long you can keep this up. Mario squeezed out this sentence between clenched teeth, eagerly anticipating the moment Bai Ye's facade would crumble. He had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind. When that time came, he would surely use the sharpest words to mock him, then generously accept this companion who had fallen back into the mire, telling him, look, in the end, the only one standing by you is me, Mario. On the field, the attack from Atletico's B team ended with Thiago's long-range shot soaring over the crossbar. Bai Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, unfazed. He understood that his primary task in this match was to showcase his abilities and earn a chance to stay, rather than demanding his teammates capitalize on every opportunity. Moreover, that assist had already fulfilled the system's first task for him. Although the rewards would be settled post-match, it undoubtedly boosted his confidence. Products from the system are always of high quality. Whether it was a lethal through ball or a short pass from Byerlin, both had given him remarkable combat effectiveness. He centered himself once more, refocusing on the match. After conceding a goal, Alcorcon had clearly stepped up their intensity. Most players in the team were in their 20s with limited talent, but rich experience. They knew well how to use their bodies to suppress these teenagers. In an instant, Atletico's B team found themselves on the back foot, with opponents continuously creating shooting opportunities. De Gea made a spectacular save and finally couldn't help but yell at the defense, mark your man. Where's the defense? Even Koch, who was usually calm, felt helpless. He craved to attack, to push forward, but the whole team was suppressed, struggling to organize effective passes. He instinctively scanned the field for teammates, his gaze finally settling on Bai Ye. He had come to view Bai Ye as one of the few players capable of keeping up with his rhythm and understanding his intentions. A breakthrough finally appeared. After a successful defensive play, Atletico's B team quickly launched a counterattack. Koch, upon receiving the ball, instinctively sought out Bai Ye for a combination play. This had become his automatic choice. Even he himself was unaware of when this trust had been established. Bai Ye understood immediately, making a quick run. Without stopping the ball, he passed it back to Koch. Koch likewise did not stop the ball, but returned it to Bai Ye. This fluid 1-2 combination allowed the two to seamlessly tear through Alcorcon's midfield defense. Diego attempted to make a physical challenge, but couldn't touch him. Bai Ye advanced down the right flank. His raw speed wasn't exceptional, and the defending player quickly closed into cover. However, at that moment, Bai Ye keenly observed a redand white figure sprinting down the left flank. It was the team's left winger, Sergio. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye sent a precise diagonal long pass. The ball traced a clear arc, evading the defenders and perfectly landing on Sergio's path. Though Bai Ye's strength lay in short passes, the accuracy and timing of this long pass were sufficient to break through the defense. Sergio charged down the left, forcing Alcorcon's defense to shift towards him. Just as the opposing defender was about to block, Sergio decisively played the ball back to the edge of the penalty area. Koch, who had been making a forward run, arrived just in time and struck the ball fiercely. The ball flew toward the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper Merck dove desperately for the save, but he was just a fraction too late. Koch's shot was too cunning. Swish! The ball hit the net, sending white waves rippling across the goal. Atletico Madrid B team scores again. The players excitedly embrace and celebrate. Even the usually stern Manuel cheers with a raised fist. However, his gaze did not linger on the goal scorer Koch or the assister Sergio, but instead fixated on the seemingly unremarkable initiator Bai Ye. What he saw was an organizational core who played with his mind, lacking astonishing speed and physique, yet possessing a vision beyond his years, precise passing and calm judgment. A rough diamond in need of polishing, Manuel silently assessed a hint of barely perceptible expectation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps Atletico is about to unveil another genius. In the stands, Bernal's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. He tightly clutched his notebook and whispered to his assistant beside him, "We must sign him at all costs and bring him to Getafe." His gaze persistently followed the figure of the number 29 on the field. Look at his passing choices, his positional awareness. This maturity is completely unlike that of a youth team player. Getafe needs such a brain to organize the attack. Assistant Javier quickly noted, but his physical confrontational ability is indeed a problem. Bernal interrupted, "We can customize a training plan for him. He's still young. What's crucial is that he possesses a talent that money cannot buy, an innate field vision and passing intuition. Getafe can offer him first-team opportunities which Atletico cannot." Saying this, he glanced at the Atletico coaching staff cheering for the goal, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. While Atletico has yet to fully realize his value, we must act first. This young man from Huagua will be Getafe's most important signing next season. He has already begun to conceive the scout report for the club in his mind, the title already forming a rough diamond overlooked by Atletico, the value of Bai Ye to Getafe's tactical system. Not far from them, Mario was now completely frozen in place. His eyes stared blankly at the field, his face etched with disbelief and struggle. He certainly understood football, and even more so he recognized that Bai Ye's display of passing vision and organizational ability over the past few minutes was no coincidence. Every precise transfer, every perfectly timed run silently shattered his last shred of hope. Yet he was unwilling to admit it. It's a fluke. This must be a fluke. His lips trembled slightly, unconsciously repeating this phrase, as if it were a spell to dispel all unease. However, even he couldn't distinguish whether these words were meant to deride Bai Ye or to desperately comfort the reality-shaken self. The first half of the match was drawing to a close amidst fierce confrontation. Atletico be relying on the midfield control of Bai Ye, and Coke had a few opportunities, but forward Thiago squandered 2 golden chances, missing an unknown shot and heading the ball over the crossbar. On the other side, Alcorcon also had their chances, utilizing a quick counterattack to form an unknown opportunity, but their final shot similarly lacked precision, easily collected by De Gea. Bai Ye performed excellently in this half. Although he had no more direct assists, he organized the team's offense multiple times through precise transfers and adjustments. His steady passing and clear thinking had become an indispensable metronome in the midfield. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 20. Returning to the locker room, Manuel walked straight to Bai Ye, patted his shoulder in front of the entire team, and spoke with a calm, yet undeniable affirmation, "Well played. Rest well, you won't need to go back on in the second half." He paused briefly, scanning Bai Ye, and exceptionally adding, "You've already shown me your value, and that is enough." Hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes instantly lit up. Was he staying on the team? Bai Ye suppressed the surging emotions, raising his eyes to look at Manuel. At this moment, Manuel had turned to the entire team, his tone returning to its usual calm as he began to strategize for the second half. Keep the defensive formation compact, regain possession immediately after conceding a goal, and do not give them an easy chance to organize. Just then Kirk leaned in, gently bumping Bai Ye with his shoulder, and whispered, "Congratulations." He smiled at Bai Ye, his eyes filled with genuine recognition. "Let's continue to work together in the second half." Although Kirk was young, he was already well aware of the harsh realities of professional football. He could see that Bai Ye had fought hard for a glimmer of hope through his own efforts and the undeniable performance from the previous half. Such a person, possessing both perseverance and hidden talent, deserved his respect and even friendship. Bai Ye took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and nodded at Kirk. At that moment, the tension that had held him tight for the entire first half finally loosened, followed by a wave of fatigue and a faint glimmer of hope he dared not reveal. As the second half began, the game settled into a more stable rhythm. Under Manuel's tactical arrangement, Atletico Madrid be focused on solid defense while maintaining pressure in the midfield and attack, leaving Alcorcon little room to launch their offense. Kirk continued to orchestrate the rhythm in midfield, but without Bai Ye's support and linking play, the team's offensive transitions noticeably lacked the previous flow and sharpness. Although Alcorcon attempted to counterattack, creating a few long-range shots and crossing opportunities, they failed to truly threaten the goal guarded by De Gea. In the end, the score was fixed at 2-0, and Atletico Madrid be successfully secured 3 points at home. As hundreds of fans celebrated the victory in the stands, and teammates were all smiles. Bai Ye couldn't help but smile broadly. It was not just the victory. It was also because the task reward had been: Task 1, achieve your first assist or goal in the Segunda B League status. Completed. Reward, new talent Barong escape. Bai Ye didn't have time to look closely, he only knew that it was another master-level talent. He joined his teammates in this time, even De Gea took the initiative to celebrate with him, and anyone could see that this young boy from Huagua would be somewhat different after this match. Perhaps his starting position would be secured. At this moment, those who had questioned Manuel's decision to start Bai Ye before the match completely understood. Bai Ye deserved to be a starter. Back in the locker room, while showering, Bai Ye hurriedly checked his new talent. Barong escape, inherited from the midfield master Barong of the Super La Coruña era, featuring a unique escape technique in tight spaces. Talent effect slightly enhances dribbling attributes, as well as balance and agility, significantly increasing the probability of successfully escaping tight defense through rhythm changes and simple feints in the moment of receiving the ball or in confined spaces. Creating a synergistic effect with Barong's short pass, successful escapes will create more time and broader vision for subsequent passes. After understanding his new talent, Bai Ye wasted no time. He quickly finished his shower and joined his teammates, heading back to the Espino training base. On the way, Kirk was pretending to hit De Gea's shoulder with a towel, while De Gea exaggeratedly dodged, shouting jokes in Spanish. Thiago mimicked Bai Ye's somewhat clumsy evasive move from the match, drawing laughter from everyone. Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle and playfully punched Thiago on the back. A group of young players chased, shoved, and laughed in the sunlight with youthful vigor and the joy of victory flowing freely among them. Against this backdrop, Mario and Pildos appeared at the other end of the path. Pildos watched the scene from afar, pausing his steps. He looked at Bai Ye surrounded by teammates laughing and having fun, the natural sense of belonging starkly contrasting with the silent training partner he remembered, who always seemed out of place in the corner of the locker room. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Pildos' eyes, quickly transforming into a faint and somewhat understanding smile as he murmured to himself, "That's wonderful." He genuinely felt happy for this former companion who had once been in a similar situation. Meanwhile, Mario seemed to be rooted to the spot. The scene before him was particularly glaring. The celebration of victory, the acceptance by teammates, the carefree ease that belonged to winners. None of this should have been related to him, and he was unwilling to look. But what weighed heavily on his chest was Bai Ye's face beaming in the sunset. Once it was a face that, like his, could only silently drag a weary body back to a cold dormitory after training, yet now it radiated the brilliance of the core circle. Mario's expression instantly darkened, his lips pressed tightly together. He forced himself to look away, as if merely looking at that boisterous joy was a torment. The unwillingness and bitterness in his chest churned violently. He couldn't understand why it was Bai Ye who integrated so quickly. What gave him the right? What had he sacrificed? Was it just a pass? Why? In the end, he forcefully and almost violently pulled Pildos' arm, his voice cold and hard. "Let's go. Back to the dormitory." Bai Ye didn't even notice Mario and the others. He was thinking about how to continue showcasing his abilities and get into the top league as soon as possible. At that moment, assistant coach Garcia's voice came from behind Bai Ye. Everyone stopped, and Bai Ye turned to see Garcia waving at him from a distance. He jogged over, and Garcia, with a somewhat inscrutable seriousness on his face, calmly said, "Go pack your This statement made Bai Ye's heart sink, and his smile froze instantly. He stood there in a daze, the worst thoughts racing through his mind. Was his performance in the first half not enough? Was the team going to let him go? Garcia looked at his suddenly tense expression and burst into laughter, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "What are you thinking? You're being moved to a double room." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice with encouragement. "Keep up the good work, kid. If you keep developing like this, by the end of the season you might get a single room. If you can sign a professional contract, hey, then you can rent a nice place outside with your salary that's really comfortable." This sudden good news made Bai Ye let out a long breath, the immense joy instantly dispelling his earlier anxiety. Before he could thank him, his teammates had already surrounded him, smiling and congratulating him. "That's great, Bai Ye." Thiago ruffled his hair. Kirk chimed in with a smile, curiously asking Garcia, "Who's his roommate?" Garcia laughed heartily. "He doesn't have a roommate yet. He's the only one in that double room, which is just empty." Kirk's eyes brightened, and he quickly added, "Perfect, assign it to me." He turned to Bai Ye with a smile, explaining, "I usually stay at home, but I can stay here on match days or when practice runs late." He looked back at Garcia. "Coach, is that okay?" Bai Ye was naturally willing. Getting closer to Kirk, the team's core player who recognized his abilities the most, was exactly what he wanted. Garcia looked at the two and nodded readily. "Sure, I'll arrange it." "Let's go." Kirk seemed in good spirits as he threw an arm around Bai Ye's shoulder. "I'll help you pack." Amid the friendly teasing from his teammates, Kirk accompanied Bai Ye toward the previously crowded four-person dormitory. As they walked toward this new beginning, Bai Ye's steps felt especially light. The old dormitory, filled with a sense of despair, and those days devoid of hope, would finally become his past. Bai Ye and Kirk walked toward the previously crowded four-person dormitory, chatting and laughing. Just as they reached the door, Mario and Pildos happened to walk by. The four of them collided in the narrow hallway, and the air instantly froze. Mario's gaze first landed on Bai Ye, then suddenly fixed on Kirk beside him. His pupils suddenly constricted, the color draining from his face, as if he had seen something utterly impossible and glaring. Kirk, the absolute core and genius of the team, was now alone with Bai Ye. Pildos was also taken aback. His eyes quickly scanned Bai Ye, then glanced at Kirk, finally landing on the bag Bai Ye was holding to pack his belongings. He instantly understood, his lips moving slightly. Bai Ye, what's this? Mario's breathing suddenly became heavy, his eyes fixed on Bai Ye. Bai Ye ignored Mario's gaze, his tone flat, as if merely stating an ordinary fact, speaking to Pildos. I'm here to pack my things and move to the new dormitory. New dormitory? Mario laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke, suddenly speaking up. What new dormitory? What right do you have to move? The coach moved him to a double room. Kirk frowned and answered the question for Bai Ye. His arm still casually draped over Bai Ye's shoulder, this protective posture and natural tone pierced through Mario's last psychological defense like a sharp knife. Double room. Mario yelled, uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead. What right does he have? Is Mr. Garcia out of his mind? Or did you cast some spell on him? His accusations were absurd and jarring, echoing in the hallway. Kirk's expression turned completely cold. Pildos instinctively tugged at Mario's arm, but he was violently shrugged off. Bai Ye no longer looked at him. He merely nodded at Kirk and Pildos, sidestepping past the frozen Mario, and pushed the door open to enter the dormitory that was soon to become a thing of the past. This act of ignoring was more lethal than any words. Mario felt as if all his strength had been drained, frozen in place, watching Bai Ye go in to pack, watching Kirk follow him, and naturally, without even giving him another glance. Between them, an invisible, yet massive chasm had opened up. Bai Ye's gaze had already turned to the farther horizon, while Mario remained trapped in place, ensnared by endless jealousy and resentment. Pildos stood beside the crumbling Mario, his gaze penetrating through the open door, watching Bai Ye efficiently packing his belongings, and occasionally, helping with things beside him was Kirk. He witnessed firsthand how Bai Ye had risen from repeated extra training and struggles to reach today. At that moment, an unprecedented clarity struck him. Effort truly does bring rewards. Talent may vary, but lying down and complaining guarantees nothing. He silently clenched his fists, glancing at Mario beside him, who was acting almost mad, still immersed in resentment, and for the first time, he clearly drew a line in his mind. He took a gentle breath, no longer attempting to soothe Mario. Some people are destined to no longer be companions on the same journey. The next day, at the Espino base, in the office of the sports director, Carmenero was taken aback by a phone call. He had just received a call from the youth training director of Getafe. The other party wanted to purchase a youth player from Atlético Madrid. Bai Ye. After hanging up, Carmenero slowly placed the receiver back on the desk, and the office fell silent again, but the rhythm of his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table revealed a hint of amusement after being interrupted. Bai Ye. He murmured this unfamiliar name, furrowing his brow as he searched his memory for any recollection of it, but found nothing. A player who could prompt Getafe to proactively inquire about a transfer, even offering a fee of 100,000 euros, should not be so obscure, having completely escaped his attention. 100,000 euros. For a young player struggling in lower-tier leagues, whose name hadn't even reached his level, this was no ordinary offer. It must have been backed by persistent scouting and value assessment. He pondered for a moment, then pressed the internal call button, his tone returning to its usual calmness and efficiency. Please prepare a detailed report on the B-team player, named Bai Ye, Chinese nationality. Yes, deliver it to my office as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, he gazed out the window, as if he could see through the distance toward the Espino training base. It seemed that there was a story hidden in the B-team's roster that he had overlooked. Not long after, Carmenero looked at the report on Bai Ye in his hand, his brow furrowed. In round 26 of the Segunda B first start, played 45 minutes, contributed 1 assist. He softly read the key information, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, previously long on the bench, with almost no playing record. This resume was pitifully thin. In a team like Atlético Madrid's B team, which primarily aims to develop young players, receiving the first starting opportunity only towards the end of the season seemed to indicate many underlying issues. It seems indeed that his potential is limited. Carmenero made a preliminary judgment. The 100,000 euros offered by Getafe seemed to be quite a bargain for a young player he had no prior impression of and who appeared to be underutilized by the B team. He was almost immediately inclined to agree to the transfer. However, due to professional habits, he decided to first hear the opinions of the direct manager. He connected to the internal phone of the B team head coach Manuel. Manuel, regarding a player from your B team, named Bai Ye, Carmenero got straight to the point. Getafe just inquired about him, willing to offer 100,000 euros. I noticed his playing record is quite limited, and if you don't have any special plans, I am inclined to sell. He had not finished his sentence when he was abruptly interrupted by Manuel's suddenly elevated and almost frantic voice. No way. Absolutely not. Manuel's voice was filled with incredulous urgency. Jose. This deal cannot be made right now. Carmenero was taken aback by this intense reaction. Manuel, calm down. His data is not outstanding. 100,000 euros for a player of his level. Data cannot explain everything. Manuel urgently rebutted. Yes, I admit I can't guarantee he will definitely become a top star in the future, but he is by no means mediocre. He is a rough gem that needs patient polishing. He took a deep breath, striving to make his tone more assertive and persuasive. Trust me, he is a very special player. Many of his talents cannot be seen on the reports. He has just begun to adapt, just begun to show his worth. 100,000 euros. Selling him now would be a tremendous short-sightedness. What he needs is not to be traded, but more game time and continuous observation. On the other end of the line, Carmenero fell silent. He did not expect Manuel to give such a high evaluation and such a resolute protective attitude toward a young player who had only started once. Carmenero paused. Manuel's strong opposition forced him to re-evaluate this seemingly bargain. All right, he finally said. I respect your professional judgment. Let's temporarily shelve this deal. But Manuel, I need to see the progress and potential you mentioned, and it must be verified as soon as possible through results and performances. I will, Manuel assured firmly. After hanging up, Carmenero looked again at the brief report bearing Bai Ye's name, his expression now completely different. Perhaps he had almost missed an interesting story because of cold data. Carmenero thought about how he could watch a match of Atlético Madrid's B team at home one day to see what characteristics this player named Bai Ye had that made Manuel so resolutely refuse to sell. As a versatile midfielder and the core of Atlético Madrid's double champion team in the 1990s, a hexagonal warrior, Carmenero certainly had his own insight. Training ground. The sun was just right, the grass giving off a faint heat. Bai Ye and his teammates were diligently training according to Manuel's requirements. Mario was not present on the training ground. From the moment Bai Ye moved out of the old dormitory, he had completely severed ties with the past represented by Mario. For him, this was a release and also an inevitable step forward. In fact, Mario could no longer remain in his youth training contract had not yet expired, but no other teams were willing to take him on. After Garcia learned the details of the conflict in the dormitory corridor yesterday from Coke, he made the final decision to demote Mario to the U19 team. Garcia was completely disappointed with this player who was obsessed with complaints and refused to grow. Since you are unwilling to seize opportunities, then go calm down in a lower age group team. His approach was straightforward and decisive, leaving no room for doubt. Putting aside these distractions, during a break in training, Bai Ye glanced at the system interface and unexpectedly found that his strength attribute had quietly increased by 1 point. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed his path to becoming stronger was very clear. Of course, all of this hinged on diligent training. In the following days, training continued in an orderly manner. For these young players in the training camp, the daily rhythm of life was generally similar, somewhat mundane. During breaks from training, their favorite topic often revolved around girls. The teenagers in their adolescence seemed to possess inexhaustible energy driven by their genes. They yearned not only to run freely on the field, but also to experience another form of sprinting outside of it. Whenever such topics arose in the locker room or during breaks, Bai Ye often appeared somewhat out of place. He had almost no social circle outside of football in Spain, and his life revolved entirely around the team. His range of activities was extremely fixed. Apart from going to away matches, his world was limited to the Espino training base and the surrounding area within a kilometer. In the past, this isolation was due to no one wanting to accompany him. Now, however, the situation had changed and teammates began to invite him to join gatherings or outings. However, facing these invitations, Bai Ye always smiled and shook his head in refusal. For him, extra training to improve attributes was the true path. As March arrived, Atlético Madrid's first match was set to be away against Merino Luenco. This team was also not particularly strong. It was a team from the coastal town of Luenco in the Asturias region of Spain. Founded in 1968, the team had a long history but lacked notable achievements, often lingering in the lower-tier regional leagues of Spain. The team's scale was very small with a limited budget, and their home stadium usually could only accommodate a few thousand spectators. The team's survival strategy often relied on tenacious overall defense and physical confrontations to make up for its deficiencies in technique and personal ability compared to youth training teams with La Liga resources. Regardless of the opponent's strength, the most important news for Bai Ye was simply this: he had once again gained a starting opportunity. Before the match, head coach Manuel specifically walked over to him and briefly said, "Perform well." Bai Ye did not understand why the coach was suddenly willing to give him more trust, but he knew he must seize this opportunity. The match took place in a small stadium in Luenco, which could only accommodate just over 2,000 people. The opponents immediately employed their familiar tactics at the start, using physical confrontations and somewhat rough fouls to disrupt the game's rhythm, trying to throw the more technically skilled Atlético Madrid youth players into chaos. Sure enough, Many young players from Atletico Madrid's B team appeared clumsy under such lumberjack tactics, with increased passing errors. Right from the start, Luenko launched an attacking combination, and their forward made a world-class shot that just went slightly off target. This made Manuel a bit annoyed. He shouted at the players, "What are you all doing? Focus." He was very angry that the team's rhythm was disrupted due to the opponent's pressing. However, what surprised Manuel was that Bai Ye, who looked the most fragile among the team, turned out to be the calm. Faced with the opponent's fierce pressing and squeezing from midfield, he remained unflustered, using deft touches, turns, and changes of rhythm to navigate gracefully in tight spaces repeatedly, resolving the pressing with seemingly leisurely movements, delivering the ball securely. His calm demeanor, which was so out of place with the intense confrontations, even transformed the boos from the home fans in the stands into a few surprised gasps. Manuel nodded slightly. Soon the match reached the 7th minute. Bai Ye, under the pressure of two opponents, first feigned a back pass, and then cleverly pulled the ball with his foot, instantly freeing himself from the crowd. Before the opposing defender could close in, he raised his head for a moment and spotted an opening, kicking off a precise ground pass. The ball pierced through the defense like it was guided by precision, heading straight for his teammate Thiago's running path. Wow! A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. After receiving the ball, Thiago calmly took a shot, sending the football steadily into the net. He then excitedly rushed towards the sidelines to celebrate. For a young man, scoring in such a match naturally brings exhilaration. However, the gaze of everyone on the sidelines, including coaches, substitute players, and even some home fans, did not immediately lock onto the goal scorer, but rather collectively turned towards the young player from Huabua, who had just assisted Bai Ye. It was he who, with an effortless evasion, broke through the fierce encirclement of the opposing team, and it was he who delivered a pass as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, tearing apart the entire defense. Bai Ye completed the most creative and challenging part of this attack. On the sidelines, Manuel, who had been serious all along, finally couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth slightly rise, revealing a rare smile. He looked at the Eastern youth, who was calmly high-fiving his teammates, feeling an overwhelming admiration welling up inside him. This boy, he silently thought to himself, has truly found his spark. He has come alive. This was not just a goal or an assist, but a testament to his ability and a leap of confidence. He seemed to see a piece of uncut jade shedding its rough exterior at a visible speed, revealing its inner warm and dazzling brilliance. Behind him, Garcia's eyes were shining brightly, his fists clenched tightly, and his face bore an unabashedly ecstatic smile. "Good lad," he exclaimed almost instinctively, his voice filled with excitement and pride. At this moment, the emotions surging within him were far more complex and intense than those of others, from tearing up that defamatory facts from Huagua in the office to withstanding pressure to secure a valuable opportunity for Bai Ye. Though Manuel ultimately decided to start Bai Ye, it was Garcia who fought for this chance for him. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Mario, with no chances at all, simply being cut. He had always believed that this quiet young man from Huagua had overlooked brilliance. Now Bai Ye repaid his trust in the most direct and spectacular way, proving that his judgment was not wrong. Garcia knew better than anyone how much sweat Bai Ye had shed off the training field. Those early morning and late evening practices, those unnoticed repetitive drills, had finally culminated in this decisive moment on the pitch. This was not just talent, but the fruit of hard work, which moved him immensely. The match continued. The players from Marino Luenko looked at Bai Ye with an eye that had quietly changed. The previous contempt had vanished, replaced by a perplexing and elusive confusion. This seemingly not-so-strong Eastern boy was like a slippery loach on the field, always able to evade their attempts to physically overpower him with deft turns and changes in rhythm, causing them to repeatedly miss. Time flew by, and after Bai Ye evaded a challenge and past the opponents knocked him down, the referee quickly called a foul. Coke ran past Bai Ye, helped him up, patted his shoulder, and briefly praised, "Well done." Bai Ye simply nodded, adjusted his socks, and focused his gaze back on the pitch. The home fans in the stands began to show signs of anxiety. They could clearly sense the objective gap in strength between the two teams. At the pitch, it was a free kick for Atletico B. After both teams took their positions, the referee's whistle signaled the kick. Bang! Coke took the free kick. He struck fiercely, but instead of lofting the ball to the center, it curved sharply, accurately finding Bai Ye, who was lurking in the empty space on the right. Bai Ye skillfully controlled the ball, unhesitatingly advancing with it. The defenders immediately became alert, quickly collapsing and trying to block his path and passing angles. Just as the encirclement was about to close in, Bai Ye did not hesitate. He decisively kicked and sent a ground level. The football passed through the crowd, as if calculated, precisely rolling perfectly towards Thiago, who was near. The pass was so sudden and precise that Thiago seemed completely unprepared for Bai Ye to deliver the ball amid the encirclement, starting slightly slower, watching the football slide past his eyes. Wow! A mix of relief and regret erupted from the stands in a sudden gasp. The home fans gasped at the pass that almost caused a disaster, while a few traveling Atlético fans lamented with their heads in their hands, feeling immense regret over the missed opportunity. However, before their sighs could settle, a red figure dashed in like lightning from the left side. He did not slow down at all, meeting the ball without any adjustment, directly swinging his right foot for a powerful shot. Bang! The football shot out like a cannonball, making a clear thud as it slammed into the net. 2-0. Beautiful. The traveling Atlético fans erupted in cheers, their voices overwhelming the entire stadium. Meanwhile, the home fans who had just been relieved fell into complete silence, many unable to believe their eyes as they held their heads in disbelief, watching the scoreboard change once more. On the sidelines, Coach Manuel couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration. He was very pleased with the layered approach and final execution of this attack. More importantly, he was impressed by Bai Ye's performance. Manuel felt as if he were not seeing a young player, but a midfield maestro who knew when to be fast and when to be slow. It was played so rationally. In the stands, Getafe scout Bernal's gaze never left Bai Ye. He had specifically come to this match just to watch him. When that line-splitting cross was sent from Bai Ye's foot once again, he nearly jumped from his seat. My God! He gasped in amazement, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. That vision, the timing and precision of the pass. This is definitely a prodigious midfield talent. Each of Bai Ye's effortless evasions and seemingly casual but deadly accurate passes intensified the desire within him. I must secure him, Bernal said to himself through gritted teeth, his tone filled with undeniable determination. I must take him to Getafe at the fastest speed, while Atlético has not yet realized his value, and before other teams focus their attention. He could already foresee that once this young Huagua midfielder was honed on a higher-level stage, he would unleash an incredibly brilliant light. And Getafe must become the first place this brilliance shines upon. He subconsciously clenched his fists as if he had already regarded this future midfield cornerstone as a target that must not be missed. Just as Bernal was lost in thoughts about how to sign Bai Ye, a sudden uproar erupted from the stands, instantly snapping his attention back to the pitch. On the field, Bai Ye and Coke completed a clever and quick wall pass in the center. Bai Ye first smartly withdrew to receive, then delivered a clean and crisp pass to Coke's feet, quickly turning to move forward. Coke understood immediately and almost simultaneously sent a through ball to the running Bai Ye. With their excellent synergy and concise passing, they instantly tore through Marino Luanco's midfield defense. Wow! The fans' gasps did not cease. They had never seen such a scene in the Segunda B, which they thought could only be executed by teams like Barcelona and Real Madrid. Bai Ye charged into the edge of the penalty area, drawing the attention of the opposing center-back. Just as the defender shifted his weight, Bai Ye did not seek glory, and instead he calmly made a short pass back to Coke, who was unmarked. An excellent shooting opportunity. Coke prepared to shoot, attempting to finish the attack with a powerful strike. However, perhaps the opportunity came too easily, and he sought too much power, causing his ankle to strike the ball incorrectly, leading to a somewhat deformed shooting motion. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the ball soared high into the stands. Wow! The crowd erupted with a mixture of great regret and a hint of relief. Coke stood there, hands on his hips, his face filled with frustration. He instinctively turned to Bai Ye, smiling sheepishly, raising his hands in apology, and called out to Bai Ye, "My bad. That pass you made was too perfect. I was too excited and focused solely on power." His tone carried a hint of embarrassment, yet was filled with recognition of Bai Ye's perfectly timed pass. Seeing this, Bai Ye simply smiled, forgivingly waved his hand to indicate it was okay. He understood that sometimes being overly excited could lead to a missed opportunity. A brilliant collaboration ultimately ended with a somewhat comical high shot. Yet the quick and tacit understanding of passing and running created an absolute opportunity that even Manuel on the sidelines nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Bernal in the stands felt an even more intense glow in his eyes. Such scenes had almost become a microcosm of the entire match. The midfield duo of Bai Ye and Coke continuously exerted immense pressure on Marino Luanco's defense. Their short passes, wall plays, and precise long passes repeatedly tore through the opponent's defensive formation, pushing the waves of attack toward the heart of the opponent's penalty area. However, the progress of the match did not fully translate into goals. As the frontline spearhead, Thiago repeatedly squandered excellent scoring opportunities. Whether it was Bai Ye's exquisite through ball or Coke's return pass after creating space, he either started slightly slower, lacked precision at the crucial moment, or missed opportunities in confrontations. His ability to seize opportunities seemed exceptionally poor that day. This meant that although Marino Luanco's goal was under constant threat, as if it could be breached at any moment, they miraculously maintained a clean sheet time and again. The goalkeeper made remarkable saves, defenders were tirelessly blocking shots with their bodies, and the entire team, relying on fierce will and a bit of luck, struggled to keep the scoreline in suspense. This situation of having the upper hand but failing to score caused the Atletico coaching staff on the sidelines to frown deeply. Thiago himself was close to tears. Damn it. Damn it. He cursed himself madly in his heart. So many opportunities. What the hell? Damn it, how come I can't seize any of these chances? If I don't score, how will the coach see me? The competition in the youth team is incredibly fierce. But the more anxious he became, the more he couldn't score. Just as Thiago's mindset was on the verge of collapsing, Bai Ye became his savior. Bai Ye received Coke's pass from a position slightly right of center. Facing the advance of two opponents, he did not choose to force his way through or hastily cross, but calmly observed his teammates' movements. In that instant, he keenly captured the image of Thiago instinctively making a run towards the corner of the small penalty area. Without hesitation, Bai Ye subtly flicked his right ankle, sending a ground-level curving ball. This pass was not fast, but carried strong spin, cleverly bypassing the interception of the front defender and accurately finding Thiago, who was unmarked near the penalty spot. The football comfortably rolled to Thiago's preferred shooting foot. This time Thiago made almost no adjustment. The frustration, anxiety, and self-doubt that had been suppressed throughout the match transformed into instinctive reaction at the moment of contact. He calmly took a shot. The football skimmed along the grass, precisely drilling into the far corner of the goal. It's a goal. The Atletico B players erupted in jubilation. Before the half was over, it was 3-0. Thiago was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe the ball had truly entered the net. Then immense joy and a sense of relief washed over him like a tsunami. He turned around and madly rushed towards Bai Ye, who had assisted him, his eyes red, nearly lifting him off the ground. Bai Ye, thank you. Thank you so much. He shouted incoherently, his voice choked. The goal finally allowed him to release all the pressure. Coke said to Bai Ye, to be honest, I must admit you are stronger than me, at least in tight spaces. I can't escape or make such a pass, but you can. Bai Ye laughed heartily. But you're much stronger at advancing. Your explosiveness and ability to carry the ball forward are something I simply cannot match. He was speaking the truth. His current skill set lay in quick evasion, calm observation, and delivering lethal short passes and through balls. If he were to carry the ball long distances like Coke and force his way through the defense, he would indeed be powerless. This is precisely why their technical characteristics form a perfect complement. One excels in intricate work in tight spaces, delivering fatal passes. The other excels in carrying the ball forward, breaching defenses, and linking the midfield and front line. On the sidelines, Coach Manuel crossed his arms, silently watching the two midfield partners who were getting along so well, his eyes flickering with undeniable admiration and expectation, silently whispering to himself, the B team finally found its dual core. He even began to anticipate whether this increasingly harmonious midfield duo could one day grow into the absolute core that supports the first team of Atletico Madrid. After so many years of turmoil, was Atletico finally on the verge of finding their midfield answer? Just like Xavi and Iniesta at Barcelona. He did not know the answer. But he had now made up his mind. He had to keep Bai Ye, and it was time to offer him a professional. Luang's players were clearly overwhelmed by Atletico Madrid B. For the remainder of the first half, they adopted a resolute defensive posture. Bai Ye was subjected to intense man-marking. Yet this remained a youth team. Despite constant interplay between Coke and Bai Ye seeking openings, their teammates' movement and tactical awareness fell short. Consequently, they failed to generate any clear-cut chances. Soon the halftime whistle sounded and Atletico Madrid B retreated to the dressing room with a commanding 30 lead. Unlike the usual animated tactical debates, today's atmosphere in the locker room felt distinctly different. Players' glances drifted repeatedly, intentionally or not, toward Bai Ye, seated quietly in the corner sipping water. Head coach Manuel entered last, closing the door firmly behind him to shut out the external clamor. He did not immediately launch into tactical analysis. Instead, he scanned the room slowly, his gaze finally settling upon Bai Ye. Silence descended instantly. The players knew the coach had something important to say. In the first half, we played exceptionally well, Manuel said, his voice calm, yet imbued with unassailable. Those 3 goals were the fruit of collective effort. But his tone sharpened. One individual through an astonishing performance revitalized our entire midfield and directly created all 3 goal-scoring opportunities. He didn't need to name him. Everyone already knew. Bai Ye. Manuel stated his name plainly. 45 minutes. 3 assists. He dismantled the opposition outright. With each word, the players' eyes brightened further, admiration and envy radiating openly from their expressions. They had lived those statistics firsthand, yet hearing them solemnly affirmed by the head coach lent them an entirely new. Manuel approached Bai Ye, not as a superior issuing judgment, but with a near-equal respect. Son, lift your head. His gaze locked onto Bai Ye's eyes, his voice, though quiet, resonated clearly throughout the locker room. I remember vividly. You sat at the very end of the bench not long ago, overlooked by nearly everyone. But tell me, and tell every person in this room, what brought you here today? The question was directed at Bai Ye, yet it echoed for the entire squad. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bai Ye understood precisely what Manuel sought to hear. Meeting his coach's gaze, he replied calmly and firmly, "Training, coach. Day after day without exception." "Exactly. Training." Manuel's voice surged, and he turned to address the whole team. "Sweat. Effort. Perseverance. That is the answer. No magic, no shortcuts." Bai Ye has proven through action that if you never abandon yourself, if you commit fully to training, then when opportunity arrives you will seize it and change everything. He looked once more at Bai Ye and made an even more extraordinary promise, each word ringing with conviction. "Listen, Bai Ye. I do not make promises lightly. But I tell you now, so long as you sustain this level of performance and attitude at season's end, I will personally submit your name and match report to Atlético Madrid's first-team coaching staff. I may well stake my professional reputation on it. I will advocate wholeheartedly for your inclusion in the first team's summer training camp." A collective gasp erupted, suppressed yet unmistakable. The first team, the sacred sanctuary every youth player dreamed of. Such a public, solemn commitment from the head coach served as the most potent catalyst imaginable. Coke was the first to laugh and slap Bai Ye hard on the back. Thiago offered a look of heartfelt gratitude and encouragement. Others gazed with blazing admiration and surging determination. Manuel watched the scene with quiet satisfaction. He had achieved exactly what he intended, establishing a tangible, visible role model to ignite hope and drive in every player. "All right." He clapped sharply to refocus attention. "Second half, we maintain our rhythm. Now let's go over the defensive details." Seated in the corner, Bai Ye could feel his heartbeat quicken distinctly. Manuel's promise illuminated a clearer, more brilliant path ahead, but Bai Ye also knew the true challenge began only upon reaching the first team. That was the realm of top-tier football, the arena where countless elite talents clashed and competed, and he was ready. Once Manuel concluded the tactical briefing, the locker room buzzed anew with energy. Coke naturally sidled up beside Bai Ye and nudged him playfully with his elbow, his face alight with joy. "Impressive, Bai Ye." He mimicked Manuel's earlier tone, teasing a halftime assist hat-trick. "You're officially a team celebrity." There was not a trace of envy in his voice, only sincere joy for his teammate. Bai Ye smiled sheepishly and shook his head. "Just luck, and honestly many of those passes could have been better." "Come on," Coke waved dismissively, his expression turning earnest. "That kind of vision isn't born of luck alone. Truthfully." He lowered his voice slightly, a wistful gleam in his eye. "If you keep playing like this, maybe in 2 seasons we'll actually share the pitch with the first team." His words hovered somewhere between jest and earnest aspiration. As the Academy's golden boy, Coke's promotion to the senior squad was virtually assured. Yet here he placed Bai Ye on equal footing when envisioning their shared future. Bai Ye felt the profound weight of that recognition. He set aside his smile and nodded solemnly. "Then I'll train even harder to keep pace with you." "Huh?" Coke laughed, throwing an arm around his shoulders. "It's me who needs to keep up with your passing rhythm. Just feed me a few more perfect balls. Let those veteran first-teamers see what we're made of." They exchanged a knowing grin, a friendship rooted in mutual respect and shared ambition quietly blossoming amid easy banter. When the brief break ended, Coke rose and extended his hand to Bai Ye. "Let's go. Time to show them some real color in the second half." The second half commenced, and Atlético Madrid continued to dominate proceedings. Facing Marino Luang's deep, compact, and resolute defensive block, Bai Ye and Coke's midfield partnership persistently carved out promising attacking opportunities through patient build-up and intelligent off-the-ball movement. Bai Ye's incisive, threatening passes remained precise. Coke's late surges into the box carried consistent menace. Yet fortune eluded them. Or perhaps the opposing goalkeeper stood in inspired form, as Thiago and the substitute forward repeatedly missed chances to extend the lead, the ball grazing past the frame on multiple occasions. At the 60-minute mark, with victory assured, Manuel made 2 substitutions. He summoned Bai Ye to the touchline and gently patted his back, signaling him to rest. It was a substitution steeped in protective intent. As a seasoned coach, Manuel understood how vital it was to shield a young player riding a wave of explosive confidence, avoiding overexertion and mitigating injury risk. As Bai Ye walked toward the substitute's bench, traveling Atlético supporters in the stands greeted him with thunder. Finally, the final whistle blew. The full-time score, Atlético Madrid B30, Marino Luang securing all 3 points away from home. Back in the locker room, Bai Ye celebrated with exuberant high-fives while mentally calculating his system tasks. One more match, and task 2 will be complete. He allowed himself a quiet thrill. "I wonder what the next reward will be." As he chatted easily with Coke and De Gea about key moments from the match, assistant coach Garcia approached beam. "Bye, congratulations." Garcia slapped his shoulder emphatically, his praise unmistakably sincere. Bai Ye looked up surprised. A single standout performance hardly warranted such personal congratulations from an assistant coach. Garcia seemed to read his uncertainty but chose not to clarify, instead offering a knowing, enigmatic smile and saying, "Rest well tonight. Be in my office before tomorrow's morning session, you'll find out why." With another encouraging squeeze of Bai Ye's shoulder, he turned to attend to other players. Coke and De Gea exchanged glances, both eyes alight with shared understanding. "Hey, it's definitely good news." Coke nudged Bai Ye with his elbow, utterly confident. De Gea grinned and nodded, that look on Garcia's face. "No doubt about it. Get ready, kid." Hearing his teammate's certainty, and sensing Garcia's cryptic smile, Bai Ye felt a subtle heart-racing premonition stir within him. He drew a slow breath, steadying his racing thoughts, and nodded. Whatever lay ahead, it was undeniably a positive sign, and all he needed to do was stay sharp and keep moving forward. The next morning, Bai Ye arrived punctually at Garcia's office, only to find he wasn't alone. Head coach Manuel and a composed middle-aged man in a suit stood waiting. Caminero waited for Bai Ye to stabilize for a moment before continuing. "Choosing to stay is your first, and perhaps your most correct decision in your career." He looked at Bai Ye with piercing eyes, saying, "Rejecting the temptations before you requires vision, but even more so, it requires composure." Bai Ye met his gaze. Bai Ye nodded slightly. When Manuel introduced himself as Caminero, some memories finally clicked for Bai Ye. This sports director was no ordinary person. He was a legend from Atlético Madrid in the last century. He was not only the heroic captain who led Atlético to win both the League and the Copa del Rey in the 1995-96 season, but also the cornerstone behind Atlético's rise as a European powerhouse in the years to come. It was his leadership in youth training reform and precise recruitment that laid the foundation for the team's revival. Caminero's words brought Bai Ye back to reality. "The club will formulate a detailed training plan for you. Next, you will participate in the full season with the B team, and during the summer training you will have the opportunity to practice with the first team." He leaned slightly forward, his tone intensifying. "Make good use of this opportunity. You are part of Atlético's future plans. We see your talent, but the path to the Calderón Stadium must be paved by your own 2 feet. Do not disappoint Manuel and Garcia's trust, and do not let down the choice you made today." This statement was both an acknowledgement of Bai Ye and a clear indication of the path and responsibilities he must undertake. A contract is merely a beginning. If he truly wanted to become a member of Atlético's first team, he would have to do much more. As Bai Ye left with the contract, Caminero relaxed against the back of his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and spoke first. His gaze swept over the other two. "What do you think of this kid?" Garcia's reaction was the most direct, his face showing unabashed admiration as he eagerly said, "I rarely misjudge people. This kid has a tenacious spirit and a clear goal. You haven't seen how hard he trains. Even when the training lights are off, he stays behind to practice his passing. With such self-discipline and determination, I feel this investment is worthwhile. Not to mention the ability he displayed on the field today to read the game, which cannot be achieved merely through practice." Manuel appeared calmer and more pragmatic, arms crossed as he took over the conversation. "Garcia is right, his football IQ and passing do show signs of talent. But what I value more is his adaptability." He looked at Caminero, analyzing. "You have seen it, his partnership with Coke is simply a match made in heaven. One can push forward and break through, while the other can orchestrate and organize. This complementarity is rare in the youth team. Keeping him would maximize Coke's potential and elevate the B team's attacking system to a new level." Caminero smiled at the two's comments. He gently hummed and said, "You see his diligence and you see his tactical value, both are good. But what I see is a potential and highly worthwhile investment." Caminero's tone softened, revealing a hint of genuine anticipation. "If he grows faster than expected and truly reaches the threshold of the first team, it would be like striking gold for us. After all, a core midfielder cultivated from our own youth training is an invaluable asset." The three exchanged glances, although their perspectives differed, the conclusion was surprisingly unanimous. Keeping Bai Ye was an excellent move. Caminero finally summarized, "Now it's up to you, Manuel. Give him the opportunity, but don't be overzealous. What we need to see is stable and continuous output." Bai Ye, after leaving the office, immediately put the contract behind him. His mind was fully focused on training. The next few days followed the same rhythm, training, extra practice, day after day. During this time, Bai Ye called home. His uncle in Spain, as his mother mentioned, would come to Madrid in a few days to act as a temporary agent. Until one day, after training at the Espino training base in the afternoon, the setting sun dyed the grass a warm golden color. Most of the players had finished showering and were leaving one after another, but Bai Ye stayed on the sidelines practicing short passes and ball control. At that moment, he saw head coach Manuel approaching him with a folder in hand. "Bai Ye." Manuel stood in front of him, his tone as calm as ever. "After training, come to my office." Bai Ye's heart tightened slightly as he quickly nodded. "Okay, coach." 15 minutes later, he gently knocked on the coach's office door. "Come in." Manuel was sitting behind his desk. Assistant coach Garcia was also present. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Manuel did not engage in small talk, directly pushing the folder in his hand across the desk. "Take a seat," he gestured. "This is a personal training plan tailored for you by Coach Garcia and me based on your current technical characteristics and physical condition lasting for weeks." Bai Ye took a deep breath, accepting the folder with both hands and opening it. Inside were several clearly printed forms detailing daily and weekly training focuses, methods, and objectives. Week 1 objective: improve strength and physical foundation. Week 2 objective: establish basic defensive positioning. Week 3 objective: deepen tactical understanding and synergy with teammates. Week 4 objective. Each training item was even marked with suggested completion times and clear evaluation standards. He lifted his head to look at Manuel, his eyes filled with determination. Manuel noted his reaction, slightly leaning forward with his hands crossed on the table, his tone serious and profound. "The club providing you this plan is a recognition of your talent and attitude, but the path must be walked step by step by you. This plan will be tough, will exhaust your stamina, and may even make you doubt yourself. Now tell me your choice. Accept or give up." Bai Ye showed no hesitation. He closed the folder, gripping it tightly, met Manuel's gaze, and spoke clearly and firmly. "Coach, I accept. Thank you for your trust in me and Mr. Garcia. I will not let you down." "Very good." Manuel nodded, a hint of almost imperceptible approval on his face. "Starting from the morning of the day after the next match, Coach Garcia will be waiting for you in the strength room. Don't be late." "Yes." Watching Bai Ye leave, both Manuel and Garcia smiled. Regardless of whether he had talent, just this effort alone is something every coach loves, right? Perhaps talent can determine a player's ceiling, but effort can secure a baseline. The next day, Manuel announced the starting lineup for the upcoming home match against Leganés. Bai Ye still appeared, and now no one was surprised anymore. Bai Ye had already proven on the field that he deserved a starting position. His qualification for the starting position needed no further explanation. It had become a matter of course. After the meeting, De Gea approached Bai Ye. He delivered some news. "Hey, Bai, my agent Jorge Mendes asked about you during our call." Upon hearing that name, Bai Ye's heart jolted. Jorge Mendes. This name represents immense energy and influence in European football. He is the behind-the-scenes force for top stars and coaches like Cristiano Ronaldo, Mourinho, and Deco, known for his unparalleled network, astute business operations, and formidable negotiation skills. He asked if it would be possible to arrange a time for a brief chat with you, De Gea added casually. Bai Ye's mind raced with countless thoughts, marveling at Mendes' keen sense. He had only played 2 good games in Spain's lower leagues. Mendes had already turned his attention to him, so of course, De Gea shrugged as if it were a commonplace matter. "It's entirely up to you. He just thinks you're very promising and wants to get to know you." Bai Ye began to ponder. He knew that being noticed by Mendes was a double-edged sword. It meant the path to the top clubs might be shortened, but it also indicated he could be prematurely drawn into complex commercial disputes. "I understand, David. Thank you for relaying this." Bai Ye replied, maintaining his usual calm tone. "Getting Mendes' attention is an honor for me. However, as I've always said, I just want to focus on performing well in every game and let my on-field performance speak for itself. Perhaps after this season ends, when my path is clearer, it would be more appropriate to consider these matters." Hearing this, De Gea patted his shoulder. "No problem, I'll respond to him like that." The two continued toward the locker room, but Bai Ye was anything but calm. Mendes' appearance was a clear signal indicating that his potential had entered the sights of some in the football world. However, Bai Ye did not dwell too deeply on it. Agents like him are inherently based on vision and networks, signing promising players in advance. It felt like casting a wide net. It doesn't necessarily mean they truly value him. They might just think he's decent and sign him. Football is not that convoluted. On-field strength is fundamental. After all, in competitive sports, lack of skill is the original sin. March 8th, 6 p.m. At Espino Stadium, Atlético B team faced Leganés in the 28th round of the Segunda División B. Leganés was also a team from the Madrid region, and their current strength ranking was not strong, similar to Atlético B team, both being mid-tier. Unlike the usual sparse audience of a few hundred, there were surprisingly over 1,000 spectators today. Many Atlético fans took advantage of the weekend and the low ticket prices to see something new. They had heard about a talented young player from China with precise passing skills, and they all wanted to see for themselves who this rumored genius was. In a corner of the bustling stands a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and casual suit, sat quietly out of sync with the excited fans around him. His sharp gaze swept across the warming-up players, ultimately locking onto the black-haired, yellow-skinned number. The chief referee glanced at the watch and put the whistle in his mouth. The noise in the Espanyol Stadium suddenly quieted down. The fans in the stands stopped their chatter, and on the sidelines, Manuel tightened his arms across his chest. Atlético Madrid B had possession of the ball. In the center circle, Coke placed the ball, his toes grazing the grass. He lifted his gaze to meet Bai Ye's eyes, not saying a word, just slightly nodding with his chin. Bai Ye immediately understood, giving a slight nod before turning to look at the forward line. Thiago was still on his toes, warming up his ankles, his eyes drifting towards the stands, clearly not focused. Thiago. Bai Ye called out, his voice not loud, yet Thiago heard it clearly. Thiago paused for a moment, looked over, his expression slightly dazed. He scratched the back of his head, shifting his gaze between Bai Ye and Coke. Coke tilted his chin towards him, tapping his toes quickly on the grass, signaling their planned fast break during training. This time Thiago got the message. His eyes lit up, and he made a received gesture towards the two. His body instantly tensed as he quietly stepped forward, avoiding the line of sight of Leganés' central defender. Beep. As the time hit the mark, the referee's whistle suddenly blew. Thiago passed the ball back. Coke sent the ball with his ankle, rolling it along the grass towards Bai Ye. Two Leganés midfielders rushed in, trying to intercept the first pass. Bai Ye didn't stop the ball, but lightly tapped it with his left toe, guiding it to his right side, while leaning left, perfectly blocking the approaching defender. Just as he finished adjusting, Coke had already circled around Bai Ye and reached out for the ball. Bai Ye had already caught sight of Coke's position from the corner of his eye. With a quick push using the inside of his right foot, the ball zipped through the gap between two Leganés players, landing right at Coke's feet. This two-known combination took less than 3 seconds, directly tearing through Leganés' midfield defense. Wow. The fans in the stands couldn't help but gasp. Is this kind of combination at the youth team level? It's like a dimensional strike in this low-level league. Right after the kickoff, the fans were completely captivated by the attack, led by Bai Ye and Coke. After receiving the ball, Coke took 2 steps forward, forcing Leganés' center-back to move towards the middle to reinforce the defense. Seeing the center-back move, Bai Ye immediately dashed towards the right-winger position. As he ran, the other Leganés fullback had to follow him out, instantly creating a gap in the originally tight defense. Coke was quick on his feet, and without waiting for the defenders to completely reposition, he made a horizontal pass, knocking the ball to Bai Ye. Bai Ye received the ball right at the edge of the penalty area as the Leganés fullback chased him from behind, reaching out to grab his jersey. Bai Ye didn't look back. His ability to evade was completely unaffected by the interference. He deftly pushed the ball in front of him with his right foot, suddenly turning inward, shaking off the defender's grasp. At that moment, he looked up and saw Thiago had circled behind Leganés' center-back. Without hesitation, Bai Ye used the instep of his right foot to send a precise ground pass, the ball slicing past the Leganés center-back's legs and accurately landing at Thiago's feet. Thiago ran towards the ball, glanced at the goalkeeper's position, and effortlessly shot towards the far corner with his left foot. Even though Leganés goalkeeper Diego Simeone dove quickly, he couldn't touch the ball, which rolled into the net, grazing the inside of the post. Goal. In less than a minute since the kickoff, Atlético Madrid struck lightning fast on their home turf. The referee blew his whistle and pointed to the center circle, signaling the goal was valid. The Atlético fans in the stands erupted. A goal right after kickoff. A few fans in the front row wearing red and white jerseys jumped up, throwing their scarves into the air, their cheers drowning out the stadium announcer with some banging on the railing and shouting beautiful. That combination was incredibly smooth. This match is worth watching. On the sidelines, after celebrating, Thiago held on to Bai Ye without letting go, his voice filled with excitement. That pass was so accurate. If it were any more off, it would have been intercepted. Coke patted the shoulders of the two, his eyes bright. That two-known was as easy as during training. Bai Ye, your timing for blocking and passing was just right. Bai Ye smiled, wiping the sweat off his brow, not saying much. In that previous attack, from shielding and passing to the final through ball, every step felt like it was precalculated, even he felt it was smooth. This is Bai Ye, an underrated midfield maestro. Other teammates rushed up to celebrate, and the substitute bench was buzzing with excitement. Manuel waved his fist in the air and shouted towards the field, beautiful. The assistant coach followed suit, banging on the tactical board, while the substitute players crowded the sideline, shouting encouragement. On the other hand, Leganés coach Dinger had a dark expression, hands on his hips, as he stood still, glaring at the defense for 2 seconds before vigorously waving at the field. Get back. Everyone get back. Focus on the defense. He stomped his foot, clearly not expecting to concede right after kickoff. At that moment in the stands, besides the excited Atlético fans, there was Mendes. He leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Bai Ye, who was running back. Just moments ago, Bai Ye had been closely marked by Leganés fullback, leaving only half a meter of space, yet he slipped away as if greased, deftly turning and shaking off the defender without a hint of hesitation. His two-known with Coke was even more remarkable, that ground pass, perfectly threading the needle between two midfielders quick enough that it caught everyone off guard. And the through ball to Thiago was even more impressive. The angle was just right to bypass the center back, and the force was so precise that Thiago didn't have to adjust when receiving it. Such a performance. How could this be the display of a young player? It was clearly the handling of a master. Mendes lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, utterly astonished. He had heard De Gea say that Bai Ye was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. At Bai Ye's age, being able to execute evasion and short passing combinations so skillfully, without a trace of stage fright, his talent was impossible to hide. He looked up again at Bai Ye's figure, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This kid is definitely a genius. He must be signed. Beep. The match resumed on the field while the Atlético fans in the stands were already buzzing with excitement. Indeed, the B team has produced a genius. After conceding, Leganés clearly tightened their defense, retreating their previously advanced fullbacks, while the two midfielders moved closer to the center, stacking 5 players in front of the penalty area, clearly intending to defend against Atlético Madrid BS attack. Soon Bai Ye received the ball in midfield, but as he turned he was immediately squeezed by 2 Leganés players. He remained calm, pulling the ball back with his left foot, while feigning to the right, tricking the defenders into shifting their weight, and then swiftly poked the ball diagonally back to Coke. After receiving the ball, Coke took 2 steps forward and passed it back to Bai Ye. Their quick exchanges tore through the tight defense. As Bai Ye received the ball, he immediately looked up and noticed Thiago shaking off the center back inside the penalty area. He instantly sent a through ball towards him, using the same trick again. Unfortunately, Thiago met the ball with a shot, but the angle was too straight, and it was easily saved by Leganés goalkeeper. For minutes later, Bai Ye received a pass from Coke on the right flank, but the Leganés fullback was extremely close, leaving him nearly no space to shoot. Suddenly, he used his heel to flick the ball back, while turning to circle around the defender, regaining possession just as he reached the corner of the penalty area. At that moment, Sergio was cutting in from the flank. Without hesitation, Bai Ye sent the ball towards the center of the penalty area, landing perfectly in front of Sergio. However, Sergio had not adjusted his footwork properly and took a hasty shot, the ball flying just over the cross. Although Atlético Madrid BS continuous pressure was hard to pose a lethal threat to Leganés, Bai Ye's performance truly caught Mendes' eye in the stands. No matter how Leganés defended tightly or pressed closely, Bai Ye always found a gap, either using clever evasion to create space or delivering precise passes to his teammates. This creativity under defensive pressure was even more impressive than scoring a goal. As he pondered, Mendes couldn't hide his smile. He inadvertently caught sight of a familiar face in the stands behind the Atlético Madrid BS substitute bench, Caminero. At that moment, Caminero also wore a wide smile, chatting with those around him. Mendes' expression turned contemplative. As a businessman, he had begun to sense the benefits that Bai Ye could bring. A genius like this, full of creativity and a steady mindset, could have huge potential for transfers and business partnerships in the future with proper grooming. He looked back to the field where Bai Ye was helping his teammates with screens. Even without touching the ball, his movement patterns perfectly drew away the defense. This kid paid attention to details and fought hard, making him a perfect uncut gem. Meanwhile, Caminero turned his gaze back to the field, watching Bai Ye's figure, his smile deepening, as if confirming some treasure, nodding slightly. Clearly, like Mendes, he did not miss the brilliance of this young man. Wow. Suddenly, just when both were lost in their thoughts outside the game, the fans began to gasp. Both looked towards the field where Coke was waving towards the fans, the ball still spinning in Leganés' goal, and Diego Tano was lying on the ground pounding the grass with a helpless expression. Another goal. They hadn't seen how it went in, but those around them were more than willing to discuss the play. In short, Bai Ye faced multiple defenders extracting the ball, while Leganés' defense leaked. Coke made a run towards the edge of the penalty area and received Bai Ye's pass, scoring with a stunning shot. At this moment, the substitute bench was already chaotic. Manuel ran a couple of steps with his arms raised, embracing the assistant coach. Caminero burst into laughter, slapping the railing, his voice brimming with excitement. "Did you see that? That combination?" He turned to shout at those around him, pointing at Bai Ye and Coke, who were high-fiving on the field. Bai Ye's through ball was perfectly timed and powerful, and Coke's shot was fierce. If they can keep this up, they'll be the midfield answer for Atletico's first team in the future. Those in Atletico attire around him nodded in agreement. Absolutely. One can pass, the other can shoot, and they have such great chemistry, they would definitely be useful in the first team. On the field, Bai Ye bumped shoulders with Coke, who patted his back. "That pass was so comfortable, I could shoot without any adjustments." Bai Ye smiled and shook his head. "Your timing for the run was just right. If it were any later, it would have been intercepted." As they exchanged words, Dinger was shouting on the field, his expression darker than before. Leganés was clearly stunned by these 2 goals. Meanwhile, many Atletico fans in the stands watched with smiles, their eyes locked on Bai Ye and Coke, filled with anticipation. This is the future of Atletico. Meanwhile, in Huagua, it was the dead of night. The Botsai Forum was still buzzing, its rhythm inverted as if day and night had swapped places. Half the front page argued over whether there had been a fix in the Premier League, the other half begged for foolproof West Segunda B accumulator tips. The Juan Lado players rubbed red-rimmed eyes, flicking their mice between odds tables and match reports, their minds consumed by ways to claw back their losses. Lowley was among the most desperate. He slumped before his computer, the ashtray's cigarette butts towered like a small hill. 3 windows glowed on the screen: on the left a 5-match accumulator awaiting selection, the center a live odds ticker, and at the bottom the match report for West Segunda B. Having just been stung by a German league accumulator, he wanted to patch the hole with a low-profile match. West Segunda B was so uneven that sometimes it yielded long odds sure things. Damn it, the big leagues are all traps. Small leagues should be more reliable, right? Lowly cursed as he stubbed his cigarette and clicked into the live page for Ma Jingbi team versus Legianese. The scoreline read 20, Ma Jingbi team leading. In the goal details, one line snagged his eye: 18th minute Ma Jingbi team goal. Scorer Kiki assist YBAI. Lowly stared at those 4 letters, YBAI, and his brow. He leaned forward and typed the pinyin on his keyboard: YBAI. Ye Bai. He voiced it aloud. Isn't that a Huagua name? Ye Bai. An assist for Ma Jingbi team. He refreshed the page hunting for more information. But West Segunda B drew little attention at home. The reports were barebone lists of player names, and times no nationalities noted. Lowly scanned Ma Jingbi team's roster for the season from forwards to defenders. Nothing but Spanish and South American names. No sign of anyone called Ye Bai. Could he be of Chinese descent? Or a mistranslation? The more he thought, the more puzzled he felt. He opened a new thread, and his fingers clattered out a question. Anyone following West Segunda B? Just saw Ma Jingbi team's report. Assist for Kiki came from someone listed as YBAI. Spell that pinyin, and you get Ye Bai right. Sounds like someone from Huagua. If he can pick out that assist for Ma Jingbi team is passing, must be something else. Anyone know this Ye Bai? Is he from the academy, or on loan? Urgently need intel. The post had barely gone up when replies exploded, most following the Ye Bai thread. Ye Bai? Never heard of him. A Huagua player in Ma Jingbi team. Maybe it's a namesake. Ye Bai is a common-sounding name. I checked Ma Jingbi team's goal and assist charts. The top entries are Spanish players, no Ye Bai. West Segunda B is 3rd tier, but Ma Jingbi team is a La Liga feeder. Passes need vision. If Ye Bai is from Huagua, he's been hiding his talent. Could the data be wrong? Maybe YBAI is actually Ye Bai, an alien name transliterated. Don't force it onto a Huagua identity. As everyone debated Ye Bai, a reply from an ID called Zuchio Lao Power shot to the top and punctured. He laid it out plainly: you've got it backwards. It's not Ye Bai. YBAI follows foreign, given name, surname order. So the Chinese-style reading, surname, given name, is inverted. The correct Chinese rendition is Bai Ye, not Ye Bai. The thread fell silent for half a beat and then erupted. What? That ordering thing. So YBAI is Bai Ye. Lowly stared and ran it through his head. Right. Bai Ye is the given name, BAI by the surname. So domestically he'd be called Bai Ye. Bai Ye. That name rings a bell. Wasn't he the one banned by the association last year? Someone asked. Zuchio Lao Power immediately supplied the backstory: that's him. He came through Ma Jing's academy, rose from U17 to the B team, then was called back to the U23 national squad for an Olympic bid. But because he blocked someone's path in training, an opponent deliberately went in with a scissors tackle. He retaliated, and the association handed him a 10-year ban. The forum boiled over astonishment, and the U had it reversed. Revelations swept through the replies. Holy, just thought it was Ye Bai, didn't expect Bai Ye. Lowly smacked the table. No wonder I couldn't find Ye Bai. The name order was flipped. Bai Ye, huh? This guy got banned at home, but still shines in Spain. Check the live stats. Bai Ye not only provided that assist, he completed another chance, and had 6 key passes. That assist came after he shrugged off a 2-man press in midfield, and threaded a through ball. Kiki finished it with a spectacular strike. That vision and passing accuracy are far beyond domestic midfielders of the same age. I wasn't familiar with Ye Bai, but Bai Ye I remember. I read the news about that association incident. I didn't expect he didn't give up and cemented his place at Ma Jingbi team. That's real grit. Miles ahead of those loafing at home. Within half an hour the thread reached the forum's hot list. Replies topped 400. Nobody spoke of accumulators anymore. Everyone was digging into Bai Ye's history. Some unearthed his old Ma Jing U17 training clips, others posted screenshots of the association's ban notice, and many began asking, when's Ma Jingbi team's next match? And can we buy Ma Jingbi team to win? Bai Ye's assistability alone is worth it. Lowly watched the thread flood with posts about Bai Ye, then glanced back at the match report showing YBAI and laughed. Damn, I misunderstood the accumulator and mixed up the name order. Still, Bai Ye is the real deal. Banned at home, yet shining in Spain. Ma Jingbi team matches are worth watching now. Even if I don't bet, seeing a Huagua player deliver assists is a thrill. The forum chatter continued. Many had already sought out streams and replays while they were posting. More and more Juan Lado players were recognizing Bai Ye's level. Christ, Bai Ye's ability. Are you telling me he's from Huagua? An ID called Kinchio Lao Chen fired off 3 exclamation marks, and then wrote, holy crap. Watch the replay. Bai Ye's level is real. Before Keek's goal, Bai Ye was sandwiched by 2 Legianese players in midfield, one tugging his shirt on the left, another stretching a leg to cut the ball on the right. He flicked the ball back with his heel, while feinting his body left, and both defenders were sold in an instant. He glanced up, spotted the gap Tiki was making, and clipped a hard-driven through ball along the deck that threaded between the center back's legs. The whole sequence lasted under 2 seconds, so much steadier than the panic you see from domestic midfielders when they get the ball. Alongside Qinshuo Laochen's post came a reply from Chuanzi Yongshingo. He pasted a written replay. I also reviewed his earlier ball handling. There was an instance when Legianisi congested the box with 4 men. Bai Ye took the ball on the flank and bent an outside off-the-foot pass to the top of the box, finding Kiki. Though that chance didn't result in a goal, that vision and accuracy. I've never seen a domestic midfielder his age pull that off. More people who watched the broadcast replied in wonder. He not only supplies assists, his dribbling off pressure and tempo control are fierce. There was a replay where he tracked back, then burst forward for 10 meters before releasing to the winger. His sense of rhythm is exquisite. Ma Jingbi team's midfield runs through him. When Kiki surges forward, Bai Ye orchestrates patiently behind. He's steadier than many veterans. Praise didn't last unchallenged. A user called Guazhou Laofan added a sour note. Don't you feel the pity? Bai Ye's level. If he'd been allowed to develop here and join the national team midfield, we might finally have a reliable organizer. Look at our current midfield. Either they pass back the moment they're pressed, or their passes get cut off immediately. Where's someone like Bai Ye who can deliver killer through balls under pressure? He ought to have been the national team's midfield hope. Those words hit a nerve, and the mood soured, the thread filled with outraged swears. Exactly. He blocked a connected player's path, got fouled, and then got a 10-year ban for retaliating. Who even makes sense of that? I'm baffled. A talent like that left and used while mediocrities coast in. No wonder the national team. At first I thought Bai Ye had a bad temper. Now it's clear he was pushed to the edge. He's thriving in Spain, yet was crushed at home. Whose fault is that? To put it bluntly, it's a mess. They sit on a midfield star, and instead fill slots with hanger-ons. They pushed him abroad, and even tried to ban him from Ma Jing. Lucky Ma Jing ignored that. Now all we can do is watch Bai Ye in West Segunda B. The national side still lacks a dependable midfield. What a shame. Guazhou Laofan added, think about it. Bai Ye is only 18. If he'd developed normally at home with the national team for a few years, he might have bolstered our midfield. Instead, they slapped a 10-year ban on him and shut his domestic path. Isn't that ruining a life? The thread's tenor had shifted. Nobody cared about accumulators or odds anymore. Everyone debated, but some vowed I'll watch every Ma Jingbi team match from now on. Even if he never plays for the national side, watching him flourish in Spain is better than seeing our team limp along. Right? Support Bai Ye. Let those who drove him away see what they lost. While the Huagua Forum burned bright with talk. The match at Isapinuo Stadium had entered its second half. The score had become 30. Shortly after the restart, Bai Ye initiated a move in which Kiki assisted Sergio to score. The game was effectively won. Legianisi's coach Dinguier had been watching Bai Ye intently since the first half. His expression was complicated. Part irritation at being torn open by Bai Ye, part admiration. If circumstances allowed, how he wished he could sign Bai Ye for his own side. Alas, he knew that was impossible. A talent of that caliber did not belong with a small club. At halftime, Dinguier had emphasized to his players to keep a close eye on Bai Ye. Nevertheless, Bai Ye still orchestrated the attack. Dinguier could only watch with a rueful helplessness. Sometimes football is simply cruel. Talent can decide a match. After the goal, Ma Jingbi team did not slow their assault. Bai Ye even came close to an assist hat-trick. Unfortunately, his lofted pass was headed away by Taij, wasting a golden chance. Soon, when the clock hit the 60th minute, Ma Jingbi team made their first substitution. Menuer was taking Bai Ye off. He could not afford to overwork or risk injuring his prized midfielder. He had to manage his minutes. Young players required protection. You could not treat them like cannon fodder and expect miracles. Overdoing it harmed more than helped. The fourth official raised the board, number 29 off, number 17 on. Bai Ye heard the whistle, high-fived the teammate. Replacing him, bumped shoulders with Kiki, then turned toward the touchline. He had barely taken 2 steps when the stands rose into applause. Fans near the Ma Jingbi team bench wearing redand white began clapping first, and the ovation swelled like a tide across Isapinuo Stadium. Some lifted Ma Jing scarves overhead and waved them. Others shouted Bai the name, carrying far on the old supporters in the front row smiled and gave Bai Ye thumbs up. He waved back on instinct. It was his first time receiving such sustained applause at Isapinuo. His steps slowed, and an excitement he could not conceal flickered in his eyes. Menuer had already come over from the dugout and stood by the sideline waiting. When Bai Ye stepped off, Menuer extended his hand and squeezed Bai Ye's arm, saying, "You played well today. Your close control and that final through ball were steadier than in training." Bai Ye was about to say thank you when Menuer patted his back and tapped his chest with a finger. "Don't overdo it. Rest for the remainder. We'll need you next match." His tone was calm, lacking lavish praise, but the recognition in his eyes was clearer than any empty compliment. Genuine affirmation. As Bai Ye made for the bench, Jiaxia came over and handed him a bottle of water. Did you hear the crowd calling your name? That's the first time so many at Isapinuo have shouted for a Huagua player. Bai Ye took the bottle, twisted off the cap, drank, and glanced up at the applauding Stanzi. A corner of his mouth lifted in a small involuntary smile. The applause did not cease until he had sat on the bench, and some fans still waved in his direction. He wiped his sweat and looked back onto the pitch, knowing the ovation had not come from nowhere. It was earned by his play. Menuair's words, "We'll need you next match," made him clench his fist. Staying at Ma Jingbi team and climbing higher was still a long road. At this moment he felt more confident than ever. Because his second mission had been accomplished. Task 2: participate in 3 consecutive matches, each lasting no less than 45 minutes. Status completed. Reward: new talent interception anticipation. Quickly click to check the detailed effects. Talent effect significantly enhances interception anticipation ability, allowing for defensive plays in midfield without relying on physical confrontation, instead utilizing positioning and anticipation to cut off passes, focusing on precise route judgment rather than aggressive tackles, quietly positioning oneself on the opponent's passing route. When the opponent makes short ground passes nearby, one can more accurately judge the direction of the pass, especially against slow-paced passes such as back passes to teammates or lateral plays, almost able to intuitively grasp the ball's trajectory. When the opponent initiates a quick counterattack, it greatly enhances the ability to anticipate whether the ball carrier will pass or continue advancing. Note, this talent does not enhance basic attributes such as strength or defense, but belongs to a technical midfielder positioning. Its effect varies with the pace of the match, becoming more pronounced as the opponent's ball control slows down, while its effectiveness diminishes if the opponent relies solely on speed. Bai Ye remained emotionless on the bench. However, his heart was already filled with excitement. The previous talents were either focused on short passing or evasion, primarily revolving around how to make a good pass or shake off a defender. But this talent is different, directing his attention to the defensive end, which he had not paid much attention to before. He subconsciously recalled the match against Marino Luenco last week, where the opponent made a back pass in midfield. He clearly saw the ball was going to the wing, but was a step late and failed to intercept, ultimately watching the opponent launch an attack. At that time he thought to himself, if only I could be a bit quicker. He never expected that now he actually had the corresponding method. He raised his hand to touch his chin, running through the details in his mind, not relying on physical confrontation, but using positioning to intercept the ball. This perfectly aligns with his style. His physical condition wasn't particularly good, and he was relatively weak in confrontations, often fearing direct clashes during defense, but this talent emphasizes standing ahead on the passing route, allowing him to rely on judgment. Without needing to pounce or confront directly, he could appear in the most critical places without needing to run much. He even recalled what his youth coach once said: good midfield defense isn't about how many balls you intercept, it's about making it uncomfortable for the opponent to pass the ball. Now it seems that this talent is heading in that direction. If he encounters an opponent's short pass again, will he be able to anticipate the route in advance and stretch out his foot to intercept the ball? And then what? With a short pass from Bellerin, he could immediately deliver the ball to Coke or Thiago. This way he could help his teammates regroup defensively, while quickly transitioning to attack, truly becoming a pivotal link between offense and defense. He looked down at his cleats, a subtle smile forming on his lips. It's not easy to establish a foothold in Atlético Madrid's B team. Merely being good at attacking isn't enough. With this defensive talent, he feels his capabilities have become more complete, no longer just a midfielder who can pass, but a core player who can balance both offense and defense. He even began to think about tomorrow's training, wondering if he should practice with his teammates, simulating the opponent's short passes to see if he could anticipate the rhythm of passing. After pondering for a while, Bai Ye suddenly remembered he hadn't checked the new task, and quickly clicked to take a look. The main quest has refreshed. Task 1: Key connection in offense and defense. In a single match of the Segunda División B, regain possession through interception or tackling and initiate an effective attack, creating at least 2 threatening shots defined as unknown shots inside the penalty area, with no one-marking shots hitting the goal frame. Task 2: Breaking through dense defense in positional warfare. In a single match of the Segunda División B, when the opponent sets up a dense defense, complete at least 1 key pass that leads to a goal. Completing each task will yield corresponding rewards, and all tasks will refresh upon completion. Task 1 is precisely about the requirements for offense and defense transitions. Task 2 seems simple, but it is actually quite challenging. And all of this must be accomplished in the Segunda División B. After this match, only 10 rounds of matches remain in the Segunda División B, which means he must complete these 2 tasks before then. Not long after the match came to an end, Atlético Madrid's B team did not continue to widen the score, nor did they allow the opponent to score. The final score remained 30 when Bai Ye left the field. This was a great victory, At the moment the referee blew the final whistle, the cheers in the Espinosa Stadium erupted like a detonated powder keg. Cheers rose and fell with some people raising their fists into the air, many shouting together Atlético. Bai Ye was walking back to the players' tunnel with Cork, their shoulders linked. Just after taking a few steps, someone in the stands suddenly shouted Bai. This shout was like a stone thrown into a pond, instantly triggering a chain reaction as more and more people joined in, the voices shifting from scattered to synchronized until the entire stand was repeating Bai. In the front row, a young boy, wearing a youth Atlético Madrid jersey, held up a cardboard sign with newly scribbled crooked letters, "Your pass was so cool." He stood on his tiptoes, bouncing, holding the cardboard high, fearing Bai Ye wouldn't see it. Some fans threw signature pens and blank jerseys from the stands, shouting towards Bai Ye, "Sign one, please." However, security personnel quickly came over to stop them. Bai Ye paused, allowing the security to hand him the pen and jersey, and after quickly signing, he tossed them back to the stands. This made the cheers even louder. Some whistled while others shouted, "We remember you. Keep it up, kid." As he reached the entrance of the players' tunnel, Bai Ye turned back to glance at the stands. The sunset bathed the stands in a warm golden hue, and the cheers echoed in his ears with the cardboard held by the young boy standing out in the crowd. He couldn't help but smile, clenching his fist. This is football. Back in the locker room, his teammates showered. Their words carried a hint of envy. They had played many more matches than Bai Ye, yet they hadn't received such recognition. Instead, it was Bai Ye. In just 3 matches, he had endeared himself to many fans with his playing style. Bai Ye himself, however, felt little of it. In the long league, what mattered was stability. A football career is a marathon. It's not about explosive performances in 1 or 2 matches, but about maintaining high efficiency. After this match, Atlético Madrid's B team fell back into a training rhythm. Their next match was scheduled for the following week. Youth training was primarily focused on practice, followed by adapting to matches. Time flew by. Another day passed. After training in the locker room, the teammates were gradually packing up their gear, occasionally discussing their weekend opponent, Las Palmas University. As Bai Ye finished folding his jersey and putting it in his locker, Cork hurried over with a newspaper, a smile he couldn't conceal on his face, patting his arm. "Bai Ye, I have something good to show you." He unfolded the newspaper and handed it to Bai Ye, pointing to the headline. "Madrid Youth Training Observer" was printed exceptionally clearly. "You know this media outlet, right?" Cork's tone was somewhat serious. "In the Madrid youth training circle, it's not just some casual publication, it's a truly authoritative youth training media. Many teams refer to its ratings when assessing young players' potential. Many of our teammates and players from the youth system have been reported on, but none received a special feature like yours. This is truly impressive." Bai Ye's gaze fell on the newspaper, and he quickly spotted his name alongside a striking number. Potential rating 92100. He paused, pinching the edge of the newspaper, his eyes flickering with surprise, fixated on that number. Cork leaned in, his voice tinged with awe. "Do you know how incredible that is? When I was at my best, this media outlet only rated me 89 points. The youth training director told me before that you are the only one in Atlético's youth training system to receive a score of 92 at the age of 18. These words left Bai Ye momentarily stunned. He looked up at Cork, seemingly trying to confirm if it was true. Cork nodded with a smile, pointing to the comments on the newspaper. "Look at what they wrote. Their evaluation of you is much higher than mine back in the day." Bai Ye unfolded the newspaper and carefully read what they had reported. The headline of the special report from Madrid Youth Training Observer was, "Ye Bai, the silent controller of Atlético B team's midfield." When the referee blew the final whistle, sealing Atlético B's 30 victory over Leganés, fans in the stands were still shouting "Bai." This midfielder from Huagua, who hadn't appeared in Atlético B's regular lineup at the start of the season, had made his name known in just 3 matches at Espinosa Stadium. From key passes in his debut to assists in subsequent matches and his all-around performance in this match, Bai Ye was becoming the most dazzling new variable in Atlético's youth training system in a quiet yet deadly manner. Those who had seen Bai Ye play could easily recall the midfield master Bellingham from the Super La Coruña era. They both had a style of playing football with their minds. In this match against Leganés' tight defense, every touch Bai Ye made dismantled the defensive structure. His assist for Cork's through ball was textbook-level rhythm control. At that moment, he was being double-teamed in the midfield, not choosing to force his way through, but instead softly redirected the ball with his heel, while faking a move to mislead the defender's weight shift, then delivered a ground pass that accurately bypassed the center back, landing perfectly at Cork's feet as he moved forward. He never needed flashy tricks to draw attention. He always managed to find the optimal solution in the most. When faced with tight marking, he rarely lost the ball and adjusted the passing strength according to his teammates' running speed, ensuring that Cork, Thiago, and others received the ball comfortably without needing to adjust. 3 weeks ago, when Bai Ye first partnered with Cork in midfield during training, their cooperation still felt unfamiliar. Cork was accustomed to pushing forward, breaking through, and dribbling, while Bai Ye excelled at linking up with short passes. Now they could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance during matches, showing great synergy, which would become Atlético BS' most threatening midfield partnership. He seems to be able to read my movements, Cork said with a smile in a post-match interview during training. He would actively ask me whether I preferred passes to the left or right, even noting down my habits for making runs. Now we don't need to shout tactics, oh I know where to run, when he has the ball. Atlético BS head coach Manuel was even more direct in his evaluation. A good midfielder makes his teammates better. Bai Ye is that kind of person. He doesn't chase personal stats, but always enables those around him to play more comfortably, which is a trait of a top midfielder. In the evaluation system for youth players in our newspaper, the maximum score is 100, encompassing 4 dimensions: technique, tactics, mentality, and adaptability. Bai Ye received a high score of 92, the highest rating among Atlético B players this season. Bai Ye's short pass accuracy and stability in evasion had reached the level of a top team in La Liga 2. The only thing needing improvement was the stability of his long passes. His judgment in attack-defense transitions and spatial awareness far exceeded that of his peers. In 3 matches, whether leading or being pressured by opponents, his passing choices remain calm, never making errors due to nervousness. He's not the kind of player who becomes famous overnight. He's the type who improves every match through hard work. Atlético B assistant coach Franco Garcia stated in an interview his talent is hidden within his hard work. We can always see him on the training ground. Just go to the training field, rain or shine. It's this effort combined with his innate talent that gives him a chance to challenge for the first team in the next 1 or 2 seasons. When asked if he was concerned about Bai Ye facing scrutiny due to nationality or age, Garcia shook his head with a smile. On the football field, performance is the only language. Bai Ye has already proven himself in 3 matches, and now we just need to look forward to more surprises from him. In Bai Ye's story, the label of Huagua player may attract more attention, but what the Atlético youth training system truly values is his potential as a midfield controller. From the applause at Espinosa Stadium to the recognition from the coaching staff and to the synergy with his teammates, this quiet young man is weaving his own football path with every touch and pass, and this path clearly extends beyond the La Liga 2B stage. In the next match against Las Palmas University, perhaps we will see Bai Ye bring even more surprises. After all, for a player who can transform from a substitute to a core player in just 3 matches, any expectations are not too high. Seeing interviews with coaches and teammates, Bai Ye slowly curved a faint smile. He didn't say much, he just folded the newspaper and placed it on the top shelf of his locker, where he kept his valuables, now accompanied by this newspaper. He quietly exhaled. This was just the beginning. I'm keeping this newspaper. Cork looked at him and patted his back with a smile. All right, but don't just be happy. This rating shows you have talent, but you also need to keep working hard. This media outlet has a sharp eye. If your performance doesn't keep up, the score will drop. But I see you will definitely maintain it, and maybe even increase it next time. In the morning at the Espino training base, the dew had yet to dissipate completely. While the rest of Atlético Madrid had a day off, Bai Ye stood on the lawn in his training gear. He was set to undergo a special training program. Manuel held a training schedule in his hand, followed by Garcia. As he approached, he said, "Don't be nervous. Your foundation from youth training is solid enough. This week isn't about filling gaps, it's about enhancing your existing strength and stamina for match situations. I believe you'll feel the limitations in the latter stages of a game." Bai Ye nodded. Manuel then unfolded the schedule, pointing at the words functional strength training. Your core strength practice during youth training can withstand basic confrontations. However, during yesterday's match against Leganés, you were slow to adjust after being tackled in the midfield. Today, first focus on dynamic core stability, practicing it in conjunction with your receiving and turning movements. Bai Ye naturally complied with the arrangement. Soon Garcia had brought over a training ladder and resistance bands, helping Bai Ye secure the band around his waist with the other end attached to the ladder's post. Try it out. Receive my pass like you would in a match and focus on engaging your core, while turning. Don't let the resistance band pull you back. Bai Ye nodded, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart. As Garcia sent the ball over, he turned half his body to receive it, engaging his core against the pull of the band, and firmly stopped the ball at his feet. Manuel watched from the side, occasionally shouting, "Yes, that's the half-turn ball protection stance taught in youth training. Now engage your core a bit more. During confrontations, you can gain an extra half-second of ball control." After 2 sets of training, the resistance band tightened a bit more. When Bai Ye turned to receive the ball, the muscles in his core felt like stretched rubber bands, and a sensation of soreness crept up his spine. He stabilized the ball Garcia sent over, and was about to adjust his steps, when Manuel's voice came from beside him, "Engage your core a bit more. Don't let the resistance pull you off course." Yes, just like that. He gritted his teeth and returned the ball to Garcia, taking a moment to lean on his knees and catch his breath, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the grass. This special training was nothing like the basic drills done with the main squad during youth training, where one could coast. In special training, every movement is broken down into fine details. The angle of the turn must be precise to avoid confrontation. The hand position for ball protection must be raised to avoid fouling, yet still block the opponent, and even breathing must be synchronized with the movements inhaling during reception and exhaling while turning. No mistakes could be tolerated. It was genuinely exhausting, more mentally draining than running a full 90 minutes in a match. But when he looked up and saw Manuel diligently noting something on the training schedule, while Garcia adjusted the tightness of the resistance band, a warm surge of emotions filled his heart. He remembered his childhood in the youth training camp, where training was mostly done in groups, and even when the coach offered individual guidance, it was merely to standardize the movements. But now the coach was creating a plan just for him and training him individually. This felt so much like when he was in school, and the teacher called him into the office to explain problems unknown, while everyone else was doing exercises in the classroom, and he was the only one receiving precise guidance. To have the head coach and assistant coach focusing on him for fine-tuning in a professional arena was even rarer than the special attention he received in school. Once you've rested enough, shall we go for another set? Manuel looked at him, his tone not hurried, but rather filled with anticipation. Bai Ye straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and involuntarily smiled as he nodded, "Let's go." As he secured the resistance band again, the soreness seemed less pronounced. His reception turn and ball protection movements flowed much better than the previous set. Manuel clapped from the side. Yes. That's it. The morning strength training was all about optimizing the details of his movements in the midfield. When it came to the stamina training segment, Manuel didn't make him run laps, but instead set up 5 marker cones on the grass to simulate the midfield running routes in a match. For interval sprints, start from the first cone and sprint to the second, feign a reception, in turn then jog to the third cone, sprint to the fourth to simulate a ball interception, and finally walk back to the starting point. Bai Ye followed the rhythm and started running. Garcia stood by timing him, and when he finished a set and handed him water, he praised, "Your stride frequency is good, but you need to practice adjusting your breathing after the sprint a bit faster. You see, during that last slow jog, if you could have regulated your breathing earlier, you would have been more daring in the next sprint." During a break, Manuel even brought out a tactical board sketching a simple midfield schematic. "The ball protection technique you've learned before isn't very reasonable. It works well in lower-level matches, but in more intense situations you need to learn how to engage smartly. For instance, when an opponent is closely marking you, you don't always have to dodge him and run away." As he spoke, Manuel demonstrated the corresponding movement like this. When you receive the ball, lightly shield with your outer arm. You don't need to use force, just create a little space. This way you can protect the ball without it being a foul. Remember, ball protection isn't about brute strength, it's about making yourself feel comfortable while playing. Also learn to lean into your opponent. Gently bump him with your shoulder, he will instinctively take a half step back, giving you space to pass. This isn't about fouling, it's about using your body balance to find opportunities. Look at Coke, he does this every time he protects the ball and opponents can hardly take it away from him. You have great skills, but don't limit yourself to relying solely on technical evasion. Small physical techniques can save you a lot of energy. In matches, opponents won't explain the rules to you, and you don't need to be overly honest. Smart players utilize the smallest movements to gain the most space. Bai Ye listened carefully to Manuel's words. This morning's training had been immensely beneficial. It was all valuable information. When all the training concluded, Manuel put away the training schedule and walked over to Bai Ye, pointing at his soaked training uniform. "You've put in enough intensity today. This afternoon, don't think about training anymore. Go home, take a proper shower, and replenish some protein to let your muscles recover." Bai Ye nodded. Manuel continued, "In a few days we'll be playing against Las Palmas University. The opponent's midfield pressing is quite fierce, which will be a good opportunity to test the core confrontations and turning techniques you've practiced these days." Garcia chimed in with a smile, patting Bai Ye's arm. "Your turns during those sets today were much steadier than when you first practiced this morning. When it comes to the match, you will definitely handle it with more composure than during your last game against Leganés. Make sure to rest well this afternoon. Being well rested is more important than anything else." Manuel's gaze fell on Bai Ye's still slightly flushed face, and his tone softened compared to during training. "Don't rush to achieve everything at once. This special training is to help you master the movements. When you're on the field, just play according to the feeling from today. Your innate talent is impressive, there's no need to worry. Turn when you need to protect the ball. When you must, we all want to see you utilize what you've trained and perform even better than last time." Bai Ye felt warmth in his heart and nodded earnestly. "I understand, coach. I will rest well this afternoon and arrive on time tomorrow." "That's the spirit." Manuel patted his shoulder. "If your muscles are extremely sore, you can roll out with a foam roller tonight. Garcia has some relaxation tutorials. If you don't understand, just ask him." A moment later, Bai Ye's figure carrying his backpack gradually disappeared at the end of the training base. Garcia suddenly smiled and said, "It's rare to see such diligence among young players nowadays." Manuel also recognized Bai Ye, saying, "Not only is he diligent, but he's also smart. During dynamic core training, I only mentioned once that he should angle his turn to avoid confrontation, and he adjusted in the next set, even proactively asking what to do if an opponent pressed from the other side. Manuel's gaze drifted towards the direction Bai Ye had left, recalling the scene during training, when Bai Ye had been sweating profusely, yet never uttered a word about taking a break, just gritting his teeth to complete every set of movements. Even when Garcia suggested doing one less set, he shook his head and insisted on trying again. Talent is the foundation, but effort is what drives you forward. His displayed talent in matches is already impressive, and now that he's willing to fight, I believe he will surprise everyone at Atlético Madrid. Garcia's tone was even more excited than Manuel's. He is a born midfielder. After a few more matches, once he hones his strength and stamina, he might just be able to support the midfield even earlier than we anticipated. Manuel smiled, patting Garcia's shoulder. You're even more eager for his growth than I am. Garcia spoke with certainty. Just watch, this kid won't let us down. All we can do is give him some patience. He will eventually reach greater heights. The two walked towards the office, chatting and laughing. In their eyes, this humble, hard-working, and talented young man was like a seed slowly germinating with countless possibilities to look forward to in the future. On the other side, Bai Ye walked towards the dormitory with his backpack. After just a few steps, he spotted Ferdoz standing under the shade of a tree. Seeing Bai Ye, Ferdoz first froze for a moment, then raised his hand with a smile. Going back to the dorm. Just finished training. Bai Ye stopped, to his tone light. Their paths had gradually diverged. Ferdoz initially wanted to ask a few more questions, like whether the news in the papers was true, or even mention that he had watched clips of Bai Ye's game against Leganés online yesterday. But suddenly he swallowed his words. He opened his mouth and finally only said, "Then you should head back quickly." Bai Ye nodded, saying He continued walking forward. Ferdoz stood still, watching Bai Ye's figure gradually fade away. Mario's name suddenly popped into his mind. Mario was originally the most gifted among their youth training group, dribbling better than Bai Ye. The coach had even said this kid can make it to the first team in the future. But by the end of this season, Mario couldn't even stay in Atlético Madrid's youth ranks. Recently, Ferdoz had been searching Bai Ye's name almost every day, watching clips of his matches and the media's evaluations of him. He used to think that in football talent ruled, and someone like Mario should be the protagonist. But now, watching Bai Ye walk away and recalling Mario's situation, he felt as if something had struck him. Bai Ye wasn't the most outstanding in youth training, and he even lagged behind. Yet he turned his effort into talent. And what about Mario? In the end, he didn't even have a club to go to. The wind swept through the fallen leaves as Ferdoz turned around to head back to the dormitory. On the way, he recalled the sweat on Bai Ye's brow and the media's mention of his potential value of 92. It turns out that someone could indeed rely on effort to make an otherwise ordinary path shine so brightly. He suddenly understood he should strive to work hard like Bai Ye. Perhaps his own path could gradually light up as well. Time passed quickly. On March 16th, in the morning, all members of Atlético be headed to the capital of the Gran Canaria Islands, Las Palmas. The Gran Canaria Islands resembled a gemstone scattered across the Atlantic after being shattered by God. The coastline meandered, the light blue sea enveloping the creamy white waves crashing against the deep green vegetation's edge. Occasionally, a few white towns could be seen nestled on the slopes like scattered diamonds. Bai Ye admired the beautiful scenery. Coke said beside him, "The Las Palmas University team is tough to play against. Their home fans are especially loud, but it's nothing like the peaceful scenery before us. I hope you won't be affected." "Of course," Bai Ye replied with a smile. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun shone on the grass of Las Palmas University's home ground, the wind carrying the unique salty and humid scent of the sea mixed with the increasingly lively cheers from the stands. Bai Ye was warming up with his teammates, occasionally glancing at the stands. The atmosphere in away games always carried a sense of pressure, especially since many of Las Palmas University's fans were local students, full of passion and energy. They had been shouting continuously since the warm-up began. At this moment, Bai Ye understood why Coke said Las Palmas University's home ground was very noisy. Suddenly, Bai Ye caught a glimpse of a splash of red in the southeast corner of the stands. He halted instinctively. It was a red flag with curled edges held up by a person in a black jacket. As the wind blew, the flag unfurled, and the yellow stars on it became incredibly clear. Beside the flag holder stood a boy wearing glasses, waving at the pitch, seemingly shouting something, but his voice was drowned out by the cheers from the stands, making it hard to hear, yet the vigorous waving made it clear he wanted Bai Ye to notice. Their appearances showed distinct Huagua features, standing out like two solitary yet bright stars among the local fans in the stands. Bai Ye never expected to see support from fellow countrymen in an away game. After all, this was merely a match in the Segunda División B, far away on the Gran Canaria Islands. Yet now the red flag fluttering in the wind, seemingly small, felt like a warm fire, instantly softening the foreignness of the away game. Coke noticed his distraction and looked at the stands playfully and nudging his arm. "Do you know them?" Bai Ye shook his head, but couldn't help but smile, his voice trembling slightly without him noticing. A flag I can never forget in my life. He raised his hand and waved towards the stands. The two in the stands seemed to immediately receive the signal. The flag holder raised the flag even higher, and the boy beside him took out his phone, gesturing towards the pitch, as if taking a photo. Bai Ye turned his gaze away, revealing a smile. It turned out that in a foreign land there truly were people watching him from afar, and there were indeed people holding up a red flag for him. On a Chinese football forum, a post appeared in the dead of night football discussion board. I saw Bai Ye in person at the home stadium of Las Palmas University team. And we even waved a flag. He noticed us. My roommate and I study on Gran Canaria Island. Yesterday we saw that Atlético Madrid B team would play an away match here today, and Bai Ye is on the squad. He's the central midfielder from China playing for Atlético Madrid B team. The entire stadium was awash in the home team's yellow jerseys. We sat in a corner waving small red flags, impossibly conspicuous. During warm-ups, Bai Ye actually glanced our way. My roommate immediately waved and shouted encouragement. Though his voice vanished beneath the roar of the home crowd, Bai Ye seemed to spot us, and even waved back. I broke out in goosebumps. I snapped a few photos, admittedly blurry given how far we were seated. I'll provide live updates once the match begins. I truly hope Bai Ye delivers an outstanding performance tonight. Even at midnight, the post ignited immediate attention. It instantly surged to the top of the trending list. Bai Ye has become the most discussed rising Chinese football star across the entire forum. Footage of his matches remains scarce, and many fans lack access to live broadcasts of Atlético Madrid B team games. In this day and age, finding a live stream of Segunda División B is no easy feat. Yet, someone was actually there in person. A diehard fan who can't sleep without watching football. No way, bro. You really went. I figured I just read news online, but you actually rushed to the stadium. I'm genuinely envious. That little red flag stood out so boldly. Bai Ye definitely saw you, or he wouldn't have waved. A devoted young fan of Bai Ye, I'm green with envy. I watch Bai Ye's training videos daily, and you got to see him play live. Now witnessing Bai Ye in action has joined my list of life goals. A seasoned football enthusiast. Whoa, absolutely incredible. Please take as many photos as possible. Even blurry ones are welcome. A poster from Gran Canaria. The original poster replies, the home supporters were indeed deafening, chanting non-stop. But when we raised our flag, a local man beside us asked if we were Bai Ye's fans. I told him, yes, he's our compatriot. Bai Ye looked exceptionally composed during warm-ups. He exchanged several crisp short passes with Coke, clearly building strong on-field chemistry. I'll do my best to capture more once the match begins, though our seats are rather off-center, so clarity may be limited. A decade-long football devotee, suddenly tears welled up. In the past, watching Chinese players compete in Europe meant lingering at the fringes of the top 5 leagues. Now Bai Ye has steadily cemented his place within Atlético Madrid's famed youth academy. This feels profoundly different. Please keep sharing live updates. The whole forum is eagerly awaiting them. By the 73rd comment, someone posted a link. Clicking it led directly to a live broadcast of the Segunda División B match. Betting sites ever quick to sniff out opportunities had already secured and shared the streaming source. At that moment, fans who had long lacked any avenue to watch Bai Ye play seized the chance without hesitation. No matter how obscure the site, as long as the match was visible. 10 minutes into the match, Atlético Madrid B team completely dominated the pitch. The midfield duo of Bai Ye and Coke utterly suppressed Las Palmas University team's central play. Bai Ye's passing remained the most dangerous threat. In the 7th minute, Las Palmas University's defensive midfielder Alonso closed in tightly, lightly elbowing Bai Ye's lower back in an attempt to dispossess him. Bai Ye first used the tip of his left foot to drag the ball backward, then swept it laterally with the sole of his foot to evade the opponent's reaching leg. His body pivoted smoothly mid-motion, while his right arm gently deflected Alonso's interference. In under 2 seconds, he carved open space amid the congested midfield. Then with his right instep delivered a low penetrating through pass, skimming the turf between 2 defenders, landing precisely at Coke's feet as he surged forward. Coke raced into the top of the penalty arc and fired a shot, only for the goalkeeper to launch himself skyward and parry it over the crossbar. Coke buried his face in his hands, then raised a thumb high toward Bai Ye. Though the goal eluded them, Bai Ye's incisive game-defining pass had undeniably materialized. 2 Las Palmas University midfielders converged to trap Bai Ye. On the left, Fernandez lunged to hook the ball from his feet. On the right, Rodriguez blocked all passing lanes. Bai Ye feinted left with his left shoulder, deceiving Fernandez into shifting his weight. Then suddenly flicked the ball rightward with the outside of his right foot pivoting seamlessly and darting through the narrow gap between the 2 opponents. Without waiting for defenders to recover, he scanned the forward line and launched a curling diagonal pass with the outside of his left foot, arching gracefully over the home side's right back to land perfectly before the advancing winger Pedro. Pedro took the ball first time and crossed low. Thiago Rose in the box met it with a powerful glancing header. but the ball skimmed past the upright. Among the sparse Atlético supporters in the stands, a collective sigh of disappointment rose. Las Palmas University's fans stood stunned by Bai Ye's effortless, masterful passing. Spain has produced countless midfield maestros, yet in Bai Ye they glimpsed haunting echoes of those legends. On the touchline, Manuel watched Bai Ye's display with deep satisfaction. Such rare talent could never remain confined to Atlético Madrid B team, but having coached a prodigy like Bai Ye would become a lifelong point of pride for Manuel. He fervently hoped Bai Ye would continue ascending. Soon in the 23rd minute, the away section remained submerged in the roaring yellow tide of the home crowd. Suddenly a gasp erupted from the stands. Atlético Madrid B team's left back had misplayed a pass. As the ball rolled lazily into midfield, Las Palmas University's winger sprinted forward, flicked it up with his toe, controlled it instantly, and surged toward the gaping vulnerability in Atlético's defensive line. Atlético Madrid B team players scrambled desperately in pursuit, but their opponent had already carried the ball across half the pitch. With a 3-on counterattack imminent, the home crowd's cheers swelled to a fever pitch. At that very instant, Bai Ye charged in swiftly from an oblique angle behind. He did not lunge blindly. Instead, his eyes locked onto the opponent's ankle. The precise moment the attacker prepared to shift direction and release a pass, Bai Ye's right foot slid in with surgical precision between ball and boot, executing a flawless tackle. The timing was immaculate. A stunned hush fell over Las Palmas University's supporters. Had such a golden counterattack truly been snuffed out? Bai Ye's interception was uncannily prescient, as if he'd calculated his opponent's rhythm in advance. Effortless, contactless, severing the counter's momentum right in the heart of midfield. Even as he won possession, his gaze swept ahead. Coke had already angled sharply into the channel between the opposing defense and midfield, shadowed closely by a retreating defensive midfielder. Yet, half a meter of space remained between them. Without pausing to adjust, Bai Ye pushed the ball forward with the inside of his left foot. A flat, laser-guided pass skimming the grass, threading perfectly around the defender's outstretched leg and settling exactly into Coke's stride. The weight and trajectory were flawless. Coke didn't need to decelerate. His first touch seamlessly set up the... As Coke received the ball, his peripheral vision caught Thiago streaking diagonally from the right flank into central space. Las Palmas University's center back, still recovering from the earlier counter, hadn't fully repositioned, leaving a slanted gap just outside the penalty area. Without hesitation, Coke brushed the ball with the outside of his right foot, a subtle spinning pass arcing over the defender's outstretched leg and dropping precisely at Thiago's feet. Thiago met it on the run and fired a low-driven shot. Thud. No chance for the goalkeeper. The ball kissed the left post and plunged into the net. The referee pointed to the center circle. Goal confirmed. Atlético Madrid B team had opened the scoring. Leading away, the players of Atlético Madrid B immediately surrounded Thiago. Bai Ye also ran over while Coke embraced Bai Ye's shoulder, smiling as he patted his back. "You made a great interception just now, and your pass was excellent." Bai Ye smiled. This is the effect of the new talent. The cheers from the home stands instantly diminished, only that red flag waved even more vigorously in the wind. And this scene made the fans far away in Huagua go wild. The forums were flooded with posts. "Wow, that interception just now was too fierce, right?" Watching the opponent's ankle without hesitation, not only did he intercept, but he also immediately found Coke. "I was stunned by the speed of that connection. Isn't this really Segunda División B? When did Huagua players develop such awareness? This is truly our Huagua player." No exaggeration, just this interception and pass would be considered top-notch on the Asian stage. Time spent in Segunda División B wasn't in vain. The progress is astonishing. I've watched the replay 3 times. Bai Ye is amazing. Absolutely amazing. How could they not have thought that a Huagua player could possess such midfield skills? In recent years, the Huagua players who have been able to stand abroad have either been forwards or defenders. Midfielders are too scarce. And now, Bai Ye has shown them a glimmer of hope. Yet it was precisely Bai Ye's displayed talent and prowess that made fans find the Football Association's suspension of him so bewildering. The story of Bai Ye had already been spread across the forums. Everyone knew that as things stood, Bai Ye had effectively lost any realistic chance of playing domestically. 10 years. Even if Bai Ye remained strong a decade from now after a 10-year ban, would he still have the spirit to serve the national team? The fans were incensed. Among those playing abroad in recent years, most are either forwards or defenders, and few have gone to Spain to develop. To find a midfielder who can secure a starting place, halt counterattacks, and deliver decisive passes, Bai Ye might be the very first, right? And what happened? They suspend him on a whim. Who believes those reasons? It's obvious that Bai Ye isn't one of their own. This is blatant bullying. Isn't it plain? He simply didn't get into their circle. It's heartbreaking. He could have carried Huagua's midfield for 10 years, and they squander it like this. Just thinking about his suspension chills me to the bone. This isn't a punishment for a player, it's the extinguishing of fame. Frankly, it's all about vested interests. Bai Ye blocked certain people's paths. Simeone has always been tainted. If you truly trust the Football Association, then there's no saving you. And this is an Olympic year. This mess isn't something a player who rose on pure ability can untangle. It means he has no one behind him. This incident sent the fans into another round of vitriol against the Football Association. The 2008 Olympics are coming. They keep shouting that Olympic football must restore our pride, and yet. One day they mimic Spain, the next Brazil. The players run around like headless flies. The officials can only hold meetings and make empty promises. When it comes to the pitch, they can't produce a stable style of play. They've been proclaiming the importance of youth training for nearly 10 years. Grassroots pitches are either outrageously expensive or falling to pieces. Coaches either just yell, run faster, or can't explain basic tactics clearly. When a talented child finally emerges, he still needs someone to pull strings before entering an academy. This isn't football development, it's navigating personal favors. Heavens know how much money those people have taken. If Wawa wants to return to the World Cup, we might as well wait 20 years. Of course, the fans did not stop watching the match. They continued to curse the association while praising Bai Ye. For Bai Ye was simply extraordinary. The Las Palmas University team had virtually no answer to the midfield pair of Bai Ye and Tiki. By the 35th minute of the first half, the home stands had lost the initial fervor. Supporters in yellow held scarves in their hands, eyes full of anxiety for control of the midfield had long been seized by Mahjong's B team. When Bai Ye received a return pass at the top of the midfield arc, two opposing players immediately closed in from either side, reaching to grab his jersey. But his feet had already moved. He hooked the ball back with the tip of his left foot, turned his body to the right to evade the left tackler's foot, used his back to absorb the charge from the right, then pushed the ball sideways with his right foot to the diagonal run of Tiki. The entire feint and pass took less than 2 seconds. The two defenders lunged and missed, nearly colliding, forced to watch helplessly as the ball slipped through them. Tiki did not hesitate after receiving the ball. Catching a glimpse of Bai Ye making a run toward the edge of the box, he cushioned and returned the ball with the inside of his foot. This time Bai Ye faced the opponent's defensive midfielder. Rather than forcing his way through, he softly dragged the ball, with the sole shifted the midfielder's balance, and then delivered a low, precise, short pass the ball, finding Mahjong's winger Sergio in the flank. Sergio reached the byline and crossed, but the center-arriving forward Diage could not meet it cleanly. His header scraped the underside of the crossbar and flew out. The yellow-clad supporters in the stands breathed a reflexive sigh of relief. Scenes like this had already played out 4 times in the first half. Each time Bai Ye dismantled the defense with his escapes and linked the attack with neat short passes, leaving the opposition's midfield in disarray. The midfielders for Las Palmas had begun to look discomfited. The player assigned to mark Bai Ye had his shirt pulled crooked at the hem, sweat streaming down his temples. Every time Bai Ye touched the ball he tensed, but each time he reached out he was unsettled by Bai Ye's turn of pace. In stoppage time of the first half, Bai Ye once again intercepted a pass in midfield, fed Tiki a short pass, and then sprinted into the arc at the edge of the penalty area. Tiki anticipated it perfectly and lofted an over-the-top pass to him. Bai Ye chest controlled the ball, and before it touched the ground flicked it through the air to the advancing Diage. Diage's shot was again parried by the goalkeeper. Even Mahjong's coaching staff on the touchline tapped their tactical board in regret, their faces full of frustration. Manuel even shouted at Diage from the sideline, bewildered at what was happening today. Diage could only shrug in helplessness. He was the type of player he had always been, even surrounded by a world-class midfield engine. The result was only more squandered chances. A striker who would be grateful for 10 goals a season cannot reasonably be expected to do much more. Before long, the first half ended. The scoreboard still read Mahjong B team 1, Las Palmas University team 0. Players returned to the dressing rooms and in a corner of the stands. Mendez had not yet taken his eyes off the player tunnel. The middle-aged man beside him was bent over a sheet of notes densely filled with first-half technical statistics. A tiny league emblem was printed in the corner, barely noticeable unless inspected closely. "Look at those 3 double presses," Mendez began, his voice low but tinged with excitement. Everyone thought he would lose the ball, yet he shifted on his heel and turned away, feeding Tiki. That tempo in his ball control is utterly devastating. The middle-aged man did not look up. He drew a line through the column for successful escapes. 9 was conspicuously written there. He set the statistics down and spoke with appreciation. "He doesn't cling to the ball. That's rare. But the defensive density in a top league is much higher than this. All the more reason he needs to be forged there." Mendez leaned forward, his tone more urgent. "See his recovery in the final moments of the half. He participated in the attack up front and still tracked back to cut off the opposition's counterstart. His awareness is a ready-made foundation. Keeping him here dominating lower-tier matches would be a waste." The middle-aged man was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. Mendez felt a weight lift from his chest. He knew what that nod signified. The two did not speak further. Mendes had already begun considering how to persuade Bai Ye to sign with him, and the middle-aged man's ascent would be an important bargaining chip. Not to linger in the academy and waste time, but to go straight to a top-tier league. In the locker room of Atlético Madrid B team, Manuel first praised the players. You did well in the first half. Then he turned to Coke and Bai Ye. Bai Ye, your short passes have dismantled their midfield with a 91 success rate. This is the rhythm we want. But in the second half, be cautious as the opponents will surely change their strategy. Manuel then pulled over the tactical board. He drew 2 circles in the flanks with a pin and pointed firmly. Las Palmas was a bit disoriented by our passing in the first half. In the second half, they will likely tighten their midfield and pull their fullbacks inward. This is where their flank will be vulnerable. Thiago Sergio, your positioning was too wide just now. In the second half, make more runs into these 2 circles. Don't wait for the ball to find you. Actively get behind their center backs. Bai Ye's short passes can reach you precisely. You just get into position and you can tear through their defense. The players called by name nodded. Manuel glanced at Bai Ye and then turned to the entire team. Continue to make those penetrating short passes. They will definitely press harder in the second half, trying to intercept our ball for counterattacks. But look here, he pointed at Bai Ye's passing trajectory on the tactical board. Bai Ye's short passes can evade their pressing points. Coke, do more 1-2s with him. Don't go solo. Our advantage lies in teamwork, not brute force. He walked over to Thiago and patted his shoulder. You took too long to wait for that ball on those 2 opportunities. In the second half, when Bai Ye passes you the ball on the flank, don't stop. Go straight for the far corner. Their goalkeeper reacts slowly. That's our chance. And the fullbacks stop thinking about charging forward all the time. Hold your positions. If we lose the ball, our midfield can fall back, but you must shut down their counterattacks on the flanks. Finally, Manuel scanned each player with his gaze. Winning away games is not easy, and our fans in the stands are waiting. Keep the flanks active, deliver accurate short passes, and don't give them a breather. Okay. The players nodded in agreement. Manuel did not end his speech, but instead looked only at Bai Ye. Bai Ye, you didn't play correctly in the first half. You need to position yourself properly. The locker room fell silent. Coke's water bottle paused midair, and Thiago's towel hung on his neck as the entire team had witnessed Bai Ye's performance in breaking up counterattacks and delivering threatening passes. Manuel had just said he played well. Why was he suddenly being criticized? Even the substitute midfielder squatting in the corner organizing his shin guards lifted his head in surprise. Could it be his chance? Bai Ye did not react much. He was just wondering what Manuel meant. However, Manuel suddenly raised his hand to interrupt and raised his voice slightly. I'm not saying you played poorly. You are just positioning yourself too far back. You should be playing as the core in the attack. Core. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Did Manuel just acknowledge Bai Ye's status in front of everyone? Previously, Bai Ye had mostly played in a deeper midfield role, organizing the rhythm, occasionally making runs for support. Now he was being directly pointed out to act as the core. Even Garcia, who had been silent, raised an eyebrow. Manuel walked to the tactical board, drew a circle in the midfield area, and drew 3 diagonal arrows penetrating the opponent's defense line towards their penalty area. Look, in the first half after you intercepted the ball, you always looked for me or Coke first. But your evasion is quicker than anyone else, and your short passes are precise. You don't need to be so rigid in positioning. If there's space in the left flank, go in. If you can get the ball at the top of the right arc, stop and learn from Coke. Drill into their defense. He leaned down, pointed at the positioning markers of the opposing center backs on the tactical board, and when he looked up at Bai Ye, his eyes were full of affirmation. Their center backs turned slowly. When you make runs forward, don't always think about passing. If there's an opportunity, shoot directly. Your kicking ability is already enough. Don't hold back. Bai Ye was a bit stunned. It's not that he only wanted to pass, it's just that he only had the ability to pass. Manuel came over again, patted his shoulder, and softened his voice. You should make the opposing midfield follow you, disrupting their defense, so Coke and Thiago can find space. Don't always think of yourself as a support. You are capable of being the core in midfield. Bai Ye heard this. What could he say? He couldn't just say he couldn't shoot, could he? He could only nod in agreement. Okay. At worst, he would just run more or try to pass the ball into the goal. Suddenly, a new thought exploded in Bai Ye's mind. Yes. If he could pass, he should also be able to shoot. As he thought about it, Bai Ye seemed to grasp a hint of inspiration, but it was still a bit elusive. Soon the second half of the match began anew. Just as the whistle for the second half sounded, the Las Palmas University team's defense sensed something was wrong. Bai Ye no longer stayed fixed in midfield like in the first half, but moved like a flexible shadow, frequently darting into the flanks and the edge of the penalty area. In the 48th minute, he suddenly made a diagonal run from the right flank, receiving Garcia's long pass, lightly dragging the ball with his foot to evade the covering left back. If not for the timely block from the center back, his cross would have almost reached Thiago. The home fans were astonished. Can they play like this? This kind of movement continued for 5 minutes, and the Las Palmas midfield defense began to lose its rhythm following Bai Ye's movements. Until the 53rd minute, Atlético Madrid B team intercepted the opponent's pass in midfield. when Coke received the ball 2 meters outside the arc for Las Palmas defenders. 2 defensive midfielders and 2 center backs almost simultaneously surrounded the ball as if they were weaving an impenetrable net. Coke, however, suddenly pushed the ball to the left. Bai Ye, as if he had calculated the route beforehand, slipped in from behind the first defensive midfielder, lightly tapping the ball with the tip of his right foot to control it. The first defensive midfielder hurriedly turned to intercept, but Bai Ye was calm, pulling the ball back with his foot, while leaning slightly to the right, just evading the tackle, and smoothly passed the ball back to Coke. This sudden change and back pass made the 4 approaching defenders pause for a moment, revealing gaps in their originally compact positioning. When Coke received the ball, the second defensive midfielder was already closely marking him. He didn't stop the ball, but lightly flicked it with the outside of his foot, pushing it back in front of Bai Ye. At this point, the 2 center backs had also abandoned marking Thiago and were collapsing towards Bai Ye, clearly about to form a double team. However, Bai Ye suddenly made a feint to shoot, lifting his right leg as if to kick towards the goal. The 2 center backs instinctively extended their legs to block, but he took the opportunity to deftly pull the ball to the right, evading the defense while pushing it back to Coke. In a mere 10 seconds, Bai Ye and Coke danced around the 4 defenders like performing a precise duet. Passing, backheeling feints, and changes of direction. Each touch avoided the defender's feet, making the 4 Las Palmas players move like puppets on strings, chasing the ball's trajectory, their originally tight defense pulling apart chaotically. When Coke received Bai Ye's third pass, a clear gap opened up at the edge of the penalty area. Bai Ye no longer participated in the passing, but suddenly made a diagonal run towards the goal, drawing the attention of the last center back. Coke took the opportunity to push the ball in the opposite direction of Bai Ye's run. The ball rolled along the grass towards the empty space on the left side of the goal. At that moment, Bai Ye had already turned around, using his body to block the returning defender. Coke, as if following up to collect the ball, easily ran in front of it and gently pushed it with his right foot. The football did not touch any defenders, nor did it touch the outstretched hand of the goalkeeper, rolling into the net next to the post. The red flags in the stands were instantly waved high. Meanwhile, the 4 Las Palmas defenders stood at the top of the arc, watching the football roll into the goal, their faces filled with confusion. They had been surrounding the ball for so long, yet it felt as if they had never touched it, watching helplessly as the 2 players from Atlético Madrid turned the goal into an effortless passing exercise. The net was still gently shaking from the impact of the football as Coke ran towards Bai Ye. Even he felt that the process of this goal was truly stunning. And in the stands, Mendez and the middle-aged man beside him were both stunned, because they had seen another side of Bai Ye. The middle-aged man soon came to his senses and firmly declared, "Sign him. We must secure him in the summer transfer window." At this moment, the fans watching Bai Ye's live stream on the Huagua forum were completely stunned by the play. He has completely let loose. That movement at the edge of the penalty area was so clever. Bai Ye first dribbled past one, and then Coke returned the favor as the 2 exchanged passes with 4 defenders who were flustered like they were dancing a square dance. This coordination is amazing. And that final pass. I was so mesmerized I couldn't take my eyes off. Bai Ye made a quick touch in the crowd, and the ball slipped perfectly between the legs of a defender. Coke, standing in front of the goal, didn't even have to run, he just needed to stretch out his foot, and it was in. This was a direct pass into the net. This play clearly shows Bai Ye's tactical importance. He is definitely not a fringe player in the Atlético B team, but rather the core. His movement, ball control, and distribution are all on point. Even the rhythm of teasing defenders is there. All I can say is Bai Ye is incredible. Is this the terror of a technical midfielder? Comparing to the first half, Bai Ye was clearly more daring to push forward in the second half. Just now, there was a moment when he ran from the defensive midfielder position to the edge of the penalty area, and the opposing center back didn't even react. With this range of movement and passing accuracy, how could he not wreak havoc in Asian competitions? As the fans saw Bai Ye becoming stronger, their hatred for the Huagua Football Association grew deeper. Considering Bai Ye's age, he could have been the midfield commander for Huagua for the next 10 or even 20 years. But now it's all gone. The Las Palmas University team was completely bewildered. Each of them was in position to defend, yet the ball still ended up in the net. They looked at the celebrating Bai Ye and Coke, feeling like they were crushed by talent. They were even a bit dazed, wondering how those passes slipped through. The head coach of Las Palmas University furrowed his brow. He saw more clearly and thought deeper. This wasn't just a goal conceded, their entire tactical system was dismantled by the opponent's midfield using sheer individual skill. And not far from him, Manuel was celebrating excitedly. He raised his fist with a beaming smile. Garcia rushed over to embrace him, still shouting about Bai Ye's incredible positional sense. Manuel nodded with a smile, his gaze never leaving Bai Ye. Once he calmed down, he said, "He has completely caught the rhythm, even faster than I expected. Now he dares to push forward and take the ball in the crowd. This is how he should play." Garcia followed his gaze and saw Bai Ye high-fiving his teammates. This is talent. Suddenly Manuel raised his hand and pressed Garcia's arm, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. Perhaps we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Garcia was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded vigorously. Since he started extra training, hasn't he always exceeded expectations? He didn't finish his sentence. Manuel also fell silent. They both understood. He suddenly realized that the adjustments made in the locker room at halftime did not change Bai Ye's playing style, but allowed him to fully unleash himself. The joy of watching a player break free from constraints and showcase his talent is even more exhilarating than winning the match. On the field, the game quickly resumed. The players of Las Palmas University noticeably quickened their pace. The left wingers surged forward without waiting for teammates to position themselves, and the midfielders frequently attempted long passes, trying to make a final push in front of their home crowd. But just 3 minutes in, their attack ran into significant problems. The connections in the forward line were not smooth enough. They were easily intercepted by Atlético B, who countered. As the right side cross from Las Palmas University was just headed back to midfield by an Atlético B center back, Bai Ye received the ball, stopped it, and gently flipped his ankle to pass it to the advancing right winger. The winger took the ball all the way to the edge of the penalty area and delivered a low cross toward the goal. Although Thiago's close-range shot was blocked by the goalkeeper, it completely unsettled the Las Palmas University defense. After this, Las Palmas fell into a vicious cycle of wanting to attack, but not daring to, wanting to defend, but unable to. They tried to push the two fullbacks forward, hoping to create threats through crosses, but as soon as the left side cross flew up, it was blocked back to midfield by Atletico's left back. After finally winning the ball in midfield, they attempted to send a through ball to the forward, but due to the forward's delayed run, the ball rolled straight into De Gea's arms. Every time they tried to push forward, they were forced to retreat by Atletico's quick interceptions and short passes. The players' faces gradually lost the initial vigor. Their hesitance during passing became increasingly evident, and even their previously fierce challenges softened. Atlético B, on the other hand, completely unleashed their potential. Bai Ye, like an invisible core in the midfield, gave direction to the ball as it came to his feet, sometimes using short passes to smoothly send the ball to Coke, allowing him to penetrate the defensive line, other times suddenly launching a long pass to the left winger Sergio, forcing Las Palmas University's right back to sprint back with all his might. In order to contain Bai Ye's playmaking, Las Palmas midfield could only retreat bit by bit, and the players who should have supported the front line ended up congested at the edge of their own penalty area. This level of control completely trapped the Las Palmas University players in Atlético B's rhythm. In the stands, the cheers from the fans had diminished significantly. Instead, their gazes turned to the field, to that black-haired Asian player. In this match, he was the focal point, and the name, Bai, was etched in more people's memories. In the Segunda B matches, it was practically a dimensionality reduction attack. Atletico's dominance showed no signs of stopping. Bai Ye's playmaking kept the ball circulating in Las Palmas University's half Coke, and the wingers' movements constantly tore open gaps, and even the fullbacks were frequently pushing up to assist in the attack, making it seem like the chances of scoring were getting closer with each attempt. Each time the players looked up at the scoreboard, the anxiety in their eyes grew, yet they could never find a way to break the deadlock, only sinking deeper into the quagmire of Atletico's possession and counterattacks. The moment the deadlock was broken came quickly. In the 72nd minute, an Atletico player on the left wing passed the ball back to the midfielder, and when Bai Ye received the ball, there was no pause. His gaze swiftly scanned the Las Palmas University defense. Two center-backs were tightly marking Thiago, yet they left a conspicuous gap on the flank. He gently twisted his ankle, sending the ball skimming along the grass, precisely threading through the gap between the center-back and the full-back, landing right in front of Thiago. Having played so many matches with Bai Ye, Thiago had developed some tacit understanding. Upon seeing Bai Ye's pass, he quickly made his move, managing to find space between the center-backs just as the ball arrived. Boom. Thiago took a powerful shot without stopping the ball. The goalkeeper reacted quickly to dive, but unfortunately, he was just a step too late. The ball thundered into the net. Whoosh. The goal was scored. After Thiago scored, he immediately pointed at Bai Ye and gave him a thumbs up. The teammates rushed together to embrace and celebrate. Bai Ye's pass was praised by his teammates as so cool. Coke laughed, watching this makes me want to play as a forward. Thiago chuckled heartily. He was determined to train harder in shooting skills. The stronger Bai Ye's assisting ability, the more he needed to enhance his shooting skills. Otherwise, he would waste more and more opportunities, which would make him appear even weaker. At this moment, the Huagua Forum was still bustling with activity. With Bai Ye's precise through ball assist, a new wave of excitement erupted. Wow, that through ball was surgical precision. Absolutely a surgical level through ball. Securing a 30 victory, Bai Ye didn't falter from the counterattack to the assist today. He proved himself as a top midfielder in the Spanish Segunda. While this is my first time watching Bai Ye play, and I realize this guy is really impressive. He's incredible. His level is so stable. With such performance, he still faces a suspension. Damn. I dare say he is definitely the best midfielder in Huawei history. This performance is acceptable. Oh, I think Bai Ye can play at a higher level. That through ball was outrageous. The Las Palmas defenders were in position, yet he passed right through them. 30. A resounding victory. Given his performance today, no one can refute that he is the pinnacle of Huawei's overseas midfielders. At this very moment in Madrid at the Espino training base, Caminero was in the office with Atlético Madrid's head coach Aguirre. They watched the entire match of the Spanish. Caminero wanted Aguirre to see Bai Ye's performance, as he also had intentions to nurture Bai Ye. After all, he was also a midfielder. Thus, he had a favorable impression of Bai Ye, and during the match he continually spoke highly of him. Of course, he wasn't just saying this randomly, because Bai Ye's performance was indeed outstanding. Aguirre, however, did not blindly agree with Caminero, but stated his technique is fine, his distribution is clear, and he possesses decent evasion ability. But don't forget our first team's pace. The midfielders in La Liga are not the same as in Segunda. When every time he receives the ball someone is there to bump into him or pull him, can his body withstand it? Caminero anticipated he would bring this up. He quickly responded, "Did you not notice his interception during the counterattack in the first half? The Las Palmas winger was about to cross half the field, yet he came in from a diagonal rear and intercepted the ball, without relying on physical contact, indicating he has interception capability. This only shows he has decent anticipation, but it still does not prove his ability to withstand physicality." Aguirre continued, "What we need in our tactics are players who can stand firm in midfield battles when second balls, withstand the opposing defensive midfielder's impact, and be able to block gaps during the counter. These cannot be solved merely with skill. Oh, look at Bai Ye's physique. He's too young and too slender, much thinner than our midfielders. If he faces the strong players from Bilbao, he wouldn't even be able to hold on to the ball." Caminero shook his head. He is still growing. Strength can be trained. Moreover, think about it, what we lack in midfield right now is someone who can distribute the ball. Oh, just now he allowed Coke to make an overlapping run while the wingers stretched the defense. Isn't that the effect you have always wanted, to stretch the defensive line? Aguirre did not relent. This kid is too soft. He doesn't fit our style. Caminero did not argue back, watching as Bai Ye was substituted off. He said, "Let's wait and see." From his current playing style, it's clear that Manuel wants to give Bai Ye a central role in play. In the next few matches we'll see if his performance is stable. If it is, we can give him a chance to train with the first team, allowing us to observe his abilities more clearly. Aguirre stared at Bai Ye's figure on the screen, remained silent for a few seconds, and then softened his tone slightly. "Fine, I will have someone monitor the next few matches. Moreover, since you think so highly of him, let him train with the first team twice next week. During training, let him work closely with the defensive midfielders. I want to see if he can keep up with the first team's passing rhythm and withstand their physical challenges." Caminero's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. "No problem. I will inform Manuel to adjust Bai Ye's training plan in advance to adapt to the intensity of the first team. Don't celebrate too early. A training does not guarantee anything, but it's just a way to see if he can realize his potential. If he can't hold onto the ball or avoids physical confrontations during training, then it's over. Our first team positions are not just about having good skills. You know the pressure to compete for the top for this season is immense. I cannot give a chance to a young player." Caminero laughed in response, but internally he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, getting Aguirre to agree to give him a training opportunity was a crucial step forward. From Caminero's perspective, such a talented player must be kept within Atlético. After all, Bai Ye already had teams trying to recruit him. Perhaps as time progresses, more teams will take an interest in Bai Ye. By then, Caminero could not guarantee that Bai Ye would not leave Atlético for better conditions. This is professional football. Loving it is not enough. There must be real benefits involved. At the home ground of the Las Palmas University team, when Bai Ye left the field, the players from the Las Palmas University team, including the fans, all breathed a sigh of relief. This young man had truly put too much pressure on them. Bai Ye walked to the sidelines and embraced his substitute teammates before heading towards Manuel. Manuel also gave him a big hug. "Well done, kid. If you keep playing like this, you'll be able to join the first team next season." Manuel was discovering such a gem under his guidance was his achievement. Bai Ye also smiled and replied, "I will work. Go rest well and enjoy the victory." Bai Ye nodded. He received more praise from Garcia as he joined the substitute bench. Then Bai Ye sat on the bench, seemingly focused on the game, while in reality his mind was entirely on the system. Because just now, during his last through ball, he had just completed task 2. Feeling the benefits of the system's rewards, Bai Ye was very much looking forward to the new task rewards. Task 2: break through a dense defense in a positional battle. In a single match of the Spanish Segunda Division, be complete at least one key pass when the opponent sets up a dense defensive formation, resulting in a goal. Status completed. Rewards new talent Rivaldo long shot mastery. White Leaf was instantly delighted when he saw the name of this talent. The legendary Brazilian midfielder Rivaldo. While his long-range shooting ability may not be famous, watching him play reveals that his signature long shots combine violent aesthetics with precise curves. He excels at suddenly shooting from semi-long-range areas, such as the edge of the penalty area and the flanks, capable of both powerful ground shots and descending arcs that evade the goalkeeper's fingertips, particularly adept at switching to offensive mode after short pass setups. This ability is remarkably compatible with the short passing evasion talent he currently possesses from Bayern. White Leaf quickly looked at the introduction. Talent: Rivaldo. Long shot mastery inherited the long-range shooting skills of the peak Rivaldo. Talent effect significantly enhances long shot power, increase shot speed by 30, concealment reducing the leg swing motion before shooting by 20, and accuracy 18, increase in the success rate of aiming for the corners of the goal. Additionally strengthens adjustment ability after a confrontation, maintaining over 80 shooting stability even when lightly bumped before shooting, avoiding technical deformities. After using Bayern's evasion talent to escape tight, marking and acceleration effect can be triggered. White Leaf almost burst out laughing on the bench. So powerful. This is simply allowing him to evolve from a pure organizing midfielder to an all-round midfielder. As a result, he not only has organizational skills, but also finishing ability. Coupled with the tactical position that Manuel is currently building for him, he can pose a direct threat to the opponent's goal. After finishing the introduction, White Leaf redirected his attention back to the field. Victory was already a foregone conclusion. When the referee's final whistle blew, the match concluded. Atletico B team won 31 away. Due to the recent impressive performance of Atletico B, the media took notice. After the match, Manuel was stopped by reporters on the sidelines who asked him, Atletico B's away victory continues their recent impressive performances. What was the key factor in this victory? Manuel wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the players, thanking the crowd, and replied with a smile, the key was adjusting the midfield tempo in the first half. I told the players before the match to trust those who can create threats. White Leaf's performance today is the best proof. He is the core of our away victory. The reporter continued, you mentioned White Leaf. We also noticed that his position in the second half was more flexible than in the first half, and he even made several forward runs to participate in the attack. Why did you make such adjustments? Did his performance exceed your expectations? The adjustment was not a sudden idea, he deserves this role. Manuel crossed his arms in front of him, his tone very affirmative. In the first half, I realized that the opponent's midfield couldn't handle his evasion. After he controlled the tempo with short passes, the opponent had to tighten their defense. At that point, when he made forward runs, he could tear open gaps. What exceeded expectations was his speed of adaptation. It took him very little time to go from passively receiving to actively orchestrating, and he not only made passes, but also attempted 2 long shots in the second half. Although they didn't score, his leg movements were concealed and angles tricky, showing that he was continuously honing new offensive methods. For a young midfielder, being able to control the tempo while also attempting to finish is extremely rare. The reporter asked again, do you think White Leaf has the potential to move up to the first team? How will you help him improve in the future? Manuel smiled and did not evade the question. Potential. He has already proven himself with his performance, and I certainly look forward to seeing him in the first team. Next, I will have him practice finishing under duress, such as quickly connecting short passes after being surrounded by multiple defenders, or making long shots, or maintaining the accuracy of through balls under high pressure. This will help him adapt better to higher intensity matches. As for whether he can move up to the first team, I believe his performance will speak for itself. Today's match is his recommendation letter to everyone. The reporter asked about other aspects of the team, and Manuel answered methodically. When he finished the interview and looked towards White Leaf, he smiled, thinking about the reporter's question regarding White Leaf's entry into the first team. In fact, for Manuel, it was somewhat conflicted. On one hand, he naturally hopes his players can have a broader future and go further. On the other hand, he is somewhat reluctant to let a player like White Leaf leave the B team, as it would significantly affect the team's performance. White Leaf is too important for the B team. Meanwhile, when White Leaf and Coke headed towards the locker room, a reporter attempted to interview him, but he ignored them. He did not want to engage with the media at this moment. The media can be a double-edged sword for players. White Leaf chose to temporarily distance himself from them. Coke, on the other hand, took some time to participate in an interview. After the locker room was tidied up, the entire Atletico B team returned to Madrid. Upon returning to the Espino training base, Manuel planned to let the players rest well and prepare for tomorrow's match. However, when they got off the bus, they found that Caminero was already waiting there. For this Atletico legend, now the sports director, the B team players were very familiar and respectful of him. Manuel quickly walked over to greet Caminero. What brings you here? Caminero patted his arm, his gaze sweeping over the B team players standing in line, his voice filled with a smile. I just came over from the first team. I waited for you all. We won 31 against Las Palmas University away, playing beautifully, especially in the last 20 minutes of defense, not giving the opponent a chance to counterattack. The whole team's performance was excellent. As soon as he finished speaking, smiles appeared on the players' faces. Coke stepped forward laughing as he replied, "We played according to Coach Manuel's tactics. The tactics were good and the execution was even better." Caminero turned to look at Manuel, his eyes filled with recognition. "You are stabilizing the B team's tempo more and more, especially in honing young players. Whiteleaf's core playing style today is the best proof. Your adjustments were timely." Hearing his name, Whiteleaf was momentarily taken aback. Manuel was also stunned for a moment. Just as he wanted to humble himself, he saw Caminero raise his hand to quiet everyone, his tone still calm, but carrying undeniable weight. "Today, besides congratulating you all, I have an announcement regarding Whiteleaf's upcoming training arrangements." All eyes focused on Whiteleaf, who was standing next to Coke, still pondering whether he was going to be given extra training. Then they heard Caminero continue, "Starting tomorrow, Whiteleaf will temporarily not train with the B team. He will report to the first team and train with Coach Aguirre's team." "What?" The first to speak was a young substitute, his water bottle crashing to the ground. Nobody noticed. Coke's smile instantly turned to surprise as he looked at Whiteleaf, his eyes wide. Tiago opened his mouth, but couldn't find his words, instinctively rubbing his ears as if he thought he had misheard. Manuel was completely stunned as well. He opened his mouth about to ask, "Isn't this too rushed?" Caminero's gaze landed on Whiteleaf, his tone more serious. "Coach Aguirre, just watch your match, and we all believe that your tempo and passing vision can already keep up with the first team's intensity. Rather than continuing to dominate in the B team, it's better for you to go directly to the first team and face higher-level competition and training." Whiteleaf was also dumbfounded. He was going directly to train with the first team. He instinctively looked at Manuel, whose eyes showed just as much surprise as his own. His lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. "It's not a formal promotion, it's a training adjustment," Caminero added, fearing everyone would misunderstand. However, this did not calm the atmosphere. Training with the first team meant that Whiteleaf was perhaps not far from officially joining the first team roster. "Isn't this too fast?" Manuel finally spoke up. He wasn't questioning Whiteleaf's ability, just didn't expect it to be so sudden. Caminero smiled, his gaze sweeping over the shocked players, finally landing back on Whiteleaf fast. Today he toyed with 4 defenders at the edge of the penalty area. That through ball split the 2 center backs, and the setups after chasing back to intercept during defense showed that he has already qualified to hone his skills on a higher platform. What Whiteleaf lacks now is just adapting to the intensity, not ability. After this was said, the players looked at each other, their expressions shifting from initial astonishment to admiration. Indeed, Whiteleaf's performance today was far beyond that of a young player just starting in the B team. His setups and evasion were simply a dimensionality reduction in the Spanish Segunda Division B. Tiago quietly nudged Whiteleaf's arm, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. "You're about to take off." Even with 2 lifetimes, Whiteleaf's heart raced at this moment, filled with disbelief as he looked at Caminero. He knew he would eventually succeed, but he never imagined he could get so close to the first team so quickly. As for the teammates around him, whether veterans or youngsters, their initial surprise gradually turned into recognition. No one felt it was unfair, they only realized that he had already reached such an impressive level. Caminero patted Whiteleaf on the shoulder, his tone gentle. "Tomorrow morning at 8, report to the first team training ground. Coach Aguirre will tell you the specific arrangements. Train well, don't waste your talent. Of Atletico's midfield needs new strength." "Okay." Whiteleaf nodded firmly. Caminero's figure disappeared around the corner of the training base. The previously noisy atmosphere suddenly quieted down, leaving only the sound of the evening breeze rustling through the grass and the murmurs of the players who hadn't completely suppressed their excitement. Manuel stood still, his gaze still following the direction Caminero had left. He turned to look at Whiteleaf, his eyes filled with complexity. He really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Whiteleaf happened to look up and see Manuel. Manuel smiled and said, "Good boy, you didn't embarrass me." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the other players. "You all heard that, and I believe you all know Whiteleaf's past. He almost left the Atletico youth training camp, but now he is the first among you all to step up to the first team. This is the example." Upon hearing this, Coke was the first to applaud, and Tiago followed suit, cheering, "Did you hear that? From now on we should learn from Whiteleaf and strive to make it to the first team." The young substitutes also joined in clapping, their previous shock completely transformed into envy and motivation. No one thought about what would happen to the B team without Whiteleaf. They only felt that hard work could indeed lead to such heights. Manuel watched the team become lively again, and the bit of conflict in his heart gradually dissipated. While the B team's performance is certainly important, watching the players he nurtured move on to greater heights brings a sense of accomplishment greater than winning a few matches. He patted Whiteleaf on the back, his eyes filled with expectation. "When you join the first team, don't be intimidated by Coach Aguirre's high-intensity training. Your evasion and passing will work there as well. If you encounter difficulties, always feel free to come back to the B team and find me. The training ground will always be open for you." Whiteleaf nodded vigorously. The evening breeze lifted the flags of the training base as Manuel smiled and waved his hand. All right, everyone go back and rest. Tomorrow White Leaf will report to the first team, and we B team must also practice well. We need to let everyone know that if the B team can produce a White Leaf, then we can produce more good players. Manuel also left first. Coke and the others came over to celebrate with White Leaf, their words filled with envy and disbelief. White Leaf, who had almost been unable to kick a ball, was now the first among all of them to enter the first team. Although it was just for training, it meant that opportunities to play were not far off. White Leaf responded to each of them. In his own mind, he was also thinking about this matter. He understood that going to the first team for training was just the beginning. To truly seize opportunities in the first team, he needed to do more. That night, when White Leaf finished washing up and prepared to rest, he received a call from De Gea. Upon answering, De Gea stated his intentions directly. My agent, Mr. Mendes, may not wait until the end of the season to contact you. He wants to know if you have time recently to discuss cooperation, and he also asked me to tell you that he can offer you a chance to play in a top league first team. De Gea's words were filled with envy. When he first received Mendes' call, he couldn't believe it at all. This afternoon, he had just learned that White Leaf would be training with Atletico's first team. How could another first team want White Leaf? Moreover, Mendes was also surprised when he learned that Atletico planned to promote White Leaf. Thus, he wanted to contact White Leaf as soon as possible. After hearing De Gea's words, White Leaf thought for a moment. He gave a positive response. You give him my number. Not long after De Gea's call ended, Mendes called. The moment the call connected, a calm, yet slightly magnetic voice came through the receiver, skipping pleasantries and directly stating, Bai Ye, this is Jorge Mendes. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but some opportunities are best communicated in advance for both of us. Bai Ye replied with composure, Mr. Mendes, I know you. De Gea has mentioned you to me. Very well, let's get straight to the point. I have been watching you for a long time and have seen your match against Las Palmas today. Your technical style is a rarity among the young midfielders in today's football. Atletico Madrid's decision to have you train with the first team shows their insight, but what you may need is a quicker and more direct stage in the top league. Bai Ye did not respond, quietly listening. He knew Mendes would soon present the real bait. Sure enough, after a 2-second pause, Mendes continued, I have an opportunity for you with Portsmouth in the Premier League. Coach Redknapp is specifically looking for a midfield core who can hold the ball and provide a long-range shooting threat, which perfectly matches your characteristics. More importantly, I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to sign with me, Portsmouth will offer you at least 15 appearances in the Premier League next season. Portsmouth. Bai Ye echoed, instinctively recognizing that the intensity and exposure of the Premier League were indeed more attractive than the Segunda B, or even sitting on the bench for Atletico, but he remained calm. Why would you choose to recommend me there? Furthermore, I am still within Atletico's system. Because of my network. Mendes' tone was now more relaxed. I have worked with Coach Redknapp on 3 transfers. Last year, I brought Benfica's center-back Ricardo Rocha to the team, and now their defensive core is what I orchestrated. The sports director Harris is an old friend of mine from my days in the Portuguese league, and they trust my player evaluations completely. You see, this is the wonderful connection within the football world, and it is the convenience that my resources can bring you. Mendes continued with confidence. David told me that Atletico offers you training opportunities, but I offer you a guaranteed starting position in the top league. You are a technically skilled midfielder who needs stable playing time to hone your skills rather than waiting on the bench of the... He paused, adding, as for Atletico, you need not worry at all. They have always supported young players in their development toward higher platforms, which is a win-win for both the youth teams and their reputation. Bai Ye's mind raced. The incentives Mendes offered were indeed tempting. He thought for a moment and asked, Mr. Mendes, if I agree to discuss the details of our collaboration, when would you like to meet? Mendes laughed over the line. I certainly want to do so as soon as possible. I will have my team prepare all the materials, including tactical analysis reports for Portsmouth, your future development plans, and the salary I can negotiate for you. Of course, you can also bring someone you trust, and we can discuss it slowly. All right, I will only have time after my next league match. Bai Ye replied. Before hanging up, Mendes added with utmost sincerity, Bai Ye, among the players I have signed, Cristiano Ronaldo has grown into a star at Manchester United, and Ricardo Carvalho is a core defense player at Chelsea. They all started by seizing opportunities. And now the opportunity that belongs to you is right before you. He hung up the phone. Bai Ye was still pondering whether to sign with Mendes. Outside, the night in Madrid deepened and the lights in the direction of the training base resembled faint stars. He walked to the window, opened it halfway, and the evening breeze brought a slight chill, allowing his chaotic thoughts to settle a bit. Mendes' olive branch was too enticing, but the choices hidden behind it made him unable to stop weighing his options. Signing with Mendes directly meant stable opportunities in the top league. Atletico offered a chance to train with the first team, but no one could say when he would get to play in an official match. Aguirre preferred players who were tough in confrontation, and his physical shortcomings weren't fully addressed yet, so he might have to wait a long time on the bench. The exposure in the Premier League far surpassed that of Segunda B, and if he played well he might attract attention from even top-tier teams. Then there was Mendes' network of resources. If he signed with him, subsequent contract negotiations, tactical communications, and even future transfers would have someone paving the way for him. As he said, being able to connect with the Portsmouth coaching staff in advance to discuss technical characteristics and design exclusive tactics was far better than fumbling around trying to adapt to a new team alone. The pace and physicality of the Premier League were intense, and while it was challenging, it would also force him to quickly address his shortcomings. If he could hold his own in the Premier League, he would have more confidence whether returning to La Liga or moving to another league. But what were the downsides? The first thought that came to mind was Manuel, the coach who elevated him from the bench to a core position. If he signed with Mendes now and went to Portsmouth, it would mean giving up his opportunity with the Atlético first team, betraying Manuel's training. And then there were his teammates from the B team. Once he left these familiar people and things, he could never return. Atlético was his first stop in Europe, where it held his early naivety and the excitement of his first assist. This sentiment was not something that could be easily erased by mere opportunities. Then there was the fact that the physical confrontation in the Premier League was far more intense than in Segunda B. When he faced opponents whose midfielders crashed in like bulldozers, would his core strength hold up? Previously, he could escape using rhythm in the B team, but in the Premier League, players reacted quicker and tackled harder. If Bellerin faltered under high intensity, and if he couldn't find opportunities for long-range shots, would Mendes then loan him out to other teams? After all, the core of an agent's work is resource management. If he didn't perform, well, he might end up as a mere bargaining chip in Mendes' hands rather than a key player. Then there were the constraints after signing. A super agent like Mendes would undoubtedly include many clauses, for instance, the profit-sharing ratio for future transfers, the obligation to comply with his arranged transfer directions, and potentially even demands to cooperate with some commercial activities. Moreover, if Atlético found out he signed with Mendes and gave up the chance to train with the first team, would they think he was ungrateful? After all, Caminero specifically made an exception to let him train with the first team. If he lost that trust, it might close the door to returning to La Liga in the future. Bai Ye looked out the window. His gaze did not focus on anything in particular. Instead, he felt as if two voices were arguing inside him. One said to go to the Premier League and seize the starting opportunity to grow quickly, while the other urged him to stay with Atlético and not betray the trust which also held promise. In the end, he developed a vague inclination in his heart, first meet Mendes and see the details of it. The next morning at 7:30, Bai Ye arrived at the far side of the AIC Pai Nua training base. The first team pitch lay only a few iron fences breadth from the B team's ground. Yet that sliver of distance was one many would never cross in a lifetime. The grass on the first team's training pitch gleamed a freshly clipped vivid green. Compared with the B team's facilities, it was in another league. Bai Ye wore Ma Jing's redanned white training kit and stood on the edge of the pitch. This field was a little larger than the B team's. Training cones were stacked by the sideline. A few assistant coaches huddled together in low conversation, their tablets glowing with player data. He was still officially with the B team and had no locker in the first team changing room, so he waited by the pitch until the squad gathered. "New here," came a friendly voice from behind. Bai Ye turned and saw a man in the number 11 training top, his smile warm and approachable. It was Makashi Luidelagisi, Ma Jing's captain. He was the Argentine winger Bai Ye had watched countless times on television for his incisive runs. Now he reached out his hand. "I'm Makashi. You must be Bai Ye. Recently made a name for yourself in the B team. Manuel mentioned you." Bai Ye quickly shook Makex's hand. "Thank you, Captain. I'm Bai Ye. This is my first training session with you. Don't be nervous. Just play at your usual rhythm." Makashi patted his shoulder and appraised his build with a glance that held no scrutiny, only goodwill. "First team training is tougher, but if you've been promoted from the B team, you must have something. Manuel rarely praises people. If he mentioned your name and asked me to look out for you, you deserve the chance." At that moment, a sharp whistle cut through the air. A Gile walked over in a black tracksuit, zipper drawn to his throat, hands thrust into his pockets. His hair was neatly combed and his face unreadable. His gaze swept across the pitch like a searching blade and paused on Bai Ye for 2 seconds. There was no warmth in that look. No introductions, no encouragement. Only the detached appraisal one gives to a training cone freshly set on the sideline. He then called to the coaching staff, dynamic warm-up first. 10 minutes of rondo, then small-sided scrimmage. No dawdling. Bai Ye jogged toward the warm-up area with the others, feeling a few gazes press against his back. Curiosity, appraisal, and a little indifference. He noticed 2 midfielders talking not far off. One wore the number 8 training top. His cheekbones were sharp. Ma Jing's midfield linchpin, Lao Air Jiaxia, famed for his physicality and ferocious tackles. As their eyes skimmed past him, Bai Ye heard one of them murmur, "A player from Huagua. Promoted from the B team. Can he cope with the contact?" During the warm-up, Bai Ye deliberately exaggerated his movements. Longer strides in the shuttle runs, holding stretches a beat longer. determined to appear sharper than usual. He knew he had no right to relax. Even with Mendez's offer in his pocket, and even if this was only a trial, he would not wear the stereotype of the soft Huagua player. Makashi watched him for a moment longer and nodded. You're training seriously, but don't overdo it. The scrimmage will drain your legs. 10 minutes later, the rondo began. Bai Ye was placed in Lao Air Joshia's group. 5 players kept the ball in the circle, while 4 pressed from outside. The rules do not let the ball touch the ground, and passes could not be heavier than 2 touches. From the first whistle, Lao Air closed down Bai Ye deliberately. His steps were large and heavy, his elbow brushed Bai Ye's side more than once. An obvious test to see if the newcomer from the B team could withstand contact. On the first receive, Bai Ye only just stopped the ball at his feet when Lao Air's shoulder nudged him. He instinctively shifted back to the side and misjudged a pass, nearly sending the ball out of the circle. Luckily, Makashi outside the circle hooked the ball back. Don't hesitate on your pass. Lao Air barked, frowning with a hint of impatience. The space in the circle is small, you can't just try to hide. A Gile stood nearby with his arms folded, eyes fixed on Bai Ye. He saw Bai Ye's passing tempo slow by half a beat under pressure, and several times he needed teammates to cover and retain possession. A Gile's assessment crystallized the boy had technique, but his physicality was weak. Once pressed, he panicked and would not survive the first team's grind. 10 minutes of rondo passed. Bai Ye never let the ball touch the ground, but the session had been bumpy. Players outside the circle began to whisper, he's alright, I guess. The B team's tempo is slower. He's young, he can't keep up here. His toughness is poor. Lao Air barely tried, and he nearly lost it. Their words drifted into Bai Ye's ears. He did not answer. He simply calibrated his passing power more precisely and steadied his breathing. He understood that nothing said on the sideline mattered. One had to speak with one's feet. Soon the small-sided scrimmage began, and a Gile split the players into red and blue teams. Perhaps he had been singled out for some consideration. The newcomer was allowed to join straight into the training. Bai Ye found himself on the red team alongside Makashi, while Lao Air guarded him for the blue side. The goalkeeper for the first team's number 2 was Fu Langgu, wearing a yellow training top. He stood in goal with a casual air, as if this intra-squad match were not worth much consideration. After all, this season, he had few opportunities to play. The first team's starting goalkeeper remained the stalwart Bai Ye. When the scrimmage began, Bai Ye felt almost invisible. His movement off the ball was diligent. He found zones to receive, but his teammates plainly did not yet try. Twice Makashi tried to feed him the ball, but nearby blue defenders intercepted. Once Lao Air positioned himself in front of him, stole the ball, and then deliberately smiled at his blue teammates. I've got this spot covered. Agile watched from the sidelines with knitted brows. He had seen Bai Ye several times attempt to make himself available, only to be physically held off by Lao Air and never really get on the ball. When he finally received a return pass and tried to turn, a blue defender closed him down, and he could only hurriedly square the ball to a winger. There was no sign of the core ability Manuel had spoken of. Bai Ye looked like a newcomer, overwhelmed by the scale of the occasion. The true cores were players like Ague, Luo, and Fulan. Bai Ye, after all, lived up to his identity as a youth academy product in the first team's environment. Awkward and unsure. Agile had already written him off in his mind as a child. No matter what Manuel and Kami Nei Luo said, Bai Ye's performance so far was insufficient. Seems the gap between the B team and the first team is still too wide. An assistant coach whispered beside Agile, the kid does well in the B team, but here he has no presence. Agile said nothing. He only nodded slightly, his gaze leaving Bai Ye as he turned to observe other players. Then abruptly the game shifted. The red team's winger Shi Meng drove down the flank, and instead of crossing, laid the ball back into the middle. Bai Ye happened to arrive on cue and tucked the ball under his foot. Almost at the same instant, Lao Air lunged at him from behind, reaching to cut the ball away and shouting, "Give it up." The others assumed Bai Ye would do what he had done before and pass. Even Fu Langgu barely moved. But Bai Ye did not retreat this time. He pulled the ball back with his left foot, spun his body half a turn to evade Lao Air's outstretched foot, a signature move of belailing, and then in a single fierce motion lashed the ball with his right foot. The ball screamed across the turf, skimming past the blue defender's ankle and arrowing toward the lower right corner of the goal at a cruel angle. By the time Fu Langgu reacted, it was too late. He dived and his fingertips brushed the leather, but the ball had already slipped inside the net. For 2 stunned seconds, the pitch fell silent. Then the red team broke. First, Makashi ran over, clapping, and threw an arm around Bai Ye's shoulders. Beautiful. That was vicious. The blue players also closed in a one, patted Bai Ye on the back, and admitted nice finish. He hit himself well. Lao Air stood awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. He had intended to win the ball back, but was outplayed, and had even conceded a shot. A blue defender teased him with a grin. Lao Air, weren't you saying you had him covered? How did he get past you so cleanly? Lao Air shot him a look, but said nothing. He muttered to himself, just luck. The outside death-box shots don't always land like that. Fu Langgu climbed up, brushed grass from his trousers, and said nothing. What can a goalkeeper say after conceding a goal? He chastised himself for a lapse, smoothed his gloves, and threw the ball back toward midfield with a newly found spark in his eyes. Amid the praise and the lingering skeptical looks, Bai Ye scratched his head, neither arguing nor flaunting. He simply walked back toward the pitch. That strike had been a tonic. His earlier tension at the first-team intensity eased, and his touch felt steadier beneath his feet. Agile had already turned to speak tactics with an assistant when his gaze returned to Bai Ye. He did not smile as Makashi had, he only relaxed his brow a fraction. That shot had exceeded expectation. Lauer's pressure was no joke for Bai Ye to escape by rhythm, and then instantly adjust his posture for a thunderous strike aimed at the near upper corner of the goal was not mere luck. He did not show it, only called enough chatting. Get back to work. The scrimmage resumed, and Bai Ye remained in mid. This time Lauer seemed determined to reclaim his pride, shadowing Bai Ye closely from the first touch. Whenever Bai Ye received the ball, he tried to snatch at the physicality sharper than before. Elbows grazed Bai Ye's waist. Let's see how you shake me off now, he muttered. But most of the time Bai Ye did not keep the ball long. He played intelligently. 10 minutes later, another chance. Ban Ye slid a pass into Bai Ye. Bai Ye did not stand and take the blow. As Lauer reached, he pulled the ball back, stepping half a pace to the side and evading the tackle. Lauer was left grasping at empty air. Before he could recover, Bai Ye had already raised his head, scanned the field, and rolled the ball with the inside of his foot toward the penalty area channel. Makashi, running along the touchline, saw the pass and accelerated into the gap, shaking off his marker to enter the box unknown. Although he slightly misdirected his shot, when Fu Langge closed in, and it clipped the post, and out the touchline, still erupted with approval. Makashi returned, slapping Bai Ye on the shoulder with evident delight. That pass was perfect. I'd just hit my stride, and the ball arrived. Nearly a unknown. No one muttered about luck this time. Lauer stood there, his resentment tempered, and scratched his head without. Someone observed that pass was spot on, just threaded into the defender's pocket. Even the assistant coach tracking stats glanced up and added 2 more notes to his notebook. Agile stood at the sideline, and the corners of his mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. He watched Bai Ye. The boy's performance moments ago was a world apart from how invisible he had been earlier. His transitions after beating a marker had become quicker, his passes more decisive. That through ball not only matched Makashi's run, but also bypassed 2 defenders. He did not look like a newcomer here for the first time. Agile quietly revised his earlier judgment. The boy's weakness was in physical confrontation, but he understood how to evade contact with technique. He had the ability, he simply needed time to adapt to the intensity. It seemed Manuel had not exaggerated. In the forward area, 2 pairs of eyes had begun to linger on Bai Ye. Fulan bent to tie his boot, but paused mid-motion. He looked up past the defenders and fixed on Bai Ye's back. That through ball was not brute force, but anticipation. Bai Ye, while shaking off Lauer Jashia, had already seen Makashi's run in his peripheral vision. The moment the ball left his foot, Makashi sprang. Timing exquisite. Fulan raised an eyebrow. The tempo of that pass had a curious maturity. It did not read like a first-day trialist's touch, but the craft of someone seasoned beyond his years. He glanced again at Bai Ye and recalled the coaching staff mentioning a Huagui youngster promoted from the B team. The thought added a touch of novelty. Asian players were rare on European pitches lately, and one with such passing intelligence was even rarer. Beside him, Sire Gao Ague Luo was more direct. Watching that through ball, he showed the bright-eyed surprise of youth, and told teammate Payanaya, "Hey, did you see that?" The kid's pass was deadened. Payanaya nodded, and Ague Luo's gaze stayed fixed on Bai Ye. The scrimmage continued. In the following phase, Bai Ye received the ball in midfield with 2 men closing. Instead of shying away, he clipped the ball with the inside of his foot, tugged it behind him, turned, and fed it to a wide teammate. A sequence quick, light, and almost playful, as if he were rehearsing tricks. Not long after, Bai Ye produced another moment. In a defensive counter, he intercepted an opponent's backward pass in midfield. He did not rush to release the ball, but scanned the forward line. Ague Luo was busy occupying the defenders. Suddenly, he sent a long pass aiming to bypass the center backs and connect directly with Ague Luo. Unfortunately, the ball was intercepted by center back and Dong Niao Luo Pei. Though the pass did not reach its mark, Ague Luo had seen clearly and called back, "Nice pass. Give me another one next time." His voice was hearty. Bai Ye blinked and nodded in reply, and Ague Luo grinned with no trace of a star's hauteur. Just simple approval for good play, and gave him a thumbs up. Agile observed all of it from the sideline. Ajire originally thought Bai Ye was just a somewhat skilled but insufficiently competitive young man, at most worthy of observation, but the power, angle, and precision of that long-range shot just now exceeded his expectations. However, he did not regard Bai Ye as immediate combat power. After all, the intensity of the first team's matches was far beyond that of training, and this kid's physical competitiveness and experience in major competitions still needed honing. He turned to the assistant coach and said, This kid has some talent. I'll let him continue training with the first team and see how he performs. Meanwhile, keep an eye on his performance in the B team matches. Soon after, Maxi walked over and patted Bai Ye on the shoulder, saying, "Not bad, Bai Ye. You did well in your first training session. I'll keep it up." Fran also approached smiling and said, "Your long-range shots and passes are great. Keep it up." Agüero threw a bottle of water to Bai Ye, saying, "Next time pass me a few more like that, and let's score more goals together." Bai Ye took the water and nodded with a smile. He knew this was just the beginning. He still had a long way to go before truly establishing himself in the first team. But at least through his own efforts, he had broken through prejudices and made these top players see his value. No matter whether he chose Mendes' offer or stayed at Atlético Madrid, he had to seize every training opportunity to prove he was more than just a decent young player. The first team players began to pack their things. Today's training had come to an end. They needed to rest well, while Bai Ye also packed his belongings and chatted with Agüero beside him. The Argentine was very curious about everything Bai Ye said about the East. Agüero was still under 20, turning 20 this June, and was only about a year older than Bai Ye. As peers, they had something to talk about. Meanwhile, on the small path outside the training ground, Pildos had his hand resting on Mario's old backpack. The backpack zipper was not fully closed, revealing a faded Atlético Madrid youth training jersey. Mario kept his head low, kicking small stones by the roadside, his voice hoarse as if covered in sand. "Just drop me off here. There's nothing else to give." He had just received the notification from the youth training camp yesterday. After the season ended, his contract would not be renewed, which meant he had to leave the Atlético Madrid he had been at for 3 years, leaving this place where he thought he could establish himself. Pildos, his roommate, and one of the few who would still talk to him in the youth training camp, insisted on taking him to the base. When they reached the fork in the road, Mario suddenly stopped, his gaze drifting toward the first team training ground not far away, his voice tinged with a nearly humble expectation. "Let me take one last look. Just one glance, since there won't be another chance." Pildos said nothing and accompanied him to the edge of the iron fence. As soon as they steadied themselves, Mario's gaze seemed to be nailed to the field. The first thing he saw was Maxi's number 11 training jersey, followed by the team's star player, his compatriot Agüero. But in the next moment, his breath caught sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief, and the backpack in his hand thudded to the ground. Is that Bai Ye?" Mario's voice trembled, his fingers gripping the iron fence tightly, knuckles turning white. He saw the Huagua person who was currently standing on the first team's pitch, chatting and laughing with Agüero, Maxi, and other players. From their appearance, it seemed they had just finished training. That was the field he had dreamed of touching. Yet now it was being trampled by someone he had always looked down upon, someone he deemed talentless. Pildos was also stunned. Bai Ye had truly found a path to the first team. His surprise quickly turned into uncontrollable joy, the corners of his mouth secretly lifted, and a clear goal suddenly emerged in his heart. Perhaps if he worked harder, he could also stand on that field like Bai Ye. "Why him?" Mario suddenly shouted, his voice full of unwillingness and jealousy. "Why is it him? His talent doesn't even match half of mine. Why can he stand there while I'm being kicked out?" He said this while trying to rush forward, but Pildos quickly grabbed him. "Mario, don't be impulsive. This is the first team training ground. We can't go in." But Mario seemed not to hear, struggling to push forward. "I want to ask him. I want to know why. How is he better than me? Hey, which youth team are you from?" A stern reprimand. A security guard in a dark uniform walked over quickly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "This is the first team training area. Youth players are not allowed to linger here. Quickly pack your things and return to your training area." Mario's body stiffened. The security guard's words felt like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He looked at the guard's serious face, then glanced at Bai Ye, who was high-fiving Maxi on the field, suddenly feeling a wave of humiliation. He didn't even have the qualification to question him face to face, nor the right to approach that field. Pildos silently picked up the backpack on the ground and tugged at his arm. "Let's go, Mario, we shouldn't stay here." Mario didn't move, as if all his strength had been drained, his steps unsteady like walking on cotton. He looked at Bai Ye on the field, at the Huagua person he had once looked down upon, who was now standing in a place he could. One stepped onto the first team's training field while the other was about to be completely abandoned by the youth training camp. The gap between them felt like a knife stabbing at his heart. He let Pildos lead him away, his back hunched as if he had aged several years, repeatedly murmuring, "Why?" Meanwhile, Bai Ye, who had finished packing his things, vaguely heard a commotion from outside. He instinctively turned to look in the direction of the iron fence, only to see two blurry figures gradually walking away, unable to discern even the color of their clothing. Maxi patted his shoulder, saying, "What are you looking at?" "The coach is about to debrief." Bai Ye withdrew his gaze, brushing off the earlier incident, and quickly walked towards the gathered players. Ajair stood among the players, clearing his throat. "That concludes today's training. The intensity of the competition was insufficient. We will add strength training tomorrow." His gaze swept across the field, finally landing on Bai Ye, pausing for 2 seconds, neither praising nor criticizing, simply saying, Be on time tomorrow, don't be late. Yes, coach. Meanwhile, on a distant path, Pildos watched Mario's dejected appearance, quietly clenching his fists, and glanced back at the first-team training ground. In his heart, he silently encouraged himself. He also wanted to be like Bai Ye, relying on his own efforts to step closer to that training ground rather than being kicked out like Mario. At this moment, in a corner of the cafe outside the Espino training base, Pedro rubbed his sore eyes, his notebook only filled with a few trivial doodles. As a fringe reporter for the Madrid Sports Daily, he had been lurking here for 3 days. His editor tasked him with digging up some daily hot topics about Atlético Madrid's first team. However, after 3 days, aside from capturing a gyre coming in and out by car, he hadn't managed to catch any decent stories. The people of Atlético were too boring. They didn't even learn from other teams to mix it up during training. He took a sip of the cold coffee, staring at the exit of the base, musing that if he didn't find any clues tomorrow, he would be assigned by the editor to cover the even less popular Segunda division. Soon after, the first-team players finished training and began to come out one after another. Pedro immediately sat up straight, raising his long lens camera towards the exit. His lens first swept over Maxi's back, then onto Fran's signature blonde hair, but in the next second, a young, unfamiliar figure caught him off guard. It was a slightly thin young man wearing the same training gear as the first-team players, carrying a black sports bag over his shoulder, walking alongside Maxi, talking about something. Maxi even patted him on the shoulder, smiling with obvious goodwill. Who is this? Pedro frowned, zooming in on the image on his camera screen. He covered Atlético news and could recognize all the first-team players with his eyes closed, but this face in front of him was neither a familiar Atlético star nor a rumored transfer target. Suddenly, a spark of curiosity arose in Pedro's heart. He quickly pulled out his phone, opening the document of Atlético's youth team player list, swiftly scrolling through the screen. From U19 to the B team, he went through the names one by one until he reached the recent match roster of the B team. One name jumped out: Bai Ye. Pedro instantly locked onto this name. It was too recognizable. He was the only Asian face. Bai Ye. From the B team. Pedro sat up straight, quickly searching for more information on the screen. Soon he found 3 articles mentioning Bai Ye as a midfielder with excellent short passing and distribution, helping the team establish an attacking rhythm. He then flipped to last week's report on the B team's victory over Las Palmas, where a fan commented in the discussion section, "That Huawei player named Bai Ye is amazing. That last through ball was incredible." Pedro's eyes brightened instantly. A Huawei player B team core appearing in the first team training ground. These tags combined were anything but trivial. Clearly, they formed a small hot topic suitable for the sports section. He quickly grabbed his notebook and wrote rapidly, tentative title: Atlético's youth team produces another super talent. B team star appears in first team training ground. The fact of appearing in the first team training ground was already enough to attract attention. After all, although Atlético has produced some talents in recent years, there aren't many stars who have gone straight from the B team into the first team training circle, especially not someone with a rare Asian face. Pedro excitedly took out his phone and dialed the editor's number, keeping his voice low, but unable to conceal his excitement. "Boss, I have a lead. There's a young man named Bai Ye in Atlético's B team who just finished training with the first team today and chatted with Maxi for quite a while. This kid is the ace of the B team's recent victories. I checked the record, and his performance in Segunda B has been outstanding." "Is it definitely first team training? Not some youth player who took a wrong turn?" The editor's voice on the other end perked up instantly. "Absolutely not. I'm preparing to write an article about a youth star training above his level, highlighting Atlético's new discovery while mentioning the B team's achievements. It will definitely attract readers." The editor repeatedly praised him, telling him to seize the opportunity. After hanging up, Pedro quickly took 2 more side photos of Bai Ye to make the report more persuasive. After Bai Ye left, Pedro stood in place, circling the title on his notebook again, and finally changing it to a more eye-catching line: "Atlético can't hide it anymore." B team star appears in first team training ground. Youth team rises with a new core. He had a feeling that the clicks on this article would be substantial. Bai Ye, of course, was unaware of these matters. After returning to his dormitory, he lay on his bed reflecting on the experience of that morning, feeling it was quite dreamlike. He had entered the first team, although it was just training. Moreover, the intensity of the first team training was indeed much greater than that of the B team. The next day, the morning training whistle sounded more urgent than the first day. The assistant coach stood at the edge of the training ground with a stopwatch, just announcing 20 sets of 40-meter shuttle runs with no more than 45 seconds between sets, when Agüero had already sprinted out. There was no adaptation period for the first team's physical training. The pace was fast. Bai Ye stood at the end of the line, watching Raul Garcia complete a set in just 11 seconds, with sweat dripping from his chin onto the grass. He took a deep breath, and at the sound of the whistle dashed out the wind, rushing into his collar, his ears filled with the sound of his own breathing. He could keep up with the majority for the first 5 sets, but by the 8th set his calf muscles began to tighten. He caught a glimpse of Ajayer watching the stopwatch by the side, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tactics board. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his speed up by a notch. By the last 2 sets his training gear was already soaked, his throat felt like it was stuffed with sandpaper, but he still stuck close to Fran's pace. When Fran ran past him he glanced at Bai Ye's pale face, and casually said, "Adjust your breathing. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth." Bai Ye followed his suggestion, and indeed felt somewhat more comfortable. After finishing the last set, he leaned on his knees gasping for breath. Garcia came over and patted him on the back, his tone less scrutinizing than before. "Well done, you didn't fall behind. I walked through the last 2 sets during my first time doing this." The afternoon's competitive training was even tougher. Ajayer divided the team into 3 groups, with each group engaging in high-intensity offense and defense for 15 minutes, not allowing any slack. Bai Ye was placed in the same group as Agüero. Just as he received the ball in midfield, the defensive midfielder behind him directly collided into him with his shoulder. He staggered a couple of steps, but did not lose the ball. Using the rhythm established by Bellerin to shake off his marker, he gently nudged the ball to Agüero, who made. After receiving the ball, Agüero sidestepped the goalkeeper and scored. When he ran back, he patted Bai Ye's arm, saying, "Nice pass, that ball was quick enough." Bai Ye was just about to smile when the assistant coach called him for a positional change, and the next round of offense and defense began. Ajayer put down the pen in his hand, his gaze lingering on Bai Ye for a few more seconds. He had initially thought this kid wouldn't be able to last through the afternoon's competition, given that the training intensity in the B team was nowhere near this. Yet Bai Ye not only didn't make mistakes, but also managed to deliver threatening passes during the competition. Although he was still a bit thin, knowing how to use techniques to avoid confrontations was much smarter than those young players who could only withstand them. He circled Bai Ye's name in his notebook, not writing any comments, but the recognition was more than the lack of marks from the first day. When the whistles signaling the end of training sounded, the players felt somewhat exhausted. Today's intensity had indeed been quite high. The next 2 days they would rest well to prepare for the upcoming matches. The first team players walked towards the locker room in groups. Some fanned themselves with their soaked training gear, while others teased each other about mistakes made during the competitive practice. Bai Ye was crouched down, tying his shoelaces, his backpack at his feet, still containing the positional diagram that Ajayer had given him during tactical drills that afternoon. The paper marked with red pen indicated the defensive areas he needed to cover in his left midfield position, along with the timing for passing to Agüero when he cut inside, which was homework he intended to ponder over again after returning. "Bai Ye," a low voice called from behind, and Bai Ye suddenly looked up to see Ajayer standing just 2 steps. Bai Ye quickly stood up, saying, "Coach Ajayer, are you looking for me?" Ajayer nodded, taking a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the beads of sweat still trickling down Bai Ye's forehead. His tone was not particularly gentle, but less harsh than during training. "Manuel called me this morning." Bai Ye was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected that after only 2 days of training with the first team, Manuel would still be concerned about him, even specifically communicating with the first team's head coach. "He told me not to push you too hard in training, as you have a match representing the B team in 2 days, and you need to conserve your stamina." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye suddenly realized how sore his legs were. He had been too excited to be able to stay back and practice more with the first team, and had not felt tired. Now that Ajayer reminded him, the soreness around his knees became clear. "So tomorrow you don't need to come to..." Ajayer continued, his gaze fixed on Bai Ye's face, carrying a hint of subtle consideration. "Go back and rest well, review today's tactical points, as the B team's match in 2 days is the focus. Manuel is looking forward to seeing you score points." Bai Ye's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded. "Thank you, coach." He had originally worried that continuing high-intensity training tomorrow would affect the B team's match the day after, but unexpectedly Manuel had already considered it for him, and even Ajayer had specifically given him a day off. Ajayer replied with an raising his hand to pat Bai Ye on the shoulder. "You've already kept up with the training pace of the first team, so there's no need to rush." He paused and added, "After your B team match in 2 days, if your form is good, you can come back next week." "Okay." After saying that, Ajayer turned and left. After Bai Ye said goodbye to the players who were temporarily his teammates for 2 days, he also left the training ground. It was in the evening when the latest issue of the Madrid Sports Daily, a newspaper that was not particularly prominent, was published. Although this newspaper was not as famous as Marca, it still had a considerable audience. As they flipped through the evening paper, they quickly saw the report about Bai Ye. Some people were not familiar with Bai Ye, not knowing who he was. However, after looking at the statistics provided in the newspaper, they felt that he was a decent player, regrettably an Asian rather than a Spaniard. Others, however, knew Bai Ye was a B team player, and upon seeing this news felt very pleased. Those who had watched Bai Ye's performance in the B team all believed he was undoubtedly a talented player. Soon this report was posted in the largest forum for Atlético fans. The top post of the Atlético Madrid fan forum home of the bedspread army exploded with nearly 1,000 replies overnight due to a report from Marca. New red reply notifications surged like a tide with fans of differing opinions arguing fiercely in the thread. Those who have watched the B team play understand this is a true genius. Finally, someone has recognized Bai Ye. I watched the B team's match live, and this kid's performance is simply that of a midfield core. He is consistently at the center of assists or goals, and the data does not lie. Aguirre was right to let him train with the team. This kind of talent must be nurtured without constraints. Remember when Torres became captain at a young age? As someone who has been following the youth training camps for years, I must say that Bai Ye's hard work deserves this opportunity. He arrives earlier than his teammates every day to train his fitness and stays late to practice more. Previously, the youth training coach said he was too weak, but his ability to adjust during confrontations has visible. It's already a miracle that a player from Hua country can survive in Atletico's youth training, let alone make it to the first team for training. This talent and effort are worth looking forward to. Don't blow it out of proportion too soon, brothers. Can the intensity of the B team compare to the first team? In Aguirre's tactics, the midfield must withstand the opponent's strangulation. Bai Ye's slight frame will struggle against the midfielders of Barcelona or Real Madrid. He probably won't even hold the ball for 3 minutes. The last time I saw him play for the B team, he couldn't hold his ground against intense pressing and relied entirely on his teammates to cover for him. When he reaches the first team, who will help him? Moreover, Hua country football. Those who understand know that there hasn't been a player able to stand firm in a top European league for years. Bai Ye is likely just a flash in the pan, and Atletico is probably just looking to expand its Asian market as a gimmick. Agreed. Local young players should be given chances like Fernandez from the youth training camp, who is much sturdier than Bai Ye and can engage in physical confrontations better. Why should a Hua country player occupy a training spot? Marca just wants to make a big news story. Genius. He has merely padded his stats in the Segunda División B. Once he steps onto the La Liga stage, he probably won't even touch the ball. Aguirre allowing him to train with the team is likely just a favor to Manuel. After the B team's matches are over, he will surely revert to his original form, so don't hold your breath. Objectively speaking, the B team's impressive performance is a fact, but training with the first team does not equal a formal promotion. There's no need to rush to hype or belittle him. What we should be watching now is whether he can keep up with the training intensity of the first team and maintain his form during confrontations. If he shows stable performance in training over the next few weeks, and even makes an appearance in a friendly match, then it would be worth looking forward to. But if he is quickly relegated back to the B team, it just means he lacks the ability, plain and simple. Nationality and age are not the key factors, the key is strength. Atletico has never lacked geniuses, but what they lack is immediate combat effectiveness to stand firm in the first team. Bai Ye is still far from that, so just take it slow and watch. It's a good thing for youth training players to train with the first team. It shows that Atletico's tiered development is still intact. Whether Bai Ye is from Hua country or Spain, as long as he can play for Atletico and achieve results, I will support him. If he can't, he will naturally be eliminated. That's just professional football. Arguing back and forth now is pointless. Let's wait until he can actually play in a formal match before drawing conclusions. Why is it that whenever Hua country players are mentioned, they are dismissed immediately? Asian players can be impressive too. Although the overall level of Hua country football is lacking, it doesn't mean there aren't individual geniuses, right? Bai Ye's performance in the B team is evident. He is at least better than some local slackers. Can't we give the young people an opportunity? Individual geniuses, hey. Has Hua country football produced even one player able to stand firm in La Liga over the years? This is not discrimination, it's a fact that proves their football environment cannot cultivate top players. The forum's discussion continues with new red replies refreshing constantly. Supporters and detractors each hold their ground while the neutrals attempt to mediate. No one knows if Bai Ye can stand firm in the first team. However, this controversy surrounding the genius from Hua country has at least made him the most watched young player in the Atletico fan community. Whether in anticipation or skepticism, many have successfully remembered his name. Overnight, Bai Ye became a sensation. And it wasn't just him, it was also the upcoming match in the Segunda División B. Atletico B team faced off against their opponent SS Reyes at home. The next day, which was the day before the match, when some fans tried to buy tickets, they were unexpectedly informed. Sold out. This scene is almost rare in the Segunda División B. Usually, even critical promotion matches don't sell out, as they are not top-tier leagues. Occasionally, the club even needs to offer family packages and student discounts to attract fans. Hence, the Espinosa Stadium has never been expanded. After all, there are only about 3,000 seats. But this time it was actually sold out. Why are there so many people? Diego, an old fan at the end of the ticket line, looked at the sold-out sign, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Behind him, a young man named Alvaro held up his phone. The screen paused on the club's official ticket purchase page. His tone, filled with urgency, Uncle Diego, didn't you know? The tickets on the official site sold out long ago. I refreshed for 2 hours, and it was still sold out. I thought there might be tickets offline, but there aren't any either. Diego was taken aback. Is everyone really here to see that Hua Country kid? Of course. A middle-aged man in front turned around to join the conversation, holding a little boy in a red and white striped jersey. My son saw the report yesterday, and insisted we come. He wants to see what it's like for a player to train with the first team and play in the Segunda División B. Previously, he was too lazy to accompany me to the B team matches. Some fans who failed to buy tickets lamented, "This is ridiculous." At this moment, Maria, the ticket office staff, rubbed her sore wrist and couldn't help but sigh to her colleague. "I never expected this match to sell out. I'm exhausted. This is the first time I've worked this hard." Her colleague pointed at the long line outside and added with a smile, "There are still people reselling tickets. I just saw someone selling a 5 ticket for 20 and people were rushing to buy it. This is unprecedented in the Segunda División B." Fans who couldn't buy tickets gathered in a cafe outside the stadium, their phone screens lighting up continuously. Alvaro refreshed the Atlético fan forum, and the top post had changed to looking to buy tickets for the B team match. Prices are negotiable. Below, dozens of replies were all requests for tickets. Is there anyone who bought an extra? I'm willing to pay more. Who can let me in? I'll treat you to coffee for a month. Someone even posted their ticket with the caption, "I'm so glad I bought it as soon as it went on sale, or I would have missed out." Diego sipped his coffee watching the excited crowd outside the window, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. He recalled the sparse audience at previous B team matches where applause was sparse after players scored. And now, just because of a young player from Hua Country, the entire stadium had livened up. Even passers-by who usually don't pay attention to the Segunda División B were inquiring about that Bai Ye, who can train with Atlético's first team, and how impressive he is. Meanwhile, far away in Hua Country, a post on the football forum was particularly popular. The title read, "For friends who can go to Madrid to watch the match, I will teach you how to watch Bai Ye." This post surged to the homepage hot list within 2 hours of being published, surpassing 3,000 replies and nearing 100,000 views. The poster, Madrid Old Joe, is a Chinese fan who has lived in Spain for years. His avatar features the Atlético red and white emblem, and his signature reads, "I followed Atlético for 8 years, and I finally see a face from Hua Country." The main text of the post is written in a detailed and considerate manner, from match schedules to ticket purchasing channels, even detailing small tips for attending the match. First, about the schedule. Atlético B team's next match is on March 20th, Thursday, at 2 p.m. local time against SS Reyes. The home ground is the Espinosa Stadium that we often hear about. Converted to Hua Country time, it is 9 p.m. on March 20th, so fans watching the broadcast at home won't have to stay up late. After dinner, they can conveniently watch it, and those worried about missing it can set an alarm in advance. Next, Old Joe detailed the ticket purchasing methods when buying tickets on the official website. Be aware that you need to register an account. Filling in an overseas address may trigger risk control, so it's advisable to use a local Spanish friend's address or go through third-party platforms. Be sure to exchange for euros in advance and support Visa cards. If buying tickets on-site, you need to arrive at the Espinosa Stadium 3 hours early. Recently, there have been too many people. My friend went at 11 a.m. yesterday and had to wait half an hour in line. He also added a segment of tips for Chinese fans attending the match. If you exit the east gate of Espinosa Stadium and walk for 200 meters, there are 2 Chinese restaurants. The Lao Wang Noodle Shop will give out small national flags before the match, which you can hold up to cheer for, by you making it very eye-catching. Additionally, Spanish fans are generally friendly towards visiting teams, but let's be civilized while watching. You don't get into conflicts. If we win, we cheer together, and if we lose, we shouldn't be discouraged. After all, it's already quite rare to see a player from Hua Country playing as a starter at the Espinosa Stadium. The comment section was instantly filled with requests for seeking a team to join and seeking help to bring along. Some even said that Bai Ye is quite popular in Madrid now, and many Atlético fans know him. This reply was like a scoop of ice water poured into hot oil, instantly igniting a new wave of discussion. A user named National Team Old Fan asked, "Is this true? Is he popular in Madrid?" Someone added, "Absolutely true. I went to the supermarket near the Espinosa Stadium yesterday, and the cashier was chatting with colleagues about that Hua Country midfielder, saying the tickets for Espinosa sold out because of him." Also, I heard from a friend in Atlético's youth training that Bai Ye is not only a starter in the B team. A few days ago, he also trained with the first team. He trained with Agüero and Forlan at the first team training ground. A flurry of exclamation marks instantly filled the screen. Did I read that right? Training with the first teams? Is it Atlético's first team? The one that plays in La Liga? I only knew he was impressive in the B team. How did he suddenly move to the first team? This is too amazing. Wait a minute, La Liga. There has never been a player from Hua Country on the field. Is Bai Ye going to make history? The heat of the post instantly soared to another level. What was originally just a guide for watching matches at Espinosa had turned into a hot discussion about Bai Ye's ambitions in La Liga. Since La Liga's inception, there hasn't even been a player of Chinese descent registered, let alone a Chinese player. If Bai Ye can play in the first team, it will truly be a groundbreaking achievement. However, there were also fans with anxious expectations. Don't rush, let's see how he performs in the Espinosa match first. Training with the first team doesn't mean he will play, but at least it's a good start. Immediately someone retorted, even if he can't play for now, being able to train with the first team is already stronger than many players who went abroad. Most of those who went to Europe just drift around in lower leagues. Bai Ye has directly touched the threshold of La Liga. Old Joe also added new information in the comments. In addition to local fans, many of the tickets for the Espinosa match were bought by our Chinese fans, including students and tourists. The official website has even temporarily added Chinese customer service. This surge in ticket sales has been significantly contributed by our fans from Hua country. Under this reply, users commented, I have already bought a ticket for Espinosa. I will post live updates sharing pictures with those in the country who can't watch live, so we can all cheer for Bai Ye together. In the late-night forum, the discussion fervor showed no signs of waning. Some began compiling highlights of Bai Ye's matches at the Espinosa Stadium, others inquired about his personal history, and some initiated topics to collect messages of support for Bai Ye, preparing to translate fan blessings into Spanish and print them in bilingual form to bring to the stadium. The post was continuously pushed to the top of the homepage. Even an editor from a sports media commented, I'm following this. I will report on Bai Ye's match at the Espinosa Stadium on March 20th, looking forward to his performance. This external clamor, however, did not affect the training of Atlético B team. At the Espinosa Stadium, there was none of the tense pressure felt during first-team training. Bai Ye still arrived early to run and warm up. After running a few laps, he noticed he was sweating more than usual, as he had just come from 3 days of high-intensity training with the first team, and his body hadn't fully recovered. Hey, Bai Ye, over here. A familiar voice called from the side, and Bai Ye turned to see De Gea and Coke walking over. Coke said, it's good to see you. Training with the first team didn't wear you out, did it? It was indeed intense, and they are very fast. During confrontations, the defensive midfielder is right on top of you. If you're a bit slow, the ball gets intercepted immediately. Indeed. De Gea clicked his tongue, a clear envy in his eyes. I observed the first team once. Coach Aguirre is very strict. But training with Aguero and Forlan, you must learn a lot. By the way, he suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I heard Mendes mention that he left you an opportunity in the Premier League. Is that true? Bai Ye was taken aback, not expecting De Gea to know about this. He nodded. We talked once, he said. Portsmouth has a guarantee of participation, but I haven't made a decision yet. Portsmouth? The Premier League? Coke exclaimed, his tone full of amazement. For someone coming from our youth training, there aren't many with such opportunities. You're really on a roll, aren't you? He suddenly slapped his thigh as if remembering something. Another thing. When I came in just now, I heard from the ticket office staff that tomorrow's match tickets are sold out. All gone. Sold out. Bai Ye was somewhat surprised. He remembered the previous B team matches where the Espinosa Stadium would be filled to a maximum of 1/3, with 1,000 people being a big deal, often leaving large sections of empty stands. Yeah. Coke shrugged. Having played in the B team for so long, when has it ever sold out? This time it's actually sold out a day in advance. The stadium tomorrow will probably be full of cheers. I'm a bit nervous with so many people watching you. I can't afford to mess up. De Gea nodded in agreement. The three were chatting when suddenly they heard their teammates greeting them from the side. Bai Ye looked up and saw Caminero walking along the edge of the pitch, accompanied by Manuel and Garcia. Manuel was still in his usual sportswear, while Garcia held a tactics board, and all their expressions were somewhat more serious than usual. All right, gather for warm-up. Garcia blew his whistle, and the teammates quickly surrounded him, starting to do dynamic stretches under the guidance of the assistant coach, raising legs, twisting waists, and lunging to stretch, all actions in perfect unison. Bai Ye had just completed a couple of movements when he heard Caminero call out to him, Bai Ye, come over here for a moment. Bai Ye stopped his movements and walked to the side of the pitch. Caminero first patted his shoulder, the strength of his palm steady, with a tone clearly full of expectation. Tomorrow's match, perform well. I've been with Atlético for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen tickets for the B team sell out in advance. The club just reported that many of the tickets were bought by fans from Hua country, likely your compatriots, specially coming to cheer for you. He paused for a moment before adding, this is a good thing, but shows that people are paying attention to you, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just play as you do in training. Manuel stood beside him, his gaze gentle, patting Bai Ye's arm. Don't overthink it, just play tomorrow as you usually do. Your experience training with the first team will help you adapt to the scene, so relax. Bai Ye straightened his back and slightly nodded to the three, his voice low but clear, I will. Caminero looked at him, appreciating his confident demeanor, and patted his shoulder again. All right, return to the team. Don't skip warm-ups. There's a tough match to play tomorrow. Bai Ye nodded and returned to the group to continue warming up. Coke and De Gea were still teasing him with their expressions. Bai Ye smiled in response. Then he pondered that he hadn't expected the news about him to spread so quickly back home. Many people from Hua country were watching. He recalled the red flags in the stands, saying there's no pressure is impossible, but precisely because of the pressure there's more motivation. Meanwhile, Bai Ye also looked at his task 1. Task 1: key transitions in offense and defense during a single match in the Segunda División B. Regain possession through interception or tackle, initiate effective attacks, and create at least 2 threatening shots defined as solo run shots inside the penalty area, without marking or shots hitting the goal frame. Strive to complete it tomorrow. He truly needs to rapidly elevate his strength now. Bai Ye analyzed that this task isn't actually that difficult. What else is there to say? Let's train hard. Time passed swiftly. The next day at 1:30 in the afternoon, Espinosa Stadium welcomed its busiest. At 1:30 p.m., slanting sunlight bathed the redand white stands of Estadio Espinardo, where the stadium, seating 3,000 spectators, was already packed, though the peak entry rush had just passed. Such a spectacle had never occurred since Atlético Madrid B's arrival in 1997. Most spectators instinctively glanced toward Atlético Madrid B's warm-up zone. A local fan pointed at Bai Ye on the pitch and remarked to those around him, "That's the young man from China, training alongside Aguero. Today we'll see exactly what he's made of." On the eastern stand, a striking sea of Chinese red stood out vividly. Hundreds of Chinese fans gathered there, waving national flags and handmade banners bearing the Chinese characters, "Bai Ye, go for it." They were mostly Chinese students studying in Spain, overseas Chinese residents, and numerous tourists who had traveled from neighboring cities. Now they chanted slogans in unison, in clear rhythmic Mandarin: "Bai Ye, rise up. Bai Ye, victory is certain." Their voices rang out powerful and precise, drawing curious glances from nearby Spanish supporters. Some clapped along while others pulled out flip phones to photograph the Crimson Enclave. Smartphones were still rare. Such fervor was exceptionally uncommon in lower-tier league matches. "I never expected so many compatriots." A student holding a national flag smiled at his companion. "I saw the match guide on a forum yesterday, then took the high-speed commuter train from Barcelona this morning. 6 hours of travel. I'd even worried about losing my way, but the moment I entered the stadium, that sea of red welcomed me like home." Beside him, a Chinese woman held a newly purchased redand white scarf, her voice trembling with excitement. "I've lived in Madrid for 10 years, and never felt this moved watching any player. He's our countryman, starting for Atlético Madrid B. Who knows? He may one day play in La Liga. We must be here to support him." Bai Ye, warming up, naturally noticed that vibrant Chinese red. When he completed a set of long-range shots, the eastern stand erupted instantly in Mandarin cheers. "Great shot." He instinctively looked up and saw countless red flags rippling in the sun. A sudden warmth welled with. He knew these people had come for him, crossing vast distances to offer unwavering support. Coke tapped his shoulder. "You've got quite the crowd of compatriots. Good luck. I'll feed you the ball later." Bai Ye nodded, a firm, resolute smile lifting the corners of his mouth. His passes grew steadier, surer. Murmurs continued across the stands. Local fans debated Bai Ye's technical traits. Chinese supporters exchanged contact details, hoping someone could record the match. Reporters lugged bulky camcorders back and forth between the stands and touchline, their lenses repeatedly trained on Bai Ye and the eastern sector of Chinese supporters. SS Reyes players, too, had not anticipated such turnout for today's match against Atlético Madrid B. Many felt palpably tense. Some falter under pressure, others thrive on it, growing sharper, bolder, more electrifying when surrounded by crowds. Soon warm-ups ended. In Atlético Madrid B's dressing room, Manuel seized the final moments. "The noise outside is tremendous. I know you all hear it. But now forget every clap, every cheer." His gaze swept each face before lingering 2 seconds on Bai Ye, then shifting away. "We face SS Reyes, not Real Madrid, not Barcelona. Their wingers attack relentlessly. Their 2 defensive midfielders love to press centrally. We drilled countermeasures last week. Don't discard them just because more eyes are watching." Coke rubbed his nose and murmured, "Coach, there really are a lot of people. I even felt nervous during warm-ups." Manuel heard him. "Nervousness is good. It means you care. But remember, nerves must never become panic. De Gea, you guard the goal. Expect frequent wing crosses. Coordinate closely with your center backs. Bai Ye, you control midfield. Don't let their double pivot intimidate you. Coke will draw defenders to create space for you." Here Manuel turned deliberately toward Bai Ye, his tone softening. "Your compatriots have come to cheer. You should feel honored, not burdened. You've played alongside Aguero and Forlan in the first team. You'll blend seamlessly with your brothers here. Stick to our practiced short pass rhythm. When you receive the ball, wingers will stretch the field. No need to rush forward. First, settle the tempo. Deny them counterattacks." Bai Ye nodded. Manuel clapped sharply, raising his voice. "Gear up. Walk out heads high. No matter how many eyes watch, your only task is to play every pass, every tackle, every sprint with absolute focus, and win this match. Yes, the players roared in unison, louder, fiercer than before. At 1:50 p.m., the tunnel doors opened and both teams emerged onto the pitch. As Bai Ye stepped from the tunnel with his teammates, the eastern stand erupted. "Bai Ye, go for it," echoed repeatedly, rising above all else. He lifted his head and waved toward the eastern stand, a gesture that ignited an even wilder wave of jubilation among Chinese fans. Then silently he turned and strode onto the pitch. He took a deep breath. The 3-0 seat Estadio Espinardo burned like a spark suddenly kindled, unadorned by elite league pomp, yet pulsing with the raw, unfiltered passion unique to youth football. No galaxy of superstars filled the air, but the presence of a single Chinese teenager transformed the afternoon into something extraordinary. Every pair of eyes in the stands fixed upon Bai Ye, especially those of the Chinese supporters. Each cheer carried weight. Some hoped to witness the rise of a prodigy, others the breakthrough of a Chinese player on European soil. Minutes before kickoff, the roar inside Estadio Espinardo had already shaken the rafters. Mendez sat mid-tier in the stands scanning the crowd. The sight surprised him. He even checked his phone to confirm the fixture. Yes, Atlético Madrid B versus SS Reyes in Segunda División B, a youth team match without broadcast coverage, yet over 3,000 filled the seats. His gaze soon settled on the eastern stand's bold Chinese red, vivid as a flame amid the sea of Redan. Mendez raised an eyebrow. His assistant had once noted, La Liga had never seen a Chinese player. And he murmured softly. As an agent who'd witnessed countless stars ascend, he understood scarcity's value better than most. He saw not merely a promising midfielder training with the first team, but an untapped goldmine. Hundreds of Chinese fans had journeyed far, not for a celebrity, but for a youth team player. This wasn't ordinary fandom. It was the unmistakable signal of a vast, untapped market. Ideas sparked in his mind. He now had a far more strategic path forward. For Bai Ye. Beep. Soon the referee's whistle pierced the air. The match began. A thunderous wave of sound crashed over the stands, jolting Mendez from his thoughts. He turned his attention to the pitch, already rehearsing how he'd approach Bai Ye. Facing an 18-year-old, he felt certain he could persuade him. On the pitch, SS Reyes deployed aggressive pressing from the first whistle. Their two defensive midfielders surged into Atlético Madrid B's half. The wingers darted forward, clearly aiming to catch their opponents off guard. Yet perhaps the deafening roar of Estadio Espinardo unsettled them. Just 3 minutes in, SS Reyes, right back, committed his first error, receiving near the touchline. He panicked under pressure and blasted the ball straight out of bounds. Atlético Madrid B earned a throw-in. As Cope passed Bai Ye, he grinned. "Looks like they're rattled." Bai Ye nodded. He recognized the opening. By the 7th minute, SS Reyes midfield blundered again. Their defensive midfielder attempted a short pass reminiscent of Bai Ye's style, but Thiago intercepted it. Only a timely recovery by the center-back averted disaster. Local fans burst into laughter. One shouted toward SS Reyes players, "Relax. It's just a team," yet the words failed to calm them. At the 12th minute, SS Reyes goalkeeper launched a clearance and sent the ball directly to an Atlético Madrid B player, nearly gifting an own goal assist. The crowd's cheers swelled anew. SS Reyes ranked second last in Segunda División B, not a strong side, and clearly outmatched by Atlético Madrid B in quality. Still, as a Basque club, SS Reyes embodied Basque football's hallmark: fierce, uncompromising physicality, even brutality. Though Atlético Madrid B capitalized on their errors, several attacks failed to yield goals. At the 15th minute, Bai Ye received a long pass from defense. Facing a double press from SS Reyes' two defensive midfielders, he didn't, as before, play wide. Instead, he deftly dragged the ball backward with his instep, then spun smoothly past both challengers. The move flowed with flawless grace. The stands exploded in awe. Chinese fans leapt to their feet, waving flags wildly. Bai Ye. Brilliant. Unhesitating, Bai Ye delivered a perfectly weighted through ball, sliding precisely through SS Reyes' defensive line to Thiago surging forward. Thiago's shot, however, lacked angle. The keeper saved it cleanly. Though no goal followed, chatter buzzed across the stands. That dribble and through ball, they're top-tier first-team level. So this is the player training with the first team. No wonder he's special. Premium quality. Absolutely premium. Thiago immediately raised a thumb toward Bai Ye, then shook his head, signaling the miss was his fault. That chance had been so close. On the touchline, Manuel felt a pang of regret. But each time he watched Bai Ye evade pressure, thread short passes, or split defenses with incisive throughballs, pure aesthetic pleasure washed over him. This was genius. Nearby, SS Reyes manager Pereira fumed, feeling utterly overwhelmed, unsure how to respond. His midfield couldn't retain possession or win it back. It was simply impossible. Pereira glanced at Bai Ye and Coke, helpless. He sighed inwardly. This is elite academy football. Talent emerges endlessly. whereas clubs like his drifted aimlessly in lower divisions, surviving not thriving. Merely existing demanded every ounce of effort. Whoosh. Suddenly the stadium's roar surged higher. Atlético Madrid B's attack struck like lightning, ripping open SS Reyes' defense. Left-winger Sergio ignited the sequence. Receiving Coke's pass on the left flank, he faced tight marking from SS Reyes' right back, yet feinted without hesitation, created space, then exploded down the touchline. Near the byline, he slid a low, precise pass into the central channel, skimming the turf toward the edge of the penalty area, evading the retreating defensive midfielder. Thiago read it instantly, not waiting statically, but drifting rightward into the box, drawing both SS Reyes center-backs with him. That movement carved open space at the top of the arc, where Coke surged forward, met the ball on the run, and, with no pause, flicked it back with his right foot. The ball settled perfectly at Bai Ye's feet. He'd just advanced from his defensive midfield position, no hesitation, no delay. Planting his left leg, he swung his right leg powerfully backward, foot taut. Then at the instant the ball bounce struck its lower center with brutal force. Rivaldo-style long-range strike, mastered. Flump. The ball rocketed like artillery fire, powerful, unrelenting, screaming through the air toward goal. SS Reyes' goalkeeper barely registered its trajectory. A flash of white light blurred past his vision. By the time he dove, the ball had slammed into the top right corner of the net. The mesh shuddered violently. Even the post vibrated faintly. Estadio Espinardo erupted in deafening jubilation. Chinese fans in the eastern stand reacted first. Bai Ye, goal. Their cries echoed across the entire stadium. Red flags whirled frantically overhead. Local fans leapt up, roaring brilliant. Some hurled scarves skyward. The clean, decisive strike had ignited the crowd's full, blazing passion. On the touchline, Manuel sprang upward in perfect sync with the goal, clenching his fist and punching the air, his usually stern face alight with exhilaration. Garcia rushed over, slapping hands with him, then gripping him tightly in a bear hug. I knew he'd do it. What a strike. Caminaro stood slightly apart, his lips curving upward, unable to suppress his smile. In the stands, fans cheered with unrestrained fervor. One pointed emphatically, "Did you see that? That's the premium talent I told you about. Tell me, how brilliant is that technique?" Bai Ye, score another. On the pitch, Bai Ye, surrounded by Coke, Thiago, and teammates, broke free and fixed his gaze steadily on the eastern stand. There he heard familiar chants in Mandarin, felt the heat of his compatriots' devotion. Reaching the base of the stand, he halted abruptly and spread his arms wide. That simple, potent gesture ignited another crescendo in the Chinese section. Bai Ye, we're right here. Fans surged forward, thrusting flags and banners to the railing. Others shouted, Bai Ye, look here. We're filming. You'll be seen back home. Bai Ye gazed at that ocean of red, at the radiant, joyful faces of his countrymen. He waved, then spread his arms once more. No elaborate celebration, just the unvarnished, soaring spirit of youth. In that moment, he was no longer the reserved Chinese rookie who'd first arrived at Atlético Madrid. He was a rising star blazing across Estadio Espinardo, a hero who'd summoned thunderous adoration from 3,000 souls. Sunlight fell golden and gentle, a soft breeze stirred the air. Bai Ye stood on the pitch. Behind him, teammates roared in triumph. Before him, the stands boiled with elation. The Chinese chants still rang in his ears. In that instant, every sacrifice, every doubt, every hope converged into that single goal, and into the image of himself, arms flung wide. Youthful brilliance, bold, radiant, and utterly perfectly now. In the moment Bai Ye scored, the fan forums of Huagua, even the Tieba, plunged into a state of paralyzed. The live commentary thread for watching Bai Ye's match, which was already pinned, saw hundreds of new replies every second, and the server briefly displayed a loading failure message. Upon refreshing the page, the screen was instantly flooded with exclamation marks. Damn, he scored. Bai Ye is amazing. This comment was instantly pushed to the top with thousands of replies like, "One, I'm crying, and so cool," following it. In the live thread by the user Madrid Old Joe, the text updates were faster than the match footage. 20th minute. A combination at the edge of the box. Coke returns the ball. Bai Ye makes a powerful shot from behind. It's a goal. The ball hit the top right corner. The goalkeeper didn't react at all. This is a historic moment for Huagua football. This is Bai Ye's first goal in the Segunda Division B. Each word is filled with exclamation marks, and one can feel his excitement even through the screen. I just watched that shot 3 times on replay. The power was incredible. User Football Old Cannon uploaded a clip of the goal taken from overseas. Fans captioned, "This explosive shot would not be out of place in La Liga." Bai Ye's long-range shooting ability is truly underestimated. Below the video, in just 10 minutes, there were over 5,000 comments. That shot action is so standard, it's clear he has put in hard work. I was worried about his performance in Europe, but now it seems his skills can completely make up for the physical gap. Is this the level of a player who can train with the Atlético first team? He didn't disappoint. I was there. When Bai Ye ran to our stands and opened his arms, tears streamed down my face. Userboard Duck International student Xiao Yang posted a photo from the scene. Amidst a sea of red flags, Bai Ye's figure shone brightly in the sunlight, captioned, "The whole crowd was chanting Bai Ye's name, even the Spanish fans were clapping along. Our Huagua players have finally made a name for themselves on the European stage." This post was quickly pinned, and the comments section was filled with envy and pride. I envy the brothers on site. Witnessing this moment is such a blessing. When Bai Ye came over to celebrate with us, I was really moved. He hasn't forgotten us. I just saw the overseas live broadcast, and the comments section was saying this was one of the most spectacular goals of the season in Segunda Division B. A historic moment. There has never been a Huagua player appearing in La Liga, but Bai Ye is stepping closer. Before the match, someone had already initiated a poll. Do you think Bai Ye can make it to La Liga? In just half an hour, over 20,000 people participated in the poll, with 78 choosing the option definitely can. The discussions below the poll were even more heated. This goal has already proven his strength. There's no reason for the Atlético first team not to give him a chance. Previous overseas players either muddled through in lower leagues or returned home early. Bai Ye is different. He really has talent and works hard. Users also dug up previous controversial comments saying Huagua people can't play football, posting screenshots in the forum to slap in the face those who say Huagua football is trash should come and see. Bai Ye's goal has severely slapped your faces. Below this post, users continued to rally. Huagua doesn't lack good players, that just lacks opportunities and platforms. Bai Ye is the example, proving that Huagua players can also stand firm on the European stage. In the future, if anyone dares to say Huagua football is not good, I will just throw Bai Ye's goal video in their face. The forum's heat continued to ferment. Someone compiled all the goals and assists Bai Ye could find so far into a highlight reel post, which rapidly approached 100,000 clicks. A media account also commented in the forum, "We have contacted overseas reporters. We will have exclusive coverage of Bai Ye's post-match interview. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment." This immediately drew thousands of questions. What are Bai Ye's next goals? Have you thought about playing in the Premier League or La Liga? Will you return to play for the national team? The server lag message appeared again, but the fans' enthusiasm remained undiminished. In the forum, the screen was filled with "Bai Ye is amazing" and "witnessing history intertwining." Meanwhile, at the Espino Stadium, the match continued. The fans of Atlético B were also discussing Bai Ye's performance. He really has strength. In the stands, besides Mendes, many more were focused on Bai Ye. Among them were Getafe's Bernal and his assistant Javier. However, at this moment, Bernal no longer felt the excitement he had when he first discovered Bai Ye. Now, he seemed a bit helpless, even fatigued. Such a genius cannot possibly belong to us anymore. Javier also shook his head helplessly, replying, "There's nothing we can do, he's just too dazzling." In Segunda Division B, he is completely overpowering. I've heard Atlético has already promoted him to train with the first team. He might get some first team playing time next season. Bernal nodded. He looked at Bai Ye, his eyes still filled with admiration. On the field, the morale of Atlético B soared after the goal, while SS Reyes' defense clearly began to panic. They had to deal with Atlético B's flanking attacks while constantly guarding against Bai Ye's short passes in the center and even his long-range shots. The defensive formation gradually revealed flaws as they were pulled back and forth. When Bai Ye received the ball in midfield, he maintained connections with Coke and Thiago through short passes while quietly observing the positions of SS Reyes' defenders, quickly spotting a crucial gap. The right center-back tended to move towards the center when tracking back, leaving about half a meter of space on the right flank, while the fullback was slow to retreat, creating a perfect opening for a breakthrough. In the 25th minute, Bai Ye received a pass from De Gea in midfield. Instead of distributing the ball to the sides like usual, he suddenly made a diagonal pass towards SS Reyes' right flank. Thiago understood and made a forward run, drawing the attention of the opposing right center-back. Just as the center-back was about to reinforce, Thiago returned the ball to the advancing Bai Ye. Their 1-2 combination instantly tore apart the opponent's defense. The defensive midfielder of SS Reyes hurriedly chased back, but was easily faked out by Bai Ye's slight touch, who then turned the ball to the left flank. Sergio received the ball and broke through along the sideline. Although the final pass was intercepted, SS Reyes' defense had already begun to show signs of chaos. The defenders were shouting at each other, but could not find a stable rhythm. The ball was restarted. Bai Ye continued to manipulate SS Reyes' defense through passing. After several passes, SS Reyes' defense was completely thrown into disarray and the defenders became exhausted. The pace of their reinforcements slowed, and the one-tight formation began to show obvious gaps. The fans also noticed the opponent's fatigue, cheering loudly. The atmosphere at Espino Stadium reached a new climax. Manuel waved from the sidelines, shouting into the field, "Push up." Clearly, he also saw the problems with the opponent's defense. Perea, on the other hand, appeared very anxious, repeatedly shouting defend. However, in the 35th minute, Atletico BS opportunity still arrived. Bai Ye received a return pass from Coke in midfield, glanced at SS Reyes' defense, and noticed that the right center-back had just reinforced the left side, but hadn't returned to position, yet the gap on the right flank was now even larger. Without hesitation, he gently pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot. The football flew like a precise, surgical knife, skimming the grass and passing through the gap between two SS Reyes defenders, heading straight for Coke's forward run. Coke had already anticipated Bai Ye's pass. The moment Bai Ye touched the ball, he started his forward run, shaking off the chasing defensive midfielder. Without missing a beat, he shot the ball towards the bottom left corner of the goal with his right foot. Although SS Reyes' goalkeeper desperately lunged to the right, the ball was too fast and the angle too tricky. He could only watch helplessly as the football rolled into the net. The ball is in. 20. The excitement in the announcer's voice trembled, and Espino's stadium instantly erupted. Coke turned and rushed towards Bai Ye, and the two embraced tightly. Thiago Sergio and others also gathered around to celebrate. The Huagua fans in the east stands waved their red flags frantically. Bai Ye, that assist was incredible. Mendez in the stands couldn't help but stand up and applaud Bai Ye. He watched Bai Ye and Coke celebrating, unable to hide the smile on his face. This through ball not only showcased Bai Ye's passing vision, but also demonstrated his tactical insight, as he was able to disrupt the opponent's defense, identify weaknesses, and deliver the pass. Such ability is rare among youth players. Perea was anxiously pacing on the sidelines, shouting at the players stay composed. However, the players' faces already showed signs of frustration. Atletico BS players were filled with high morale, and as Bai Ye made his way back to midfield, he high-fived each teammate. This was not just a lead in a match, it was another moment where he proved himself with his strength. At this moment, the Huagua fan forum was once again exploding with replies. Damn, what kind of divine pass was that through ball? Not only was it a ground pass, but it also perfectly threaded through the gap between two defenders. Coke's timing of the run was precisely calculated by Bai Ye. This vision, this technique, I would believe it is top-tier midfielder level. Who understands? Bai Ye toyed with SS Reyes' defense for 10 minutes like a master tactician. Comparing with those midfielders from the national team, Bai Ye's through ball directly raised the standard. Is this the level of someone who can train with the Atletico first team? So impressive. The SS Reyes defenders must be bewildered. Just as they finished reinforcing the left side, they had to retreat to the right, only to be pierced by Bai Ye's through ball. This is what it means to overpower the opponent. Bai Ye playing in the B team is simply bullying the weak. Earlier I saw someone on the forum say Huagua players can't play technical football. What about now? I was just casually watching the match, but Bai Ye's through ball captivated me. This technique, this talent, there is absolutely no problem for him to make it to La Liga in the future. I will definitely stay up late to watch his La Liga matches. On the field, time gradually passed. Atletico B completely controlled the game. The 20 lead weighed heavily on SS Reyes players, especially their midfield core Javier. This player, who usually excels in technique within the team, was now blushing and had veins bulging on his forehead. Previously, he had been exhaustively moved around by Bai Ye's passes, and just now, during a midfield scramble, Bai Ye easily spun away from him with a delicate touch, not even grazing the ball, leaving him feeling humiliated and anxious. After Bai Ye evaded Javier, he was preparing to push forward through the middle when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Before he could react, he was heavily kicked on the back of his calf. Javier caught up and actually kicked out at his leg, the motion quick and ruthless. Bai Ye instinctively let out a cry of pain. He immediately realized that the opponent was getting anxious, if not now, then when to take advantage. Following the cry, Bai Ye fell to the ground, rolling twice while clutching his calf. What are you doing? Coke was the first to rush over, shoving Javier aside and angrily questioning him. SS Reyes players immediately surrounded, with fullback Alvaro pushing Coke and shouting, "Don't go too far." Atletico BS Thiago Sergio and others rushed forward to protect Bai Ye. The players from both sides instantly tangled in midfield, with shoving and shouting erupting. The referee hurried over. The anger in the stands had already been ignited. The Huagua fan section on the east side was the first to erupt with shouts. Red card! Red card! Local fans joined in, and a few excited Atletico fans even climbed over the stands to rush towards the field, only to be stopped by security just in time, avoiding a rush onto the pitch. So dirty. This is intentional injury. The shouts from the stands grew louder, with some fans waving scarves and shouting at the SS Reyes players, "Get out! Killer!" After pushing back the players from both sides, the referee had made up his mind. This was a deliberate act of injury from behind, completely unnecessary. Javier attempted to explain. However, the referee ignored him entirely and directly issued a red card to Javier. The moment Javier saw the red card, he froze, his voice of defense abruptly cut off. Red card. Javier has been sent off. As soon as the announcer's voice fell, Espino Stadium erupted with cheers, and the Huagua fans shouted, "Good. Beautiful. He should go." The voices were particularly loud. Meanwhile, the SS Reyes players turned pale. The coach on the bench was furiously slamming the seat, and the players on the field seemed at a loss. With one player down and trailing by 2 goals, the situation was completely out of control. Upon seeing the red card, Coke and others ceased their disputes. Instead, they checked on Bai Ye's condition. After thorough examination by the team doctor, it turned out Bai Ye was actually fine. He was just acting serious. In fact, he had already prepared when he sensed the opponent's intentions. Soon Bai Ye stood up with the help of his teammates and the team doctor. He moved his calf around and found no major issues. In the stands, the Atlético fans who had almost rushed onto the field began to calm down upon seeing Bai Ye was fine, but they still directed boos at the direction Javier was leaving. SS Reyes players huddled with hunched shoulders, not daring to look up at the stands, clearly intimidated by the earlier crowd surge. Javier walked off the pitch with his head down, and as he passed Atlético B's bench, he received a cold glance. Bai Ye then returned to midfield, exchanged a few words with his teammates, and showed no signs of panic from the foul. Instead, he waved at the East stands. The Huagua fans also sighed in relief. It was not easy for Huagua to produce a super talent. They must not let him get hurt. However, Bai Ye was actually thinking that this matter couldn't just end with a simple red card. With the opponent down a player, he would have more opportunities to continue expanding the score. After one player from SS Reyes was penalized, the disadvantage became even more apparent. The Atlético Madrid B team began to launch an all-out attack. The opponents struggled not only to attack, but also to defend, yet relying on everyone coming back, they managed to stubbornly maintain the score. Soon the regular time of the first half came to an end. In the first minute of stoppage time, Bai Ye attempted a long shot from outside the box, which was blocked out of bounds by a player in the opponent's penalty area. Atlético Madrid B was awarded a corner kick opportunity. Bang! Coke took the corner. The ball landed in the center area, and Thiago made a desperate attempt to head it. However, the ball was punched out by the SS Reyes goalkeeper, landing at the feet of Alvaro in midfield. Being one player down and 2 goals behind, SS Reyes finally seized a rare counterattack opportunity. Alvaro did not hesitate, sending a long pass over the defensive line of Atlético Madrid B, as forward Fernando shook off the retreating fullback. He sprinted towards the ball's landing point with teammates rushing forward behind him. A gasp erupted from the Espino Stadium as Manuel suddenly stood up on the sidelines, shouting, "Fall back." The SS Reyes bench was in an uproar, with the coach waving his arms and yelling, "Charge." Fernando on the field was about to receive the ball, with the Atlético Madrid B center-back desperately chasing back, and the defensive line had become riddled with flaws. This counterattack was about to give SS Reyes hope of pulling one back at the end of the first half. However, at this critical moment, a white figure suddenly darted out from the side. Bai Ye did not follow Fernando back, but instead relied on his remarkable anticipation to preemptively intercept Alvaro's long pass. Bai Ye was one step ahead. Facing the descending ball, he skillfully stopped it with his right foot, then turned sharply, instantly evading the charging Fernando and snuffing out the opponent's counterattack in its cradle. What a beautiful interception! The Atlético fans in the stands erupted in cheers. The fans from Huagua also shouted, "Bai Ye, well done." Just moments ago, Fernando, who had been sprinting, looked at Bai Ye's steady control of the ball with disbelief etched on his face, resigned to running back. Bai Ye didn't give SS Reyes any chance to fall back. He knew that the opponent had pushed their midfield line up entirely for the counterattack, leaving their formation as loose as a torn net. In the moment of controlling the ball, he glanced at the penalty area, where Thiago was quietly making his way into the center of the box, while the opponent's center-back was slow to recover. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye thrust the ball forward, slicing through the gap between 2 retreating SS Reyes players with precision, delivering it right to Thiago's feet. This direct pass was both swift and cunning. Just as the SS Reyes goalkeeper rushed out of the penalty area, he saw Thiago adjusting his position to meet the ball. Thiago did not waste this golden opportunity, striking fiercely with his left foot, sending the ball crashing into the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to make a save. The ball is in. The Espino Stadium instantly erupted into a frenzy. The fans could never have imagined that attending a youth team match could be so exhilarating and full of passion. The teamwork of the players, along with the brilliance of the talented athletes, left many fans glowing with excitement. This ticket was worth it. GOL. 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 The veteran fan Pedro excitedly threw his scarf into the air, shouting to those around him, "Did you see that? I've always said this kid is a genius." That anticipation, that pass, even better than the first team's midfield. A young man in a red and white jersey stood up, shouting towards Bai Ye, "Well done." He even made a 30 gesture towards the SS Reyes bench. "You're definitely going to lose." This is the strength of Atlético Madrid B team. A group of fans gathered together, This goal was so uplifting. From interception to scoring, it was slick and decisive. This kid Bai Ye will definitely make it to the first team in the future. One fan took out a camera continuously snapping pictures of the field. I want to capture this moment so I can tell others I personally witnessed Bai Ye's godly performance. This through ball, I could brag about it for a year. Meanwhile on the field, after the goal, Thiago turned and rushed towards Bai Ye, lifting him up and spinning around 2 times, while Coach Sergio and others joined in jumping around together. The Chinese fans in the East Stand were wildly waving red flags, loudly shouting, "Bai Ye, awesome, so damn awesome. The goal is in. 30. It's a sure win. It's a sure win." The cheers echoed throughout the stadium, with some fans excitedly embracing each other, tears nearly falling. The rapid turnaround from interception to goal was truly uplifting. Mendes stood up, applauding, his admiration evident in his eyes. He looked at Bai Ye surrounded by his teammates, a broad smile on his face. This truly is a top-tier genius in the making. Top-level anticipation, decisive interceptions, and precise through balls during counterattacks. This is already a performance on par with first-team starters. At this moment, the coach of SS Reyes Perea was slumped in his seat, hands on his head, his face filled with despair. With one player down and trailing by 3 goals, this match had completely lost its suspense. Manuel mirrored the fans' enthusiasm, celebrating wildly. To them, this match had already lost. Soon when the match resumed, the players of Atlético Madrid could clearly feel that the SS Reyes players' mentality was starting to crumble. Fortunately, there were only 3 minutes of stoppage time, and after they barely held off 2 waves of attacks, beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. At halftime, Atlético Madrid held a significant advantage. The players walked into the locker room with smiles on their faces, while the SS Reyes players looked like suffocating individuals gasping for a bit of air. In the Atlético Madrid locker room, the players had just changed out of their soaked jerseys into dry training gear. Manuel walked in, his excitement tempered, appearing somewhat serious. 30 with 1 player more. This is the best result we could hope for in the first half. But now is not the time to sell. His gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Bai Ye. He gave a reassuring nod before continuing. Bai Ye's interceptions and 2 assists, Thiago Cork's goal, and De Gea's saves from 2 threats. Everyone performed excellently. This is a team effort. Cork was about to smile when Manuel interrupted him, saying, "But don't think the victory is assured. SS Reyes with 1 player less may loosen their burden and fight back. Their forward Fernando is quick. You all saw that counterattack earlier. If we give them another chance, it could spell trouble. In the second half, they will likely tighten their defense and use long passes to exploit our backline, so the defenders shouldn't push too far forward. De Gea, communicate more at the goal and let the fullbacks return quickly." At this point, he specifically looked at Bai Ye, his tone softer than before. "Your anticipation and passing in the first half were outstanding, but in the second half, be mindful to conserve energy. They will certainly target you, so don't force it. Connect with Cork and Raul, slow down the pace, and don't give them chances for counterattacks. What we need now is to control the game, not to chase more goals. Avoiding injuries is more important than any." Garcia added from the side, "Manuel is right. You all saw Javier's foul earlier. The opponent's mindset might be a bit off now. Don't engage in conflicts with them, just focus on the ball. The referee has already issued a red card. If they commit any more fouls in the second half, the referee will not be lenient. But we must not fall into their trap. There's no need to risk our main players being injured for a game we are close to winning." Bai Ye and the other players nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. Injuries are always an athlete's greatest enemy. When embarking on this football journey, the youth training coaches start with a lesson on how to protect oneself. Manuel looked at the player's condition and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, let's rest well for now. Remember, steady and solid, and we can win this match." "Good." At this moment, it was around 8 or 9 in the evening in Huagua, and the forum was bustling with activity. 1 goal and 2 assists in the first half. What a miraculous performance. Bai Ye has turned the Segunda Division B pitch into his own showcase. In the live report post from Madrid, Old Joe, Bai Ye's first half stats were highlighted in bold. Played 45 minutes, scored 1 stunning long-range goal, provided 2 surgical assists, made 3 key interceptions, and had a passing success rate of 92. This data would make him the best player on the field, even in a mid-tier La Liga team. Technical analysis posts were also trending wildly. Netizens uploaded animated diagrams of Bai Ye's 2 assists, captioned, "The first assist showcased his running, and the second showed his anticipation." This is not the awareness of a youth team player at all. Especially after the interception, the quick through ball was executed in just 0.8 seconds, faster than many Premier League midfielders. Fans exploded in the comments below the diagrams. "I watched the through ball after the interception 5 times. Bai Ye actually adjusted the passing force while running. His ball control is exceptional." SS Reyes defenders were left spinning in circles due to his maneuvering, and it ultimately led to a foul to stop him, resulting in a direct red card. This is what we call a dimensional strike. Comparison posts were flooding the screen. A netizen dug up the best halftime stats of Huagua players abroad from the past decade, stating, the best performing foreign midfielder previously had at most 1 assist and a half, and that was in a relegation team. Bai Ye's 1 goal and 2 assists in Atlético Madrid B is simply a huge gap ahead. Others shared data of players in the same position in the European Youth League, saying, Bai Ye's talent at this age is still a threat. Few can pose as much of a threat as Bai Ye. Some international students shared live videos. The Huagua fans on the east side were chanting Bai Ye is amazing, and even the Spanish fans were applauding. He really brought honor to Huagua. Various comments kept flooding in. Who remembers he was banned from the national team for 10 years? Haha, the Football Association really knows how to handle things. A genius like him can't even play in Huagua, so the national team must be very strong. The Football Association truly has an eye for talent. To have a player who can be a star in Segunda Division be banned for 10 years, and then choose midfielders who can only make backward passes. No wonder the national team's performance is consistently stable in being the third-rate team in Asia. Bai Ye has become the super talent in the eyes of Huagua fans. Even smaller forums were overwhelmed. Estadio Espinardo. As the halftime break ended, both teams walked out of the locker room and onto the pitch. Bai Ye. Go Atlético. Keep scoring. Blow them away. The fans at Estadio Espinardo shouted wildly. This match was thrilling for them. They even kept sharing with their friends. Many Atlético fans now knew that a super talent had emerged from their youth. The name Bai Ye gradually spread. The players stood at the center circle. The SS Reyes players, having adjusted during halftime, were in a slightly better mindset, though their expressions remained stern. After all, they were a man down and trailing by 3 goals. This situation could be described as catastrophic. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match began. As the whistle blew, the SS Reyes players adopted a compact defensive stance. The 2 center-backs retreated to just in front of the penalty area, while the remaining 3 midfielders formed an inverted triangle, clearly looking to stabilize their defense and wait for Atlético Madrid B to push forward before seizing counterattack opportunities. Their forward Fernando stood alone at the front, eyes fixed on Atlético Madrid B's defensive line, ready to pounce on long passes. Atlético Madrid B advanced steadily. Alcork passed the ball back and forth in midfield, probing SS Reyes' defensive focus. Bai Ye positioned himself slightly left in midfield, not pushing forward as frequently as in the first half, instead gradually adjusting his running path, occasionally glancing at SS Reyes' right back. He had noticed in the first half that this defender was slow to turn and easily faked out. Just 5 minutes into the second half, the opportunity arose. Cork attracted 2 defenders in midfield before suddenly delivering a diagonal pass towards Bai Ye. As Bai Ye approached the ball, he did not stop it, but gently flicked it with the inside of his left foot, instantly escaping the tight marking of the SS Reyes midfield. The movement was minimal, yet it perfectly timed to evade the opponent's attempt to intercept, avoiding physical confrontation and creating space for himself. This flick instantly put SS Reyes' defense on high alert. The right back instinctively lunged forward, wanting to block Bai Ye's angle for a long shot. After all, Bai Ye's long-range goal in the first half had already become a psychological shadow for them. The 2 center-backs also moved closer to the center, fearing Bai Ye would deliver another through ball, suddenly exposing a half-meter wide gap in the left side of SS Reyes' penalty area. Just when everyone thought Bai Ye was about to take a long shot, he suddenly changed his action. His right leg appeared to swing powerfully to shoot, but his ankle abruptly retracted before making contact with the ball, using the inside of his foot to send a diagonal pass into the left side's open space. The ball skimmed the grass, moving very quickly, just enough to evade the covering center-back, heading straight for. By the time Sergio received the ball, he had already cut into the area near the left side of the small box. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Sergio did not hesitate. He pushed the ball into the near corner with his right foot, and the ball rolled into the net, brushing against the inside of the post, leaving the goalkeeper with no chance to save. Splash! The entire Estadio Espinardo erupted in a frenzy. They bloodily defeated their opponents. At the same time, many of them looked towards Bai Ye, their eyes filled with excitement. Bai Ye had already assisted in a hat trick, scoring 4 goals on his own. The entire grandstand erupted in a frenzy, the red and white jerseys intermingling with the sea of Huagua red on the eastern side, creating a vibrant ocean of celebration. The Espanyol Stadium had never been so tumultuous. Today was the first time. The Atlético Madrid fans were almost all on their feet, with the older fans waving their scarves high, their wrinkled faces flushed with excitement, continuously chanting Bai Ye. Magia. They embraced and bumped into each other, their palms turning red from the applause, oblivious to the thunderous roars echoing in their ears as some fans pounded on the grandstand railing. It was unclear who started it first. Bai Ye para el primer equipo. The chants spread through the grandstand, with more and more fans standing upright, their arms waving in unison, the shouts rising higher and higher. The Huagua fan section on the eastern side was a sea of red. Red flags were waved with wild enthusiasm. They shouted Bai Ye is amazing. Incredible, scoring 4 goals. The Chinese cheers intertwined with the jubilant Spanish shouts. Mendes stood up once again, gently applauding along with the fans, his eyes filled with admiration. To be honest, he saw the future in Bai Ye. This player was destined for greatness. Manuel clenched his fists on the sidelines, swung them vigorously, then turned and embraced the coaching staff tightly, his face unable to hide the overwhelming joy. The SS Reyes players stood in place, their heads bowed in silence, forming a stark contrast to the sea of celebration, while on their bench the coach sat slumped in his chair, hands on his head, devoid of the struggle from before. And this was far from over. When Fernando finally managed to bring the ball forward and took a long shot from outside the penalty area, only to have De Gea easily catch it. At this moment, SS Reyes' game had completely collapsed. Trailing by 4 goals and down to 10 men, their offense was impotent and their defense was helpless. Head coach Pereira made a very decisive choice, shouting from the sidelines, "Fall back. Everyone fall back." At this moment, Pereira was no longer concerned about whether the team could score. His focus was solely on how to maintain this scoreline and prevent any further goals. Unfortunately, Atlético Madrid's B team had completely opened up today. Bai Ye stood at the core of the midfield, becoming the overall commander of this tactical practice. He connected with passes from Coke and Raul, not rushing to push forward, but instead orchestrating the play with short passes in tight spaces. First, he passed the ball to the right to Juan, drawing 2 SS Reyes players to defend, then quickly returned the pass and diagonally slid it to Sergio, who was making an overlapping run on the left. In just 30 seconds, the football flowed seamlessly at the feet of Atlético Madrid's B team players, while the SS Reyes defense was left swaying left and right. The defenders were worn out, having just recovered on the right before needing to chase back on the left. The originally compact area in front of the penalty box gradually revealed a fatal gap. The Atlético Madrid fans in the stands had already started celebrating early due to the current score. Each face was adorned with excitement and smiles. In contrast, the SS Reyes players wore expressions of confusion, with some even pausing to catch their breath after the ball finally left their defensive zone, their spirits and energy rapidly dwindling. At that moment, Bai Ye seized the fleeting opportunity. Receiving a back pass in midfield, he glanced up at the penalty area and instantly locked onto Thiago's run. The SS Reyes center-back had just been drawn out by Sergio, and the defensive midfielder had yet to position himself, leaving a straight path open down the middle. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye gently pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it like a precise, surgical knife skimming along the grass and threading through the gap between 2 defenders, delivering the ball once again to Thiago's feet. Thiago, already in sync, started his run the moment Bai Ye touched the ball, meeting the pass without breaking stride, and unleashed a left-footed shot towards the far corner of the goal. The SS Reyes goalkeeper lunged to the left with all his might, but could only watch helplessly as the football rolled into the net shaking violently from the impact. The madness of slaughter. In this moment, the more than 3,000 people at the Metropolitano Stadium went completely wild, their cheers igniting the stadium, which had always been relatively calm, into an extraordinary fervor. Thiago scores again. After the goal, he first raised his fists towards the stands, then immediately rushed to Bai Ye and embraced him. With arms tightly wrapped around him, his voice filled with excitement. "Buddy, that pass was just too perfect." Bai Ye laughed at his embrace, patting his back. At this moment, Coke also rushed in to embrace Bai Ye. Thiago threw his arm over their shoulders, shouting at Bai Ye, "You've made 4 assists. If you keep passing like this, we're all going to get fat from your feeds." Huh. The teammates around them all laughed. Thiago also called over other players, and everyone gathered together to celebrate excitedly, including De Gea. He ran over from the backfield to join in the celebration. Throughout this match, De Gea had been positioned quite forward, even standing at the halfway line at times. After all, the Atlético Madrid B team completely controlled the pace of the game. SS Reyes had no way to cope. At this moment, major forums and discussion boards in Huagua were all in awe of Bai Ye's performance. After all, there hasn't been such an impressive midfielder from Huagua in years. That pass was absurd. That skill would be top-notch in any of the 5 major leagues. He organized the Atlético Madrid B team's attacks, so clearly his overall perspective is not like that of a youth team player. It's not an exaggeration to say he could be a core player in the first team. After being blacklisted by the national team for 10 years, going to Spain alone, without knowing the language, now he has independently created 5 goals in Europe, making the entire crowd cheer for him. This is truly amazing. Don't just look at Bai Ye's offense, also check his defensive stats. 3 key interceptions, and he can immediately organize a counterattack after an interception to provide an assist. Being so effective on both ends of the pitch, how long has it been since Huagua has produced such a versatile midfielder? From being blacklisted by the Football Association to almost being abandoned by Atlético Madrid, then now creating 5 goals, Bai Ye's journey has been incredibly tough. He earned it all through hard work. This is too crazy. I still can't believe that a Huagua player could create 5 goals in a European league. Indeed, it's too insane. I think Bai Ye can definitely go to the first team next season. His performance has been truly invincible. I think it might still be a bit early for the first team. His footwork is indeed impressive, but I feel he may struggle a bit in physical confrontations. Whether he will succeed can only be known by playing, but all I want to say is Bai Ye is amazing. At the Espino Stadium, the celebration of the Atlético Madrid B team lasted for more than half a minute before it ended. When the players returned to the center circle, they still had smiles on their faces. Ding! The whistle sounded and the match continued. On the sidelines, Manuel had already started planning the next steps after the celebration, instructing Garcia to call the substitute players to prepare to come on. He planned to make substitutions around the 60th minute. With such a significant lead, he could rotate players, and genius needs to be used with care. Soon the game entered a dead ball state. The fourth official raised the substitution board. The first substitution for the Atlético Madrid B team was to replace Bai Ye. Seeing this, Bai Ye turned and walked towards the sidelines. The entire stadium erupted with thunderous applause. The first to stand was the Eastern Huagua fan section, waving red flags. The shouts in Chinese echoed throughout the stadium, Bai Ye, Bai Ye. The voice was so loud, fearing that Bai Ye might not hear it. In fact, amidst the full stadium of Spanish, the Chinese was quite clear. Immediately, Atlético fans also stood up, and the applause transformed from scattered to synchronized, sweeping across the stadium like a tide. As Bai Ye walked, he waved to the stands. Coke ran over and patted his shoulder, while Thiago directly hugged him, whispering in his ear, "You were incredible today." At the sidelines, Manuel also approached, extending his hand for a high five with Bai Ye and giving him a pat on the back, his eyes filled with approval. This protective substitution after 60 minutes was not only to let the hero rest, but also to avoid any injuries in garbage time. The cheers from the stands grew louder, and it was unclear who started at first. Bai Ye should join the first team. The call spread from the main stand. Manuel stood on the sidelines looking at the boiling stands, and Bai Ye on the substitute bench, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He knew that after this match, Bai Ye's name would not only spread throughout the Atlético Madrid youth training camp, but would also catch the attention of the first team coach Aguirre regarding this talented midfielder from Huagua. Having watched Bai Ye's performance, Manuel felt that even if Bai Ye could not enter the first team, he could no longer stay in the Atlético Madrid B team next season, as the competitive intensity of the B team was no longer suitable for Bai Ye. This kid has progressed too quickly. Meanwhile, the fans on site were still cheering for the hero who had just left the pitch. Their applause and shouts were the most sincere tribute to this player, who created miracles in 60 minutes. In the stands, in a corner, Fildos was watching the match. When he saw the applause and cheers, all directed towards his former teammate Bai Ye, he couldn't help but smile. He had witnessed everything of Bai Ye and had seen the root of all these changes. It was hard work. It was effort that transformed Bai Ye from a player on the verge of being abandoned by the team into the core of the B team, and even a super talent who could enter the first team according to the fans. Fildos couldn't help but think of a saying, a deep accumulation leads to an explosion. Everyone thought Bai Ye was a sudden burst of talent. But those of us who knew Bai Ye understood that this was the result of day-to-day accumulation. He deserved all of this. Fildos thought of Mario, who was kicked out of the Atlético Madrid youth training camp. Seeing Bai Ye sitting on the substitute bench, Fildos subconsciously joined the fans in continuing to applaud. The sunlight poured onto the field, and that figure surrounded by cheers not only became the clearest role model in his heart, but also served as a mirror reflecting his past laziness and confusion. He had secretly told himself to work hard like Bai Ye. The truth proved that this path was not wrong. Perhaps one day he would also stand on this field and have others cheer for him. After Bai Ye left the pitch, the Atlético Madrid B team's momentum showed no signs of weakening. Coke continued to control the pace in midfield, making several precise long passes that pulled SS Rice's defense even more apart. In the 65th minute, Sergio broke through along the left and made a cross. Coke followed up with a shot to score, changing the score to 60. The stands erupted with cheers once again. A complete rout. Manuel made another substitution. This time Coke was replaced. Considering the match was no longer in doubt, he wanted to ensure his core players had ample rest. After all, Coke had scored twice in this match. As Coke walked towards the sidelines, the fans similarly offered warm applause, with someone shouting, "Coke, well done." Coke smiled and waved in response. When he reached the substitute bench, he even patted Bai Ye's shoulder, and the two leaned in to chat quietly, with Bai Ye's face full of a relaxed smile. During the remaining time of the match, Atlético Madrid B slowed down the pace, but still firmly controlled possession. The players of SS Reyes had completely lost their fighting spirit, frequently making passing errors, and their attacks could barely advance past Atlético Madrid B's, half forced to passively defend in their own half. Finally, when the referee blew the final whistle, the Espino Stadium erupted completely. The players of Atlético Madrid embraced each other on the pitch, and Thiago ran to the substitute bench to jump and celebrate with Bai Ye, and others. De Gea also excitedly rushed towards his teammates, and everyone celebrated wildly. This was their biggest victory of the season. Coach Manuel and the coaching staff embraced tightly, their faces unable to hide their smiles. A super victory of 60 not only proved the team's strength, but also revealed the huge potential of young players like Bai Ye and Coke. The fans in the stands were unwilling to leave. The Huagua fans continued to shout, "Bai Ye is amazing." After the final whistle, Manuel had just finished hugging the coaching staff when he was stopped by reporters who surrounded him. A reporter from Madrid Sports Daily was the first to pass the microphone, his tone full of excitement. "Coach Manuel, congratulations on the team's super victory of 60. The team controlled the pace throughout the match. What do you think was the key to winning?" "I have to thank the players for their focus from the start to the end. They strictly adhered to the pre-game tactics. Whether it was the passing and cooperation in the attack or the collaborative positioning in defense, everyone performed at their best. Especially in midfield, Coke and Bai Ye linked the front and back lines while giving our attack more layers. This was the key to easily tearing apart the opponent's defense. In the match, Bai Ye created 5 goals with 1 goal and 4 assists, and this was only his performance in 1 hour. How do you evaluate his performance today?" When it comes to Bai Ye, Manuel's eyes clearly brightened. "Bai Ye's performance today exceeded my expectations. He has excellent personal ability. That long-range shot outside the box showcased his shooting skills, and his 4 assists demonstrated his top-notch passing vision and tactical understanding. What's even rarer is his game intelligence, such as that fake shot and true pass in the second half, which accurately exploited the opponent's defensive gaps. It's unfortunate that he only had 60 minutes of playing time, but this was to avoid injury during garbage time. After all, his importance to the team is self-evident, and we need to protect such core players." The reporter continued to ask, "From almost leaving the team to now becoming the attacking core of the B team, what do you think has been his biggest growth during this period? Will he have a chance to move up to the first team?" Manuel pondered for a moment and answered seriously, "His biggest growth has been in adaptation and perseverance. To be honest, I am not sure in the lower tiers, but in the B team, he quickly adapted to the pace and tactical system of European football. He never complained about the difficulty of training and actively practiced more every day. This dedication to football allowed him to quickly integrate into the team and also helped continuously improve his skills and awareness. As for the first team, I believe he has already developed the ability to train with the first team, and his performance in this match is the best proof of that. I believe the coaching staff of the first team will also pay attention to him. As long as he maintains his current form, moving up to the first team is just a matter of time." Over here, the Espino Stadium after the final whistle was still in a frenzy. After the Atlético Madrid B team celebrated, they walked towards the stands to thank the fans who had cheered throughout the match. After all, they had rarely encountered such a full stadium. Bai Ye walked in the middle of the line. As he approached the lower part of the main stand, he was surrounded by a wave of warm applause. "Kids, well done." An elderly fan with graying hair raised an Atlético Madrid scarf, shouting loudly. Fans around him echoed some, giving thumbs up to the players. "The 60 victory is so uplifting. Your performance today was truly exciting." Coke waved to the fans, just about to express his thanks when a middle-aged fan in a red and white jersey interrupted him. "Coke, your midfield control was so stable. You must work hard. We are all waiting to see you play at the Calderón Stadium." This sentence ignited the fuse, and the surrounding fans immediately echoed, "Yes. Calderón is waiting for you. Get promoted to the first team soon, so we can cheer for you at home." Bai Ye stood next to Coke, his gaze sweeping across the stands. Many Huagua fans also gathered around, their shouts in Chinese particularly clear. "Bai Ye, don't stop. We want to see you on a bigger stage." Bai Ye nodded and waved to them once again, inciting a wave. "Remember the feeling of today," an old fan shouted, his voice tinged with emotion. "The grass at Calderón Stadium is softer than here, and the applause is louder than here. You are so young and already possess such strength, but as long as you don't relax, you will definitely stand there." This statement silenced the players. How could they not yearn for the first team? Bai Ye also clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. It may not necessarily be at Calderón Stadium, but he would definitely stand on a higher stage. Top-tier leagues. The players of Atlético Madrid had never witnessed such a scene. These young people, seeing the fans' support, could not help but wholeheartedly promise they would bring Atlético Madrid back to glory. Until they walked towards the locker room, Coke and the others still wore expressions of determination. Half an hour after the final whistle, the exit of Espino Stadium is still crowded with fans wearing red and white jerseys. The setting sun casts long shadows among the crowd as cheers, discussions, and the lingering echoes of Atlético Madrid's anthem intertwine, creating the liveliest evening at Espino Stadium. "Pedro, you are right. Bai Ye is indeed very talented. I can't wait to see him play in La Liga." The silver-haired Jordi is chatting with his old buddy Pedro about the match. Both have been loyal Atletico fans for over 20 years. Pedro nods with a smile. Yes, his synergy with Coke is remarkable. If these two grow together, they will be the midfield backbone of Atletico for the next decade. Surrounding fans burst into laughter. Today's match was absolutely thrilling. After all, when the fans witnessed the dazzling midfield duo of Bai Ye and Coke, they began to envision how these young talents could showcase Atletico's glory on a broader stage. The fans are happy, and so are the teammates. Bai Ye also wears a joyful expression. After celebrating with his teammates in the locker room, he immediately opened the system while showering. Task 1. Key connection in attack and defense transition. In a single match of the Segunda B League, gain possession through interception or tackle and initiate effective attacks while creating at least 2 threatening shots defined as an unmarked shot within the penalty area or a shot that hits the goal frame status completed rewards free attribute points 15. Bai Ye saw the system rewards. Although he felt a bit disappointed that it wasn't a talent boost, free attribute points are still valuable. He glanced at his current attributes. Passing 82, 85 vision 72, 85 strength 67, 71 off-ball movement 70, 78, shooting 59, 70 dribbling 68, 70 ball control 68, 75 speed 60, 70 stamina 70, 80 defense 36, 50. Free attribute points can enhance attribute limits or directly improve current attributes, but if improving current attributes, they cannot exceed the limits. Moreover, the amount of free attribute points required varies for each attribute. The higher the attribute, the more free attribute points are needed for enhancement. Bai Ye pondered for a moment. He looked at the stamina attribute and found that in the range of 70 to 80, the ratio of attribute to free attribute points is 1:1.5. This means he needs 15 free attribute points to raise his stamina from 70 to 80. After a moment of thought, Bai Ye decided to temporarily raise his stamina to the limit. At this moment, Manuel considers him a core player, which inevitably requires him to make a lot of runs in the front line. Therefore, stamina is crucial for him right now. With a thought, all free attribute points vanished, and his stamina attribute reached 80. Bai Ye immediately felt much of his fatigue dissipate. The effect was immediate. Following that, Bai Ye looked at the new tasks. This time the system refreshed 2 tasks. Task 1. Achieve a minimum of 10 minutes of playtime in any top European league. Task 2. Score a total of 5 goals in the Segunda B League or higher. After glancing at the new tasks, Bai Ye felt that the difficulty was beginning to increase, especially with the first task. Top League. Bai Ye murmured to himself, fully aware of what a top European league entails. Yet he is currently just a player in Atletico's B team with a noticeable gap from the first team's regular rotation. The coach said, I have the potential to train with the first team, but training and actual matches are 2 different matters. Would Aguirre give an opportunity to a young player from Hua country who has only proven himself in the Segunda B League? Although he trained for 2 days, the gap between training and matches is too great. After some thought, the possibility of appearing in Atletico's first team in the short term seems too slim. He had to face this reality. Therefore, if he signed with Mendes, would there be a chance? After all, Mendes has guaranteed opportunities in the Premier League. But then he hesitated. Does Atletico want to sell me? He could sense the club's importance on him. The attention from Manuel and Caminero indicated that Atletico sees him as a potential investment for the future. Yet potential investments need time to develop, while the system tasks do not wait for anyone. Forget it, let's talk to Mendes first and see how things go. Bai Ye no longer dwelled on this issue. At this moment in Hua country, in the football section of Tianya, a hot post titled, Atletico B team crushes SS Reyes 60. Bai Ye single-handedly contributed 5 goals. Has over 2,280 views, with the replies exceeding 3,000 in just half an hour, and it continues to rise. The original poster wrote, I just finished watching the highlights from the Spanish fan forum Foro Atletico. 6 whole goals. Bai Ye's performance is nothing short of legendary, curling in a shot from 25 meters into the far corner, as if casting a fireball, like a wizard hitting the dead angle. And those 4 assists were absolutely incredible. Attached is the link to the highlights pan. Chindu. Comms 123456 extraction code base 666. I just tested it, and it works. I suggest everyone save it in MP4. I've watched it 5 times in a row, and every time Bai Ye's long-range shot comes up, I can't help but exclaim how beautiful it is. Also, a detail worth mentioning is that in the live video, fans in the East Stand shouted Bai Ye is amazing, and Spaniards applauded along, giving us great pride. This post has an astonishing number of replies. Successfully grabbed the first reply. Brothers, after so many years of Jihai Gu struggling in the Premier League, we finally have another player who can be a core in Europe. 10 times better than the national team's midfielders who only know how to pass back. Someone just said in the QQ group that he is the Hua country's son too. 0. I think he's even better. Honestly speaking, he surpasses Sun Jihai. I'm crying. I haven't been this excited since the 2002 World Cup. Back then I watched Xiao Jia on the Bundesliga bench gripping the remote waiting for him to play, but most of the time, he only got 10 minutes. Now Bai Ye is starting. It's really incredible, so amazing. I just came over from the NGA Warcraft section. Everyone in our guild is talking about Bai Ye. Some say his feigned shot and real pass resemble a rogue's feint, deliberately deceiving the opponent into making defensive moves. I must say it truly is impressive. Being able to make such decisions under pressure shows this kid has a big heart. I'm studying in Madrid and went to the stadium today. Although Espino Stadium is not large, the atmosphere was incredible. Every time Bai Ye touched the ball, fans shouted his name, and the Hua Country fan zone on the east side was particularly eye-catching. I even shouted Bai Ye is amazing with a few friends. After the game, an Atlético fan asked me, "Is Bai Ye from your country? He's outstanding. He must be in the first." The original poster's highlights were excellently done. I've already shared it in the Madrid Chinese student group, and everyone is saying they want to organize a trip to watch the next match. There are many more. This match has completely made Bai Ye a sensation among Hua Country fans, mainly because Bai Ye is simply outstanding. There is a kind of agility and talent that doesn't belong to Hua Country players. That night, the Madrid Sports Daily quickly released an article, "The Carnival of Espino Stadium." Atlético B team swept SS Reyes 60 with Hua Country midfielder Bai Ye contributing 5 goals, writing a miracle of Atlético's youth training. An undisputed dominant victory. Espino Stadium was completely swept by a wave of red and white as Atlético B team taught the visiting SS Reyes a lesson with a crushing 60 victory. Atlético B team firmly controlled the pace of the game. SS Reyes managed only 3 effective shots throughout the match with a possession rate of less than 35. Faced with Atlético B team's midfield strangulation and flanking assaults, they remained in a passive position. As SS Reyes coach Paria stated after the match, "We lost without making a fuss, especially against Bai Ye's orchestration. The entire defense felt like it was being pulled by invisible strings, unable to organize effective defense." If one word could describe Bai Ye's performance in this match, dominant would not be an exaggeration. Statistics from the Madrid Sports Daily show that this Hua Country midfielder touched the ball 98 times throughout the match, the most on the team, with a passing accuracy of 94, including 14 key passes, 4 of which resulted in assists, and made 5 interceptions, even scoring his first career goal in the Segunda B League with a curling shot from 25 meters into the corner. His perfect performance made Espino Stadium echo with the shouts of Bai Ye. Bai Ye for the first time. His growth speed has exceeded everyone's expectations. Atlético B team's coach Manuel expressed his admiration in the post-match interview. Last winter, he was still struggling for opportunities in the youth team, but now he can dominate the match with 1 goal and 4 assists. He not only possesses top-notch passing vision, but also understands how to use wisdom to engage his teammates. Such qualities of a field commander are extremely rare in an 18-year-old. The significance of this match goes far beyond a 60 victory. It has shown Atlético fans another gem from the youth training system, and it has made Bai Ye and Atlético's future a hot topic of discussion after the match. As the most surprising player from Atlético's youth academy in the past 3 years, Bai Ye's style aligns perfectly with Atlético's pragmatic tradition. He does not pursue flashy dribbling, but always manages to complete interceptions and passes at crucial moments. For Atlético, Bai Ye's breakout is not accidental. It is the result of the youth training system's patient cultivation and a testament to the philosophy of not giving up on any potential player. For the fans, they look forward not only to Bai Ye's continued brilliance in the B team, but also eagerly desire to see this Hua Country midfielder on the Calderón Stadium pitch as soon as possible. As one seasoned Atlético fan stated on social media, 10 years ago we had Torres, now perhaps we have found the next player who can define an Atlético era. His name is Bai Ye. The editorial team of the Madrid Sports Daily. Pedro was still sorting through his article on the computer, having read through today's piece again, feeling quite satisfied. As a marginal journalist, his article suddenly becoming a headline made him feel exceptionally good. Suddenly the phone on his desk rang urgently. The caller ID showed the editor-in-chief's number, and he hurriedly answered. "Editor-in-chief, this is Pedro." "Pedro, do you know?" The editor's voice on the other end was filled with unprecedented excitement, almost shouting, "Today's newspaper. The Madrid Sports Daily sold out for the first time. All the newsstands in Madrid are out of stock. We printed too few copies." Ha! Pedro was stunned. After 3 years in the industry, he had never heard of the newspaper selling out. To be fair, the Madrid Sports Daily usually has a stable readership of dedicated Atlético fans and sports enthusiasts, with sales consistently at a middling level. How could it suddenly sell out? What are you waiting for? The editor's voice pulled him back to reality. It's all because of your continuous coverage. Today's article on Atlético B team and Bai Ye received an exceptionally positive response from readers. Many Atlético fans specifically went to newsstands to buy the paper just to read about Bai Ye. Just now a newsstand owner called the newspaper office asking if they could deliver more copies tomorrow. Pedro's heart raced, a surge of warmth rising from within. He remembered how he would silently sit in the corner when his colleagues discussed first-team news, unable to join in. But now it was all thanks to a young player he happened to discover from the youth training. The newspaper's sales had set a record. Even the editor-in-chief personally called him. This feeling of turning things around was even more exhilarating than the first time he published an article. Pedro, listen. The editor's tone suddenly became serious, but it carried an undeniable weight. From now on you have no other tasks. Your only task is to keep an eye on Bai Ye. You need to track what he does in training, whether there are interviews after the matches, and even his private dynamics. You must be present for every match he plays, and write the most detailed report. Our newspaper is now focusing solely on Bai Ye. This task is yours. Okay. Pedro almost blurted it out, his voice tinged with a hint of tremor. Keeping an eye on Bai Ye. This is simply the task he has always dreamed of. Compared to running around various youth training matches and writing about those unnoticed minor events, tracking an emerging star is not only easier, but also more fulfilling. He could almost imagine his reports on Bai Ye repeatedly hitting the headlines, with readers rushing to buy the newspapers. After hanging up, Pedro looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but smile. He glanced down at the draft in his notebook, silently resolving to write Bai Ye's story, well, not to waste this hard-earned opportunity, nor to let down the young man shining on the field. As night deepened, Bai Ye remained unaware of the commotion outside. He was living quite simply in Atlético's youth training camp. Bai Ye had just finished washing up when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Mendes' call. He pressed the answer button and said hello. A cheerful laugh came from the other end of the line. Bai Ye, first of all, congratulations. A 60 victory and contributing 5 goals. Such a performance is enough to make the whole of Madrid remember your name. Mendes' tone was filled with admiration, and Bai Ye softly thanked him. Thank you, this is the result of the team's collective effort. Don't be modest, young man. Mendes' voice carried an undeniable certainty. I was there on site, I know exactly how you performed. I'm calling just to fulfill our agreement. Let's discuss the signing after the match. After this game, I believe your current abilities are sufficient to stand firm in a top league. Author's note: update rules. If the score reaches 9, I will add 2 more chapters. 4 scores above 9, for every 0. 1 increase, I will continue to add 2 chapters. Currently in the 8-point range, 0. 1 for 1 chapter remains unchanged. The next day at 10 in the morning, the outdoor cafe on the outskirts of Madrid was bathed in sunlight, the wooden tables and chairs warmed by the sun. Bai Ye arrived 10 minutes early and had just sat down to order a glass of lemonade. He then saw Mendes approaching in a well-tailored dark suit, walking with a steady gait. The top football agent in Europe wore a calm smile, followed by an assistant carrying a black briefcase. Bai Ye, good morning. Mendes sat across from him, took the assistant's bag, and gestured for the assistant to wait at a nearby table. As Mendes' gaze landed on Bai Ye, it carried a blatant admiration. Your performance in yesterday's match exceeded my expectations. You have a natural talent, and with your hard work you can definitely establish yourself in any top league. Bai Ye smiled in return and replied, thank you for your recognition. I still have a lot to learn. Humility is a virtue, but you also need to recognize your own value. Mendes pulled out a document from the briefcase and slid it across the table to Bai Ye. The cover bore the draft of the agent contract, and he continued, as I mentioned before, Portsmouth in the Premier League should ring a bell for you. Their head coach Harry Redknapp called me yesterday. I mentioned you to him. They are currently in need of a rhythm controller like you in their midfield. I am confident that you will secure stable playing time at Portsmouth from the start of next season, with at least 30 minutes of playing time per match. Bai Ye's eyes fell on the document, and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. 30 minutes of playing time in the Premier League was precisely the key requirement of the system tasked for not less than 10 minutes in a top league, which was also his most pressing need at this stage. Mendes lightly tapped the document with his finger and turned to discuss the cooperation details. Regarding our agent collaboration, I must clarify the practical rules. The commission percentage taken by agents from player salaries typically ranges from 3 to 10, but in mainstream European leagues, rookie players often receive a percentage between 8 and 12 due to their weaker bargaining power. For example, the established players I manage, like Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho, maintain a stable commission of 5 to 8 due to the commercial value they bring. It may sound counterintuitive, but the core principle is that player value determines bargaining power. He paused, looking into Bai Ye's eyes with sincerity. For you, the proposed commission plan is 6 for the first 2 years, only taking from your salary and not involving any commercial endorsements. Starting from the 3rd year, if your Premier League appearance rate reaches over 60, or if your salary increases to that of a starting midfielder for a relegation-threatened team in the Premier League, it will adjust to 8A, and commercial endorsements will be calculated separately at a 3 commission. This is 23 percentage points lower than the usual rates for rookie players in the industry, and also 1 point lower than the base percentage for the established players I manage. This statement left Bai Ye momentarily stunned. He was not a novice, he understood the situation well. Many local rookie players in Spain had agent commissions around 10, and some agents would even offer as high as 12 to monopolize resources. A 6 salary commission was indeed far below his expected level for rookies. You don't need to be surprised, this is not a concession, but a reasonable plan based on your potential. Mendes took out a printed document from the briefcase. You are different, you have already proven yourself. What you lack is merely a platform in the top league. He flipped to another page of the report. Moreover, I want to clarify that this 6 does not include transfer commissions. Usually agents take $1,015 from the transfer fee paid by the club, but if I facilitate your move to Portsmouth, I will only take a 5 transfer commission from the club, and there will be no additional deductions from you. In simple terms, apart from taxes, you only need to give me 6 of your salary. All other income is yours, which is quite a transparent condition in rookie-agent collaborations. Mendes continued, pointing to the document in front of Bai Ye. You see, the terms clearly state that the agent commission only applies to the salary from the player's professional contract and does not include income from commercial endorsements, image rights, jersey sales, and other non-competitive income. Additionally, there is a clause for annual audits of the commission accounts, so you can always consult a third-party accountant. In my years as an agent, I have never played tricks on commission, especially for promising young players. Bai Ye flipped through the document. Mendes indeed had no need to manipulate such things. He nodded slightly. Seeing his reaction, Mendes continued to elaborate on the plan for Portsmouth. As your agent, I will not only focus on short-term benefits. The platform at Portsmouth serves as both a springboard and a testing ground for you. Their tactical style emphasizes midfield passing and movement, which perfectly aligns with your through balls and distribution skills. Moreover, Redknapp excels at nurturing young players. He will provide you with ample room for error to adapt to the Premier League's pace. The resources I can offer you go far beyond this. Mendes' tone carried absolute confidence. After signing, I will arrange a dedicated fitness coach and tactical analyst for you. They will specifically enhance your physical confrontation abilities and defensive toughness to cope with the high-intensity challenges of the Premier League. As for media exposure, I will coordinate exclusive interviews with the Times and Sky Sports to help you quickly establish your reputation in the Premier League. These resources are something Atlético Madrid's B team cannot provide you. His expression turned serious. If you stay at Atlético Madrid, it may take you half a year or even a year to enter the first team, and your playing time won't be guaranteed. However, if you go to Portsmouth, you can immediately step onto the stage of the top league and prove yourself through actual. Once you demonstrate your skills in the Premier League, whether you return to Atlético Madrid's first team or join another top club, the choice will be in your hands. This is the optimal plan for a professional player. Mendes certainly did not speak recklessly. Bai Ye was well aware that he might not have the opportunity to play in Atlético Madrid's first team right now. Even if he performed exceptionally well, it would only be in the youth team. After hearing this, Bai Ye expressed his concerns. But I think Atlético Madrid may not be willing to sell me, as I have come from their youth training system, and Coach Manuel has always valued me. The club likely wants to keep me in the academy for further development. Mendes, upon hearing this, not only did not frown, but instead smiled. The fact that you can consider this shows that you are clear-headed and have seriously thought about your future. I have long considered Atlético Madrid's position. It is indeed difficult for them to sell outright. They will not easily let go of a youth player who has already shown promise, especially with Manuel still supporting you. So my plan is first a loan or include a buyback clause in the transfer. Mendes explained. Specifically, Portsmouth would borrow you for a season by paying a loan fee and covering your entire salary, or during a permanent transfer, Atlético Madrid would retain the right of first refusal with the buyback price subject to negotiation. This serves as both a guarantee for Atlético Madrid and a fallback option for you. In simple terms, going to Portsmouth means helping Atlético Madrid develop talent. After raising your value in the Premier League, Atlético Madrid can call you back at any time without worrying about losing you after all the training. He paused, his tone becoming more assured. You don't need to worry about this, I can completely negotiate this for you. Bai Ye mentally reviewed all the content. After confirming there were indeed no major issues, he looked up at Mendes, his eyes filled with determination. Mr. Mendes, I agree to this plan, and I will trouble you with the subsequent matters. Mendes' face broke into a reassuring smile as he reached across the table to shake Bai Ye's hand firmly. Don't worry, I will handle the upcoming negotiations. What you need to do now is focus on the upcoming training and maintain your form. The stage of the Premier League will soon open. As for our contract, once you find a lawyer, we can start signing. Sure. As he left the cafe, the sun had climbed to its zenith. Bai Ye no longer pondered the details of the contract. He understood that the most important thing at the moment was not to get entangled in the terms, but to ensure that his abilities matched the impending opportunity. Upon returning to the Atlético Madrid youth training base, he made a brief phone call home, simply stating, I have an opportunity to play in the Premier League. I will have a lawyer handle the contract later, withholding further details to prevent his parents from worrying. After hanging up, he quickly changed into his training gear and dashed toward the training field. By this time, several teammates were already engaged in extra practice. Bai Ye exchanged simple greetings with his teammates before jogging slowly around the field to warm up, his eyes filled with focus. After speaking with Mendes, he was more aware that strength was his foundation, whether facing the Premier League in the future or tackling the current training. Only by constantly improving himself could he seize every opportunity. After finishing his jog, he picked up a soccer ball to practice short passes and ball control, deliberately controlling the force of each touch to ensure the ball landed precisely where he intended. When he was in high spirits, he walked outside the penalty area, mimicking the posture of his previous long-range shot that scored, taking shot after shot, the ball striking the goalpost with a series of loud bangs. His teammates occasionally glanced over at him. Coke even called out with a smile, "Bai Ye, let's practice a two-known later," to which Bai Ye responded with a smile and a nod, but his movements did not cease as he aimed to utilize every minute to improve, unwilling to waste even a second. As noon approached, Manuel approached the training field and waved for Bai Ye to come over. Bai Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried over to the coach, feeling a vague sense of anticipation, thinking the coach was going to discuss tactics for the upcoming match against Celta B. However, Manuel sighed, first his tone tinged with helplessness. "Bai Ye, I need to tell you something. You can't attend the first team training for now. A few days ago, the first team lost in La Liga, and now there is immense pressure to qualify for the Champions League." Manuel patted his shoulder, his tone growing even heavier. "Coach Aguirre is solely focused on winning. He feels you can't contribute right now and doesn't want to give you the opportunity to train with the first team. Don't take it personally. It's not that you lack ability, but the atmosphere in the first team is too tense. They don't have the energy to nurture young players." Bai Ye fell silent for a few seconds. He did feel a tinge of disappointment, but it was soon replaced by calmness. He remembered Mendes mentioning that going to Portsmouth would allow him to play in the top league immediately, and understood that this momentary regret might be another kind of opportunity. He lifted his head, smiled at Manuel, and spoke with determination. "Coach, I understand. It's all right. I will train well in the B team and strive to help the team win against Celta B in the next match." Manuel looked at him, appreciative of his composed demeanor. He had originally feared Bai Ye would feel dejected, but unexpectedly this young man was steadier than he had imagined. "Well done." Since he would not be going to the first team, Bai Ye continued with Manuel's specialized training plan. The training was completed. Time continued to flow. Silently arriving on March 30th, Madrid's afternoon carried the warmth of early spring, with sunshine filtering through the clouds onto the stands of the Espino Stadium. With some time before the match began, a long line had already formed outside the stadium. The warmth of the previous 60 victory had not yet faded, and the excitement surrounding Atlético Madrid B's match surged. Tickets for this game against Celta B had sold out 3 days prior, and even the temporary stands at the top of the stadium were filled, setting a new record for attendance at youth team matches this season. Speaking of Celta B, any fan familiar with the Segunda B League knew that they were not comparable to the previous match against SS Reyes. As the youth training team of the La Liga, Celta Club Celta B was renowned for their strong wing attacks and aggressive high pressing in midfield. Currently ranked 6th in the league, they were only 5 points away from the promotion playoffs, a critical stage for points. In a pre-match interview, Celta B's head coach Amaribida openly stated, "We studied the match footage of Atlético B. Bai Ye's distribution is their core, but we are confident we can disrupt his rhythm through pressing." At this moment, the atmosphere inside the Espino Stadium was already far more vibrant than a typical youth match. In the main stand, Atlético fans raised a large drum, rhythmically striking it, prompting those around them to clap along and sing Atlético's team song. Around 1:40 p.m., both teams' players emerged from the player tunnel. When Bai Ye walked out alongside his Atlético B teammates, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. The fans in the stands shouted in unison, "Bai Ye, go!" The applause swept across the stadium like a wave. Soon beep. With a whistle from the referee, the match officially commenced. Celta B came out aggressively, launching a full press less than 3 minutes into the game. Midfield core Fernandez led 2 teammates surrounding the Atlético B defense like 3 moving nets, while left winger Garcia pressured Atlético B's right back, directly giving them almost no chance to pass comfortably. However, the high-pressure pressing revealed gaps behind Celta B's defense. In the 5th minute, De Gea, who had caught the opponent's weak shot, saw through the pressing route and chose not to pass short. Instead, he directly threw the ball to Bai Ye, who was retreating in midfield. At this moment, Fernandez was pushing forward, and Celta B's 2 center-backs instinctively widened to cover the gaps on the flanks, leaving a significant vertical opening in the center. As soon as Bai Ye received the ball, he keenly sensed this fleeting opportunity. He made no unnecessary adjustments, not even waiting for the Celta midfield to recover. With a gentle flick of his right foot, the ball traced a precise parabolic arc, as if guided by a GPS, sailing over the midfield defense and heading straight toward the edge of Celta B's penalty area. This long pass was a full 40 meters long. Although Bai Ye's long pass was not as accurate as his short pass, it was still quite precise due to his high passing attributes. It was perfectly placed on Thiago's forward run. The stands erupted in gasps with some unable to contain themselves standing up and shouting beautiful. Thiago, leveraging his excellent acceleration, shook off the defender behind him and charged into the penalty area. Facing the advancing Celta B goalkeeper, he opted to shoot for the far corner. However, the ball grazed the right goalpost and went out crashing heavily into the advertising board with a loud thud. The crowd erupted in a chorus of disappointed sighs. Thiago, frustrated, slapped his thigh and turned back to give Bai Ye a thumbs up. Bai Ye shook his head slightly. He knew that the ball was already well delivered. Unfortunately, Thiago failed to capitalize on the final shot. However, Bai Ye was not too concerned. As long as they continued to play like this, he would always have opportunities. The Celta B defenders were shaken, exchanging glances with one another, each seeing caution in the other's eyes. In that moment, Bai Ye's long pass had almost ended the match. Had Thiago not squandered the opportunity, the score would have been altered early on. Fernandes rushed to the defense, loudly instructing his teammates, clearly reminding them to pay attention to their defensive positions and not to give Bai Ye such long pass opportunities again. But the atmosphere in the stadium had been completely ignited by this wave of attack. Atlético fans forgot their disappointment, applauding enthusiastically, while the Huagua fans continuously chanted Bai Ye's name. Bai Ye, Bai Ye. Various cheers echoed once again in the air above the stadium. After the shocking long pass at the beginning, Celta B immediately adjusted their strategy. Fernandes abandoned the previous full-line pressing approach, instead focusing solely on marking Bai Ye. Whenever Bai Ye received the ball, he would come up like a shadow, even willing to use his body to interfere. At the same time, Celta's right back frequently moved inward, forming a double team, with Fernandes attempting to completely cut off Bai Ye's passing route. In the 12th minute, when Bai Ye received a pass from Coke in the midfield, Fernandes directly reached out from the side and hooked the ball. Although he failed, it forced Bai Ye to hurriedly release the ball, which was then cleared by a Celta defender out of bounds. On the sidelines, coach Amaribita kept applauding the players, clearly pleased with such targeted defense. However, the synergy between Bai Ye and Coke was far beyond what a simple double team could break. In the 18th minute, Atlético B launched an attack. Coke deliberately slowed the pace on the right, attracting the Celta left back to press forward. At the moment the opponent shifted their weight, he suddenly passed the ball back to the advancing Bai Ye. At this moment, Fernandes was quickly chasing back, and the Celta center back instinctively moved toward the center. Yet Bai Ye did not stop the ball. Instead, he gently nudged it back to the diagonally cutting Coke. This time, the 1-2 combination directly sliced through Celta's right defensive line. Coke, with the ball, charged forward at high speed, seemingly about to break into the penalty area. In a moment of desperation, Celta's left back grabbed Coke's jersey. Coke stumbled for 2 steps, but still tried to carry the ball forward. The referee, closely following the attack from behind, raised his hand to signal that the attack was advantageous and did not blow the whistle. The Atlético fans in the stands erupted, the drums booming loudly, and the cheers swept across the stadium. At this moment, Bai Ye had already predicted Coke's advancing route. The instant Coke was pulled, he quickly moved forward to receive the ball. Before losing his balance, Coke exerted all his strength to push the ball to Bai Ye, while he himself fell to the ground due to inertia. As soon as Bai Ye received the ball, a Celta center-back lunged in from a diagonal rear angle, attempting to push him out of bounds. But Bai Ye reacted faster. He lightly nudged the ball inward with his left foot, turned his body smoothly, and slipped through the opponent's armpit, like an eel, perfectly evading the defense. After shaking off the defense, he looked up at the penalty area, where Thiago was sprinting up the middle, running parallel to the last Celta defender. Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Ye flicked his right ankle gently, sending the ball rolling along the grass, with just the right power and angle, delivering it precisely to Thiago in front of him. Thiago didn't even need to adjust his steps. He simply extended the tip of his right foot and gently poked the ball, which then slipped through the goalkeeper's armpit and into the net. The ball is in. 10. The Espino Stadium erupted into deafening cheers. Thiago excitedly rushed to the corner flag, arms wide open to embrace his teammates. Bai Ye also ran over with a smile, patting Thiago on the back. This time Thiago did not let him down. The stands filled with Huagua fans erupted, red flags waving like a sea of crimson, while some excitedly hugged each other, shouting, "So beautiful." This combination was incredible. The Celta players walked back to their half, heads down. Fernandes kicked the grass, clearly frustrated at being outsmarted by Bai Ye again. Only then did the referee run to the Celta left back, who had just pulled Coke, pulling out a yellow card to issue a warning. Atlético scored a goal from the advantageous play, while Celta paid the price with a yellow card. Manuel on the sidelines vigorously waved his fists, unable to suppress his smile. He knew that this goal not only broke the deadlock, but also shattered Celta B's confidence in trying to suppress Atlético through defense. Seeing his team trailing 10, Amorvita signaled for them to abandon conservative defense and push forward. This coach, known for his aggressive style, knew all too well that merely defending against Atletico BS midfield combination would lead to a slow demise. Only by taking the initiative could they have a chance to turn the tide. The Celta players on the field understood, and as soon as the ball was back in play, everyone pushed forward, including the two center-backs, frequently stepping up near the midfield, trying to disrupt Atletico's rhythm with their numerical advantage. In the 25th minute, Celta B launched a highly threatening attack. The left-wing forward Garcia broke through along the sideline and passed the ball back to the advancing midfielder, who made a direct through-ball attempt to penetrate Atletico's flank, sending the ball flying toward the Celta forward in the penalty area. But just as the ball was about to reach the forward's feet, a redanned white figure suddenly burst in from the diagonal rear. It was Bai Ye. He seemed to have predicted Celta's passing route. Quickly moving from the defensive midfield position, he perfectly positioned himself between the Celta forward and the ball, firmly intercepting it with his right foot. The interception was clean and decisive without a hint of unnecessary movement, causing even the referee to pause for half a second, seemingly astonished by this perfectly executed prediction. The Celta forward stood frozen, watching Bai Ye control the ball and turn, his face filled with disbelief. Moments ago, he had thought the passing route was flawless. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ye, having successfully intercepted, didn't even wait for the Celta players to regroup. He lifted his head to scan the front field, gathered strength, and sent the ball soaring again in a signature long pass arc, crossing the midfield line and flying directly toward the Atletico forward's run. This pass was even more penetrating than the initial long pass, almost instantly transforming Celta's attack into Atletico's counterattack. Unfortunately, Bai Ye's long pass ultimately lacked the precision of a short pass. The ball was slightly short, making it uncomfortable for Thiago to receive it, and with two defenders closely pressing him, he failed to get to it. The ball was cleared out of bounds. Even so, the astonishment from the stands did not cease. Atletico fans clearly saw that Bai Ye not only completed a crucial interception on the defensive end, but also launched a counterattack in an instant. This ability to control the game on both ends at the level of La Liga B was nothing short of a dimensional crush. So amazing. That prediction was like having a god's perspective. Did you see his movement just now? Not a hint of panic, as if he already knew the opponent was going to pass. I have to capture this moment, go back and post it on the forum to show everyone what a master-level performance looks like. Even Manuel on the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim to his assistant coach, "This kid's football intelligence is even higher than I imagined. His stability on both ends is limitless for the future." Atletico's throw-in was taken by Coke. He threw the ball to a teammate on the flank and quickly made a run into the penalty area. The Celta B players had just completed a successful defense, and they instinctively felt that Atletico would slow down the pace, at least passing the ball around a few times before looking for opportunities. The defenders, who had been tightly marking Bai Ye, unconsciously pulled back half a meter. However, Atletico's attacking pace was much faster than they had imagined. The flank teammate did not linger. After receiving the throw-in, he immediately made a diagonal pass to Coke in midfield. Coke, not one to dawdle, switched the ball laterally before the Celta players could close in, completing two quick passes. The ball, like flowing water, quietly arrived at Bai Ye's feet at the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, the Celta players suddenly reacted. Fernandez hurriedly charged at Bai Ye, trying to intercept before he could shoot. The nearby center-back also abandoned marking Thiago and stepped up to block the shooting angle. Atletico fans in the stands collectively stood up, eyes glued to Bai Ye, all knowing that in this position, Bai Ye had the ability to change the game. Facing the double team, Bai Ye appeared exceptionally calm. He chose not to pass the ball. Instead, he gently nudged it inward with his left foot, shifting his body to the right, executing a clean and concise feint, slipping through the gap between Fernandez and the center-back. This evasion, though minimal in movement, expertly avoided the blocks of the two defenders, instantly granting him space to shoot. Without waiting for the Celta players to regroup, Bai Ye forcefully pulled his right leg back, straightening his knee, and struck the ball fiercely with the back of his right foot. Boom! The ball shot toward the upper left corner of the Celta goal, like a cannonball spinning fiercely. The moment the soccer ball hit the net, the crowd erupted in a deafening roar. Bai Ye. Another goal. 2-0. The fans went wild, waving their arms and chanting fervently. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye turned and sprinted towards the stands. His pace quickened until he finally stopped at the base of the stands. The sunlight glistened on his sweat-drenched jersey, the red and white stripes shining brightly. Bai Ye tilted his head back slightly, eyes gently closed, arms spread wide, as if to embrace the cheers of the entire Espino Stadium. The cheers in the stadium reached a peak at that moment. Bai Ye, Bai Ye. The sound waves surged like a tidal wave, the red flags in the Chinese fan section waving frantically. Bai Ye is incredible. The cheers in Chinese mixed with the Spanish shouts around the surrounding Spanish fans roaring, their voices vibrating in the air. He stood there as if listening to every cheer, feeling every ounce of passion. The ecstasy of scoring did not make him lose his composure. Instead, it radiated a calmness that commanded the entire arena. So damn cool. This celebration move is amazing. A Chinese fan in the East stand jumped up excitedly, his phone camera fixated on Bai Ye. This is our player. Next to him, an older fan had tears in his eyes. It's been so many years since I've seen a Chinese player celebrate so majestically in Europe. His teammates quickly caught up. Coke was the first to rush behind Bai Ye, tightly embracing his shoulders, his voice filled with awe. Bai Ye. That long shot was phenomenal. Simply unbelievable. Thiago pushed through, laughing while patting Bai Ye's back. Brother, your long shot is more reliable than my own shots. That was your second long shot goal this season. Amazing. Other teammates gathered around the two, some ruffled Bai Ye's hair, while others pointed towards the goal and shouted. Even goalkeeper De Gea sprinted from the penalty area to join in the celebration. Everyone cheered for this brilliant long shot. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, turned around, and high-fived each teammate, a radiant smile on his face. On the sidelines, Manuel was already ecstatic, jumping up and throwing a fist in the air. He shouted, Bai Ye, well done. The assistant coaches embraced each other while the substitute players stood in front of the bench, vigorously waving their towels. Manuel's face was filled with satisfaction, repeatedly saying, decisive. So decisive. Facing possible opportunities without hesitation, that's the quality of a top player. The cheers from the stands showed no signs of stopping, echoing throughout the Espino Stadium. The players of Celta B stood at midfield watching the celebrations of Atlético Madrid, their faces filled with despair. They knew that facing such a fiery Atlético B team, this match would be difficult. Bai Ye walked back to midfield surrounded by his teammates. As he passed the stands, he deliberately waved to the Chinese fan section, sparking another round of cheers. Soon, beep. The referee blew the whistle to resume the match. However, at this very moment in China, the forums were already buzzing with praise, their excitement rivaling that of the fans present. I just saw the replay of Bai Ye's explosive shot. He dared to take a direct shot, even under pressure from two defenders. The ball streaked like a meteor across the night sky into the corner. Such power, such angle, it's simply a work of art. More shocking than the long shots I saw in La Liga a few days ago. After all, he is our player. Watching him open his arms to the cheers gave me goosebumps. When has a Chinese player celebrated so dominantly on the European stage? He truly exudes the aura of a master. That was his second long shot goal this season. Each one is as precise as a guided missile. The interception and long pass earlier were already stunning, and then he directly concluded it with a powerful shot. Offense and defense seamlessly integrated. This is no exaggeration. From the moment he escaped to the shot, it took less than 2 seconds. Even under pressure, he maintained his form perfectly. His football intelligence and skills are unmatched among players his age abroad. Manuel says he possesses the qualities of a top player. I wholeheartedly agree. In the videos sent by overseas students, Spanish fans were chanting Bai Ye along with us. That explosive shot completely conquered the home crowd. If our player can finally be the star on the European stage. On the field, Celta B still refused to give up. Amaribita was shouting from the sidelines, push forward. Even Federico, originally a center back, was pushed up to midfield to join the attack. In the desperate situation of trailing by 2 goals, they had no choice but to go all out, hoping to pull one back before halftime. This attack was indeed executed with some structure. Garcia dribbled past 2 defenders on the left, delivering a diagonal pass to the edge of the penalty area where a Celta midfielder prepared to shoot. But the Atlético B defenders reacted quicker, stepping in to clear the ball out of the box. Coke then made a long pass and the ball landed at Bai Ye's feet. At this moment, Celta's midfielders were still pushing forward, and their defense had moved up to near the halfway line, leaving a vast open space in front of the penalty area. As soon as Bai Ye touched the ball, he keenly sensed the fleeting opening. Without any excessive adjustments, and without even glancing at the goalkeeper, he planted his left foot for balance, and with a powerful swing of his right foot, he struck the incoming ball with a fierce shot. The ball shot off like a cannonball, whistling straight towards the upper right corner of the goal. The Celta goalkeeper's pupils dilated, and he stretched every muscle to dive sideways, just barely grazing the ball with his fingertips. This touch altered the ball's trajectory slightly. The ball grazed the outside of the post and crashed heavily against the advertising board with a dull thud. Whoosh! A gasp echoed through the Espino Stadium as fans expressed their deep regret. That was almost another spectacular world-class goal. Manuel, seeing Bai Ye's decisive shot, almost thought it was a sure goal. Unfortunately, it didn't go in. Yet he still applauded Bai Ye vigorously. That's how it should be. Players must build their confidence in moments like this. On the other hand, the Celta defenders were sweating profusely. Federico, clutching his chest, running back to defense with a pale face. In that instant, he thought the goal was about to be conceded again. On the sidelines, Amrabat was completely losing control. He pointed at the players on the field shouting, "Keep an eye on that Chinese guy. Didn't you see his shot just now? 2 men. We need 2 men to mark him." His voice was sharp, clear enough for the fans in the stands to hear. The assistant coach next to him tried to calm him down, but Amrabat continued pacing in place, his gaze fixed intensely on Bai Ye, filled with anxiety. With 2 high-quality long shots and impressive passing ability, Bai Ye had become the biggest nightmare in his mind. After experiencing Bai Ye's terrifying long-range shot, Celta B team was thoroughly frightened. Amrabat screamed from the sidelines, demanding the players to defend Bai Ye with 2 players. Even if it meant sacrificing attacking space, they could not allow Bai Ye any more opportunities for long-range shots. In the following minutes, the players of Celta B team surrounded Bai Ye like bark clinging to a tree. As soon as he received the ball, Fernandez immediately came up to interfere. There was always a defensive midfielder nearby ready to cover, and even the shooting area in front of the penalty box was tightly guarded, leaving Bai Ye no space to shoot. However, Bai Ye was not flustered at all. It was as if he had anticipated the opponent's defensive strategy, abandoning his previous strength in long-range shots, and instead using quick one-touch passes and short passes to disrupt Celta B team's defense. In the 35th minute, Atlético B team launched an attack. Bai Ye received the ball in midfield, and before Fernandez could close in, he gently pushed the ball to the right side to Coke. As soon as Coke received the ball, Celta B team's defense immediately closed in on him. Bai Ye quickly made a forward run, signaling Coke to pass back. In this moment of give and take, a gap was instantly opened in Celta B team's defense. Coke understood the cue and returned the ball to Bai Ye with a quick pass. At this moment, Celta B team's center back had shifted towards the center to mark Thiago, leaving a gap on the right. Bai Ye did not hesitate, using his left foot to nudge the ball to the right. He attracted Celta B team's midfield to rush towards him, then used the outside of his right foot to make a lateral short pass to the overlapping right back Garcia. Garcia made no adjustments and returned the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Within just a few seconds, Atlético B team, through a series of quick passes, pulled and tugged at Celta B team's defense like embroidery, completely disrupting the opponent's defensive positioning. Players of Celta B team began to panic, with some wanting to cover the gap on the right and others trying to mark the advancing Thiago, creating a fatal flaw in the defense at the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, Bai Ye suddenly weaved through the crowd, receiving his teammate's return pass. At this moment, there was only one Celta B team defender in front of him, while Coke was speeding in from the right into the penalty area, running parallel to the defender. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye flicked his right foot lightly, sending a low-through ball. The football, like a gliding snake, accurately passed between the legs of Celta B team's defender and landed perfectly on Coke's path. Upon receiving the ball, Coke faced the advancing goalkeeper and did not choose to push it, but rather lifted his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball thundered in, piercing through the goalkeeper's armpit and into the net. The goal was scored. The Metropolitano Stadium erupted with excitement. Kirk rushed towards Bai Ye, embracing him with overwhelming emotion. "Bai Ye, what an incredible through ball." Bai Ye smiled and patted Kirk's back. "Your shot was beautifully executed." On the sidelines, Manuel excitedly hugged the assistant coach, while players on the bench rushed to the edge of the field, waving towels and cheering. Meanwhile, Amrabat stood frozen in place, his face pale, unable to utter a sound. He had been guarding against Bai Ye's long shots, but did not anticipate that Bai Ye could tear through the defense with short passes and through balls, a versatile performance that completely shattered the confidence of the Celta B team. The cheers of Chinese fans blended with the boisterous support of Atlético fans, creating the loudest melody at the Metropolitano Stadium. With just 3 minutes left in the first half, the score of 30 seemed to have sealed the victory. After all, the Atlético B team's locker room had no champagne. None of them could fathom how they could lose. Anyone who witnessed Bai Ye's performance felt that he was a pure midfielder. Entering the top league was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, in China, major forums, while praising Bai Ye, inevitably discussed his being blacklisted. Criticism poured in. "Damn. The more I watch Bai Ye's 2 assists and 1 goal, the angrier I get. A talent capable of dominating the midfield in Europe, and yet the Football Association directly blacklists him. Who issued that order? On what grounds is he being blacklisted? Investigate. It must be thoroughly investigated. This isn't just ruining a player, it's destroying Chinese football. Indeed, it's heartbreaking to the core. Bai Ye's technique and football intelligence are 100 times better than that of our national team's midfielders. While he is a core player in the Spanish Segunda B, our Football Association condemns him to death, not only barring him from the national team, but also preventing him from playing in domestic leagues. Doesn't anyone feel guilty? Watching him deliver that through ball to Kirk and then recalling the ridiculous passes from our national team in the Asian Cup, I am truly devastated. Blacklisting Bai Ye is to strangle the future of Chinese football. With just a few months until the Olympics, how can we not include such a talented midfielder in the U23 team and expect those rough players to perform at the Olympics? To put it bluntly, isn't it the same old story? In the current national team, any player you think can play, you have to check if you have connections, otherwise why would they recruit you? Ultimately, it's because Bai Ye did not give certain people gifts which blocked their paths. Otherwise, how would a talent be blacklisted for no reason? It's so ironic. Foreign coaches treat Bai Ye like a treasure, focusing on defending against him. Yet our own football association treats him like dirt, directly blacklisting him. I agree with what was said earlier. Investigate to the bottom. Who signed off on Bai Ye's blacklist? Reveal their names. But even if we expose it, it won't matter, brother. What can we really decide? What you see as falls from grace are merely orchestrated by their own competitors. Let me put it this way, this person is obviously Simeone. I saw a post earlier discussing this matter. The coach for the U23 team might be replaced. With just a few months until the Olympics, they're still thinking about changing coaches, so don't expect much from this Olympic Games. The conflict between Serbian coach Du E and the Football Association has been escalating, and it is already an open secret, yet neither side has brought it to the forefront. Whether it is the Football Association or Du E, they have been engaged in a covert battle. Both sides hope to emerge victorious in this struggle, and Bai Ye's entry into the U23 national team was based on Du E's recognition of his talent. However, Bai Ye has evidently become an obstacle. It was precisely because Du E forcibly promoted Bai Ye to the U23 that the Football Association was very displeased, directly stripping Du E of his power. According to current news, Du E privately told friends that he can no longer decide the final 22-man roster. How absurd is that? The final roster is entirely predetermined. Do you think this is based on ability or connections? Those old men above understand nothing about football. Do they care about results? They only care about their own interests. In response to this comment, a flood of replies followed. After all, few truly understand the matters above the Football Association. They merely join in the criticism. However, upon seeing this revelation, one can only feel that the criticism is entirely justified. What the hell? Simeone. No wonder he dares to act this way. DUI can't even finalize a roster of 22 players with all the relationships predetermined. How can we expect them to perform well in the Olympics? Talents like Bai Ye are suppressed for obstructing the interests of those with connections. Chinese football is rotten to the core and will never see the light of day. Upstairs. It's 2008, and they are managing the home Olympic Games like this. It seems unlikely we'll qualify for the World Cup in the next 20 years. The people above only care about their own positions. Who truly cares about football? This operation is simply suffocating. So true. Those who have fallen were brought down by rivals, not for the sake of football. Simeone and his crew treat the national team as a tool for profit, inserting connections while pushing out talents. Bai Ye is a living example. Originally, there were hopes for some surprises in the Olympics, but now it seems completely hopeless. DUI and the Football Association are embroiled in internal strife, the roster predetermined, and Bai Ye suppressed. This isn't preparing for the Olympics, it's staging an absurd play. If it was like this in 2008, even if there were more talents like Bai Ye in the next 20 years, they would still be ruined by the Football Association. It's a miracle if football can improve. What the person upstairs said is correct. Without a change in the Football Association, football will never rise again. Simeone and his crew only care about their own interests, completely disregarding the future of football. Bai Ye being suppressed is just the tip of the iceberg. The Chinese football fans were passionately discussing. On the other side at Metropolitano Stadium, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Bai Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, exchanged a high five with Cuckoo beside him, and turned to walk towards the players. In the first half, he contributed 1 goal and 2 assists, not to mention several threatening passes, showcasing a dominant performance on both ends, making him the focal point of the entire crowd. On both sides of the players' tunnel, the stands were packed with fans, many of whom leaned forward waving their arms and shouting at Bai Ye. That was a beautiful kick. That long-range shot was amazing. Keep it up in the second half. Several Huagua fans raised their phones, repeatedly shouting Bai Ye is awesome. Bai Ye slowed his pace, smiling and nodding at the fans on both sides, occasionally raising his hand to wave, each response eliciting an even more enthusiastic cheer. The cheers in the tunnel accompanied Bai Ye all the way to the locker room door. As he pushed the door open, his teammates were joking about their first half performance. Upon seeing him enter, someone immediately whistled, and Thiago shouted, "Our hero has returned." Bai Ye smiled as he took off his jersey and tossed it onto a bench, picking up a towel to wipe his sweat, joining in the laughter and joy of his teammates. Not long after, Manuel entered the locker room, and the room instantly fell silent. He wore a satisfied smile, surveying all the players. "Boys, your performance in the first half was excellent. The score of 30 is the result of your hard work, especially the focus on defense and the teamwork in attack, which deserves praise." He specifically looked at Bai Ye and Cuckoo, his eyes filled with approval. Bai Ye's organization and long shots and Cuckoo's runs and finishing have caused significant trouble for the opponents. Your collaboration was key to our success in the first half. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause erupted in the locker room. Manuel raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, "However, the match is not over yet. We must not become complacent. Considering the upcoming league tasks and the many young players in the team who need playing opportunities, I will make substitutions in the second half." He paused, his gaze landing on Bai Ye and Kuku. "Bai Ye, Kuku, you two will rest in the second half, giving the substitutes a chance to perform. You've already helped the team establish an advantage with your outstanding performances, so let others feel the rhythm of the game and gain experience." Bai Ye and Kuku exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Kuku smiled and said, "No problem, it's a good opportunity to take a break." They both understood that Atlético Madrid B team, as a youth training squad, has the important task of nurturing young players. Now that the team was leading by a large margin, it was indeed a good opportunity for substitutes to gain experience. Manuel nodded in satisfaction and began to outline the tactics for the second half. "In the second half, we must maintain our defensive intensity. We cannot relax just because we are leading. We can afford to slow down the pace of the attack, but remember, every match is an opportunity for training. Regardless of whether one is a starter or not, we must maintain 100 focus." All right. At that moment, in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere in Atlético Madrid B team's locker room at the Espino Training Center in Caminero's office, the air was laden with tension. Caminero held a cup of cold water, unconsciously rubbing his fingers against the cup's wall, his gaze fixed on the direction of the B team's field outside the window. He had just witnessed Bai Ye's splendid long-range shot and 2 brilliant assists through the broadcast, along with his entire performance in the first half. He couldn't help but furrow his brow unconsciously. Javier Caminero turned around and looked at Aguirre, who was sitting on the sofa, his tone filled with confusion. "I still don't understand why we suddenly stopped allowing Bai Ye to train with the first team. The kid's talent is evident, and you saw his performance in the B team. He has already proven he can stand." Aguirre leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his weary brow, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue. "What you think you understand is not the whole picture. Last night we suffered a humiliating 0-3 loss at Villarreal's home ground. We are just 1 point ahead of Sevilla with 8 rounds remaining in the league, and every match is a battle for survival. Right now the team's only goal is to secure a Champions League spot. How long has it been since Atlético Madrid qualified for the Champions League? A full decade. This is the best opportunity we've had in recent years, and I cannot take any risks." His voice was slightly hoarse, filled with helplessness. "The pressure on the first team is immense. The players are on edge every day in training. What I need are seasoned players who can perform consistently, not young talents that still need time to develop. Bai Ye has talent, but he still needs to adapt to the first team's rhythm and the intensity of La Liga matches, which all requires time, and what we lack most right now is time." Caminero fell silent. He certainly understood the significance of the Champions League qualification for Atlético Madrid. As the club's sports director, he had witnessed the team's ups and downs over the years, and knew how desperately the fans craved a return to the Champions League. He sighed softly and shook his head. "I understand your concerns. I just feel it's a shame to waste this kid's talent. I mean, if we do eventually secure a Champions League spot and have to juggle multiple competitions next season, will there be opportunities for Bai Ye to play then?" This question left Aguirre in silence. He looked down at his hands, fingers lightly tapping on his knees, and remained silent for a long while. The only sounds left in the office were the ticking of the wall clock, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Caminero observed Aguirre's silence, already having an answer in his heart. He knew Aguirre's coaching style all too well. This Mexican coach was always pragmatic, even somewhat conservative. He trusted seasoned players who had proven themselves on the pitch and tended to lack patience for young talents. Over the years, Agüero was the only exception. This was because the Argentine had demonstrated maturity and scoring ability beyond his years in Argentina's league, which had impressed Aguirre. "Javier, I know your thoughts." Caminero broke the silence, his tone tinged with helplessness. "You don't like to give opportunities to young players, believing they are unstable and prone to mistakes. But Bai Ye is different from other young players. His football intelligence and psychological quality far exceed his peers." Aguirre finally raised his head, his gaze complex. "Caminero, I am not targeting Bai Ye. If next season we really have to juggle multiple competitions, I will consider giving him some opportunities, such as during the Copa del Rey or in the garbage time of the Champions League group stage. But for a starting position or opportunities in crucial matches, I cannot guarantee that. For me, the team's results are always the top priority. Oh, I cannot gamble the team's performance on the growth of a young player." This statement left Caminero utterly speechless. He knew Aguirre had been very straightforward. Under Aguirre's command, Bai Ye would struggle to gain real opportunities. Even if the team qualified for the Champions League, he would only be a fringe player. He couldn't help but think, is it really necessary for such a talented player to be buried in Atletico's youth ranks? The cheers from the Espino Stadium had long since broken through the heavens. On the main stand, red and white scarves undulated like waves. "Bai Ye! Bai Ye!" The shouts were synchronized, intermingling with the Chinese cheers from the Huagua fan section, creating a resonant wave of sound. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the stands, Luca Marchetti felt utterly out of place amidst the fervent atmosphere. The scout from Florence wore a dark coat and a flat cap, holding an old leather notebook in his hands, the pen swiftly gliding across the paper, producing a rustling sound. He had come to Madrid hoping for good fortune, as the Florence club had been searching for a technical midfielder capable of revitalizing the midfield, especially someone with passing and long-range shooting abilities. Months ago, he had heard about a player in Atlético Madrid's youth academy named Coke, who was exceptionally talented. He had been busy with other matters for months and had only recently found time to rush to Madrid. Little did he expect to encounter such a surprise in a youth match of the Segunda División B. Luca's gaze was firmly fixed on Bai Ye. The notebook was filled with dense Italian annotations accompanied by simple tactical diagrams. 5th minute, a 40-meter precise long pass, with great penetrating ability and wide vision. 18th minute, small area evasion, through ball, delicate footwork, excellent rhythm control. 28th minute, a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area combining strength and angle, exceptional finishing ability, and many more. Each annotation was followed by a bold star indicating his acknowledgement of Bai Ye's talent. Incredible, Luca murmured to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. To find a player with both awareness and skill on the pitch of the Segunda División B, his style is simply tailor-made for the Italian league. The Serie A is known for its tight defenses, with teams often excelling in compact positioning and precise interceptions. Bai Ye's incisive through balls perfectly counteract such dense defenses. The recent ground pass to Coke, slipping through the gaps between two defenders, showed precision comparable to top Serie A midfielders. This penetrating pass is precisely what Florence currently lacks. Even more enticing to Luca was Bai Ye's long-range shooting ability. In the face of a tightly packed defense, long shots become a crucial means of breaking the deadlock. Bai Ye's explosive shot from just outside the penalty area possessed both power and angle, posing a significant threat even to the experienced goalkeepers of Serie A. His long shots are not just blind power, they are a combination of timing and technique, Luca added in his notebook. In Serie A, such long-range shooters can greatly enrich a team's offense. As the match drew to a close, Bai Ye once again made a pass, giving Thiago an opportunity. Unfortunately, Thiago missed the chance. A wave of regret swept through the stands. This moment solidified Luca's judgment. Bai Ye not only displayed exceptional individual ability, but also possessed a broad vision for controlling the game's rhythm, a rare quality in the tactically disciplined Serie A. The tactical system of Serie A emphasizes overall coordination. All players need to perform within a strict tactical framework. Bai Ye can execute tactics while also creating opportunities through his individual abilities, Luca contemplated. His defensive anticipation is also commendable. That recent interception followed by a quick counterattack aligns perfectly with Serie A team's requirements for a midfield player who excels in both offense and defense. Beep. Soon the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The players of Celta B looked somewhat dispirited, while the Atlético B players were buzzing with excitement, discussing the details of the moments that had just unfolded. The surrounding cheers were still vibrant, but Luca had already put away his notebook and pulled out his phone, quickly dialing the number of the youth training director at Florence. As the call connected, he lowered his voice, excitement barely contained. Marco, I've discovered a gem of a player, and no, it's not a first-team player. It's a Huagua player from Atlético B named Bai Ye. Trust me, his skills, passing, long-range shooting, and tactical adaptability are all perfectly suited to Serie A. We must act quickly. Given his talent and performance on the field, it won't be long before other teams take notice. Okay, I'll handle it swiftly. During the halftime break in the Atlético B locker room, most teammates were hydrating and replenishing their energy or relaxing against the lockers. Bai Ye had just twisted open a bottle of sports drink when Coke leaned over his arm, draped over Bai Ye's shoulder, his tone filled with admiration. Brother, you were incredible in the first half. That long-range shot completely bewildered their defense, and that through ball you gave me was so comfortable. De Gea chimed in from the side, laughing. Exactly. I had the best view in the stadium. I could see everything clearly, ha ha ha. De Gea hadn't even broken a sweat during this match. He had to keep doing little warm-up steps in the backfield, or else with Celta BS attacking today, he might have caught it. Bai Ye felt a little bashful under the praise from the two, scratching his head. It's all thanks to everyone's coordination. If you don't position yourselves well, my passes wouldn't be as threatening. Stop being modest. Coke clapped him on the back, his tone turning serious. I've seen you practicing hard after training every day, either working on long shots or passing. Sometimes I leave and you're still out there practicing ball control against the wall. With your dedication, it's no wonder you're performing so well. By the way, count me in for the extra training. I'd like to practice with you. Count me in. Count me in. De Gea immediately chimed in, eager not to be left out. I also want to join you for extra training. Even though I'm a goalkeeper, watching how you handle the ball will help me better anticipate opponents' passing routes. Plus, having you guys around makes extra training less boring. Looking at the two of them with hopeful eyes, Bai Ye felt a warm surge in his heart. Coke and De Gea were both outstanding players from Atletico's youth academy, and they trained hard. Gaining their recognition and even having them actively request to train together made him particularly happy. Great. He agreed readily. Awesome. Coke exclaimed, clapping his hands. I knew you would agree. Honestly, playing alongside you makes me feel like my rhythm has improved significantly. If we train together, who knows, we might shorten our path to the first team. De Gea nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yeah, if we could play together in the first team, that would be so much fun. You organize the midfield while I guard the goal, and together we'll help Atletico win games. The three of them huddled together, chatting animatedly about the first half of the match and dreaming of future days. Their surrounding teammates occasionally chimed in with a joke, teasing them about forming an extra training trio. The whistle for the second half blew, and the substitute players of Atletico Madrid stepped onto the field, while Bai Ye and Coke remained seated on the bench. Manuel stood on the sidelines, initially believing that a 30 lead was secure enough for the substitutes to take the opportunity to hone their skills. However, to his surprise, Celta B was no match for the previous SS Reyes. Just a few minutes into the game, the situation on the field reversed dramatically. Without Bai Ye's midfield coordination and Coke's penetrating runs, Atletico Madrid BS attack quickly lost its rhythm. Substitute midfielder Carlos was active, but in terms of passing vision and rhythm control, he was far from Bai Ye's level. He attempted to organize attacks several times, but either his passes were intercepted due to errors, or he found himself surrounded by Celta B players unable to deliver the ball smoothly to the front. On the defensive end, the substitute midfielder's interception ability was lacking. Faced with Celta B's pressing, they frequently made mistakes, allowing the opponents to easily advance to the edge of the penalty area. Celta B clearly seized on Atletico Madrid B's weaknesses. Amaribieta gestured wildly from the sidelines, instructing the players to push forward. In the 53rd minute, Celta B midfielder Fernandez received a pass from a teammate at the edge of the penalty area, and facing the block from Atletico's substitute, defender unleashed a long-range shot into the net, making the score 31. Manuel frowned and shouted into the field, "Consolidate the defense. Pay attention to passing. Don't lose the ball easily." Yet the substitute players on the field seemed to have lost their composure, making more and more passing errors, with their defensive positioning becoming loose. In the 68th minute, Celta B launched another attack. Garcia broke through on the left and made a cross into the penalty area, where the forward rushed in to score, narrowing the score to 32. This goal completely ignited Celta B's momentum. Their attacks became fiercer, while Atletico Madrid B was entirely suppressed in their half, unable to organize even a decent counterattack. The atmosphere in the stands also grew tense. Atletico fans no longer cheered, instead watching the chaotic scene and lamenting. It turns out the strength of the youth team all came from Bai Ye and Coke. Manuel paced back and forth on the sidelines, his expression increasingly grim. He suddenly kicked a water bottle, sending it rolling far away with a loud clang filled with frustration. He turned to look at Bai Ye and Coke on the bench, then glanced at the substitute players on the field, filled with mixed emotions. Just moments ago they had a 30 lead, but now they were being chased down and left in disarray. The gap between the substitutes and the starters was simply absurd. Garcia tried to reassure him. The substitutes lack experience. Without Bai Ye and Coke on the field, they indeed struggle to control the game. Lack of experience is not an excuse. Manuel raised his voice. Have all the training sessions been for nothing? They can't even manage basic passing and defensive positioning. When Bai Ye and Coke were on the field, they could firmly grasp the rhythm. Now look at the midfield, completely out of control, allowing the opponents to attack as they please. As he spoke, his anger grew. He placed his hands on his hips, staring intensely at the field, his gaze filled with disappointment. Thankfully, Atletico Madrid B still had De Gea. After conceding 2 goals in a row, De Gea seemed to shake off the cold he had caught in the first half, warming up for the following high saves. He blocked all of Celta B's attacks, transforming into a wall of size, leaving the Celta B players frustrated. Celta B made successive substitutions, aggressively attacking. Atletico Madrid B also responded by compressing their defense, denying them space. The pace of the game finally stabilized. Until the end of the injury time in the second half, the referee blew the whistle. The score remained 32. In this scene, neither the Atletico fans Manuel nor the players felt that this victory was particularly. The first and second halves were like two extremes. On the contrary, the players of Celta B pounded the grass in frustration. They had fought hard to close the gap with 2 goals, yet ultimately failed to equalize. There had been opportunities. The Atletico fans in the stands only clapped symbolically, their cheers nowhere near as enthusiastic as in the first half. Many fans shook their heads as they left, muttering, "What a poor performance in the second half." Without Bai Ye and Coke, it was like 2 different teams. The Huagua fans felt proud of Bai Ye's performance, but were also surprised by the collapse in the second half. Some whispered, the gap among the substitutes is just too big. Without Bai Ye on the field, the team feels like it has lost its backbone. Manuel stepped onto the field without high-fiving any players, simply scanning the area coldly before turning to walk toward the locker room. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was stifling. As the players changed, Manuel pushed the door open, his expression still grim. He had no surplus words for an opening statement. He directly said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow's day off is cancelled. Oh, everyone will train as normal." This statement left the players momentarily stunned, and many wore expressions of helplessness. Manuel continued, "I am very dissatisfied with today's performance in the second half. The first and second halves were practically two extremes. In the first half they controlled the rhythm and created opportunities, while in the second half they were pressed by the opponents with defensive holes everywhere, and the attack entirely disorganized." He slammed his hand on the tactical board. "You should reflect carefully on why the team plays smoothly when Bai Ye and Coke are on the field, yet after they leave you no longer know how to play." Substitute midfielder Carlos hung his head, his cheeks burning. Manuel's words struck right at their sore spot. Not just him, other substitute players also knew deep down that they had indeed developed a dependency on Bai Ye. When Bai Ye was on the field, they only needed to pass the ball to him to participate in the attack, without needing to think about organizing and coordinating. But after Bai Ye left the field, they neither knew how to create opportunities nor how to stabilize the rhythm. The entire attack and defense system collapsed in an instant. Football is a sport of 11 players, not a solo act by an individual. Manuel's voice was filled with anger. Bai Ye can create opportunities for you, but you cannot solely rely on him. In future matches, no one can guarantee he will be on the field for the entire game. You must learn to control the game yourself and independently solve problems. He paused, his tone slightly softening. After you go back, everyone needs to reflect and analyze your performance today, especially the issues that arose in the second half. Tomorrow's training will focus on reinforcing midfield organization and defensive positioning. I do not wish to see today's situation again. Now you all should rest well, adjust your state, and see you on the training ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." With that, Manuel turned and left the locker room. The locker room fell into silence as the players exchanged glances, all appearing somewhat helpless. Coke sighed and looked at his teammates beside him. "Don't be too discouraged. Let's work hard together in training tomorrow, and if there are any issues, we can discuss them with each other." The players silently nodded, packed their things, and gradually left the locker room. Bai Ye's movements while packing were light, with the angry shouts of Manuel and the sighs of his teammates echoing in his ears. He patted Carlos on the shoulder, a gentle smile on his face. "Keep it up." Yet the thoughts in his heart were far more resolute and distant than they appeared. Watching his teammates' dejected expressions, he couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. To be the core of the team, to be trusted by his teammates, was a form of recognition. But he knew very well that professional football was never a game of mutual reliance. It was a race of individual ascent. He could not stop to wait for anyone. Just as Manuel said, football was a sport for 11 players, but for each player a professional career was a solitary expedition. His dominant performance in the first half of the previous match was proof of his strength. The collapse in the second half made him more aware that the stage of Atlético Madrid B team was ultimately just his starting point. His gaze had long since transcended the stands of the Metropolitano Stadium, landing on a broader horizon. The dazzling arenas of top leagues, those nights of the Champions League filled with cheers from thousands. He recalled Manuel telling him not to train with the first team. He understood Aguirre's conservatism towards young. This also made him realize that to secure a foothold in Atletico's first team, and even gain a chance to play in the Champions League, mere talent and hard work were not enough. He needed to grow faster, to stand on a higher platform, and to break prejudices with his strength. Bai Ye silently thought, "I cannot be trapped in this comfort zone." His opponents were never those teammates training and fighting alongside him, not Fernandez from Celta B, nor any adversaries on the Segunda B stage. His opponents were time and prejudice. They were the midfield masters in top leagues, the fierce competition on the Champions League stage, and his own inner desire for greater strength. Returning to the player dormitory, Bai Ye casually tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Without hesitation, pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed Mendes' number. "Jorge, it's me, Bai Ye." His voice was clear and strong, without unnecessary pleasantries. On the other end of the line came Mendes' signature hearty laughter. "Just finished the match, right? Unfortunately, I am already in England and didn't see your performance live, but I've received news: 1 goal and 2 assists, dominating the first half. Well done." As one of the top agents in European football, Mendes was indeed very busy. Recently, he was handling the relationship between Manchester United and Cristiano Ronaldo. Manchester United wanted to keep Ronaldo, while Ronaldo was considering a move to Real Madrid. Bai Ye cut straight to the point. "Thank you. But I called to tell you something. I need a stable opportunity to play, a chance that truly allows me to grow and step onto a higher stage." The stage of Atletico B team is too small. There is no position for me in the first team at the moment, and I cannot waste time here. After all, if he couldn't complete the current system's task, he wouldn't be able to refresh the new tasks. He didn't want to hinder his task progress. Mendes' laughter faded slightly as his tone became serious, yet still carried an air of confidence. Of course, that's exactly what I'm going to do for you next. Your performance on the field has proven your worth. Your skills, vision, and finishing ability have all equipped you to compete in higher leagues. Stable playing time is what you need most at this stage. Let's complete the signing procedures as soon as possible. Mendes' voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Once we officially cooperate, I will immediately start working on it. I told you whether it's a loan to a mid to lower tier team in La Liga or recommendations to clubs in Serie A and the Premier League, I will fight for you to secure playing opportunities that allow you to continue improving through practical experience. Bai Ye felt a weight lift off his chest. He knew Mendes' capabilities. This was the benefit of signing with a top. Great. I will handle the signing matter as soon as possible, thank you. No need to be polite, we are part. Mendes' laughter rang out again. Rest well, maintain your form, your opportunity will come soon. Remember, your talent deserves a better stage, and I will help you seize it. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ye placed his phone on the table, his gaze falling on the night view of Madrid outside the window. He walked to the window and clenched his fist. Signing with Mendes was just the first step. Obtaining a stable playing opportunity was the second. Ultimately, standing on the Champions League stage and making the world remember his name was his true goal. The next day, on the field of the Espino training base, sunlight spilled onto the grass, casting a soft glow. It was only 10 o'clock, but the players of Atletico B team had already trained for 2 hours at Manuel's insistence. They had just received a brief moment of rest. Yesterday's match had indeed left Manuel very angry. Bai Ye had beads of sweat on his forehead as Coke approached him. Though equally exhausted and panting heavily, he wore a sly smile and said to Bai Ye, "Hey superstar, do you know that the Madrid newspapers are almost singing your praises?" Bai Ye looked puzzled. He really hadn't paid attention to these matters. Marca wrote that Atletico B's gem has emerged, dominating the field with 1 goal and 2 assists, and said that many domestic clubs are eyeing the Chinese midfielder. It's rumored that even Serie A and Premier League teams are inquiring about you. Bai Ye, you have too many choices now. Bai Ye revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, shaking his head. It's just media speculation. I am still a player of Atletico and only want to train well. Coke patted him on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of envy. Honestly, I'm really happy for you. With your strength, you deserve a better platform. But he shifted the tone of his words, his gaze becoming serious. As a fan who has grown up in Atletico, my whole family are diehard fans. I still hope you can stay at Atletico. Bai Ye paused his actions and looked at Coke. He knew Coke's feelings for Atletico. This teammate who had grown up in Atletico's youth training camp was deeply imprinted with the mark of the red and white army. Just think about it. Coke's voice was filled with longing. The first team is currently vying for a Champions League qualification. If they can secure a spot, they will definitely need more strong players to compete in multiple fronts next season. If you stay at Atletico and wait for your opportunity, we can fight side by side and bring Atletico back to its former peak, just like those legendary predecessors did. He pointed to the Atletico crest by the training ground, his eyes shining. I have dreamed of winning the La Liga and Champions League titles with the best teammates, filling the Calderon Stadium and making the whole world remember Atletico's name. Bai Ye, you are the best teammate in my heart. I do not want to lose you as a partner. Bai Ye remained silent for a moment, complex emotions rising within him. Coke's sincerity moved him. During this time together, they had already become friends. But now what he needed most was playing opportunities, was to improve himself. Coke, Bai Ye slowly spoke, his tone gentle yet firm. I am very grateful to you and cherish my time at Atletico, but you also know that if there is an opportunity in a top league, I might not give it up. Bai Ye spoke these words very sincerely. Coke's face showed a hint of disappointment, but he quickly regained his smile. I understand professional players all have their own pursuits. But I still want to tell you that Atletico will always be your home. If one day you want to return, I will definitely be here waiting for you, and we will fight for Atletico's honor together. He extended his fist toward Bai Ye. No matter where you ultimately choose to go, we will always be the best of friends. But before that, the extra training today cannot be missed. I still want to learn more of your long-range shooting skills. Bai Ye looked at Coke's sincere eyes, extended his fist, and bumped it hard with Coke's. All right. Today for extra training, I will accompany you until you're satisfied. Mendes moved quickly. Early the next morning, he flew from England to Madrid, meeting Bai Ye at a cafe with his assistant. The lawyer contacted by Bai Ye was the last to arrive. After the waiters served coffee, Mendes took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it towards Bai Ye. This is the agent contract. Feel free to review it carefully. It clearly outlines my responsibilities to secure the best transfer or loan opportunities for you, ensure stable playing time, and protect your commercial interests while helping you build a broader platform. Bai Ye picked up the contract and began to read it carefully. The lawyer conducted his review professionally, becoming increasingly astonished. He had dealt with many contracts for professional players, but this time Bai Ye's contract was indeed very generous. The contract terms were clear and straightforward without any unnecessary complexities. Bai Ye examined it closely, and whenever he encountered something unclear, Mendez patiently explained each point, speaking in a professional and candid manner. After several minutes, Bai Ye consulted the lawyer, put down the contract, and looked at Mendez with determination, saying, "I have no objections." A glint of approval flashed in Mendez's eyes as he took out a pen from his bag and handed it to Bai Ye. "Very well, sign this contract. From today on, I am your exclusive agent. I guarantee that before long you will stand on a stage that suits you better." Bai Ye took the pen and solemnly signed his name, Bai Ye. Mendez's assistant quickly facilitated the signing process. The moment the contract took effect, Mendez extended his right hand once more, and Bai Ye shook it without hesitation. "Bai Ye, I look forward to us ushering in a new era together." Mendez's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Bai Ye nodded vigorously, the flame in his heart burning even brighter. "I believe in your professional abilities. I will trouble you in the future. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate." Time flew by. On April 6th, Atlético Madrid B team headed to an away match against their opponent Pontevedra. On the bus, the players were still chatting. Coke shouted, "Brothers, we must win this match. Right now we are tightly matched with Castilla in the standings. They lost yesterday, and we are only 2 points behind. If we defeat Pontevedra, we can surpass them in the rankings. As long as it is related to Real Madrid, Atlético wants to gain the upper hand." Castilla, originally established in 1930 as AD plus Ultra, became a subsidiary club of Real Madrid in 1948, officially establishing its reserve team status and renaming itself Castilla in 1972. In 1991, it was rebranded as Real Madrid B team due to Spanish Football Federation policies, but reclaimed the name in 2005. The team's most glorious moment came in 1984 when, under the guidance of Coach Amancio, they won the Segunda División Championship. This team also gathered the famous 5 Eagles of Real Madrid: Butragueño Michel González, Perdiza Martín Vázquez, and Manuel Sánchez. However, due to La Liga regulations prohibiting 2 teams from the same club competing in the league simultaneously, Castilla, despite winning the championship, could not be promoted, as Real Madrid had already occupied the spot. Others echoed this sentiment, insisting they had to win the match and gain the upper hand over Castilla. Coke nodded, his tone filled with defiance. "For the past decade, whether it was the first team or the youth team, Real Madrid has overshadowed us. This time, we must start with Castilla and reclaim our place." As a diehard Atletico fan, Coke's whole family was fueled with a strong resolve, having long endured the humiliation of seeing their rivals Real Madrid suppress Atletico for 10 years. "Speaking of Real Madrid, I can't help but laugh." Thiago straightened up, a teasing smile on his face. "Every year they shout about winning the Champions League, but every year they fall in the round of 16. This year was even more ridiculous. They were eliminated by Roma, stopping at the round of 16 yet again. It's truly painful to watch. The first team is so weak, and the youth team thinks they can overshadow us in Segunda División B. Not a chance." The players laughed, and the tense atmosphere in the locker room eased considerably. Bai Ye sat aside, his mind drifting to the Segunda B schedule. In the final round of the season, it was indeed the Madrid derby between Real Madrid Castilla and Atlético Madrid B team, also known as the Madrid Youth Derby. In the first leg at Atlético Madrid B's home ground, the match ended in an 11 draw. In that match, Castilla's counterattacks were exceptionally sharp, preventing them from securing a victory. "In the last round against Castilla, we must win it back." Bai Ye raised his head, his gaze resolute as he said, "Other matches may come and go, the points don't matter, but in this away game, we must secure the 3 points. Coke suddenly slapped Bai Ye on the shoulder. "That's right. This is the season finale, and all of Spain's fans will be watching." He recalled the grievances Atletico had endured over the past decade, with the first team constantly suppressed by Real Madrid and the youth teams facing off against Real Madrid's teams suffering more losses than wins. Even managing a draw was incredibly difficult. His fighting spirit grew even stronger. Manuel, sitting at the front of the bus, also smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the players' conversation. "Indeed, Real Madrid has suppressed Atletico for 10 years. I hope we can start reversing the tide from this last match of the season." At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the roar of the crowd at the Municipal Stadium in Pontevedra was almost overwhelming. As a regular in the promotion zone of Segunda B, Pontevedra's home ground was known for its fervor, with nearly 10,000 fans wearing the iconic blue and white jerseys, waving flags, and shouting in a mix of Galician dialect. This cast a heavy shadow over Atletico Madrid B's away game. Once the match began, Pontevedra showcased the momentum of a promotion favorite right from the start. The midfield trio firmly controlled the pace, frequently applying pressure through short passes and breakthroughs on the Atlético Madrid B was forced to tighten its defense with Bai Ye dropping back to the defensive midfield position to participate in the defense, while Coke swept through the midfield and the whole team set up a typical counterattacking formation. They patiently awaited the opportunity to counterattack. Pontevedra's attacks came wave after wave, with the left winger's Putin shot grazing the post and the striker's header being securely caught by De Gea, causing the Atletico fans in the away section to watch with bated breath, while the home crowd's cheers grew ever louder. Yet Atletico Madrid B's defense maintained a compact formation, not allowing the opponents too many substantial threats. Suddenly, in the 10th minute, a turning point appeared. A Pontevedra midfielder attempted a long-range shot at the edge of the penalty area, which was forcefully blocked by Coke. Bai Ye swiftly controlled the ball ahead of the opposing players. At this moment, Pontevedra's two fullbacks had pressed over the halfway line, leaving only two center-backs in defense. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye glanced up at the front, gently flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, and delivered a precise long pass. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, crossing the midfield line and heading straight for the speedy Sergio on the left flank. Sergio's speed was already his advantage. At that moment, he was like an arrow released from a bow, shaking off the pursuing right back, confidently bringing the ball into the left side of the penalty area. At this time, Thiago also made a forward run, creating a 2-on-2 situation with Sergio. Pontevedra's centre-back rushed to the left side in an attempt to block Sergio's shooting lane, leaving Thiago with space in the middle. Sergio understood the unspoken communication, and without being greedy, passed the ball with his left foot to Thiago, who was surging into the middle. Thiago received the ball already inside the penalty area. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he did not hesitate for a moment, powerfully striking with his right leg for a blast. The ball shot toward the lower right corner of the goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper dove in vain, unable to reach it, and could only watch the ball cross the goal line, hitting the back of the net. Swish! The ball is in. The Atletico Madrid fans in the away section erupted in cheers, their voices drowning out the boos from the Thiago sprinted towards Sergio. The two embraced tightly, and soon teammates Bai Ye and Coke rushed over, joining in a celebration of the lightning-fast counterattack goal. The players of Pontevedra were left in shock. They never expected to be caught off guard by Atletico Madrid B, despite having the advantage in possession. On the sidelines, Manuel excitedly pumped his fist. Bai Ye's precise long pass tore through the defense, leaving Pontevedra's high line vulnerable. This is Bai Ye. Against any team in the Segunda División B, he delivers a dimensional strike. Thiago's goal plunged the home fans at the patron City Sports Stadium into a momentary silence, while the coach of Pontevedra, Juan Carlos Martinez, wore a grim expression. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before the match, he had meticulously studied Bai Ye's game footage, fully aware of this Huagua midfielder's exceptional short passing penetration ability, which was top-notch in the Segunda B. Thus, he specifically arranged a tactic to compress the defense and limit short passing space. However, he never anticipated that Bai Ye's long passing skills were equally terrifying. This Bai Ye has been hiding too deep. Martinez shook his head helplessly. But the dignity of fighting on home soil would not allow for retreat. He suddenly raised his hands, signaling the team to continue pressing forward with the attack. He shouted with all his might at the players' attack. Push forward. With the coach's orders and trailing by a goal, the players of Pontevedra intensified their offensive. They abandoned their previous short passing penetration and instead attacked through the wings and high balls down the middle, with the left winger almost attacking along the baseline, while the right wing's crosses were dense as rain. The defense of Atletico B was being suffocated. Dangerous situations frequently arose in the penalty area, but thankfully De Gea stood in goal like a steadfast pillar. In the 17th minute, the Pontevedra striker received a cross from the wing and made a close-range header, but De Gea reacted swiftly, instinctively extending a palm to deflect the ball onto the crossbar. In the 23rd minute, a powerful long-range shot from the opponent's midfielder flew towards the corner, and once again De Gea leaped to parry, sending the ball out for a corner. The continuous world-class saves sparked cheers of David from the away Atletico fans, while the home supporters sighed in disappointment time and again. Pontevedra held an absolute offensive advantage, having taken 8 shots, yet they could not break through Atletico B's defenses. Martinez paced anxiously on the sidelines, constantly gesturing for the players to intensify their attack, but De Gea's performance was simply extraordinary, resolving crisis after crisis. The defenders of Atletico B also gave their all, tackling, clearing, and blocking, withstanding wave after wave of attacks with their resilient defense. In the 28th minute, a turning point emerged once again. After a save, De Gea quickly threw the ball to midfielder Coke, who broke through the encirclement of 2 players and passed the ball to the winger Sergio. Facing Pontevedra's rapid counterpressing, Atletico B did not rush to attack. but instead utilized a series of short passes to stretch the defense. Sergio laid the ball back to Koke, who then crossed to Thiago in the center. Thiago then delivered a diagonal pass, sending the ball into the gap at the edge of the penalty area. The entire process was fluid and Pontevedra's defense was finally pulled apart, revealing a flaw. At this moment, Bai Ye had quietly slipped into the edge of the penalty area. Meeting Thiago's pass, he did not hesitate for a moment. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, he struck a volley with his left foot. Boom. With a muffled sound, the ball flew, almost without spin, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. The Pontevedra goalkeeper leaped to make the save, but could not touch the ball's trajectory, helplessly watching as it crashed into the inside of the net, sending up a spray of white. Swish. It went in again. Bai Ye opened his arms wide and sprinted towards the away fans section, followed closely by Tiki-Taka, Sergio, and others who surrounded him, excitedly patting his back. As Bai Ye shouted, he waved his arms towards the stands. The over 100 Atlético Madrid fans went in. Bai Ye. Bai Ye. At this very moment, as Bai Ye's powerful volley smashed into the net, the Huagua fan forum exploded. Various football sections and fan group chats were instantly flooded with keywords like Bai Ye, World Wave, and Atlético B Team 20, causing temporary server lag, highlighting the high attention this Segunda División B away match garnered. Fans quickly flooded the comments. Wow. 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 That volley was absolutely stunning. What a godly move. The ball was struck without touching the ground with full power and angle. This technique is top-notch, even in elite leagues. Bai Ye is amazing. I jumped straight up from my seat. Despite the dense defense of Pontevedra, he managed to find such a good shooting opportunity and scored with a single strike. This is the charm of a technical midfielder. I only knew he was great at short passes, but I didn't expect his long passes and long-range shots to be this stellar. Segunda División B is truly underestimating him. His level is more than enough to play in the top leagues. Many fans expressed their hopes. Next season, he must play in the top league. Who knows, Atletico's first team might promote him after this performance. Many fans quickly shifted the topic to transfer rumors as foreign media reports were swiftly brought to the fore. A couple of days ago, I saw a news from Marcus saying that Bai Ye's performance has attracted the attention of Premier League's Liverpool and Serie as AC Milan. Both clubs want to sign Bai Ye. And Arsenal. Wenger has always liked technical young players, right? Some media claimed Wenger had already instructed scouts to focus on Bai Ye as Arsenal's midfield needed reinforcement. Joining Arsenal under Wenger would definitely help Bai Ye improve. Fans began to envision the scene of Bai Ye landing in the Premier League or Serie A. Liverpool, AC Milan, Arsenal, they're all top teams. No matter where he goes, it's better than being in Atletico B. While celebrating, fans once again directed their ire towards the Huagua Football Association. Nothing can stop Bai Ye's rise. He's dominating the Segunda División B, and now top clubs want him, yet our association is still banning him. This operation is truly unprecedented. Banning a genius for 10 years, only the Huagua Football Association could pull that off. Haha, yes, the only thing that can stop Bai Ye is the Huagua Football Association. How ironic. Once Bai Ye establishes himself in the top league, I want to see how the association will handle it. I bet they'll be begging him to come back. Various comments flooded in, all proving without exception that Bai Ye had indeed become a sensation, and at this moment when national pride was most needed, Bai Ye became the only shining star in the eyes of Huagua fans, even though Dong Fangjua and others were also playing abroad. They were in big clubs, yet they struggled overseas, far from the level Bai Ye displayed. This is the difference. Just as Huagua fans were still discussing that goal on the field, the situation changed dramatically. Pontevedra capitalized on a defensive mistake from Atletico, gaining a clear chance to score. De Gea neither charged forward nor saved this unknown opportunity. Pontevedra scores a goal. The home crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, their blue and white flags waving once more, while the players of Atlético Madrid wore solemn expressions. On the sidelines, Manuel nearly exploded. He abruptly sprang from the coaching bench, fists clenched, and shouted angrily at Serino, who had just made a mistake. Damn it. Who told you to rush in blindly? Hold your position. How many times have I emphasized the importance of holding your position? His voice was hoarse, filled with uncontrollable rage, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Serino, being just a young man, shrank his head at the shout, feeling dejected. Garcia tried to step forward to comfort Manuel, but was shoved aside by him. He hurried to the sidelines, wildly waving his hands at the defensive players, his voice booming, so that everyone could hear. Compress. Everyone compress back to your positions. Midfield, get back quickly. Do not give them any opportunity to break through. He pointed at Serino, whose mistake had just occurred, his tone extremely severe. Focus your attention. Now is not the time for regrets. The opponent has gained momentum. If we make another mistake, we will be over. However, after Pontevedra scored a goal, they completely figured out Atlético Madrid BS Achilles heel. Their defense's aerial weakness and slow turning speed, which was the crux of the team's prolonged struggle in the lower mid-tier of the Spanish Segunda B. After all, during player development, midfielders can rise rapidly based on talent. However, defenders must accumulate match experience through numerous games. The peak period for a top defender usually occurs after the age of 25, when physical prowess and experience are most perfectly combined. Thus, the defense of Atlético Madrid, being a youth team, has always been relatively average. Martinez immediately made adjustments on the sidelines, shouting at the players, "Abandon midfield tussles. Directly play long passes. Look for the spaces behind them." This tactical adjustment instantly threw Atlético Madrid's defense into disarray. Pontevedra's midfielders no longer insisted on short passes, but instead launched high balls every time they gained possession, either lofting them into the spaces behind the two center-backs or finding the wingers making runs on the flanks using the most direct long passes to assault the defense. Atlético Madrid's defenders, already lacking experience, were exposed against such a straightforward and brutal style of play. Either the opposing forwards seized the opportunity first to reach the ball, or they lost their positions during the tussles, often having to resort to fouls to resolve crises. The home crowd at Patronato Municipal Stadium sensed hope for a comeback, with waves of cheers rising higher and higher. Attack! Attack! The roar was deafening. Pontevedra's players, bursting with morale, launched wave after wave of long ball assaults towards Atlético Madrid's penalty area. Although De Gea remained heroic, he couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught from the opponents, and the defenders around him were already exhausted. The continuous pressure on the defense left Atlético Madrid's front line completely passive. Bai Ye and Koch had to frequently drop back to assist in defense, and the two originally responsible for linking up the attack spent most of their energy on intercepting and tracking back in midfield. Sergio and Thiago found themselves isolated in the front line. Even when they occasionally gained possession, the lack of midfield support made it difficult to form effective counterattacks, leaving the team trapped in a deadlock of being unable to defend or attack. In the 39th minute, Pontevedra's relentless assault finally paid off again. Their midfield core, Fernandez, received the ball on the right side of midfield, and without any hesitation delivered a precise long pass to the left flank behind Atlético Madrid B. Winger Garcia used his incredible speed to shake off the pursuing right back, and upon entering the penalty area did not seek personal glory, but instead laid the ball off to the center. At this moment, Atlético Madrid's center back was restrained by the opposing forward. Chaos ensued in the penalty area, and Pontevedra's midfielder Merida rushed in to meet the incoming ball with a push, sending the football into the net. Pontevedra equalized by scoring 2 consecutive goals, completely leveling the score. The home crowd erupted into madness, with blue and white flags undulating like waves, and the cheers nearly lifting the stadium's roof. Merida and his teammates ran to the stands, arms open to embrace the cheers of the fans, while many players from Atlético B stood frozen on the field, their faces filled with disbelief and frustration. On the sidelines, Manuel's face turned even darker as he shouted into the field, "Mark them. Keep a close watch. Don't let them easily find their positions." But his voice was drowned out by the cheers of the home fans, and the players' morale plummeted. Bai Ye looked at the celebrating Pontevedra players, his brows furrowed tightly. He could clearly feel the team's predicament. The midfield was sliced apart by the opponent's long pass tactics, the defense was in constant danger, and the front line was completely silenced. If they could not stabilize the situation quickly, this match could very well be turned around by their opponents, and their goal of surpassing Castilla would also go down the drain. With the first half about to end, they had to find a way to maintain this score and secure an opportunity for adjustments in the second half. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Huagua fan forum, which had just been filled with jubilation, suddenly cooled down as many fans watched the live broadcast, sighing in despair. It's over, the defense is too weak. Pontevedra is striking hard at the vital points. Who can withstand that? Bai Ye and Koch are almost back in the penalty area. There's no one up front to attack. This deadlock is hard to break. Soon enough, despite Manuel's fury, Atlético B managed to hold onto the score until the end of the first half. The 2-goal advantage of Atlético Madrid evaporated. As the halftime break approached, the door of the Atlético Madrid B team's locker room slammed shut with a thud. Manuel's fury was almost enough to break through the roof. He slammed the tactical board onto the table, his gaze slicing through each player like a blade, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. "Look at what you played in the last 20 minutes of the first half. To lose a 2-goal lead and be equalized in just 9 minutes, your defense is as flimsy as paper." The players hung their heads, no one daring to speak. Cerno's shoulders trembled slightly, clearly still burdened by his own mistakes. Manuel approached the tactical board and circled the defensive area of Atlético Madrid B with a red pen. "They have already figured out our Achilles heel. Long passes behind us, our defenders turn slowly, and our aerial defense is weak. We simply cannot hold them off. Since we can't defend, then we won't." This statement made everyone look up in shock. Manuel continued to roar in the second half. We will counter them blow for blow. More offense. Who's afraid of whom? He pointed at Bai Ye and Coke, his tone unwavering. Bai Ye, Coke, from now on you don't need to retreat for defense. Stay in the front, organize the attack for me. Use your passing and shooting to break through their defense. But their offense is also very fierce. Garcia couldn't help but interject, but was interrupted by Manuel. Fierce or not, our defense can't hold up any longer. Letting them retreat for defense will only render our front line completely ineffective. Rather than being slowly ground down by them, it's better to go all out. He picked up the tactical pen and sketched a brand new offensive formation on the board. Sergio Thiago, you two will stand at the very front, maintaining our offensive pressure. Bai Ye will roam freely in midfield, responsible for organizing and long-range shots. Coke, stay close behind Bai Ye, ready to make late runs for rebounds. As for the defense, you just need to do your job, defend as best as you can, or if you can stop them once, that's enough. Losing a goal is not terrifying. What's terrifying is not daring to attack. Manuel's gaze once again fell on Bai Ye, his tone softening slightly, but still filled with strong expectations. Bai Ye, your short passes, your long shots, your through balls, all are our secret weapons. In the second half, I want you to play freely without any worries, unleashing all the skills you've shown in training and previous matches. They dare to exploit our weaknesses, and we will shred their defense with our offense. Our goal is not a draw, but victory. It is to surpass Castilla. It is to break the suppression of Real Madrid. Manuel slammed the tactical board. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to fight them? Yes. Bai Ye was the first to stand up, his eyes full of determination. He was fed up with being constrained by the opponent's long ball tactics and wanted to fully commit to the offense. Coke also stood up, clenching his fists. Let's fight. Our offense is no worse than theirs. What is there to fear? The players were ignited by Manuel's determination, all standing up and shouting in unison, let's fight for it. Win the match. Manuel nodded in satisfaction, finally reminding them, remember, in the second half, we have no retreat, only offense. Respond to their fierce attacks with our goals. Let them know that Atlético Madrid has not only a resilient defense, but also a sharp offense. In the second half, go out and reclaim the victory that belongs to us. In stark contrast to the furious atmosphere of the Atlético Madrid B team's locker room, the locker room of Pontevedra was filled with excitement. Martinez wore a satisfied smile as he led the applause. Boys, your performance in the last 20 minutes of the first half was truly perfect. You proved your strength by scoring 2 goals in just 9 minutes, and you found the key to defeating our opponents. The applause echoed in the locker room, and the players wore proud expressions. Martinez walked to the tactical board, circling the Atlético Madrid B team's defensive line with a green pen. As you all saw, their defenders are slow to turn and have poor aerial ability. Long passes behind them are their Achilles heel. In the first half, we abandoned midfield tussles and directly targeted their weak points. This tactic was executed flawlessly and must continue in the second half. However, he shifted his tone to a serious one. I must remind you not to become complacent just because we equalized. Atlético Madrid B's Bai Ye and Coke are dangerous players, especially Bai Ye. His long passes, long-range shots, and through balls are highly threatening, as you all witnessed in the first half. Martinez marked Bai Ye's position heavily with a red pen. In the second half, they may adjust their tactics and go all out on the attack. We must be prepared to respond. How do we respond? Martinez asked himself, his eyes flashing with sharpness. We continue to exploit the space behind them. Their defensive line has already exposed its weaknesses. We can't give them a chance to adjust. Once you gain possession in the midfield, do not hesitate. Make long passes and use your speed to penetrate their defense. Meanwhile, the midfield must closely mark Bai Ye, preventing him from easily receiving the ball or organizing attacks, cutting off his connection with the forwards. He patted the shoulder of the midfield linchpin Fernandez. In the second half, you need to participate more in defense, specifically focusing on Bai Ye. Do not let him have an opportunity for a long-range shot. On the offensive side, continue to be responsible for long passes, delivering the ball accurately to the forwards. We need to seize the moment and score 2 more goals to completely secure the victory. Fernandez nodded, his eyes firm. Don't worry, coach, I will keep a close watch on him. Martinez then turned to the goal scorers Alvarez and Merida. Both of you performed exceptionally in the first half. You continue to maintain that attacking momentum in the second half. Alvarez, your speed is our advantage. Make more diagonal runs to find gaps behind their center backs. Merida, you need to make timely forward runs to support the wing play, creating more pressure on their defense. This match is crucial for us. If we secure the 3 points, we can firmly establish ourselves in the promotions. Martinez's voice rose, brimming with encouragement. Atlético Madrid B is already panicking. Their coach will surely instruct them to go all out on the attack, and this is our opportunity. As they push forward, the space behind them will only widen, making our counterattacks even more threatening. He scanned the players, his tone resolute. Remember, we have taken control of the match. As long as we stick to our tactics and exploit their weak points, victory will belong to us. Now show your fighting spirit, return to the field, and bring me back those 3 points. Let Atlético Madrid be know that we are the rulers at the patron city Municipal Stadium. Win the match. Secure our promotion. The players shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Soon as both teams entered the field, the patron city Municipal Stadium erupted with cheers from the home fans. The whistle for the second half blew. The atmosphere on site reached a fever pitch. The entire Atlético Madrid B team pressed forward aggressively, with Bai Ye and Coke no longer retreating, forming the first line of defense up front, while Sergio and Thiago moved closely along the opponent's defensive line, always ready to support the attack. This sudden pressing tactic surprised the players of Pontevedra. However, Martinez reacted quickly from the sidelines, immediately realizing Manuel's intention, and shouted angrily, "Press forward. If they dare to push up, we will strike inside." His instructions were simple and direct. Since Atlético Madrid B abandoned defense to focus on attack, they would respond with an even fiercer offensive to tear apart the already weak defensive line. The pace of both teams suddenly intensified. Possession changed hands frequently with hardly any pauses. Pontevedra's long passes remained sharp, with Alvarez's speed repeatedly threatening Atlético Madrid B's defense. Meanwhile, Atlético Madrid B frequently threatened the opponent's goal with short passes and breakthroughs on the wings. This high-paced rhythm was precisely the stage for Bai Ye. His short pass penetration and ability to evade defenders are top-notch in the Segunda División B. Faced with the encirclement of Pontevedra players, he always managed to split the defense with agile turns and precise passes. In the 47th minute, Bai Ye received the ball in midfield surrounded by 2 defenders. He gently tapped the ball, instantly shaking off the defense, and then sent a through ball to the advancing Thiago, but unfortunately Thiago's shot was saved by the goalkeeper, sending a chill down the spines of the home fans. Martinez watched from the sidelines, furrowing his brow. He hadn't expected Bai Ye to maintain such an excellent state under high-pressure pressing, and hurriedly yelled at Fernandez, "Stay tight on him. Don't let him receive the ball easily." However, as Fernandez was about to step up to mark, he was restrained by Coke's movement, and could only watch helplessly as Bai Ye dictated play in midfield. In the 51st minute, Coke intercepted Fernandez's pass in midfield without hesitation, delivering a diagonal pass to Bai Ye on the right side. As Bai Ye received the ball, a defending player approached him. He deftly pulled the ball back slightly, turned his body to shield the defender while observing the situation in the penalty area. The defenders of Pontevedra hurriedly collapsed their line, fearing he would send a through ball, yet they overlooked Bai Ye's threat from long range. Just as the defending players were about to complete the encirclement, Bai Ye suddenly turned, raised his right foot, and unleashed a powerful shot at the incoming ball. The ball flew like an arrow, spinning fiercely, heading straight for the upper right corner of the goal. Pontevedra's goalkeeper dove with all his might to save his fingertips, barely grazing the ball, but unable to alter its trajectory. The ball struck hard against the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. Atlético Madrid B team takes the lead once again in this attacking showdown. The few Atlético fans in the away section suddenly go wild, waving their arms and chanting "Bai Ye, Bai Ye." Bai Ye opened his arms and ran wildly towards his teammates. Coke was the first to rush over and embraced him, shouting excitedly, "So cool." Another stunning goal. Thiago, Sergio, and others gathered around to celebrate this score. On the sidelines, Manuel excitedly shook his fist, finally revealing a long-lost smile. His tactical adjustments were effective. The decision to let Bai Ye go all out in attack completely activated the team's offensive firepower. Meanwhile, Martinez's face turned pale. He hadn't anticipated that his attacking strategy would instead provide Bai Ye with ample space to excel. He shouted to the players on the field, signaling them to continue attacking while strengthening their defense against Bai Ye. At the same time, when Bai Ye's long-range shots smashed into the net, changing the score to 32, the Huagua fan forum erupted in celebration once again. The fans who were previously anxious due to the equalizer in the first half were instantly ignited by this goal. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. A brace. Bai Ye, you are incredible." That turn and evasion were so smooth. Even when closely marked by defenders, he remained composed to take the shot. His skills in the Segunda B are simply on another level. This attacking battle is Bai Ye's personal showcase. Martinez still wants to go toe-to-toe with us, unaware that Bai Ye thrives in this fast-paced environment, utilizing quick passes and long-range strikes, truly in his element. Pontevedra's defense crumbles before him like paper. They can't stop him at all. With a brace, this performance is enough to make Liverpool, AC Milan, and Arsenal go crazy. Bai Ye must play in the top league next season. It's a disgrace for such talent to remain in the Segunda B. Wenger, take a look. This is the technical midfielder you need. Bai Ye's long-range shots through balls and evasions perfectly fit Arsenal's tactics. He would immediately become the core. I can already imagine Bai Ye scoring in the Premier League. Who still remembers the anxiety from the equalizer in the first half? Now all I want to say is with Bai Ye here we are secure. So what if we were caught up after a 2-goal lead? Bai Ye stepped up to take charge of the game. This is the value of a core player. This ability to carry the entire team out of dire situations is something only top stars possess. In comparison to the national team's midfield, Bai Ye's performance is simply on another level. Our midfield struggles even to pass the ball, while Bai Ye is scoring braces and leading attacking duels on the European stage, yet the Football Association is still suspending him. This operation is truly a historical oddity. It's hilarious. Now all the pressure is on the Football Association. In my view, Bai Ye is no longer a potential star, he is a current superstar. Next season see you in the top league. Bai Ye's second goal allowed Atlético Madrid B team to take the lead again, igniting the impatient emotions of the Pontevedra players. They charged like enraged bulls, recklessly pouncing on every ball, their pressing intensity instantly reaching a peak, with midfielders abandoning their positions to frantically surround the ball handler. The fullbacks even rushed up to the halfway line to intercept, and the center-backs occasionally ventured past the midfield to join the pressing. Yet this pressing lacked any coherent system. It was purely a reckless counterattack born out of frustration from trailing. Driven by an indomitable spirit, they charged forward but overlooked the reasonableness of their positioning. Often 2 or 3 players clustered around Bai Ye or Coke, leaving large gaps for other Atlético players. After finally winning back possession, the chaotic positioning of teammates meant they could not mount an effective attack, forcing them into hasty long passes or distant shots, wasting opportunities. On the Atlético B team side, Coke and Bai Ye had already seen through the opponent's tactics. Faced with the frantic pressing, they no longer rushed to break through, but instead used frequent short passes to maneuver the opponents, with Bai Ye quickly returning the ball to Coke after receiving it, who then passed it sideways to Sergio on the flank. The three exchanged the ball back and forth in midfield like weaving flowers, leaving the Pontevedra players exhausted. Each pass skillfully avoided the opponent's pressing traps, forcing Pontevedra players to repeatedly sprint and change direction, their physical exhaustion increasing exponentially. The pace of the game visibly slowed down. The Pontevedra players began to breathe heavily, their running frequency noticeably decreasing, and balls they could easily chase now rolled out of bounds before their eyes. The sliding tackles during defense also became sluggish, with several players failing to mark their men. Midfield core Fernandez leaned on his knees, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Just moments ago vigorous, he now barely had the strength to raise his hand to signal teammates to move. The young players of Atlético B were also struggling. After several sprints in the front line, Sergio consciously began to slow down. Defender Serna felt his legs heavy, relying solely on positioning to make up for his lack of speed. Fortunately, Coke and Bai Ye anchored the midfield. Both were relatively experienced and understood the importance of managing stamina during the game. They no longer ran extensively as in the first half, instead focusing more on controlling the ball and organizing plays in the central area, using precise short passes to maintain the game's tempo, allowing the team to still hold the initiative despite their physical decline. Moreover, Bai Ye's stamina was no issue. To keep up with the pace, he specifically trained his endurance. Even if he were to play in one of the top 5 leagues, he could still manage to perform at full capacity for 60 or 70 minutes. Faced with this situation, Martinez on the sidelines furrowed his brows, helplessly gesturing for the players to pull back and avoid blind charges. Manuel also recognized the physical struggles of both teams, shouting into the field, "Maintain the tempo. Don't rush the attack. Pass slowly, waste time." Bai Ye and Coke immediately understood, focusing more on the safety of their passes in midfield, occasionally deliberately slowing down the pace to give their teammates time to catch their breath. The Atlético B players passed the ball around the two, firmly controlling the rhythm of the game, while the Pontevedra players, eager to intercept, found themselves unable to keep up, merely following the ball's slow movement, resulting in a rare slow-paced standoff. The spectators in the stands also sensed the change in atmosphere. The home crowd's cheers gradually faded, replaced by rising shouts of encouragement, hoping their team could rally. As Bai Ye passed the ball, he observed the situation on the field. He could clearly see the weariness on the opponent's faces and feel his teammates' fatigue. He was looking for an opportunity. Soon the chance arrived. In the 70th minute, the pitch at Patlon Municipal Stadium was still immersed in a slow-paced standoff, with Pontevedra players bent over, gasping for breath, even their defensive steps radiating fatigue. No one expected Atlético B to suddenly unleash a lethal strike at this moment. Bai Ye received the ball on the left side of midfield, facing Fernandez's desperate pressing. Instead of returning the ball to stabilize the pace, as before, he caught a glimpse of a deadly gap in the front line out of the corner of his eye. The two Pontevedra center-backs had already exhausted their stamina and had not yet returned to position after a hurried defensive effort. Now's the time. Bam! Bai Ye sent a long pass that soared over midfield. The football flew like a precise missile, threading through everyone in midfield, heading straight for the gap in the opponent's defense. This pass was timed perfectly, avoiding the defenders rushing forward while landing right in the path of Thiago. Thiago had been keeping an eye on Bai Ye's movements from behind. Upon seeing Bai Ye's long pass, he exerted all his strength and shot forward like an arrow. His face was covered in sweat, his legs felt as heavy as lead, but the fire of determination burned in his eyes. As the team's forward, he knew all too well the importance of this goal. If he scored, the game would be secured. Just one more goal would completely extinguish the opponent's hopes of a comeback. The Pontevedra defender attempted to chase back, but after just 2 steps, he stumbled. Exhaustion left him unable to keep up with Thiago's speed, helplessly watching him run further away. Another center-back barely kept up, but could only watch Thiago's back, unable to make any effective interception. Thiago surged into the penalty area, facing the advancing goalkeeper, showing no signs of panic. He slowed his pace, observing the goalkeeper's positioning, and at the moment the keeper was about to dive to block, he gently pushed the ball toward the lower right corner of the goal. The football slipped through the goalkeeper's armpit and rolled into the net. Atlético B has completely expanded their lead. The ball is in. 42. Thiago. Assisted by Bai Ye. The Atlético fans in the away section erupted with long-suppressed cheers. The earlier tension and worry swept away. What replaced it was ecstasy and excitement. Bai Ye's performance completely exceeded their expectations. His vision and control were simply that of a midfield commander. Thiago ran towards Bai Ye. The two embraced tightly. Breathing heavily, Thiago patted Bai Ye's back, saying, "That was beautiful." Bai Ye smiled and replied, "Your sprint was impressive too." Coke also joined in the embrace, saying, "You both played wonderfully." On the sidelines, Manuel raised his arms high, a relieved smile on his face as he shouted into the field, "Well, that's how it's done." Garcia excitedly high-fived him. This goal had completely killed the suspense of the match. Pontevedra was exhausted, and catching up seemed nearly impossible. Martinez sat dejectedly on the coaching bench, his hands on his head, despair written all over his face. He knew the team had given their all, but the gap in stamina and Bai Ye's flash of brilliance had made them lose all hope of a comeback. The players of Pontevedra stood on the field, their eyes hollow, fatigue and disappointment etched on their young faces. Their reckless pressing had drained their energy, yet they failed to score and were instead punished by their opponents, who seized the opportunity to extend the lead time and again. The home fans in the stands fell silent, many shaking their heads and rising to leave, with only sporadic cheers remaining, unable to stir the previous excitement. Meanwhile, the Atlético fans in the away section began to sing the team anthem, waving their red and white scarves, celebrating this hard-won victory. Bai Ye looked at the weary players on both sides and felt a sense of relief. This assist was the result of his long observation. He had already noticed that Pontevedra's defenders were out of gas, and their recovery speed had slowed, so he had been waiting for such an opportunity. As the core of the midfield, he needed not only to score himself, but also to create opportunities for his teammates, which was precisely the direction he had been striving towards. At this moment, the Huagua fans forum fell into a frenzy once again. My God! Bai Ye's long pass was magnificent. It was simply a god's perspective. Thiago gave it his all too. He was almost out of energy, yet could sprint so fast. That's the thirst for victory. 42. It's settled. If we win this match, we will surpass Castilla in the standings. Bai Ye scored twice today, plus an assist, and orchestrated a goal. It can almost be said he was directly involved in 4 goals, instantly becoming a legend. Incredible. So incredible. I'm dying of laughter. This is a player who can't even get on the field for the U-23 national team. At the patron Municipal Stadium, this goal was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering Pontevedra's fighting spirit. In the following match, both teams continued to engage in a slow-paced tug-of war, but Atlético B had firmly grasped control of the situation, and Pontevedra's occasional attacks were like a spent force, posing no threat to De Gea's guarded goal. The score has essentially locked in the victory of this away match. When the referee's whistle finally sounded, the Atlético Madrid B team has won again. 7 consecutive victories in the Segunda División B. They are simply on a rampage. If it weren't for their earlier losses, Atlético B could even be competing for promotion spots right now. However, promotion is not important for Atlético Madrid B team. What truly matters is that they have discovered a top talent like Bai Ye. After the final whistle of the match sounded, Pedro, a reporter from Marca, squeezed his way to the sidelines and intercepted Manuel, who was about to enter the players' tunnel with his recording pen already prepared. He was now eager to interview some key figures from Atlético Madrid B team. In fact, he had been wanting to interview Bai. However, Bai Ye had always been elusive and refused to accept interviews, making it difficult for him to face Bai Ye directly. Coach Manuel, congratulations on the team's crucial victory. Pedro took the initiative to speak first, his excitement barely contained. The contrast between the first and second halves of this match was enormous, from leading by 2 goals to being equalized and finally securing the victory. Bai Ye was undoubtedly the key player. How do you evaluate his performance today? Manuel wore a joyful expression of victory, and upon hearing Bai Ye's name was generous with his praises. You are right, Bai Ye was the decisive factor in this match. His performance today was nothing short of perfect. 2 goals and a crucial assist. Whether it was long shots through balls or his ability to control the pace of the game, he demonstrated maturity and talent far beyond his peers. He paused, his eyes filled with admiration. The spectacular long-range shot in the first half and the precise long pass in the second half were crucial to determining the direction of the match. Without him, it would have been difficult for us to secure this hard-fought victory on the road. Pedro quickly followed up with another question. You made tactical adjustments at halftime to have Bai Ye and Coke attack with full force. This decision was evidently very successful. What were your thoughts at the time? Was it clear to you that Bai Ye could carry the offensive responsibilities? Of course, Manuel replied without hesitation. Our defense does have shortcomings, and the long passes from Pontevedra put us in a passive position. Rather than defending passively, it was better to take the initiative to attack. And Bai Ye is my most trusted offensive core. His skills, vision, and mental fortitude are more than enough to support the team's attacking system. He smiled and added, as it turns out, my decision was correct. Bai Ye did not disappoint me. He repaid my trust with his performance and led the team out of a difficult situation. Many fans and media believe that Bai Ye's abilities have already surpassed the level of the Segunda División B. Do you think he is ready to step into the top league? Will he have a chance to join Atletico's first team in the future? Pedro posed the most pressing question. Manuel nodded, his tone serious and earnest. I have no doubt about Bai Ye's potential. His technical style is very well-rounded. His short passes, long shots, and ability to evade defenders are all outstanding. A player like him has every capability to establish himself in the top league. As for joining Atletico's first team, I believe it's only a matter of time. What he needs now are stable playing opportunities to continuously accumulate experience. At his current rate of growth and confidence, he will soon prove himself on a bigger stage. As his coach, what do you think is Bai Ye's greatest strength? In what areas can he still improve in the future? Bai Ye's greatest strength is not only his skills, but also his game intelligence and ability to handle pressure. Manuel explained, no matter how tense the situation on the field becomes, he can remain calm, accurately assess the circumstances, find the opponent's weaknesses, and deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, he works extremely hard, practicing extra every day. This attitude allows him to continually improve. He thought for a moment and continued, if we were to discuss areas for improvement, it would probably be his physical confrontation ability. In the top league, the physical confrontations will be even more intense. As long as he strengthens this aspect a bit more, his future achievements will be limitless. Finally, Pedro asked, what are your expectations for Bai Ye's future? Manuel looked at Bai Ye, who was celebrating with his teammates in the distance with eyes full of anticipation. Bai Ye is the pride of Atletico's youth training and a rising star in the football world. I hope he can maintain his current state, continuously challenge himself, and not settle for the status quo. I believe that as long as he continues to work hard, he will undoubtedly become one of the top midfielders in the world, bringing more honors to Atletico and his country. He is the core of the team and the future of football. After the interview, Manuel walked toward the players' tunnel, while Pedro quickly organized his interview notes. His face could hardly hide his excitement. Manuel's high praise for Bai Ye would undoubtedly become the headline news in tomorrow's sports section. Currently, the sales of Marca rely heavily on Bai Ye's hype. The better Bai Ye performs, the happier Pedro, because the better the sales, the more his bonuses. This is a win-win situation. He genuinely hopes Bai Ye becomes even stronger than Atletico's fans do. On the other side, after a brief celebration on the field, the Atlético Madrid B team players returned to the locker. As soon as the door to the away team's locker room closed, the long-suppressed cheers erupted all at once. The players of Atlético Madrid B team tossed away their soaked jerseys, sweat mixed with smiles, vividly painting the joy of their 42 comeback victory. And Bai Ye was undoubtedly the core of this celebration. Just as he sat down to rest, Coke was the first to rush over, wrapping his arms around his neck and ruffling his hair. Brother, you were simply a god today. Without you, we might have stumbled today. Not just a god, but the ruler of the Segunda División B. Thiago came over with a bottle of sports drink, opened it, and handed it to Bai Ye. That long pass was absolutely brilliant. It landed perfectly in my running lane. I exerted every last bit of energy to catch up, and thankfully, I didn't let your pass go to waste. He said, patting Bai Ye on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. From their initial unfamiliarity to the current synergy, Bai Ye had completely won over this forward with one brilliant performance after another. After all, which forward wouldn't love a playmaker with such precise passing? Just give him the ball, and he wouldn't mind. Sergio squeezed in excitedly and shouted, Bai Ye, your long shots are amazing. I was right beside you for the second goal. The power and angle were such that the goalkeeper had no chance. You need to practice long shots more. You have to teach me how to shoot like you. The surrounding players chimed in excitedly, discussing the highlights of the match, with the topic almost entirely revolving around Bai Ye. Coke suddenly lifted a bottle of mineral water and shouted, "Guys, quiet down. I propose a toast to our hero Bai Ye." The players immediately responded, raising their drinks, signaling toward Bai Ye cheers. "Bai Ye is amazing. To victory. For Bai Ye." The cheers echoed throughout the locker room again, with Bai Ye surrounded by everyone displaying a shy yet sincere smile, feeling warm inside. In the time since joining Atlético Madrid, from being cautious at first to being so accepted by his teammates, now truly confirms the saying, "In competitive sports, talent is the original sin." Amidst laughter and joy, the players boarded the bus for their return journey. Meanwhile, at the Espino training base in the office of Caminero's expression was rather grim. He said vehemently to Mendes, who was seated across from his desk, "Bai Ye is not for sale. He is the core of the B team and the future of the first team." Caminero continued to express his stance. "Jorge, I believe you should be well aware of Atlético Madrid's position. Bai Ye is a non-transferable asset for Atlético. There is no room for negotiation. We cannot let him go." Mendes, with his signature confident smile, replied calmly, "Mr. Caminero, I understand your emphasis on Bai Ye. After all, such a talented player is hard to come by." He placed his hands crossed on the desk. "But you must also admit that the current situation is not fair to Bai Ye. He has proven himself in the Segunda División B with 7 matches. In the recent match, I believe you saw that he scored twice and assisted the winning goal. Such a performance has long surpassed the level of this league, yet in the Atlético first team, Coach Aguirre's tactics do not provide many opportunities for young players. This is a necessary path for growth." Caminero immediately retorted, "Every player must go through waiting and settling down, and the competition in the first team is fierce, and he needs more patience. The Atlético will give him opportunities." "Opportunities? Until when?" Mendes countered, his tone sharp. "Right now, clubs like Liverpool, AC Milan, and Arsenal are all waiting for him, and even mid-tier teams are eager for such a midfield core. What they can offer is stable playing time, exposure to Champions League-level matches, and the chance to compete alongside the world's top players. Can Atlético provide that right now?" He paused and continued, "Bai Ye's talent cannot afford to be wasted. He is at a crucial growth period, and staying in Segunda División B for another season will not help his development. You keep insisting he is the future of the first team, but if he continues to be deprived of top-level competition, that future will only fade away." Caminero's expression darkened further. He knew Mendes spoke the truth. Aguirre's conservatism is notorious. Even if Bai Ye shines in the B team, it will be difficult for him to secure stable playing opportunities in the first team in the short term. However, he was reluctant to let go of this talent he had personally discovered. Bai Ye possesses qualities that Atlético has long lacked in a technical midfielder, and he was unwilling to simply hand him over. Mendes saw Caminero's hesitation and stepped back at the right moment, revealing his prepared card. "Since you insist that Bai Ye belongs to Atlético, we can approach this differently. How about a loan? Let Bai Ye go to a top team that can guarantee him playing time just for 1 season. During the loan period, he remains an Atlético player, and ownership stays in your hands." Mendes added, "After 1 season, he will return to Atlético with experience from a top league, ready to step into the first team as an immediate core player rather than a newcomer who needs to be nurtured slowly. This is a win-win choice for both Atlético and Bai Ye." Mendes seized the moment. Instead of letting him waste his talent in the B team, why not let him gain experience on a higher platform? There are several top teams willing to accept this plan. They can offer Bai Ye a starting position and let him play in the Champions League. Such a pace of growth is something he can never achieve in the Atlético B team. Caminero fell silent. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his chin, his brow still furrowed, but the determination in his gaze began to waver. Mendes' proposal struck at the heart of his concerns. He wanted to keep Bai Ye, but did not wish to hinder the young. In fact, he had also considered loaning Bai Ye out. Now that Mendes had proposed it, the loan plan seemed like a concession, yet it precisely hit the core of the negotiation, making it hard for him to refuse. This is a mutual need for both parties. Mendes did not press further, but sat quietly, knowing that Caminero's heart was already swayed. From the very beginning of this negotiation, he had no intention of going all in at once. Good transfer was the bottom line, while the loan was his true goal. As long as Bai Ye can step into a top league and showcase stronger abilities, the future decision-making power will be in his and Bai Ye's hands. Caminero took a deep breath, looking at Mendes with a complex expression. "This plan. I need time to consider." He neither directly agreed nor refused. Mendes smiled and stood up, extending his hand. "Of course I can wait for your response, but I hope you can decide quickly. The sooner we settle this, the better it is for Bai Ye." They shook hands to say goodbye, and as Mendes left the office, a determined smile graced his lips. Caminero, on the other hand, returned to his desk, exhaling in relief. He had only recently learned that Bai Ye had signed with Mendes. He understood Mendes' influence. Perhaps having Mendes push the loan plan was indeed a very suitable move. Caminero had made his decision. In the afternoon, the sun at the Espino training base was particularly warm. The Atletico B team players had just finished their post-return rest, chatting in groups about their recent away victory. Bai Ye was discussing tactics against Castillo with Coke when a staff member called out, "Bai Ye, Mr. Caminero wants to see you in his office." Coke grinned. "Go ahead, haha, it must be good news." Bai Ye felt a bit curious. Entering the familiar office, Caminero first indicated for Bai Ye to sit down and personally poured him a glass of water. "First, congratulations, your performance in today's match was outstanding, scoring twice and assisting once, leading the team to secure crucial points away. The entire club has seen your growth." Caminero's eyes were filled with admiration. Bai Ye smiled shyly. "Thank you, Mr. Caminero, it's all thanks to my teammates who played well together. We fought until the end. No need to be modest, your abilities are evident to all." Caminero's tone turned serious. "I know you have been keeping an eye on the first team opportunities, and I want to discuss Coach Aguirre's concerns with you. The first team is currently in a critical phase of vying for Champions League qualification and the race for the top four is complex. Every match cannot afford any mistakes. Coach Aguirre's tactical system tends to favor experienced players. He worries that as a young player you may not have adapted to the tempo of the top league, and rashly entering the field could disrupt the team's stability. But rest assured, the club has never overlooked you. As long as you maintain your current form, I will arrange for you to participate in the first team's summer training this summer, where you can directly showcase your abilities in front of Coach Aguirre." Bai Ye listened quietly, feeling little turbulence in his heart. Manuel had already informed him about the first team's situation. He nodded lightly and replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Caminero." Seeing Bai Ye's calm demeanor, Caminero nodded in satisfaction, finally getting to the main topic. "Actually, I wanted to speak with you today about something important." He looked into Bai Ye's eyes and said candidly, "Jorge Mendes came to see me today. He represents you and proposed the idea of a loan, hoping you can join a top league team this summer to gain stable playing time." Bai Ye was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting Mendes to act so quickly. He hadn't realized that the other party had already begun negotiations with the club. After a brief moment of surprise, his gaze quickly became resolute, and without a hint of hesitation he said, "Mr. Caminero, I do want the opportunity to play in a top league. I feel ready and want to prove myself on a higher platform without wasting too much time." Seeing the unmasked desire and confidence in Bai Ye's eyes, Caminero suddenly laughed. He stood up and patted Bai Ye on the shoulder. "Good. Having confidence in oneself is a good thing. Professional players should have this drive. This is right." His tone was filled with reassurance. "I know you are not content to stay in the B team, and I understand your urgent. I am also seriously considering the loan plan proposed by Mendes. Since you share this idea, it makes things much easier. However, a loan is not just about finding any team." Caminero said seriously, "If you are interested, you can ask me. I will help you select a suitable destination, which must be a top league team that can guarantee you a stable starting position and has a tactical system that suits your strengths. Of course, what you need to do now is to maintain your form in the upcoming matches and choose a place that can help you grow quick." He looked at Bai Ye, his eyes full of expectation. "Atletico will always be your home. We are waiting for you to return with experience from the top league. Next season, I hope to see you don the Atletico first team's jersey with greater strength, fighting for the honor of the team." Stepping out of Caminero's office, the evening sun filtered through the tree-lined path of the training base, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Bai Ye's footsteps were much lighter than when he arrived. The earlier conversation with Caminero felt like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating ripples in his heart. Alone. An opportunity to play in the top league. He repeatedly recited these words in his mind, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Mendes' efficiency exceeded his expectations, and Caminero's understanding and support completely eased the anxiety that had been hanging over him. He knew that this was not the end, but rather the true beginning of his journey toward his goals. The existence of the system was his greatest secret since his arrival, as well as the core motivation driving him forward. Only by completing tasks and obtaining various talent and skill rewards along with free attribute points could he quickly compensate for his shortcomings and strengthen his advantages, evolving from a talent in the Segunda División B into a top midfielder capable of establishing himself in the top league, even shining on the Champions League stage. No, not just a top midfielder, but an all-round midfielder. However, remaining in Atletico Madrid, no matter how brilliant his performance, meant he could not enter the first team. His task progress would always be stuck. Entering the top league, facing stronger opponents and higher intensity confrontations, each match would be an excellent opportunity to complete tasks. Every appearance, every goal, every assist could translate into tangible improvements. Thinking this way, Aguirre's conservatism may not be a bad thing for me. If it weren't for the lack of stable playing time in the first team, he might have hesitated between waiting for promotion and taking the initiative. But now the opportunity for a loan lay before him, which also meant more possibilities to complete tasks. He recalled the expectations of Chinese fans, the retention of teammates like Coke and Manuel's praises. There was a hint of reluctance in his heart, but mostly a sense of determination. Only by standing on the stage of the top league could he quickly improve his skills, vision, and mental fortitude, allowing him to return to Atlético Madrid one day as a true powerhouse. Only by continuously breaking through could he become stronger and travel further on the path of professional football. He looked up at the sky above the training base. The sunset was infinitely beautiful. The next day, Espino training base. The basic subjects of the morning training had just ended, and the players scattered in groups to rest. De Gea leaned against the goalpost holding a bottle of water, his gaze slightly vacant as he stared at the training facilities in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Coke approached and patted his arm. "What's wrong? You look so preoccupied." De Gea snapped back to reality, shook his head gently, and took a sip of water. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental all of a sudden. We've been playing in the B team for so long, I don't know when we'll truly stand on the stage of the top league. The competition for the goalkeeper position in the first team is so fierce that sometimes I'm really not sure where my opportunity lies." His voice carried a hint of barely noticeable anxiety. As a goalkeeper, his talent was evident, but the threshold of the top league always seemed distant for young players. Coke sighed and patted his shoulder. "Don't think too much, you're so young, and so good at saving you. Opportunities will come. You see, Bai Ye didn't he also step by step make it? Now he's being eyed by the big clubs." He called out to Bai Ye, who was stretching not far away. "Bai Ye, come over and take a break." Bai Ye heard the call, stopped stretching, and walked over quickly, sitting down beside the "What are you so engrossed in discussing?" "We were talking about the future," Coke said, looking at Bai Ye with curiosity in his eyes. "De Gea is worried about opportunities in the top league. What about you? You're so hot right now, and Mendes is so powerful. What are your plans for next season? Are you waiting for the first team of Atlético Madrid to call you up, or?" Coke's sentence was left unfinished, but the implication was clear. Bai Ye lowered his head, twisted open the water bottle, fell silent for 2 seconds, and when he looked up his gaze was calm as he softly said, "Perhaps I will leave next season." "Ah." Coke and De Gea both froze, their expressions instantly solidifying. De Gea almost dropped the water bottle in his hand and instinctively asked, "Leave? Where to? Are you leaving Atlético Madrid?" Coke had already been aware of Bai Ye's plans and quickly regained his composure. "It's not a complete departure, it's most likely a loan," Bai Ye explained. "It's not settled yet, Mr. Caminero and Mendes are negotiating, and the specific team has not been finalized." The air around the training field suddenly fell silent, with only the distant laughter of other teammates faintly heard. Coke opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Although he knew Bai Ye was leaving, it was still somewhat hard to accept when faced with the reality. From the initial tacit cooperation to later fighting side by side, he had long regarded Bai Ye as his best partner. Thinking about possibly losing this central midfielder next season inevitably left a sour taste in his heart. De Gea also fell silent. He had just been lamenting the difficulty of finding opportunities, yet Bai Ye was about to embark on his journey in the top league, filled with both envy and a sense of melancholy over the farewell. They all knew that professional football was like this. The ebb and flow of gatherings and separations was the norm. Even the best teammates might part ways for their respective futures. After a brief silence, Coke was the first to regain his composure, forcing a smile as he patted Bai Ye's back. "Well, with your strength, you shouldn't stay in the B team forever. The stage of the top league is more suitable for you. Even though it's a bit hard to part, I'm still happy for you." De Gea nodded as well, speaking sincerely. "Yes, you deserve better opportunities. I hope that when you get to the new team, you can maintain your current form, score more goals, provide more assists, and establish yourself in the top league as soon as possible." Bai Ye looked at the complex expressions on their faces and felt a bit emotional. The days spent training together, playing together, and celebrating victories were his most precious memories at Atlético Madrid. He smiled, lightening his tone. "Thank you, guys. But don't be too sad, I will come back. It's just a loan, and I want to find an opportunity to establish myself in the first team." He added, "And even if I leave, we are still friends. Who knows, we might meet again on the field, and don't blame me for being merciless then." Coke laughed at him, punching him lightly. "Who's afraid of whom? If we meet, I will definitely defend you, so you won't get a chance to shoot." De Gea also chuckled, the earlier silence and melancholy dissipating considerably. Coke looked at Bai Ye, his gaze turning resolute. "No matter what, we still need to fight together in the upcoming matches. Especially in the derby against Castilla, we must win. Even if you're leaving, we should send you off with a perfect farewell gift. Right? Let's win the derby." De Gea echoed, his fighting spirit reigniting in his eyes. Bai Ye nodded vigorously. Just then Manuel's voice came from the sidelines. "Bai Ye, come here. It's time for special training." "Coming." Bai Ye responded, stood up, and smiled at Coke and De Gea. "They'll go train first, we'll talk later." Watching Bai Ye walk towards Manuel, Coke and De Gea exchanged glances, both seeing the sentiment in each other's eyes. No one expected that the one with the least talent in the team would be the first to step onto the professional stage. On the other side, Bai Ye quickly began Manuel's special training plan. He meticulously refined his physical confrontations and long-range shooting details according to the training plan set by Manuel. Soon his training gear was completely soaked and sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Manuel specifically increased the intensity of confrontational training, adding more defenders to have 3 players defending against Bai Ye. As he faced repeated collisions and interceptions, Bai Ye was forced to find opportunities to pass and shoot amidst the pressure. Pay attention to your center of gravity. Don't lean back during confrontations, stabilize your body with core strength. Manuel stood by with a tactical board, occasionally shouting reminders. Seeing Bai Ye accurately distribute the ball to the wing, even under the pressure of 3 defenders, he nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with admiration. During a training break, players walked to the sidelines to hydrate and rest. Manuel sat next to Bai Ye with 2 bottles of sports drinks, handing one to him. Take a break. Your fighting spirit reminds me of a young Torres. Bai Ye took the drink, twisted it open, took a big gulp, and smiled in gratitude. Thank you, coach. Your special training plan is effective. I feel much more composed during confrontations now. He certainly wouldn't say it's because he increased his physical attributes, and that Bellerin's evasion technique was truly effective. You have talent and are willing to work hard, which is why you can improve so quickly. Manuel sighed, then changed the tone to serious. I've heard you signed with Mendes. He's the top agent in Europe, or it seems you already have plans in mind. Bai Ye was taken aback, not expecting Manuel to bring this up suddenly. He nodded. Yeah, I just signed a little while ago. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a while, Manuel said, sincerely looking at him with earnest eyes. Your talent and skills shouldn't be wasted in Segunda División B. The B team can provide you with stable playing time and a tactical core position, but these are no longer helpful for your growth. He paused, continuing. I know you want to join the first team of Atlético Madrid, but you're also aware of Coach Aguirre's conservative style, not easily using newcomers. Rather than wasting your talent in the B team, it would be better to seek opportunities elsewhere. I have an idea. Manuel leaned in closer. You could try a loan to other La Liga teams like those in the mid to lower rankings. They would definitely be willing to give you a starting position. A loan for a season, playing in the top league, gaining experience. When you return, Atletico's first team would have no reason to refuse you. Even if not with your performance at that time, you could have better choices. He smiled, adding, although I really don't want to let you go, having you here stabilizes the B team's performance. Oh, I just don't want to delay your bright future. A player's career only lasts a few years. The golden period is fleeting, and you need to seize every opportunity. Bai Ye looked into Manuel's sincere eyes, feeling warm inside. As the head coach of the B team, Manuel clearly needed him to ensure the team's performance, yet he was willing to think about Bai Ye's future, actively advising him to leave. This vision deeply moved Bai Ye. Coach, thank you, Bai Ye said softly. Actually, I've already spoken with Mr. Caminero. Next season, I will go to a top league team on loan. Manuel was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the matter had already been settled. He froze for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, patting Bai Ye's shoulder. Good, good, good. It seems you have more of a mind of your own than I thought. Mendes truly didn't misjudge you. His actions are swift. That's good. Manuel's eyes were filled with anticipation. The stage of the top league is larger, the competition fiercer, and it will hone you more thoroughly. You, my boy, have good skills and a sharp mind, but your physical confrontations still need strengthening. It's just right to practice more during this time. When you get to the new team, don't let them bully you. He stood up, waving to Bai Ye. In the upcoming matches, especially the derby against Castilla, you must perform. Many clubs are watching you right now. Oh, every performance you give is a resume for the new team's head coach. The more brilliant you are, the more trust you'll gain when you get there, and naturally, you'll have more opportunities to play. Don't worry, coach, I will. Bai Ye nodded, firmly, determination in his eyes. Manuel smiled in satisfaction. All right, you've rested enough. Let's continue training. Practice your long-range shots again. In the top league, this will be your secret weapon. Bai Ye stood up, dusted off the grass from his clothes, and walked back to the training field. He knew that every match and every training session ahead was crucial. He needed to present the best version of himself to conclude his B-team career perfectly. Of course, he also had to complete task 2 in the last 6 matches of the Segunda División B. April 13th. At 11 a.m., the sunlight at Espino Stadium still held a touch of softness, lacking the afternoon's scorching heat. This small stadium, which can accommodate 3,000 people, was not fully filled. After all, an 11 a.m. kickoff on a weekend is not particularly friendly, and many fans were still balancing breakfast and family chores. But still, over half of the seats were taken, with nearly 1,500 Atlético Madrid supporters clad in red and white jerseys coloring the stands in the team's exclusive hues. The cheers and songs rose and fell, dispelling the morning's laziness. 7 consecutive victories. Our B team is on fire. On the stands, a middle-aged fan excitedly said to his companion. Ever since Bai Ye secured his position as the core player, the team has been playing as if on a cheat code. If we secure the win against San Brigida today, it will be 8 consecutive victories. In the end, it all comes back to how exceptional Bai Ye is. His companion immediately agreed, his eyes filled with admiration. Last time in the away match against Pontevedra, we were leading by 2 goals, but got equalized. Ultimately, it was still him who sealed the victory. His core ability is truly underappreciated in the youth team. I think he could be in the first team right now. Similar discussions were scattered throughout the stands. Fans gathered in small groups with conversations almost entirely revolving around Bai Ye. His long shots and through balls are far more reliable than those midfielders in the first team. It's just that Aguirre is too conservative. With the pressure of competing for the top 4 in the first team, he's afraid to let the youngsters gain experience, fearing mistakes. But we can't blame Aguirre. An older fan nearby shook his head. The tempo of a top league is different from that of the Segunda Division B. The physical confrontations are more intense. Let Bai Ye train for another year to hone his defense and physicality, and by then he would be ready for the first team, ready to go. The discussions and cheers of the fans intertwined, occasionally interrupted by shouts of Bai Ye, Bai Ye. Although the number was not large, the atmosphere remained fervent. After all, the youth team's astonishing record of 7 consecutive victories, even having the chance to surpass Real Madrid Castilla, was enough to drive the fans into a frenzy. In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, a middle-aged man in a dark coat was lowering his head, holding a small camcorder, quietly directing the lens towards Bai Ye on the field. He was Luca Marchetti, a scout from Fiorentina, who had been following Bai Ye. This time he specifically brought the camcorder to closely observe Bai Ye's performance. The camera steadily tracked Bai Ye. Bai Ye's adjustments and orchestration in midfield caused Luca to nod slightly, his eyes filled with approval. In his view, Bai Ye's technical style was steady, his footwork precise, and his defensive awareness was continuously improving, making him very suitable for the tactical systems of Italian football. It's worth noting that after last year's telephone scandal, the reputation of Italian football plummeted, and the once glorious aura of the mini World Cup diminished significantly. Each team was eagerly searching for talented players in an attempt to revive Serie A's glory. A technical midfielder like Bai Ye who can organize attacks and contribute long shots is exactly what Fiorentina needs. His arrival may inject new vitality into the team. Of course, aside from Luca, there were many scouts present at this match. Marca described Bai Ye as a super genius, so naturally scouts from La Liga teams had already taken notice of him. How could a talent emerging from local youth training be overlooked? However, what puzzled them was that many scouts had completely ignored Bai Ye during previous youth team matches. Occasionally, only some mundane remarks were made. No one expected that he would suddenly show his brilliance in such a short time. Many scouts wanted to see Bai Ye's performance to determine whether he was worth investing in. In their eyes, such youth players had no non-transferable status, only a price tag. Promising sufficient playing time, stable training arrangements, and adequate salary, they were confident the players would be tempted. Moreover, he is a Huaguo player. He wouldn't have the same strong loyalty to a team as local players. Besides, in today's football world, how much is loyalty worth? Raul was once from Atlético Madrid's youth academy, and now he is a legend at Real Madrid, right? Torres was also a pride of Atlético, but didn't he transfer to Liverpool due to the club's financial issues? Suddenly, while everyone was lost in their thoughts, the fans in the stands erupted in gasps. In the 11th minute, Atlético B launched an attack on the left flank. Sergio broke through and passed the ball back to midfield to Bai Ye. At that moment, San Brigida's defense, under the repeated pulls of Bai Ye's passes, showed obvious gaps. As Bai Ye received the ball, he hesitated not for a moment. He caught a glimpse of Coke making a forward run out of the corner of his eye, and with a gentle push of his right foot inside, he sent a highly penetrating through ball. The ball precisely slipped through the gap between 2 defenders, landing steadily on Coke's path. This move made the fans exclaim in astonishment. Such execution is beyond what ordinary players can achieve. This is talent. However, the fans had no time to think further. On the field, Coke surged forward at full speed, skillfully controlling the ball at his feet. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he did not seek personal glory, but instead used the outside of his left foot to deftly push the ball laterally to Thiago, who was following up in the center. Thiago was already prepared. After receiving the ball, he faced an open goal and effortlessly slotted it in with the ball hitting the net. At home, Atlético Madrid's B team has broken the deadlock. The stands erupted with deafening cheers as some Atlético fans jumped up waving their red and white scarves, their shouts almost shaking the Espinosa Stadium. Thiago shouted excitedly, rushing to the sidelines to celebrate with a powerful fist pump before turning to embrace his teammates with open arms. On the sidelines, Manuel vigorously pumped his fist, a satisfied smile on his face as he shouted into the field, "Beautiful. This is the kind of collaboration we need." The players of St. Brigid wore expressions of helplessness. There was truly nothing they could do. Atlético Madrid's B team was constantly maneuvering their defense, making it impossible to cover every single gap. At the same time, they knew that facing such a fiery Atlético Madrid B team, turning the tide, would not be easy. The Atlético fans in the stands were growing even more excited. 8 consecutive victories. 8 consecutive victories. The shouts echoed back and forth. In the stands, Lucas steadily held the camera, a satisfied smile on his lips. That direct pass, just now perfectly showcased Bai Ye's core value. Capable not only of scoring himself, but also of creating excellent opportunities for his teammates. Other scouts nodded in agreement. Some added notes in their notebooks, while others contacted their clubs to report the situation. Clearly, Bai Ye's direct pass had further solidified the resolve of all the scouts present to bring him on.